Chapter 1065. Boundless Celestial Capital, Upper Study Room. Gu Hai sat behind his desk, discussing the Great Yellow Dynasty's aggression with his officials. Mr. Sima, is your information reliable? Gu Hai looked at Sima Changkong. Mo Yike returned to his seat, and Sima Changkong stepped forward. Your Majesty is also aware of these 6 factions. Their crown princes and sect masters' sons are all hostages in the Great Han Imperial Dynasty. Not long ago, a sect master delivered a request for surrender. Your Majesty has instructed us that while Your Majesty is not around, we should prioritize the important matters of the nation based on their severity. We can handle them on Your Majesty's behalf. When we received the request for surrender, we also sought the approval of the Crown Prince and Empress Chen to take charge of this matter. We even met with the sect master. When I found out that the 6 forces had different opinions, I asked Lord Meng's embroidered uniform guards to cooperate and do some small tricks within the 6 forces to make them completely surrender to the Han Imperial Dynasty. The specifics of how it was done were all in the memorial. Your Majesty has already read it, and I think it should be reliable. Sima Changkong said with a smile. Gu Hai smiled. I've read your memorial, and it's indeed a psychological attack. Not only the 3 sect masters but even the 3 emperors also agreed. You're not simple. You've done the most to subdue the 6 forces, Mr. Sima Changkong shook his head. Actually, I'm just taking advantage of the situation. The one who made the 3 emperors surrender to the Han Imperial Dynasty was not me, but Your Majesty. Sima Changkong shook his head. Back then, when the leaders of the 6 forces were preparing to ambush Your Majesty in Three Mountain City, Your Majesty could have killed them, but Your Majesty suppressed them and destroyed their arrogance. Then Your Majesty was magnanimous and released the tiger back to the mountain, showing them Your Majesty's benevolence. After that, they witnessed the destruction of the Holy Land of Spiritual Mountain and Chiyo's attack on Shenyuan City, which also showed them the strength of the Han Imperial Dynasty. All of their reliance was destroyed. That's why I took advantage of the situation. What I did is not worth mentioning. Mr. Sima Changkong, you're too humble. Do you think I'll compete with you for credit? Taking advantage of the situation? I still hope that your actions can affect the whole world. Gu Hai said with a smile. I dare not. Sima Changkong smiled respectfully. Gu Hai gave all the credit to Sima Changkong, which warmed Sima Changkong's heart. Since the 6 major forces are willing to join Han, then Mr. Sima needs to be careful. This is the most dangerous moment. The Great Yellow Dynasty is eyeing us covetously. We need to be careful. Gu Hai said solemnly. Don't worry, Your Majesty. As long as Your Majesty sends out an imperial edict, the 6 great powers will definitely join the Han Imperial Dynasty. Sima Changkong promised. That's fine. A long delay may lead to many problems. It's not good to delay. Sima Changkong, draft the edict. After I've read it, I'll immediately issue the edict. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes. Sima Changkong answered. However, Your Majesty, what should we do with the leaders of the 6 forces? Sima Changkong asked with a frown. However, even though the 6 great powers are large, they are not something our Han Imperial Dynasty can compare to. Using the name of their former country, they are bestowed with the title of Marquis. Even though their trusted subordinates cannot forget their former country and have the possibility of causing trouble, the Han Imperial Dynasty is also in urgent need of talents. They can continue to hold power, but they will be separated from each other and go to other places to govern. The 6 great forces will have their subordinates scattered to prevent them from forming cliques for personal gain. The masters of the 6 great forces will have to go to the infinite celestial capital and serve as their subjects. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Sima Changkong answered. Mo Yike. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty. Mo Yike said respectfully. In your memorial, you placed great importance on the overall situation. You have unified all the forces from the north to the center of the divine continent. Just now, I've made it clear that most of these forces will choose to support the Great Yellow Dynasty. Therefore, we must dispatch troops with thunderous force to show our might. From now on, prepare the country's stabilizing army. With Mo Yike as the commander-in-chief, we will mobilize the entire nation's military forces to face the various battlefields. Gu Hai said solemnly. Your Majesty. Mo Yike answered. Qin Tianshan. Gu Hai said. Your Majesty. Qin Tianshan answered. Appoint Qin Tianshan as the deputy commander-in-chief of the country's stabilizing army. He will be in charge of assisting Mo Yike. After we open up the territory, we must make arrangements for the handover of officials and the transfer of troops. We must ensure that every city is conquered and new blood is exchanged in the shortest time possible. Gu Hai instructed. Your Majesty. Qin Tianshan answered. Gao Xinji, Kong Xin, Mosquito Daoren, and Dragon God Ing. Gu Hai said solemnly. Your Majesty. Gao Xinji as the Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the country's stabilizing army. She will be in charge of assisting Mo Yike and leading the 1st Legion to destroy the enemy forces of Dahan and move south. Kong Xin as the Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the country's stabilizing army. She will be in charge of assisting Mo Yike and leading the 5th Legion to destroy the enemy forces of Dahan and move south. Mosquito Daoren as the Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the country's stabilizing army. She will be in charge of assisting Mo Yike and leading the Legio 6 to destroy the enemy forces of Dahan and move south. Dragon God Ing as the Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the country's stabilizing army. She will be in charge of assisting Mo Yike and leading the 8th Legion to destroy the enemy forces of Dahan and move south. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. The 4 commanders answered. Sima Changkong. Solemnly, Gu Hai said. Gu Hai. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Sima Changkong as the Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the country's stabilizing army. She will be in charge of assisting Mo Yike and leading the 7th Legion to lobby the various major powers to move south. Instigate the various powers to form an alliance and disintegrate the unity within the various powers to aid the battlefield. Gu Hai instructed. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Sima Changkong answered. It's enough for all of you to know about the country's stabilizing army. We won't announce it publicly for the time being so as to facilitate Sima Changkong's plans on the battlefield. When necessary you can leak some information. When the time is right we will announce it to the world in the imperial court. When we announce it to the world, it will be time for Gao Xinji, Kong Xin, Mosquito Daoren, and Dragon God Ing to lead the troops to battle. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty. Everyone answered. Why can't I see any information about Chiyo's corpse in these memorials? Gu Hai asked solemnly. Gu Qin stepped forward and said, Father, I didn't allow anyone to write down Uncle Chiyo's location. I didn't want you to see it. Gu Hai frowned. I wanted to report to you personally that Empress Ji had dismembered Chiyu into 4 parts and placed them in 4 different places. Furthermore, I want to announce to the world that he is a demon. I'm worried. Gu Qin said with a frown. You're worried that I will disregard everything and try to snatch the corpse? Gu Hai said solemnly. I'm worried too much. Gu Qin smiled bitterly. Gu Hai took a deep breath and said solemnly, I will definitely take care of Chiyo's corpse. But, Your Majesty, the Crown Prince is right. Empress Ji used Chiyo's corpse to set a trap for Your Majesty, Qin Tianshan said anxiously. I know, but I have to go. Chiyo's corpse shouldn't be wasted by Empress Ji. He doesn't deserve it. Gu Hai said solemnly. Father, actually, the Great Yellow Dynasty also sent news. When you were in the Netherworld, your whereabouts were found out by the people of the Great Yellow Dynasty. Gu Qin said with a frown. What? All the generals looked at Gu Qin in surprise. I didn't tell anyone about this. I was worried that the people would be distracted, so I only reported it to my mother, Gu Qin said solemnly. Gu Hai stared at Gu Qin and didn't blame him. After all, when the infinite celestial capital's fate collapsed, everyone was in a panic. This kind of news should be kept a secret. Crown Prince, where did you get this news? Mo Yike asked curiously. Mo Yike, Montez, and the others had put in a lot of effort into the Great Yellow Dynasty. Many spies had entered the Great Yellow Dynasty. However, this kind of decisive news couldn't be obtained easily. It had to be obtained from Empress Ji's most trusted people. Empress Ji was so suspicious that even Mo Yike couldn't do anything about it. However, the Crown Prince got the news? Could it be that the Crown Prince had a spy who became Empress Ji's trusted aide? Father, do you know who sent the news? Gu Qin looked at Gu Hai and said. Gu Qin was talking about Mr. Wu Xing, who was also Gu Ming. However, this matter couldn't be revealed to anyone other than Gu Hai. Otherwise, Gu Ming would be doomed. Gu Hai looked at Gu Qin. There's news that Empress Ji has a subordinate called Sangjie. When Father left the infinite celestial capital, he created 2 treasures that could be used to track Father's whereabouts. He gave one to Minister Dahong and the other to the Heavenly Demon Holy Land. During this period of time Mother and I have been very anxious. However, we can't do anything about it. Gu Qin said bitterly. Sangjie. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Yes. Sangjie has a method that can find the location of anyone in the world. During the plan to destroy the luck, he was the one who leaked my location to Jianghu. Later on, he was the one who found the location of Tang Bingyao's soul. This time, he was the one who found father's location. I want to say that Song Jie is definitely watching our dynasty's every move, especially father's location. Gu Qin said worriedly. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. Right now, Empress Ji is using Chiyo's corpse to set a trap to lure father out of the infinite celestial capital. As long as father leaves the infinite celestial capital, Song Jie will definitely know. At that time, Empress Ji will use all her strength to ambush him. Gu Qin said anxiously. The expressions of all the Legion commanders changed. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince's words are not without reason. Empress Ji is eyeing us covetously now. Chiyu Heavenly Emperor is already dead. If he is still alive, he definitely won't want to see your Majesty risk your life for him. Mo Yike immediately said. Gu Hai knocked on the table with his finger. In the end, he shook his head and said, when I was in danger, Chiyu came to save me without hesitation. He didn't even hesitate to become enemies with the heavenly demon Holy Land. Now, Big Brother Chiyo's head is separated from his body. Should I just watch? I can't do that. I can't just leave him be. Your Majesty, please reconsider. All the Legion commanders immediately said. I understand your considerations, but everything has a solution. Since I know that it's a trap, I naturally won't let Empress Ji succeed. However, I must retrieve Chiyo's corpse. As for how to retrieve it, it's not something you should be concerned about. Settle the matters at hand and don't be scared by Empress Ji. In these years, I might not have met opponents as strong as Empress Ji, but facing the Great Yellow Dynasty isn't the most dangerous thing. My Dahan Imperial Dynasty is no longer the Imperial Dynasty it used to be. Didn't the spiritual mountain holy ground perish? So what if it's the Great Yellow Dynasty? Those who offend my Dahan must pay the price. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Everyone answered. Where is Chiyo's corpse? Gu Hai looked at Gu Qin. Chapter 1066. Great Yan Heavenly Dynasty Primitive City in a large hall. Zhao stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Xing Tian and Ho Yi, who were resting with their eyes closed. There was a purple aura above their heads and their faces were flushed. There were some cracks on their bodies, but they had all recovered. Zhao waved his hand. 1. 2 rays of red light shot into their bodies, and in an instant their bodies shone with red light. Soon, the scars on their faces disappeared completely. Phew. The 2 of them let out a long breath and opened their eyes. Thank you for His Holiness's treatment. I have recovered 80% of my injuries. Hoi exclaimed. I have also recovered 80%. I can take care of the rest of my injuries. Xing Tian said gratefully. It's good that you have recovered. Zhao nodded. I am useless. Please forgive me for my incompetence. Hoi stood up and immediately bowed in shame. I am useless. I couldn't help Chiyu causing Chiyu to. Xing Tian also had a guilty look. Forget it. Everything happened too quickly. Empress Ji set up a trap and covered it with thick fog. I didn't expect everything to change so quickly. Zhao said. Yes, but I wonder how Chiyu's corpse is now? Hoi said bitterly. Chiyu's corpse was split into 4 parts. His hands, legs, head, and body were split into 4 parts to intimidate the world. He set up 4 traps and waited for me to jump into them. Zhao squinted his eyes and a cold light flashed in his eyes. His Holiness cannot take the risk. Empress Ji is sinister and cunning. Furthermore, she is much more powerful than before. She obtained the Divine Path Sorcerer's Book and learned the Divine Path Deprivation. She is vicious. Hoi said anxiously. Yu lightly shook his head. Although I don't recognize that old man Jiang Lianshan, I still recognize Jing Wei because she is my younger sister. Jiang Rulai? He is just a speculator. I don't care about his life. However, although I didn't treat him well in the past, he is of the same blood as me. I can't ignore his corpse. But Xing Tian was worried and wanted to say something. At this time, a voice came from outside the hall, reporting to His Holiness, Dahan Imperial Dynasty's 5th Army Commander, Kong Xian requests an audience. Yu raised his eyebrows. Gu Hai is finally back? Xing Tian's expression changed. Although Gu Hai had announced that he was in closed-door cultivation, many discerning people could tell that he was not in the limitless celestial capital at all, as the limitless celestial capital's sea of providence clouds had disappeared. Kong Xian and the others disappeared together, obviously following Gu Hai. Bring him here. Bai said in a deep voice. Yes. A response came from outside the hall. Bai also slowly stepped out of the hall. Xing Tian and Ho Yi followed closely behind. Soon Kong Xian was brought in front of Zhua. The Han Imperial Dynasty's Kong Xian greets Dian His Holiness. Kong Xian bowed slightly. Kong Xian, you've reached the peak of Heavenly Palace? Bai's expression changed and he was quite surprised. Kong Xian didn't hide it. Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty, for helping me break through the shackles. Oh? War God Marquis and Arrow God Marquis have recovered from their injuries too? Kong Xian looked at the two in surprise. After all, Kong Xian knew that the two's injuries were the same as Shangguan Hen's and the others, extremely miserable. Yet they already recovered. Too? It seems that Shangguan Hen, Gu Han and Ao Sheng's injuries have also recovered? Bai said in a deep voice. Thank you for Dian's concern for His Holiness. Supreme Martial Artist Shangguan, Supreme Martial Artist Ao, and Crown Prince Gu Han have already awakened and are recovering quickly. Kong Xian nodded. Gu Hai's healing skills are also quite impressive. Bai said lightly. Yes. Kong Xian wasn't modest. After all, he was praising Gu Hai. Kong Xian accepted it all. When did Gu Hai return? Bai asked in a deep voice. Just yesterday Your Majesty returned. Today, I'm here to deliver a message on Your Majesty's behalf. I didn't expect Dian's His Holiness to not know about it. Kong Xian smiled lightly. Not know? The embroidered uniform guards of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty are indeed worthy of their reputation. A while ago, they thoroughly investigated the infinite celestial capital and actually removed all the scouts from the world. Bai said lightly. I had no choice. Kong Xian nodded. Tell me, what message did Gu Hai want you to deliver? Bai asked in a deep voice. Your Majesty wants to ask why Dian's His Holiness hasn't fulfilled his promise to return Your Majesty Lin Wan heir to a whole body when the time is up. Kong Xian said in a deep voice. Don't worry, I'll naturally fulfill my promise. I've already helped Jingwei form a new body. I'm only waiting for the day when I'll separate the two of them. Only then can they be separated without suffering any losses. Bai said lightly. Kong Xian looked at Bai and finally nodded. Thank you for Dian's His Holiness' integrity. Before we left, Your Majesty told us that Dian's His Holiness would keep his promise. Naturally, we have to return the favor and provide a piece of information to Dian's His Holiness. Bai was puzzled. Just yesterday before we returned, we saw Jingwei's corpse in the netherworld. Kong Xian said solemnly. Jingwei's corpse? Bai's expression froze. Impossible, the little princess's corpse has been eaten by the fishes and shrimps. How can there still be one? Kong Xian, don't talk nonsense. Xing Tian glared at him. Kong Xian shook his head. He did not hide anything and told them about his encounter with Ingo in the netherworld. Ingo? How could this be? Xing Tian was shocked. The new commander of the witch tribe, this is His Holiness's plan? Using his own daughter as an experiment? Hou was also in disbelief. Ha, this is Jiang Lianshan style. Bai's eyes turned cold. Obviously, his anger towards Jiang Lianshan had not subsided. Using his own family as an experiment, if it failed, it would be gone. If it succeeded, it would be used by him? He did not care about his family and only cared about himself, causing his children to be neither human nor ghost. No wonder Bai hated Jiang Lianshan so much. However, speaking of which, Ingo's aura is indeed strong. I feel that she is not weaker than you. Moreover, she only has the same bloodline as you, she does not have the memory of Jingwei. Solemnly Kong Xian said. I understand, thank Gu Hai for telling me. Bai said solemnly. Alright, I will report to His Majesty. Before we leave, His Majesty has one more thing to say, about taking back Qi Yu's corpse. Kong Xian said solemnly. Gu Hai knows about Empress Ji's current strength, and he wants to interfere. Now the Great Yellow Dynasty is targeting him. Does he dare to leave the limitless celestial capital? Bai said solemnly. Yes, His Majesty wants me to say that Qi Yu's corpse will be divided into 4 parts. His Majesty will be in charge of Qi Yu's head and body. Solemnly Kong Xian said. He will be in charge of taking back Qi Yu's head and body? If he has the guts, I will be in charge of Qi Yu's arms and legs. Bai said solemnly. That is His Majesty's intention. Soon His Majesty will make a move. I also wish Great Yen His Holiness a victory. Solemnly Kong Xian bowed. Bai looked coldly at Kong Xian and did not say anything. Farewell. Kong Xian stood up and flew into the distance. Swish. In an instant, Kong Xian disappeared into the horizon. Xing Tian and Hou looked at each other. Is Gu Hai really going to take the risk and take back Qi Yu's head and body? Xing Tian said in shock. Qi Yu became sworn brothers with this Gu Hai. It was worth it. Gu Hai is indeed not a heartless person. Hou praised. Bai looked at the infinite celestial capital in the distance and sneered. Empress Ji is a sly old fox. Guhai. It's hard to say if he can handle it. Before Kong Xian came to deliver the letter, the Dahan imperial dynasty's threatening edict had begun to spread to all the major forces in the world. In the study of an imperial dynasty's emperor, the emperor was looking at the edict from the Dahan imperial dynasty. The Great Yellow Dynasty and the Dahan Imperial Dynasty will not rest until one of them is dead. All the forces in the world who helped the Dahan Imperial Dynasty will be regarded as the enemy of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. They will not rest until one of them is dead. Ha ha ha, this Guhai is so arrogant. Help the Great Yellow Dynasty? Is he learning from Empress Ji and threatening the world? That emperor sneered. Your Majesty, this Guhai is very strange. We must guard against him. No matter how strange he is still an imperial dynasty. What can he do? The Great Yellow Dynasty is about to arrive, and the Dahan Imperial Dynasty is about to be destroyed. What is there to worry about? Let's see how he dies. That emperor sneered. From the center to the north of the divine continent, the various major forces had different attitudes. Some were disdainful while others were fearful. After all, Guhai's battle record was extremely terrifying. Once this threatening edict was released, it did not affect the decisions of the various major forces. At the very least, the various major forces started to feel a heavy weight in their hearts. The edict was ultimately from the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Outside of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty, it naturally had no effect. After the initial nervousness, the various major forces quickly returned to normal. At the same time, some of the forces that were threatened by Empress Ji also gave up a few cities to allow the Great Yellow Dynasty to extend its territory to the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Until half a month later, an earth-shattering piece of news came. It was still in the emperor's study. A group of important officials were listening to orders. Along with the emperor, they looked at an official in front of them in shock. What did you say? Say it again. The emperor said coldly. Yes, the Nanyang Imperial Dynasty, Cloud Pavilion Imperial Dynasty, Emperor Tsang Imperial Dynasty, Lulan Sect, War Mulberry Sect, and Howling Sky Sect have all submitted the proclamation of accession to the Dahan Imperial Dynasty today. The 3 emperors and 3 sect masters seem to have agreed to hand over their imperial dynasties and sects at the same time. Their 600 cities will be renamed to the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. In other words, the 6 major forces have been recruited, the official said with a bitter smile. What? Impossible. They did not resist at all. Didn't the 6 major forces want to destroy Guhai? Had he been recruited? Did they not resist at all? Not at all? The emperor said coldly. No. Although there was some chaos, there was no rebellion. The 6 major forces worked together with the Dahan officials to take over the 600 cities. At the same time, the imperial family will enter the limitless celestial capital. The official said. How can there be such a ridiculous thing in the world? They gave up everything and became prisoners? The emperor said in disbelief. They were not prisoners. They were all conferred the title of Marquis, Nanyang Marquis, Cloud Pavilion Marquis, Ditsang Marquis, Lulan Marquis, War Mulberry Marquis, and Howling Sky Marquis. The official said. There was a brief moment of dead silence in the study. After a while, an important official said, Your Majesty, this official said before that we have to be wary of Guhai. Although he is the ruler of the imperial dynasty, he is even more ruthless than the ruler of the heavenly dynasty, Matriarch Ji. What do you mean? The emperor said with a frown. In Matriarch Ji's threatening edict, the various factions would at most hand over a few cities. However, Guhai's threatening edict is an edict to exterminate sects and nations. That official exclaimed in shock. Annihilation of sects and countries? The emperor's eyes narrowed. I feel that this is just the beginning. According to my research on Guhai, this is the mildest. It will become more and more ruthless. Sai, our dynasty is also helpless to be sandwiched between the Huang and the Dahan. The official said bitterly. Chapter 1067. The Infinite Celestial Capital. Although the National Army wasn't announced publicly, Mo Yike had already started to mobilize the elite troops of Dahan under Guhai's command. The various movements were quickly transmitted to the other factions. The other factions all received the news, but they only guessed that Guhai was preparing a counterattack. They didn't expect Guhai to dare to attack the south. After all, Guhai had to face too many factions, and the Great Yellow Dynasty was also eyeing him covetously. The other factions were prepared to watch the fierce battle between the Great Yellow Dynasty and the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. That was until the 6 great powers suddenly submitted to the Great Han Dynasty. This scene was like a wake-up call to everyone. The 3 medium sects and 3 imperial dynasties were on the same level as the Han Imperial Dynasty. In the blink of an eye, they were taken down without shedding a drop of blood. How many preparations did the Han Imperial Dynasty have? As a result, the Han Imperial Dynasty's army instantly increased. They had more than one heavenly palace in the peak Great Perfection stage in 2,000 cities. This was comparable to the Celestial Dynasty. The factions sandwiched between Great Yellow Dynasty and Han suddenly became anxious. Sima Qianlong's envoys began to make their way to the various imperial empires. They were extremely fast. They weren't flying boats, but were led by a group of medium and high celestial palace cultivators. In just a few days, they arrived at the various imperial dynasties and sects and started to interact with each other. The Great Yellow Dynasty and the Han Imperial Dynasty hadn't started the war yet, but the situation in the world had already started to boil. The infinite celestial capital. After half a month of recuperation, Ho Qing's injuries were more or less healed. Standing at the entrance of a large hall and looking in the direction of Gu Hai's upper study, Ho Qing's eyes were filled with uncertainty. Ho Qing, your injuries have healed? Goddess Hudu asked. Sister, my injuries are more or less healed. Also, I can't stay in the infinite celestial capital anymore. Sister, come with me. Ho Qing looked at Goddess Hudu. What did you say? Goddess Hudu frowned. Sis, can't you tell? That Gu Hai was obviously courting death. Not only did he have the Great Yellow Dynasty as his mortal enemy, but now he even issued a threatening edict. Wasn't this going against the entire world? The 6 major powers are pledging their loyalty not to intimidate the other powers, but to infuriate them. This Gu Hai has gone mad. Ho Qing said anxiously. What do you mean by crazy? Gu Hai established the Han Imperial Dynasty, taking one step at a time to reach the state it is today. Is it not as good as your judgment? Ho Qing, are you still holding a grudge against Gu Hai and unable to let go of your resentment? Don't forget that when you were trapped in the Yellow Springs weak water array, it was Gu Hai who saved you, Goddess Hudu said solemnly. Sister, all right. I still have some resentment in my heart, but when I was saved, it wasn't all because of Gu Hai. Sister was there too. Sister would have saved me too. I'm not grateful to Gu Hai. I'm grateful to Sister. Sister, you heard it that day. Matriarch Ji has grasped the divine Tao deprivation and the mind manipulation. How can Gu Hai fight her? Matriarch Ji even has the help of the heavenly demon Holy Land. Didn't Chiyu lose too? Gu Hai can't compare to Chiyu. No, Chiyu's devour the heavens and earth was also taken away by Matriarch Ji. This means that Matriarch Ji has Chiyu's help. In this world, no one can suppress Matriarch Ji, Ho Qing said anxiously. Meow, so you're running away? Becoming a deserter? Suddenly, Mao Tianyun walked out from nearby. I'm talking to my sister. Why are you interrupting? Ho Qing glared at him. So what if I interrupt? Ho Qing, you can't be thinking of joining Matriarch Ji, right? Mao Tianyun sneered. How can I join Matriarch Ji? Sister, I want to go to the Great Yen Sky Dynasty to find Jiang Yen. Sister, come with me. If you stay here, you'll only be waiting for death. That Gu Hai is playing with fire. He won't have a good ending. Ho Qing advised. Enough. Goddess Ho Tu said coldly. Sister. Ho Qing, I won't stop you if you want to leave. I know that I can't stop you. You have your own thoughts and no one can change them. No, maybe Jiang Yen can change your mind. However, I'll make it clear to you. You're not allowed to leak anything about the Long Wanyu. Even if it's Jiang Yen, you can't tell anyone. If I find out that you leaked the information, we'll cut off all ties. I'll hunt you down no matter what. Goddess Ho Tu said coldly. Sister, you can't. Ho Qing said anxiously. Goddess Huda looked at Ho Qing with a cold expression, forcing Ho Qing to swallow the words he was about to say. Sister, are you really not leaving? Even if you take the Long Wanyu with you, we... Ho Qing still wanted to persuade her. Goddess Ho Tu's gaze was still cold. All right, sister. Take care of yourself. Ho Qing sighed. Mao Tianyun looked at the pair of siblings and frowned, but he didn't say anything. Goodbye. Ho Qing said in a low voice. Whoosh. Ho Qing didn't care about the others and shot into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Sigh. Goddess Ho Tu sighed softly. Ho Qing's words aren't unreasonable. Should we all stay? Gu Hai seems to be in the center of the storm. His position is very dangerous. Mao Tianyun said with a frown. Goddess Ho Tu shook her head. Our mission is to protect the Long Wanyu. Isn't that right? But Gu Hai. Mao Tianyun said with a frown. Speaking of which, Gu Hai is surrounded by danger. But because of the danger, aren't there also many opportunities around him? Staying here may not be a bad thing. Goddess Ho-Tu shook her head. Are you talking about Kong Xian, Shangguanhen, Gu Han, Long Wanqing, and Qin Xian, or reaching the complete level of the Heavenly Palace? Mao Tianyun asked in confusion. Not only them. Didn't Mosquito Daoren and Ao Sheng also reach a certain level? Goddess Ho-Tu said. But we are all at the complete level of the Heavenly Palace. What's the point of staying? Besides, if we accidentally hurt the Long Wanyu, wouldn't it be? Mao Tianyun said with a frown. No, it won't. Gu Hai is a person who values friendship. He will protect the Long Wanyu with all his might. Long Wanyu won't be in danger here. On the other hand, once we leave the infinite celestial capital, can the two of us protect the Long Wanyu? Things are no longer the same as they were in the past. Goddess Earth Mother sighed. You mean to say that being with Gu Hai is the safest place? Mao Tianyun asked in surprise. Goddess Ho-Tu nodded. Alright, if you say so, then so be it. You guys are much smarter than me when it comes to scheming. But it's a pity that Gaochen, Ziwei, and Changsheng are useless. Their memories of their past lives are useless. Their intelligence is also worrying. Plus, their cultivation is only at the middle level of the Heavenly Palace. It's a pity that... Mao Tianyun sighed. You're wrong. Their current achievements are already higher than ours. Goddess Ho-Tu shook her head. What? Are you kidding me, Goddess Ho-Tu? The three of them are weirdos? They just mastered the source of Guqin Dao, Calligraphy Dao, and Painting Dao. They can only use some of them passively. They are far worse than us. Mao Tianyun said in disbelief. The 5 divine messengers mastered the 5 great Daos of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. They were metal, wood, and earth. But in this life they are Guqin, calligraphy, and painting. Do you think that Guqin, chess, calligraphy, and painting are just 4 simple great Daos? Goddess Ho-Tu sneered. Guqin, chess, calligraphy, and painting belong to the cultivation of literature. Life, fortune, divine literature, and spirit. Every cultivation covers the use of the 3,000 great Daos. Do you understand? Cultivation of literature, you underestimate it. It doesn't just consist of 4 heavenly Daos. It uses these 4 great Daos as its foundation and covers the use of the 3,000 great Daos. Guqin, chess, calligraphy, and painting can use some kind of power from 750 great Daos. Goddess Ho-Tu said. Are you kidding? That's impossible. Mao Tianyun said with a glare. That is the truth. Guqin, chess, calligraphy, and painting are all cultivation of literature. They are different from the other great Daos. They can use some of the power from 749 great Daos. Gu Hai and Old Man Guanxi relied on comprehension and hard work to master most of chess. Gaochen, longevity, and purple micro were born with it. Although they only grasped the source of laws, do you think they are useless? In fact, they have already washed away all the glamour and reached another level. They don't scheme against each other because their temperaments have changed. Goddess Ho-Tu said. Why can these 4 great Daos command the 3,000 great Daos? Mao Tianyun asked in confusion. It's because of the person who created the cultivation of literature. With the 4 great Daos as the foundation, they can use the power of the 3,000 great Daos. It's like how heaven used the golden dragon of luck to use the power of the 3,000 great Daos. Gaochen and the others have just started to transform, but they are already ahead of us. Don't underestimate them or be arrogant. The 3 of them, together with Gu Hai's chess Dao, are a complete cultivation of literature. So, do you still think that Gu Hai is dangerous here? Goddess Ho-Tu asked. Mao Tianyun was slightly stunned. In the end, he nodded and said, It's really strange. Goddess Ho-Tu shook her head and looked in the direction of the upper study. In the upper study, Gu Hai sat behind the desk. Guqin and the Legion commanders stood on his left. 6 people stood on his right. They were the leaders of the 6 factions that had just joined the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. They had all been conferred the title of Marquis. They were now part of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty's Imperial Court. At this moment, the leaders of the 6 factions looked at Gu Hai with a trace of confusion. I have already said in the Imperial Court that it is thanks to the 6 of you that the Dahan Imperial Dynasty can grow stronger in peace. Gu Hai said to the 6. The 6 of them smiled bitterly. In the past, they had indeed promised Sima Changkong, but when the Great Yellow Celestial Empire attacked, the 6 great forces hesitated for a while. However, at that time, Sima Changkong had spread the news everywhere in their imperial court, using public opinion to force the 6 of them to take sides. In the end, they reluctantly joined the Dahan imperial dynasty. However, at this time no one would say it out loud. The title of Marquis is naturally not as honorable as the former emperors and sect leaders. However, the Dahan imperial dynasty is fair in its rewards and punishments. I wonder if you are willing to contribute to the Dahan imperial dynasty and expand its territory? Gu Hai looked at the six of them. The six of them were slightly stunned and looked at Gu Hai in surprise. Logically speaking, these emperors and sect leaders who submitted would at most be raised in the imperial court. They would not be given any power. After all, this was necessary for the country's long-term stability. However, what did Gu Hai mean by this? I am a person who appreciates talents. I am not worried about you rebelling. Gu Hai said calmly. We dare not. The six of them bowed at almost the same time. There's no need to worry. I already said that I am not worried about you rebelling. However, you just need to think about the price of rebelling. Most of the commanders to your right were my opponents in the past, my enemies. Now they are also nobles and princes. Why would I worry about people who submit to me? Gu Hai smiled. That's right. Kong Xin, Mosquito Daoren, Gao Xinji, Dragon God Ing Mo Yike, and Sima Changkong all laughed. In the past they were indeed Gu Hai's opponents. The six of them were slightly stunned. Then their eyes lit up. Solemnly, one of them said, Your Majesty's breadth of mind is admirable. The Dahan imperial dynasty will soon be promoted to the Celestial dynasty. The nobles of the Celestial dynasty are comparable to the emperors of the imperial dynasties. They are also comparable to the sect leaders of the middle sects. The six of you were able to establish the imperial dynasties and middle sects. You are not ordinary people and have your own methods. How can I waste your talents and let you achieve nothing? Gu Hai said with a smile. Your Majesty is wise. The six of them said with a trace of gratitude. This is a critical moment for the Dahan. I have a share of the merit of opening up the country and establishing a new empire. I want to share it with you. You can show your talents. When the matter is settled and the Dahan ascends to the Celestial dynasty, it is not impossible for you to obtain nobility. Gu Hai said solemnly. Your Majesty, please arrange it. The six of them immediately took a deep breath and said with a trace of excitement. It was definitely a blessing for them to meet such an open-minded emperor. Gu Hai looked at Mo Yike and nodded. Mo Yike, who was on the side, understood that these six people were going to be included in the list of the national army. Chapter 1068. The Dahan imperial dynasty was an all-encompassing force. Gu Hai did not feel that he could use anyone. As long as it was beneficial to the Dahan and he could suppress them, they were all useful talents. To outsiders, the leaders of the six factions were very dangerous. After all, the six had deep roots and involved too many things. However, to Gu Hai this was not a big deal. As long as there were enough defenses, the Dahan needed to make the best use of their talents. Although the legion commanders were strong, they had to face a group of powerful experts. Naturally, they would need help. Gu Hai did not hide much about the national army. He had Mo Yike explain it to the six. After the six heard it, their eyes widened. At the same time they were shocked. This Gu Hai's appetite was even greater than that of the war dragon warring state back then. 2,000 cities were not enough. Was he trying to unify the northern part of the divine continent? Half the world. However, shock was shock. Excitement flashed in the eyes of the six. After careful comparison, the Dahan imperial dynasty did indeed have a huge capital. They had many capable people and many experts. They had a tight organization and good management. Perhaps they could succeed. From Matriarch Ji's actions, they could see the Great Yellow Dynasty's ambition. Now, the Dahan imperial dynasty wanted to clash head-on with them? What do the six of you think? Gu Hai looked at the six. We are willing to listen to your Majesty's orders, the six said at the same time. At this moment, this was a heaven-sent opportunity. How could they let it go? With such a contribution, once the Dahan imperial dynasty ascended to the heavenly dynasty, their authority might not be any less than before. Good. Then, the six of you will enter the national army and listen to the orders of Commander Mo Yike. What do you think? Gu Hai looked at the six. Yes. Greetings, Commander Mo. The six said. Mo Yike nodded in satisfaction. At the side, Sima Changkong also revealed a slight smile. Everyone trusted the six of them, not only because of their bearing but also because of their control. All of the families of the six leaders were moved to the limitless celestial capital as a form of restraint. In order to show their loyalty to the Dahan imperial dynasty would naturally protect their families with all its might. However, if he were to be two-faced, it would also cause them to hesitate in taking action. Furthermore, with the identities of the 6 of them, they could bewitch the leaders of the other forces, making the other forces unable to see through them. After assigning the tasks to everyone, Gu Hai also dismissed his ministers, leaving only Gu Qin to accompany him. "Have you investigated everything about Chiyo's corpse?" Gu Hai asked in a deep voice. "Yes, Chiyo's corpse is in 4 places. Master Kong has already received Kuei's confirmation. Kuei is in charge of Chiyu's arms and legs, while Father is in charge of Chiyu's head and body. Chiyu's head is suppressed in Blood Maple Forest, while Chiyu's body is suppressed in 8 Trigrams Mountain," Gu Qin said. As he spoke, Gu Qin took out a huge map. On the map there was Blood Maple Forest and 8 Trigrams Mountain. These 2 places are not far from the former Chiyu city, one in the west and one in the north. Now they are both shrouded in fog, clearly a huge trap. "Father, be careful," Gu Qin said worriedly. "Yes, you can leave. I will take a look," Gu Hai said solemnly. Gu Qin nodded and left. After Gu Qin left, Gu Hai frowned slightly and carefully looked at the locations of Blood Maple Forest and 8 Trigrams Mountain. After a while, Gu Hai sighed. This was because Gu Hai understood that if Matriarch Ji was setting up an ambush, the terrain was only secondary. The most important thing was the people, formations and troops. Gu Hai had some understanding of the 2 ambushes, but he still had many doubts. Taking a deep breath, Gu Hai waved his hand and the door to the study opened. The life entrapment saber flew over from afar. Holding the life entrapment saber, Gu Hai turned it gently. Whoosh! The void in front of him suddenly fluctuated, and a black hole slowly appeared. Gu Hai had set up countless chess formations in the infinite celestial capital. At this moment he used the life entrapment saber to adjust them slightly, and instantly opened a passage to Earth's immortal realm. At the same time, the outside of the study was covered by the chess formation, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. Although the people outside were confused, no one dared to barge in. Gu Hai stood at the entrance of the black hole and looked at the other side. "I am Gu Hai and I have something to ask. Please see the Yellow Emperor of the Human Imperial Palace." His voice traveled to the depths of the black hole. The black hole trembled slightly. There was a moment of silence inside. After a while, a yellow figure walked out. It was a middle-aged man wearing a yellow robe. The man had a dignified appearance, and when he stepped out, there was an extremely unusual calmness. When the man saw Gu Hai, he was neither happy nor sad. He only bowed slightly. "Greetings, Mr. Good." "Greetings, Senior Yellow Emperor." Gu Hai bowed solemnly. Whoosh! The black hole disappeared in an instant. "This is your 6 Paths Immortal Dome? Mr. Good actually invited me here?" The Yellow Emperor said with a smile. "Senior Yellow Emperor, you must be joking. It is Gu Hai's honor to have you here. Also, this time I have something to ask of you. I hope you won't be stingy with your guidance," Gu Hai said with a smile. The Yellow Emperor nodded. "As long as it is within my power, I will do my best. However, may I take a look at the 6 Paths Immortal Dome?" "Senior, please," Gu Hai invited. Whoosh! Outside, the formation of the upper study was suddenly removed. Gu Qin and the others who had not gone far, revealed curious expressions. The next moment they saw Gu Hai step out of the upper study, and at the same time, an extraordinary man stepped out of the study. Who is that?" Gu Qin was shocked. There was no one else in the upper study just now. Moreover, from the looks of it, Father was extremely polite to him. Mo Yike and the others were slightly taken aback. Although they were curious, they did not say anything. In the Hall of Great Strength, Mahavairakana was originally helping Shangguan Hen and the others to recover from their injuries. Suddenly Mahavairakana raised an eyebrow. He immediately left the group behind and stepped out of the Hall of Great Strength. From afar, he saw a man in a yellow robe at the entrance of the upper study. He followed Gu Hai and gazed into the distance. "Yellow?" Mahavairakana was shocked. However, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He stepped forward and arrived at the entrance of the upper study in an instant. "Mr. Good, you invited someone here again?" Mahavairakana asked with a smile. The Yellow Emperor looked at Mahavairakana. His expression changed slightly. Then he smiled and nodded lightly. Mahavairakana put his palms together and returned the greeting. "Mahavairakana, I remember that your Buddhism has the thought steal technique?" Gu Hai looked at Mahavairakana. "That's right. It's a small technique." Mahavairakana nodded. "A small technique has its benefits. Senior is very curious about the situation in the 6 Paths Immortal Dome. Can you use the thought steal technique and pass on what you know to him?" Gu Hai looked at Mahavairakana. Mahavairakana nodded. Of course. He closed his eyes and waved his hand. A spot of light appeared on his fingertip. Then, what seemed like a large number of words and pictures appeared around him and surged into the spot of light. It was all the information that Mahavairakana knew gathered in this spot. He extended his hand and placed it in front of the Yellow Emperor. The Yellow Emperor seemed to know about the thought steal technique. He did not reject it and allowed the spot of light to enter between his eyebrows. It was as if countless pieces of information had exploded in the Yellow Emperor's mind. The Yellow Emperor immediately closed his eyes and accepted this huge database of information. After a while, the Yellow Emperor opened his eyes. What a six-paths immortal dome! The Yellow Emperor exclaimed. Everyone has their own strengths. Gu Hai smiled. Matriarch Jianghu? The Great Yellow Dynasty? Hey, he did everything that I couldn't do. The Yellow Emperor exclaimed. Senior, please don't blame me. I know that there's something between the two of you. Gu Hai said embarrassedly. Mr. Good, you don't have to be like this. He is him and I am me. We're not the same person. Besides, didn't Mahavairakana help you against Jianghu, Tathagata Rin and Tathagata Tian? The Tong Tian sect master also fought against the Tong Tian sect master. Matriarch Ji and I have some connections. If he is of the same mind as me, I can be friends with him. However, if he is disloyal, he will be my enemy. Mr. Good is on the same side as us. I will naturally stand on your side. The Yellow Emperor exclaimed. Thank you, Senior. Gu Hai said gratefully. However, he's stronger than me. He's really stronger than me. I'm only at the 9th level of the Heavenly Palace. I won't be able to break through to the peak of the Heavenly Palace. However, he's different. Not only is he at the peak of the Heavenly Palace, but he's also at the peak of the God Legion. Furthermore, your shaman race's secret arts are hard to defend against. Moreover, his political skills are superb and his character is tenacious. I can't compare to him. Why are you looking for me? The Yellow Emperor asked. Senior, don't worry. I'm not asking you to help me. I've invited you here to ask you about something. It's about Matriarch Jianghu. Gu Hai said with a smile. Hee, Mr. Good, we're not the same person. Are you asking the wrong person about him? I don't know much about him. Why are you asking me about him? The Yellow Emperor asked with a smile. Not necessarily. Some things have similarities. For example, the immortal vanquishing sword. For example, the Buddha's palm and the Buddha's kingdom in a palm, Gu Hai said solemnly. The two Tong Tian sect masters' immortal vanquishing sword existed even though they were separated by two immortal skies. It was the same for Mahavairakana's Buddha's palm and Jianghu's Buddha's palm. Oh, what do you want to ask? The Yellow Emperor asked curiously. The Shenyuan sword. Gu Hai said solemnly. Oh? The Yellow Emperor was surprised. Matriarch Jianghu's Shenyuan sword was able to kill Qiyu. Regardless of whether Qiyu had the shaman race's secret arts, the Shenyuan sword was the key. There's very little information about the Shenyuan sword, and it's very difficult for me to find any information about it. There are only 2 records of the Shenyuan sword being used, and both of them were extremely shocking. The first time was 800,000 years ago, when the Shenyuan sword killed Rokudo Shinkuan's golden god body. At that time, the golden god body wielded the sage sword and was the best swordsman in the world. However, the Shenyuan sword won. The second time was when it killed Qiyu. Moreover, the Shenyuan sword is ranked 5th among the 16 great Dharma treasures. One has to know that the 7 immortal slaying swords is only ranked 7th. Both are swords, but to be ranked above the 7 immortal slaying swords means that the essence of the sword is superior to the 7 immortal slaying swords. I have never been confident about the Shenyuan sword. The Shenyuan sword is known as the sword of the king, and it has the protection of righteousness. I remember that your Shenyuan sword is the same, right? Although I don't know the strength of your Shenyuan sword and Matriarch Jianghu's Shenyuan sword, they should have something in common. I want to know the secret of the Shenyuan sword. Gu Hai said solemnly. At the side, Mahavairakana revealed a curious expression. The Yellow Emperor looked at Gu Hai in surprise. He then sighed slightly. Mr. Good is really sharp. The Shenyuan sword is indeed different from other swords. My Shenyuan sword is definitely not as good as his because the Shenyuan sword is related to the fate of a nation. His great yellow dynasty is much stronger than mine. Oh. Gu Hai's eyes lit up. You want to know about the Shenyuan sword? Sure. I will tell you everything I know. I only hope that it will be useful to you. The Yellow Emperor nodded. Chapter 1069. The Yellow Emperor flipped his hand and took out a golden long sword. The Xinyuan sword? Gu Hai was surprised. Mr. Good, take a look. The Yellow Emperor handed him the Xinyuan sword. Gu Hai reached out and received it. Then he read it carefully. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Hall of Great Strength. Previously, Mahavairakana had helped Gu Han, Shengguanhen, and Ao Xing treat their injuries. The three of them had already recovered by 80%. However, Mahavairakana had suddenly left in a hurry, causing the three of them to feel suspicious. They stepped out of the Hall of Great Strength. In the blink of an eye, the three of them saw Gu Hai and the other two standing at the entrance of the study. The Xinyuan sword? Shengguanhen's eyes widened in shock. Gu Han and Ao Xing were also shocked. The others might not have seen it, but the three of them had. Back in Qiyu City, it was the Xinyuan sword that beheaded Qiyu. The three of them had seen it with their own eyes before they left. But now, how did the Xinyuan sword end up in the hands of the yellow-robed man? How did he pass it to the emperor? The three of them were confused. They wanted to take a look, but when they saw Gu Qin and the others standing in the distance, they knew that Gu Hai did not want to be disturbed. Let's go. Gu Han flew toward Gu Qin. Shengguanhen and Ao Xing followed closely behind. Big brother? Gu Han shouted. How are your injuries? Gu Qin asked. Much better. Who's that person? Why does he have the Xinyuan sword? Gu Han asked curiously. Gu Qin shook his head. I don't know him either, but Vairocana seems to be familiar with him. Everyone was stunned. Vairocana seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. No one knew him. How could he be familiar with someone? Why don't we go over? Ao Xing asked curiously. Wouldn't it be fine to go over and ask clearly? Gu Qin shook his head and said, This is my father's secret. Starting from the Tongtian sect master, no, there was also son Wukong Mahavairakana, and now this yellow-robed man. My father has never told us because he didn't want to. If Imperial Father doesn't want to say it, why are you asking? Everyone nodded. Thinking of the Tongtian sect master's fairy-slaying sword, everyone felt strange. In the distance, Gu Hai took the Xinyuan sword. Who? The Xinyuan sword vibrated slightly. Vaguely it seemed to be rejecting Gu Hai. Furthermore, it was pulsating slightly as if it was alive. This is alive? Gu Hai said in surprise. Was the sword alive? What a strange feeling. Mr. Good is very sharp. This is indeed a living sword. The Yellow Emperor laughed. Oh. Gu Hai revealed a look of surprise. He then extended his hand and sent a stream of energy into the Xinyuan sword. Roar. The Xinyuan sword actually let out a dragon's roar, forcing back all of Gu Hai's energy. It also emitted a dragon's aura. This aura is so familiar. Let me think. It's similar to the Earth Dragon Vein? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows and looked at the Yellow Emperor. Earth Dragon Vein? Mahavairakana revealed a look of surprise. The Earth Dragon Vein. The Dahan Empire also had an Earth Dragon Vein. It was the Earth Dragon Vein that the Dahan used to establish the empire. Later on, Gu Hai raised it under the Dahan Empire to guard the earth and nourish all living things. It also prevented natural disasters such as earthquakes and other natural disasters to bring peace to the people. The aura on the Xinyuan sword was the aura of the Earth Dragon Vein? Mr. Good is wise. This Xinyuan sword is my Earth Dragon Vein. The Yellow Emperor nodded. Oh. Gu Hai was surprised. That's why I said that the strength of the Xinyuan sword lies in the fate of the empire. The stronger the empire, the larger the territory. The stronger the Earth Dragon Vein, the stronger the Xinyuan sword. My empire naturally couldn't compare to Empress Ji's Great Yellow Dynasty. Therefore, his Xinyuan sword is definitely much stronger than mine. The Yellow Emperor solemnly said. Then what about the righteous aura? Gu Hai asked curiously. Righteous aura? That's the righteous aura of the empire. The Xinyuan sword is used to slay demons and eliminate evil. It sweeps away all evil aura and destroys evil aura to obtain righteous aura. With righteous aura in one's heart, it will continuously increase. The Yellow Emperor explained. I don't understand. Evil aura? Where did so much evil aura come from? Why don't I know about evil aura? Where does the evil aura on demons come from? Mahavairakana asked curiously. The Yellow Emperor looked at Gu Hai and smiled. Mr. Good, do you understand? Evil aura is ethereal. Whether a person has evil aura or not depends on the perspective of others. Only people with different perspectives can differentiate between good and evil. Evil demons? If you look at yourself from the perspective of an evil demon, you don't have evil aura. It's just that your cultivation technique is different, or your way of doing things is different. Gu Hai frowned. Mr. Good is right. In this world there is no such thing as good or evil. It's only in the human heart. Moreover, it's subjective. If you think he's good, he's good. If you think he's evil, he's evil. Evil aura is only the subjective view of others. The Yellow Emperor explained. Similarly, righteous aura is the same. As long as you think that everything you do is righteous, fighting against evil forces, slaying demons and killing evil, then righteous aura will naturally be born? Gu Hai said in shock. The Yellow Emperor nodded. Mahavairakana frowned slightly. He seemed to have some doubts. So, the righteous aura on the Shenyuan sword comes from Empress Ji's heart? He has a strong and narcissistic heart? Gu Hai said in surprise. Narcissistic? The Yellow Emperor smiled bitterly. Senior, I'm not talking about you. I'm just surprised by the way he worshipped the sword. Gu Hai immediately corrected himself. After all, the Yellow Emperor also had a Shenyuan sword. It's definitely not enough for him to do it alone. He used the dragon vein to forge the Shenyuan sword. Not only did he think that he was slaying evil, but the people of the country also thought so. The people think that the Shenyuan sword is the sword of the right. Every time the Shenyuan sword appears, it slays evil. In the hearts of the people, it is righteous and righteous. Mr. Good, you should know that although the dragon vein doesn't mobilize the power of the people like the golden dragon of luck, it can still gather the minds of the people. The Yellow Emperor explained. That righteous aura is the accumulation of all the righteous aura in the hearts of the people of the Great Yellow Dynasty. Hundreds of billions of righteous auras gathered in one country? Gu Hai's expression darkened as he gasped. The Yellow Emperor nodded. What if the Shenyuan sword doesn't support righteousness? What if it's used to do something against its will? Mahavairakana frowned. Before the Yellow Emperor spoke, Gu Hai could already explain. Against its will? What is against its will? As long as Matriarch Ji strongly believes that it's righteous, then it's still righteous. As for going against its will, that's what others think. So what if others think? The Shenyuan sword is only connected to Matriarch Ji. Even if it does something against reason and nature, as long as Matriarch Ji believes that it's righteous, then it's righteous. The righteousness in the hearts of the people will also enter the sword. What a righteous aura! Mahavairakana was slightly shocked. Justice is the most important thing in a country. It's the sharpest weapon. Justice is the heavenly Tao. Once a divine weapon has justice attached to it, it will be successful. Not only does it have the divine weapon itself, but it also has the faith of the people. This faith can pierce through all obstacles in the world. This is the sword of the right, the sword of the heavenly Tao, and the sword of righteousness. The Yellow Emperor explained. No wonder Matriarch Ji's Shenyuan sword can suppress the 7 immortal slaying swords. Gu Hai frowned. The 7 immortal slaying swords were extremely sharp, but could the sharpest sword be compared to the heart of the people? Could it be compared to the heavenly Tao? Weapons. The righteousness of the Shenyuan sword specialized in breaking weapons and evil weapons. Then is there a way to break the Shenyuan sword? Mahavairakana asked. The Yellow Emperor smiled and looked at Gu Hai. Mr. Good, what do you think? Gu Hai's expression changed. The Yellow Emperor smiled again. You know the theory behind the Shenyuan sword. I can't say how to break it because in my heart, the Shenyuan sword is the sword of righteousness. I can't do anything about it. However, I believe Mr. Good already has a way to break it, right? Gu Hai looked at the Yellow Emperor and gently returned the Shenyuan sword. Solemnly, he bowed to the Yellow Emperor. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Mr. Good, you can break the Shenyuan sword? Mahavairakana asked curiously. Senior Yellow Emperor has already given me away. Whether I succeed or not will depend on my luck. Gu Hai smiled. The Yellow Emperor nodded. Alright, I've said what I need to say. Mr. Good, send me back. Go back. Senior, don't you want to stay a little longer and see everything about the 6 Paths Immortal Dome? And what about Matriarch Ji's achievements? Gu Hai was confused. No, Matriarch Ji is Matriarch Ji and I am me. Let's see what he can do. Moreover, it doesn't feel good to see him as an enemy. As for everything about the 6 Paths Immortal Dome, Mahavairakana has already used his heart to describe it to me. I understand almost everything. Moreover, the master of the Immortal Dome is very important. I have to tell Laozi and the others as soon as possible. The Yellow Emperor solemnly said. Obviously, Mahavairakana had just told the Yellow Emperor about the origin of 30. 30 was still in the 30 Immortal Dome. It would be easier for Laozi and the others to deal with him in the future. Alright. Gu Hai's expression turned serious. He invited the Yellow Emperor to the study. Mahavairakana stood guard outside. Bang! The door to the study slammed shut. Gu Hai used the life entrapment blade to open the entrance to the 30 Immortal Dome again. Mr. Good, farewell. The Yellow Emperor solemnly said. Thank you, Senior. Gu Hai bowed slightly again. The Yellow Emperor smiled and stepped into the passageway. He returned to the 30 Immortal Dome. Wong. The entrance closed and disappeared. Looking at the place where the entrance disappeared, Gu Hai already understood the principle of the Xinyuan sword. However, his heart was heavy now. Xinyuan sword? He had to be more careful. Great Yen Celestial Court. Ho Qing left limitless celestial capital and went to Antiquity City. Ho Qing had always liked Qi. Now that he was free, he naturally went to find Qi inside a large hall. Qi looked coldly at Ho Qing opposite him. Jiang Yin, I have a lot to tell you. I'll stay with you from now on. I know a lot about Gu Hai's secrets. I can tell you all about them. Ho Qing said anxiously. Zhao looked at Ho Qing for a while and said in a low voice, Ho Qing, I welcome you if you want to stay in Great Yen. It's up to you whether you want to tell me about Gu Hai. However, if you stay in Great Yen, you have to do your duty as a subject. A ruler is a ruler and a subject is a subject. I don't want you to have any improper thoughts and mess up my court. Ho Qing's expression froze. Jiang Yen, can't you see my feelings for you? Remember, my name is Qi, not Jiang Yen. Also, your feelings? It's all your wishful thinking. I never promised you anything. I met you alone to save you some face. Don't think that you're not worthy to meet with me in private, Qi said coldly. Qi's cold words chilled Ho Qing's heart. Chapter 1070. Ho Qing was filled with passion for Zhua, but Zhua gave him a bucket of cold water instead. No, Zhua, have you forgotten? Back then, when Matriarch Ji attacked Qiyu, you were sent by Jiang Lianshan to join Matriarch Ji's army. Qiyu looked for my elder sister and borrowed me to fight on the battlefield. At that time, when I saw how valiant you were, I was mesmerized by you. You also fell for me, right? We fought a few times together and you won the last time. Not only did you not kill me, you even gave me the wind zombie progenitor's seed and let me leave. Don't you have me in your heart? If you don't, why did you let me go and give me the seed? Ho Qing said anxiously. Zhua looked at Ho Qing with narrowed eyes. I didn't kill you not because I was mesmerized by you, but because I wanted to leave some people for Qiyu. Apart from the heinous ones who harmed the people, I let go of all of Qiyu's subordinates. Get through it with you? That's because I saved you. I saved you every time. Your cowardice and incompetence almost dragged me down. Why would I like you? The reason I gave you the zombie ancestor seed was because I didn't want Jiang Lianshan and Matriarch Ji to obtain it. They were already plotting against me, preparing to turn me into a fire element zombie. I won't let them off so easily. At that time, you were coincidentally beside me, so I gave you the chance to take it away. Impossible, you must have me in your heart. Ho Qing said anxiously. Ho Qing, you only reached peak Heavenly Palace because you turned into a wind zombie progenitor. If it wasn't for the seed, what are you? You're too weak and stubborn. Do you think I would like you? You're not strong enough, be it in terms of strength or personality. You're not even qualified to be my gigolo. Zhua said coldly. Not even qualified to be your gigolo? Aha, do you know? When I heard what happened to you, I was willing to turn into a zombie for you. I didn't hesitate. When you turned into a fire zombie, the zombie fire burned the sky and angered the Immortal of the Six Paths. I apologized to the Immortal of the Six Paths on your behalf. I was even willing to guard the door for the Immortal of the Six Paths for 3,000 years in hopes of the Immortal of the Six Paths' forgiveness. Everything I did was for you, and you're telling me that I'm not even qualified to be your gigolo? Zhua's expression was calm. He looked at Ho Qing and said with certainty, That's right, you're not qualified. Roar. Ho Qing roared at the sky. With a loud roar, a strong gust of wind swept up from the ground in the hall and blew the door open. Boom. The wind blew the door open and many guards rushed in. His Holiness, what happened? Who dares? How dare you? When the guards saw Ho Qing's explosive aura, they immediately raised their weapons. Get out. The group of aggressive guards immediately paused and replied, Yes, sir. They all retreated. Zhua looked at Ho Qing coldly. Ho Qing, don't say that I'm belittling you. We both got the zombie ancestor seed, but you're only at peak Celestial Palace now. You're only at peak Celestial Palace because of the seed. To be more precise, I gave you your current cultivation. If you enter the Great Yen Heavenly Dynasty, I will welcome you. However, if you wish to have such unrealistic dreams, then you are courting death. I'm not afraid of being slandered, but you're not qualified. Ha ha ha, I'm not qualified. Okay, Zhua, I'll remember. I'll remember what you said today. You should also remember what you said to me right here and right now. One day I'll make you look at me in a different light. Ho Qing said resentfully. With a hateful expression, Ho Qing charged into the sky. He wanted to help his lover, but he was humiliated like this. Ho Qing couldn't accept it. He couldn't take it lying down and he went crazy. Ho Qing flew away. Zhuo watched coldly as Ho Qing left. He sneered. Ho Qing? What the hell? He flung his sleeves and left. Zhuo didn't feel sorry for scolding Ho Qing away. First of all, Zhuo looked down on Ho Qing. Even though his cultivation had reached such a level, it was still the same. Second love? This kind of person said he loved her all day, but it was disgusting. He wanted to marry her? In this world, no one had the right to marry her. Only she could marry others. No one could marry her. Ho Qing flew away from Primitive City as fast as he could. He didn't want to stay here for a second longer. The resentment was the most terrifying thing when the woman he loved said that he was so unbearable. He was very far away from Primitive City. Only then did Ho Qing stop. Looking at the distant primeval desolation city, Ho Qing's eyes were filled with resentment. Zhuo, you look down on me? You think I'm useless? I'll make a name for myself. I want you to look at me differently. I want you to regret what you said today. Ho Qing clenched his fists and said hatefully. Turning his head, Ho Qing looked to the north. You say I'm useless? I can see the situation clearly. The Great Yellow Dynasty is like the sun in the sky. In the past, the Great Yin, Han, and 9 Li dynasties couldn't suppress Matriarch Ji. Now, Qiyu is dead and all his secret techniques are in Matriarch Ji's hands. What can Gu Hai and Zhuo use to fight Matriarch Ji? Ho Qing's face darkened. You look down on me? Then I'll destroy you. Zhuo, I'll make you regret it. One day, I'll make you kneel in front of me and beg me. Ho Qing's face was twisted. After that, Ho Qing looked to the southwest of the Divine Continent, where Shenyuan City was. Ho Qing flew in the direction of Shenyuan City. Great Yellow Dynasty, Shenyuan City, Upper Study. Matriarch Ji was dealing with a pile of memorials. His Holiness has finally come out of seclusion. During this period, Gu Hai has been up to no good. We don't know what to do. Luckily, His Holiness has come out of seclusion. Emperor Kong said. My seclusion is not over yet. I just came out halfway. Matriarch Ji said. Yes, His Holiness. These are Gu Hai's actions. Emperor Kong said solemnly. Matriarch Ji finished reading the memorials and frowned. Gu Hai? 3 imperial empires and 3 medial sects? He's mobilizing troops everywhere. Is he going to go all out against my Great Yellow Dynasty? Yes, Sai, that Gu Hai is also lucky. Originally, the Divine Scorpion Heavenly Demon was about to break into the Infinite Celestial Capital, but that Gu Hai actually returned. The Divine Scorpion Heavenly Demon is also a coward, actually hiding at this time. Emperor Kong had a resentful expression. Scorpio? That's his true nature. He's just hiding. Soon he will come out. Matriarch Ji said with a smile. Yes. Emperor Kong nodded. His Holiness, the Sorcerer Tribe's secret technique, mind control, has made some progress. Emperor Kong suddenly said with a smile. The group of Great Yellow Dynasty's ministers behind immediately pricked up their ears. Especially Mr. Wu Xing, who was in the last row, raised his eyebrows. Matriarch Ji frowned slightly. She looked at the ministers and said indifferently, let's talk about this later. Let's talk about Gu Hai first. Yes. Emperor Kong replied. Clearly, although this group of people were her trusted aides, Matriarch Ji was still very cautious. She did not reveal what she should not reveal. His Holiness, this Gu Hai has left the Infinite Celestial Capital for almost a year. I wonder if his cultivation has improved. I wonder if he has reached the peak of Heavenly Palace. Emperor Kong said with a frown. Peak of Heavenly Palace? It's not that easy. Matriarch Ji shook her head lightly. Yes, but every time Gu Hai disappears and reappears he has improved. We have to be careful. Emperor Kong said with a frown. It's all right. I have already made arrangements for Mr. Cangjie. Matriarch Ji said indifferently. Emperor Kong looked at Cangjie. Cangjie nodded. Rest assured, Lord Kong. I have already done my best to monitor Gu Hai's whereabouts. This time, as long as Gu Hai leaves the Infinite Celestial Capital, I will be the first to know. I will not make the same mistake again. With Mr.'s prediction, I am naturally assured. As long as Gu Hai leaves the Infinite Celestial Capital again, I will kill him at all costs. Emperor Kong said with a cold expression. All right, we have said so much. Is there any news about Gu Hai's whereabouts and the situation in the Infinite Celestial Capital? Matriarch Ji said indifferently. Emperor Kong smiled bitterly. When the Dahan imperial dynasty's fate energy dissipated, the infinite celestial capital's embroidered uniform guards were too ruthless. They eliminated all the spies. Therefore we do not know anything about Gu Hai. Do not know? Matriarch Ji said coldly. Yes. Emperor Kong said bitterly. I do not wish to hear this. No matter what method you use, you must find out for me. Matriarch Ji said coldly. Yes. Emperor Kong nodded helplessly. Just as they were discussing how to deal with Gu Hai, a guard's voice came from outside the study. Reporting to His Holiness, a person called Ho Qing said that he brought news about Gu Hai and wants to see His Holiness. The guard shouted outside the hall. Ho Qing? Everyone was stunned. Even Matriarch Ji was surprised. Ho Qing? All of you are dismissed. Mr. Cangjie, Emperor Kong, stay behind. Matriarch Ji said indifferently. Yes. Everyone replied. In the blink of an eye, everyone left. However, Ho Qing was invited to the study. Ho Qing? You said that you brought news about Gu Hai? How did you know? Why are you here? Matriarch Ji said coldly. Cangjie and Emperor Kong stood at the side. They seemed to be very suspicious of Ho Qing. I am Ho Qing. I am here to seek refuge with His Holiness. I wonder if His Holiness will accept me? Ho Qing solemnly said. Seek refuge? Emperor Kong and Cangjie looked at each other in dismay, showing astonishment. They turned to look at Matriarch Ji. Matriarch Ji's eyes were also uncertain. She did not know if Ho Qing was sincere. However, on the surface, Matriarch Ji immediately responded. I am naturally happy that Mr. Ho Qing is here. However, I do not understand why Mr. Ho Qing suddenly came. This surprise came too suddenly. I can't believe it. Matriarch Ji said with a smile. Ho Qing sighed softly. He finally felt relieved after being humiliated in the infinite celestial capital and in the antiquity city. In the end, there was someone who recognized talent. And this person was a wise ruler, the most respected person in the world. You don't need to know why I am here. You only need to know that I am here to seek refuge with you. At the same time, don't you want to deal with Gu Hai? I brought Gu Hai's secret. Ho Qing solemnly said. Oh, Gu Hai's secret? Matriarch Ji's eyes narrowed. That's right. With Gu Hai's current strength, how many perfection stage heavenly palaces Gu Hai has, and how they are related to Gu Hai, I know all about it. However, I don't know what kind of position I can get with this information in the Great Yellow Dynasty. Ho Qing solemnly said. Chapter 1071. Limitless Celestial Capital. In the upper study, Gu Hai sat behind the desk, reading a memorial. Gu Qin stood before him. Plop. Gu Hai closed the memorial and frowned. Is this news from Gu Ming? Gu Hai looked at Gu Qin. Gu Qin nodded gravely. Father, Ho Qing went to seek refuge with Matriarch Ji. Gu Hai remained silent for a while before saying, Tell Gu Ming to be careful. In the future, if it's not a matter of life and death, don't send any letters. This is to avoid being discovered. Yes. Gu Qin nodded. Father, you saw the news. Chio's corpse was indeed a trap. It was to trick Father into leaving the limitless celestial capital. That Cangjie has already locked onto Father. As long as Father leaves the limitless celestial capital, they will know immediately. Furthermore, they will attack with all their might. So, Gu Qin said worriedly. Don't worry. I know the situation. Gu Hai said. Yes. Gu Qin nodded. However, Ho Qing went to seek refuge with Matriarch Ji. What should we do? He knows many of our secrets. Furthermore, Gu Ming said that Ho Qing sold out our information in exchange for a high position. Gu Qin said worriedly. Secrets? So be it. I'm worried about the manipulation of people's hearts. Did Emperor Kong find a replacement for Da Hong? Then, Da Huang's expert is extremely dangerous. Gu Hai said with a frown. The manipulation of people's hearts is powerful. However, as long as our people are careful, we should be able to avoid it, right? Gu Qin said with a frown. Gu Hai shook his head. It's not as simple as you think. If you were Matriarch Ji and had the ability to manipulate people's hearts, what would you do? Huh? Gu Qin frowned slightly. In the past he had to hide his abilities. Now he doesn't need to. What would happen if he chose to manipulate the emperors of the various dynasties? Gu Hai said. Huh? Gu Qin's expression changed. Now, announce Matriarch Ji's mind manipulation to the world. Let the various great imperial empires be on guard. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Gu Qin replied. Father, what about Ho Qing? Gu Qin asked anxiously. Actually, he does not know many secrets. Although these secrets cost us some losses, they did not injure us severely, Gu Hai said after recalling what happened. But Gu Qin was still frustrated. Forget it, I'll let the Lady of Earth know about this. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Xianyuan City in the upper study. Matriarch Ji stared at Ho Qing and frowned slightly. You said earlier that Gu Hai has another clone? Yeah, that doppelganger is weird. Even though we haven't fought, I feel like he's at the 9th level of the Heavenly Palace. Ho Qing recalled. You haven't fought before? Where did you see it? Matriarch Ji frowned and asked. The first time was in the flawed Immortal Dome. At that time he was with Kong Xian. I don't know how he came out, but he didn't make a move. Then outside the Yellow Spring Sea, the Blood Shaman Grand Elder was just a straw bag. He was just scared off and he ran away. Skeleton doppelganger? Ancestor bone? Matriarch Ji frowned. It should be. I was heavily injured so I didn't see it clearly. However, his cultivation is really weak. I can beat him up with one hand. Ho Qing said confidently. Matriarch Ji, Songjie and Emperor Kong looked at each other with a serious expression. At the same time, they frowned at Ho Qing's words. You can beat Gu Hai's doppelganger with one hand? What a joke. Mr. Ho Qing, who do you think is the strongest in the boundless celestial capital? Songjie asked solemnly. It should be the unborn man. Ho Qing frowned. At that time, in the flawed Immortal Dome, the unborn man fought against 3 great perfection celestial palace experts at the same time. However, he was only in the 9th level of the Heavenly Palace. Ho Qing recalled. Impossible. Emperor Kong said in disbelief. Songjie shook his head and said, No, not necessarily. He is Master Shou. You don't know what Master Shou is capable of, but don't worry, I have a way to deal with him. Oh. Ho Qing was stunned. Then Ho Qing let out a sigh of relief. The stronger the Great Yellow Dynasty was, the wiser it was for him to join them. Do you know the origin of Vairocana? Matriarch Ji asked again. Vairocana? I don't know about that. Ho Qing shook his head. Gu Han, Shengguan Hen, Vairocana, Kong Xian, Qin Xianer, Long Wanqing, Goddess Ho Tu, Mao Tianyun? I didn't expect that in such a short time, Gu Hai had already recruited 8 great perfection celestial palace experts. Matriarch Ji's face darkened. 8 great perfection celestial palace experts? What kind of scene was that? His Holiness, even if the Dahan Imperial Dynasty has 8 great perfection celestial palace experts, it is still too many. Just like the Heavenly Demon Sacred Ground, although they have more than 10 great perfection celestial palace experts, most of them are not worth mentioning. Emperor Kong said immediately. Matriarch Ji nodded. Matriarch Ji, I have said what I should say. What did I say before? Ho Qing frowned and said. It is my honor to have Mr. come to the Great Yellow Dynasty. If you don't mind, please stay in the Great Yellow Dynasty. Just today's news is of great help to us. How about I give you the title of Fengjiang Duke? Matriarch Ji looked at Ho Qing. Ho Qing's eyes lit up. Fengjiang Duke? Dukes? Dukes of the Heavenly Empire? Fengjiang Gong Ho Qing greets your majesty. May your majesty live for 10,000 years. Ho Qing immediately bowed in excitement. Matriarch Ji immediately stood up and helped Ho Qing up personally. Mister's help is like having an arm. Ho Qing's heart immediately felt warm. Right, Ho Qing, you said that Ho Tu and Mao Tianyun stayed in the limitless celestial capital. What? Do they have a good relationship with Gu Hai? Matriarch Ji asked curiously. Ho Qing frowned slightly. He thought about what his sister said before he left, but he did not mention Long Wanyu in the end. Yes, it is because of Gaochen, Changsheng and Ziwei. You know that the 5 divine envoys have a good relationship. Now that Gaochen and the other 2 are staying in the limitless celestial capital, they are also staying. But don't worry, my sister, Mao Tianyun, and Gu Hai are not close. They are not loyal to Gu Hai. Ho Qing immediately said. Oh, they are not loyal to Gu Hai? Matriarch Ji's expression changed slightly. That's right. So, if you want to deal with Gu Hai in the future, His Holiness, please be merciful to my sister. Ho Qing immediately said. Mister, don't worry. Since Ho Tu is your sister, I will naturally treat her differently. Matriarch Ji nodded. Thank you for His Holiness. Ho Qing immediately said happily. Mister, you must be tired from the journey. Why don't you rest first and I will personally welcome you tomorrow? Matriarch Ji said with a smile. His Holiness, you don't have to be so polite. Of course. Haha, with Mister's help, what can't I do? Emperor Kong, bring Ho Qing to the traversing Jade Water Palace. That will be Ho Qing's residence in the future. Matriarch Ji instructed. Traversing Jade Water Palace? His Holiness, that is the palace you are going to live in. Emperor Kong said in surprise. Ho Qing was also stunned. His Holiness's palace? Only by letting Mr. Ho Qing live in it can we live in the traversing Jade Water Palace. This is my first gift to Mr. Don't say too much. Matriarch Ji said with a smile. Yes. Emperor Kong said solemnly. Thank you for His Holiness. Ho Qing said happily. Ho Qing felt that coming to the Great Yellow Dynasty was too worth it. Mr. Ho Qing, please. Emperor Kong said with a smile. I will take my leave. Ho Qing looked at Matriarch Ji. Matriarch Ji smiled as she watched Ho Qing leave. After Ho Qing left the study room, Matriarch Ji's smile suddenly disappeared and her face became gloomy. Mr. Zhangjia, what do you think? Matriarch Ji said in a deep voice. His Holiness is suspecting that Ho Qing was purposely sent by Gu Hai? Zhangjia said with a smile. Matriarch Ji nodded. If what Ho Qing said is true, then he is exaggerating too much. If what he said is false, then Gu Hai is really scheming. This scheme is too superficial and doesn't seem like Gu Hai's style. Didn't His Holiness already confer him the title of Duke? Zhangjia said with a smile. Duke? He is just a duke with a title but no power. I can confer as many perfect sovereigns as Gu Hai sends over. Matriarch Ji sneered. Actually, if His Holiness wants to check on Ho Qing, it is not impossible. Zhangjia said with a smile. Oh. Matriarch Ji was confused. Goddess Ho too. Starting from there we can... Zhangjia stopped halfway through his words. Because Matriarch Ji already understood. Boundless celestial capital, Goddess Ho Tu's palace entrance. Goddess Ho Tu sent away Gu Hai. Seeing Gu Hai leave, the Lady of Earth felt vexed. Meow, Ho Qing really joined Matriarch Ji? Mao Tianyun walked out from the side. Gu Hai said it himself, so it should be true. This troublemaker, he knows that De Han and De Huang are at odds, but he still went to De Huang at this time? These days I have investigated Gu Hai's growth. This Gu Hai is such a ruthless person. Is Ho Qing crazy? What if... Matriarch Ji said with an ugly expression. Didn't Gu Hai just tell you? He will do his best to take care of Ho Qing. As long as he doesn't cross the line. Mao Tianyun said. Cross the line? What do you mean by going overboard? It's not like you don't know my little brother. Back then when he went to help Chiyu, he was also hot-headed and didn't remember north, south, east, west and west. I would rather his cultivation base be lower than him causing trouble with his current cultivation base. If he were to cause trouble with his current cultivation base, it would be fatal. Moreover, he is under the control of the cunning Matriarch Ji. Matriarch Ji said with an ugly expression. Everyone has their own fortune. You don't have to worry too much. Maybe De Han will be defeated by De Huang? Mao Tianyun persuaded. Sigh. Goddess Ho Tu sighed slightly. 2 days later. Goddess Ho Tu held a letter in her hand and frowned deeply. Who sent the letter? Mao Tianyun asked curiously. Ho Qing. Goddess Ho Tu said with a frown. Ho Qing? He dares to send a letter? What did he say? Mao Tianyun asked in surprise. He asked me to meet him. Goddess Ho Tu said with a frown. Meeting? Is he trying to persuade you to side with the Great Yellow Dynasty? Mao Tianyun asked in surprise. Although he didn't mention it in the letter, I am very clear about his style of writing. He is already being praised by Matriarch Ji. He must be trying to get me to join Big Yellow. Sigh. Goddess Ho Tu sighed. Then what should we do? No, I have to persuade him. Can you persuade him? I don't know. I couldn't persuade him when he participated in the battle for supremacy between Chiyu and Yellow Emperor. However, I have to persuade him this time. Shall I go with you? No need. Ho Qing said that this time he is the only one who wants to talk to me in private. You don't have to interfere in the matter between us. Goddess Ho Tu shook her head. Are you sure this is Ho Qing's letter? Don't worry. I can tell if he wrote it or not. I want to help him again. Don't tell anyone. Goddess Ho Tu said. All right. Be careful. Mao Tianyun nodded. Goddess Ho Tu put away the letter, sighed, and quietly left the infinite celestial capital. Not long after Goddess Ho Tu left, Gaochen hurried to Gu Hai's study. Master, you asked me to keep an eye on Ho Qing. He really did write a letter to invite Goddess Ho Tu to leave. My ears are good. I heard everything. Gaochen reported. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Chapter 1072. Divine Continent, West Ocean. Hoda stealthily arrived at an island. This was the place she had agreed to meet Ho Ching. From afar she could see Ho Ching standing on the peak of a mountain. Ho Tu landed on the cloud. Ho Ching also sensed Ho Tu's arrival and his eyes brightened. Sister. Ho Ching immediately smiled. Ho Tu landed on the cloud and said coldly, You still remember me? Sister, why are you talking about me? Ho Ching said gloomily. Let me ask you. Did you join the Great Yellow Dynasty? Ho Tu glared at him. Sister, how did you know? Ho Ching said in surprise. It was so obvious in your letter. How could I not know? Ho Tu said angrily. I only said I joined a faction in the letter. I didn't say the Great Yellow Dynasty. Ho Ching frowned. You still dare to say that? Didn't you say you were going to the Great Yin Dynasty? Why did you go to the Great Yellow Dynasty? Ho Tu said in a low voice. Great Yin Dynasty? Ho Ching was annoyed. The humiliation at the primordial city was still fresh in his mind. Every time Ho Ching thought about it, he would feel a stab of pain. Sister, the Great Yin Dynasty? Haha, I'll make her look at me in a different light one day. Ho Ching said gloomily. Ho Tu immediately sensed Ho Ching's emotions and guessed that he was rejected. She couldn't bear to scold him, so she sighed and said, I told you before. You can't suppress her. Sigh. Sister, I'll surpass her one day. Ho Ching clenched his fists and said, All right, let's not talk about her. Come back with me. If you really don't want to, then leave the Great Yellow Dynasty first. De Huang and De Han are about to go to war. What are you doing now? Ho Tu said in a low voice. No, I think the Great Yellow Dynasty is great. His Holiness gave me a place to show off my talents. He's fair in his rewards and punishments, Ho Ching said immediately. Ho Tu's face darkened. Are you blind? He's fair in his rewards and punishments. Empress Ji is such a gloomy person. Have you forgotten the Battle of Zhuolu that year? You will be eaten by him until not even your bones are left. Sis, that's because you misunderstood His Holiness. I'm already the Feng Jianggong. Once we destroy the Dehan Empire with my help, I might even be crowned as a king. Sis, come with me to Xinyuan City. You're my only family in this world. Ho Ching immediately persuaded. Hoda glared at Ho Ching. What did Matriarch Ji feed you? You want to be crowned king? Haha, you really dare to dream. Sis, it's true. You've misunderstood His Holiness. Ho Ching tried to persuade her again. Hoda looked at Ho Ching gloomily. There was no turning back. Fine, I know I can't stop you. I'll ask Gu Hai to show you mercy in the future. Sigh. Hoda sighed. Plead for mercy? Sis, you don't have to beg Gu Hai for mercy. He's nothing. Ho Ching said disdainfully. Hoda looked at Ho Ching with a complicated expression. How did her brother become like this? All right, take care of yourself. I'm too lazy to talk to you. Hoda smiled bitterly. Sis, it took me a lot of effort to convince His Holiness. This is your chance. Don't make any more mistakes with Gu Hai. Ho Ching said again. Wait, what did you say? It took you a lot of effort to convince Matriarch Ji? What did you convince him for? Hoda narrowed her eyes and looked at Ho Ching. Convince His Holiness to accept you. His Holiness already said that as long as you go, he'll make you a duke. Mao Tianyun can do it too. You 5 emissaries can also become dukes. At most you can bring her over too. Ho Ching said. This her was naturally referring to Long Wanyu. Hoda's eyes widened. You said that? No, I didn't mention anything about her. I only said that you 5 emissaries have a good relationship. His Holiness asked me to persuade you, sis. Otherwise, if you fight, it'll be hard to avoid hurting you. Ho Ching said. Hoda stared at Ho Ching in disbelief. Do you need to worry about my safety? Sis. Ho Ching said anxiously. Matriarch Ji sent you to persuade me? Persuade me to surrender? Did you suggest it or did he suggest it? Hoda glared at him. His Holiness arranged a banquet for me and mentioned you. At that time His Holiness kept sighing. What if he hurt you in a fight with the Dehan? He even asked me many times if I should intervene if I had to face you. Of course, I begged His Holiness. His Holiness was also in a difficult position. He was stuck between you and me and didn't know what to do. At that time, Kong Di suggested that it would be great if he could bring you over so that they wouldn't have to worry about fighting. Even if you didn't do anything, His Holiness would still make you a duke. Of course, I volunteered. Sis, listen to me. His Holiness is definitely a wise ruler. Ho Ching said again. Hoda stared at Ho Ching in a daze for a long time before she revealed a wry smile. What's wrong? Ho Ching asked. Why do I have such an unlucky brother like you? You're hopelessly stupid. Can't you see that this is a trap set by Matriarch Ji? Why did you volunteer? Hudu had a bitter expression. Ho Qing, on the other hand, was depressed. I saved you out of kindness. Why am I an idiot? Sis, I remember that you weren't this stupid in the past. Is your brain kicked by a donkey? Hudu said gloomily. Sis. Ho Qing was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. Sai, I told you before that you can't have a high cultivation. You should just be normal. At least, when others scheme against you, you won't be so arrogant as to think that you're so strong. Hudu sighed. Sis, what did I do wrong? You're the one who did wrong. Who is that Guhai? He's the emperor of Imperial Dynasty, someone who hasn't even reached peak Heavenly Palace. Why do you think so highly of him? It's because of the dragon. Ho Qing yelled. But just as he was about to mention the Long Wanyu, Hudu suddenly glared at him. Shut up. Ho Qing stopped talking. Ho Qing, I don't care about your business anymore. I can't care about whether I live or die in Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Just as you were about to say, if you dare to say anything, then don't call me your sister. I'll hunt you down in heaven and earth, in the mortal world and in the netherworld. I won't rest until I'm dead. Hudu said with a chilling expression. Ho Qing shivered when he saw his sister's cold eyes. Fine, I won't say anything. Ho Qing said gloomily. All right, that's all I have to say. I wish you good luck in your career. Take care of yourself. Sigh. Hudu sighed. Sis. Ho Qing said gloomily. Hudu waved her sleeves and ignored Ho Qing. She was about to leave. Just as Ho Qing was about to leave, boom. A huge wave suddenly surged above the West Sea. Following that, a gigantic barrier enveloped the entire West Sea. What? Ho Qing, you want to use force against me? Hudu suddenly glared at Ho Qing. Huh? I didn't know. Ho Qing's expression also changed. It wasn't prepared by Ho Qing? Hudu's expression suddenly sank. However, at this moment, a burst of hearty laughter suddenly came from afar. Ha ha, Goddess Hudu, long time no see. How are you? A deep voice sounded. East Ocean Dragon King Aoing? Hudu's expression sank. At this moment, three figures slowly flew out from the sea. Aoing, Xiongyu and Fenghua. The great yellow celestial dynasty had three peerless experts at the peak of the heavenly palace. The three of them appeared and blocked Hudu's path of escape. You. Ho Qing's expression changed as he said angrily. Greetings, Lord Fengjiang. The three of them bowed at the same time. This greeting made Ho Qing feel a sense of relief, and his anger dissipated by a large amount. Why are the three of you following me? Ho Qing asked with a glare. Lord Fengjiang, please forgive us. His Holiness understands your relationship with your brother and doesn't want to hurt Goddess Hutu. However, the battle between Da Huang and Dahan is about to start. It's a battle of life and death, so it's inevitable that someone will get hurt. That's why I sent Duke Fengjiang to persuade Goddess Hutu. It would be best if he could persuade her, but unfortunately, Goddess Hutu doesn't seem to be able to see the situation clearly. You tried to persuade her out of goodwill, but she doesn't seem to appreciate it. That's why I was sent here to ask for Duke Fengjiang's forgiveness. His Majesty has already prepared a banquet. When we return, we will apologize to Duke Fengjiang. Ho Qing's anger had completely dissipated. He could only smile bitterly and said, I'm useless. I've disappointed His Holiness. No, Lord Fengjiang is only loyal and righteous. His Holiness values people who are loyal and righteous. He's worried that you won't be able to save Goddess Hutu because of your loyalty, so he sent the three of us to help you. Fenghua said. Ah, what a lousy excuse. Loyal and righteous? He sent the three of you to help? Help with what? Hutu was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Even though he hated Ho Qing for not fighting back, he was even more furious that his younger brother was being played around by someone else. Fenghua looked at Ho Qing and said, Lord Fengjiang, we've already set up a barrier to prevent unnecessary harm to Goddess Hutu in the future. Why don't we invite Goddess Hutu to Shenyuan City? Ho Qing frowned slightly. Although it wasn't his sister's intention, she was already fooled by Gu Hai. He could only save his sister as the younger brother. In the end, Ho Qing nodded. Ho Qing, I'm not going. You won't force me to go with them, right? Hutu said angrily. Sister, I don't want to do it. Don't make it difficult for me. Ho Qing said bitterly. Ho Qing's attitude was clear. He was really going to force Goddess Hutu to go to Shenyuan City. Bastard. I've raised you for nothing all these years. You asked me to meet you alone just to trap me? Hutu said gloomily. Right now, 4 great perfection heavenly palace cultivators were surrounding her? This was a remote place and was very far away from the continent. No one knew where she was. Moreover, she had the help of a formation. Was she going to die to Ho Qing's stupidity today? This bastard, this younger brother. Why did she have such an unlucky younger brother? Sister, you're foolish now. You'll be grateful to me in the future. Ho Qing was still unrepentant. Hutu. Fengbua Ao Ing and Xiongyu were celebrating when a voice came from behind the barrier. Miao Hutu, you're the most cunning of the 5 divine envoys, but you fell to your stupid younger brother. This is unbelievable. Ah. Mao Tianyun's laughter came from outside the barrier. Sister, you didn't come alone? Ho Qing said in surprise. Xiongyu Ao Ing and Fengbua's expressions darkened. Hutu's eyes lit up. However, he saw that there were 5 figures standing outside the barrier. Shengguanhen, Guhan, Long Wanqing, Mao Tianyun and Kong Xian. They were all great perfection heavenly palace cultivators from the Dahan Empire. Empress Hutu, my husband heard that you were meeting Ho Qing and was worried about your safety. That's why he asked us to follow you. Please forgive us for our rudeness. Long Wanqing bowed slightly. Miao, I didn't tell on you. It was Gaochen. I scolded him, but it seems that I was wrong. Ho Qing is more annoying than Gaochen eavesdropping. Mao Tianyun shouted. Thank you, ancient emperor. Why would I blame you? Hutu smiled bitterly. Hutu didn't have to worry now. They had 6 great perfection heavenly palace cultivators. The other side had 4. The result was obvious. Chapter 1073. Bam. Kong Xian took a step forward, and the enchantment above the West Sea shattered. The barrier that trapped Hutu was broken from the outside, but it could not withstand a single blow. The arrival of Long Wanqing made Fengbua and the others' faces fall. However, they did not despair. Fengbua looked at the crowd and then looked around. Oh, Guhai did not come with you? Fengbua's eyes suddenly lit up. So what if my husband is not here? Do you think you can stop Goddess Hutu? Long Wanqing said coldly. Sister, don't be so stubborn. Ho Qing shouted. Hutu stared at Ho Qing and said, Ho Qing, you better behave yourself. Then Hutu flew towards Long Wanqing. Stop right there. Xiongyu stared and stopped Hutu. Haha, big bear, shall I spar with you? Kong Xian stared and a 6-colored divine light shot out. The void was torn apart and the 6-colored divine light arrived in front of Xiongyu. Xiongyu's face fell and he struck with his palm. Bam. With a loud sound, the void was torn apart and huge waves surged in the West Sea. Ho Qing, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and stop Hutu. Fengbua yelled. But Ho Qing was anxious. Don't worry. His Holiness will be here soon. After a while, none of them will be able to escape. Fengbua shouted. Okay. Ho Qing's eyes lit up and he pounced towards Hutu. On the other hand, Shengguanhen pounced towards Ao Ing. Bam. The 2 demonic beast supremes clashed and the black hole in the void became bigger. Ho Qing stopped Hutu and she was disappointed. Ho Qing, one day you will be killed by your own stupidity. Hutu was disappointed. Meow. Mao Tianyun appeared in front of Fengbua in an instant. Not only Mao Tianyun, but Long Wanqing and Guhan also surrounded Fengbua. Fengbua's expression changed. 1 versus 3? Did this group of people make an agreement? Meow, Fengbua, I've realized that you're the worst here. Mao Tianyun took a step forward, and the surroundings were suddenly engulfed in flames. Mother, be careful. Leave Fengbua to me and Mao Tianyun, Guhan said. Guhan put his palms together, and a huge virtuous light wheel suddenly appeared behind him. Shaoqun extended his hand, and Buddhist chanting came from the Buddhist nation in his palm. No, this is not the time to care so much. Kill Fengbua as quickly as possible. Go all out and don't show any mercy. Long Wanqing said coldly. Matriarch Ji wanted to capture Hutu to wear down the Dahan Empress. Long Wanqing was one of the empresses of the Dahan Empire. She naturally understood that breaking one finger was better than injuring all 10. Without the slightest hesitation, Long Wanqing extended her hand and threw 18 underworld rivers at Feng Bo Whoosh. Tornadoes appeared around Fengbua. However, how could he compare to the power of 3 consummation heavenly palaces? Underworld rivers, fire dragons, Buddhist nation and palm. They instantly clashed with the tornadoes around Fengbua. Hong. At the center of the tornadoes, Fengbua's face flushed red. Clearly he was injured. The battle between 10 consummation heavenly palaces was huge. In almost an instant, it caused the world to explode, shattering the void. All the powerful experts of the divine continent were shocked. Why isn't His Holiness here? Ao Ing asked anxiously. Ao Ing could not do anything to Shengguanhen at the moment. Xiongyu could not do anything to Kong Xian either. Kong Xian's combat power was shocking. Although he had just reached the consummation heavenly palaces, he had already attacked more than 100 times in a short time. He even opened his mouth and inhaled. A black wind swirled around Xiongyu. Xiongyu roared, and a huge force blocked Kong Xian's devouring. However, a 5-colored divine light cut off a large amount of flesh on his back. On the other side, boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive attacks landed on Fengbuo's body. Fengbuo spat out a mouthful of blood. Clearly, he could not hold on for much longer under the combined attacks of the 3. The battle lasted only 20 breaths of time. However, 20 breaths of time was enough for a consummation heavenly palace's cultivator to cross the divine continent. Let's go, let's go. Fengbuo did not dare to force himself. After being hit 3 times, Fengbuo finally broke out of the encirclement. However, the price he had to pay was extremely high. All the bones in Fengbuo's body were about to shatter. Boom, boom. Ao Ying and Xiongyu also took the risk of being hit, and immediately fled with Fengbuo. Big sister, you'll regret this. Ho Qing cried out before he fled. What I regret the most is having a brother like you. Buddha replied gloomily. Miao, where are you going? Mao Tianyun wanted to stop them. Stop chasing. This is not a good place to stay. Let's go. Long Wanqing said in a low voice. Yes. Everyone answered. Swish. Everyone turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the horizon. Almost. Miao. If we had fought just now, we could have stopped Fengbuo. Mao Tianyun said gloomily. It's too late. My husband only helped us to buy some time. Once Matriarch Ji comes, we will be in danger. Long Wanqing explained. Fengbuo is really lucky. With 2 more attacks we could have killed him. However, Mao Tianyun said gloomily. Don't worry. He is not much better. Before we left, Sister Qing gave me something. When I attacked just now, I had already injected it into Fengbuo's body. Long Wanqing said with a smile. Oh. Everyone was stunned. Xianyuan City. At the entrance of the imperial court. Bam. Xiongyu, Ao Ying, Fengbuo, and Ho Qing landed on the square. What's going on? Didn't His Holiness say that he would come to our aid? Why didn't His Holiness come? Ao Ying asked. Fengbuo spat out another mouthful of blood. Fengbuo, how are you? Xiongyu placed his palm on Fengbuo's back and injected some energy into Fengbuo's body. No, Fengbuo's blood is blue. Is he poisoned? Ao Ying's expression changed. Xiongyu also spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned blue. I am poisoned too. Poison? This is contagious poison. Xiongyu exclaimed. Guhai? That despicable man. He poisoned us? Ho Qing said angrily. At this moment, a large number of officials came over to help Fengbuo and Xiongyu. Don't touch them. Mr. Cangjie, who came in a hurry, suddenly shouted. Everyone was stunned. Whoosh. At this moment, a yellow figure descended from the sky. It was Matriarch Ji. His Holiness. Everyone said respectfully. His Holiness, I am useless. Fengbuo said bitterly. Inform Scorpio and ask him to detoxify us. Hurry up. Matriarch Ji said with a gloomy expression. Yes. Emperor Kong answered and left. Matriarch Ji's expression was gloomy. His Holiness, why didn't you come? Ao Ying's expression was ugly. Cangjie smiled bitterly and said, It's my fault. Ao Ying looked at Cangjie in confusion. It's also Guhai's fault. Guhai played a trick. Just now he went to Chiyu's corpse. I thought he wanted to take Chiyu's corpse, so I reported it to His Holiness. I told His Holiness that killing Guhai was the most important thing. The 4 of you are in the perfection stage of the heavenly palace. Even if you couldn't stop him, you could escape. But who would have thought? Cangjie smiled bitterly. Mister, you don't have to blame yourself. This is also my intention. Matriarch Ji shook her head. Guhai? Did His Holiness kill Guhai? Ao Ying looked at Matriarch Ji. Matriarch Ji shook her head and said, Guhai leaving the limitless celestial capital was just a pretense. When I arrived, he had already escaped to the netherworld. He should have returned to the limitless celestial capital by now. Guhai. How treacherous. Ho Qing's face was filled with resentment. Matriarch Ji glanced at Ho Qing and shook her head. This isn't treachery, this is strategy. Guhai seems to have seen through our abilities. Perhaps he has already found out about Mr. Cangjie's abilities. As she spoke, Matriarch Ji glanced at all of her trusted aides. Suspicion rose in her heart. Whoosh. Suddenly, a ray of light shot over from afar. It was Scorpio. When Scorpio arrived, 2 scorpion tails flew out from his sleeves and pierced into Fenghua and Xiongyu's bodies. What a powerful poison. If I came a little later, they would be in trouble. Scorpio said in surprise. Scorpio, you came from the limitless celestial capital? Songjie frowned and looked at Scorpio. That's right. During this time, I have been hiding outside the limitless celestial capital. What's wrong? Scorpio said indifferently. Then why didn't you make a move when I sent you a message and told you that the limitless celestial capital's defenses were empty? Songjie said coldly. Why should I make a move? Scorpio said indifferently. Songjie paused and didn't say anything else. At the side, Emperor Kong glared and said, this is such a good opportunity. If you destroy the limitless celestial capital, the fate of the Dahan Imperial Empire will collapse. Hey, if you want to kill Guhai, do it yourself. I'm not going to play with you. Do you think I'll believe you? Besides, do you think the limitless celestial capital isn't on guard? I saw the battle at the West Sea just now. Guhai didn't send all of his men out. Scorpio sneered. You. Emperor Kong was depressed. Matriarch Ji didn't blame him. Instead, she bowed slightly and said, Scorpio, I'll leave the poison in Fenghua and Xiongyu's bodies to you. Don't worry, the Heavenly Demon Holy Land and the Great Yellow Dynasty are allies. I'll do my best to detoxify the poison. However, the poison this time is more powerful than before. I have to take a good look. Scorpio said indifferently. Thank you. Matriarch Ji nodded. Chapter 1074. Mystical Mountain, Godly Seizing Palace. Jiang Chen looked at Long Outyin, who was kneeling on one knee, and his expression changed slightly. After a moment of silence, Jiang Chen said, You know about the 4 zombie ancestor seeds? Yes, I know a little. The seeds of the ancestor zombie are divided into earth, fire, wind, and water. Jiangyi is the fire, Hoqing is the wind, Ingo is the water. There is also the earth zombie, the ancestor of the earth zombies. During the ancient times, he shone brightly in the sorcerer tribe. Unfortunately, he did not cherish it and dared to disobey the true lord. Yes, he was a rare talent with the earth zombie seed. In the sorcerer tribe, he was only below me and above 10,000 sorcerer tribe members. His strength was monstrous and he was at the complete deity stage. What a pity he could have gone further. Jiang Chen said. Everything in the sorcerer tribe was given to us by you, and the zombie ancestor was also born because of you. That person did not know what was good for him. His death is not to be regretted. Long Outyin said. What would you do if you were him? Jiang Chen smiled. Long Outyin's eyes lit up. Is the true lord going to help me? Rest assured, true lord, no matter what my achievements are, you will always be my true lord and I will never betray you. Long Outyin immediately expressed his loyalty. Jiang Chen looked at Long Outyin and took a sip of the tea. He said, Do you know why I looked for you in the past? So that you can follow me and I can give you a drop of blood essence? A true lord, you saw my talent? You think I'm a talent? Long Outyin was confused. Jiang Chen shook his head. There are many people who are more talented than you in this world. Please enlighten me, true lord. Long Outyin said. Because you are his reincarnation. Jiang Chen said. Who is he? Suddenly Long Outyin recalled what Jiang Chen had just said. He immediately knelt on the ground and said in fear, True lord, I am loyal to you. Please believe me, I am not the reincarnation of the earth zombie. Back then the earth zombie betrayed me and was killed by me. I purposely let go of his earth soul to reincarnate. How could I be wrong? Among your 3 immortal souls and 7 mortal forms, the earth soul is him. Jiang Chen said coolly. Allah, I will never betray you. Long Outyin's face was filled with fear. Don't worry, I don't intend to kill you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have helped you. Jiang Chen said calmly. Yes. Cold sweat broke out on Long Outyin's forehead. Your talent is not enough and your intelligence is not enough. However, you are his reincarnation. That is enough. Although you only have one earthly spirit, the heart of a strong cultivator has not disappeared. That is enough. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Yes. Long Outyin did not dare to say anything. Do you still want that wind-type zombie ancestor seed? Jiang Chen looked at Long Outyin. Long Outyin was silent for a while. After a while he said, Yes, I still want it. That's right, it's this kind of greedy look. Jiang Chen said with a smile. I dare not. Long Outyin lowered his head and said, If you want it, then get it with your own strength. I will give you something. Jiang Chen said indifferently. As he spoke, he waved his hand. A bronze coffin landed in the hall. The coffin was covered with talismans. With a wave of Jiang Chen's hand, all the talismans were burned to ashes. The coffin's lid opened. Quang. The moment the coffin lid opened, a male corpse in a yellow robe was revealed. The corpse was full of cracks as if it was made of broken porcelain. However, these cracks were filled with streams of green liquid, allowing the fragmented body to remain intact. A corpse that was glued together? This is? Why do I feel a sense of familiarity? Long Outyen looked at the corpse in the coffin and said, "The previous body of your earth soul." Jiang Chen looked at Long Outyen and said, "It's him?" Long Outyen exclaimed, "That's right, he is the ancestor of the earth zombies, also known as Di Jiang. He was the one that I killed. His heavenly soul, human soul, 7 souls, and zombie ancestor seed were all broken, but I merged them together and kept them." Jiang Chen recalled, "True Lord Di Jiang is Di Jiang and I am me. I will always be loyal to True Lord." Long Outyen immediately expressed his loyalty again. Di Jiang is dead, but even so, it still has the power of a heavenly palace great perfection realm expert. You can use it as a weapon. After all, it was originally your body. Jiang Chen said indifferently, "Yes, thank you, True Lord. I will definitely get the wind zombie ancestor seed." Long Outyen was overjoyed. Jiang Chen nodded and said, "Take it with you and refine it. Your earth soul should be able to use it." Yes. Long Outyen happily brought Di Jiang's corpse out of the hall. Jiang Chen looked at Long Outyen's back as he disappeared from the hall. His expression darkened. "Di Jiang? What a pity, I should have kept you. Now Long Outyen is still too weak. It all depends on your luck." Infinite Celestial Capital. In the upper study room, Gu Hai sat behind the desk with a memorial in his hand. Sima Changkong was standing in front of him. "The plan to split Ho Qing and Matriarch Ji?" Gu Hai frowned. "Yes, Ho Qing is a heavenly palace great perfection realm expert after all. If he joins Matriarch Ji, it will be disadvantageous to the Dahan. Fortunately, Matriarch Ji doesn't trust Ho Qing. We can use this plan to make Matriarch Ji completely reject Ho Qing. Please take a look, Your Majesty," Sima Changkong said solemnly. Gu Hai looked at it carefully for a while and frowned slightly. "You mean to ask Goddess Ho Tu to write a letter to Ho Qing and secretly send it to him? Then, accidentally, let Matriarch Ji find out and make some changes to the letter to make Matriarch Ji more suspicious of Ho Qing? Yes, let Matriarch Ji think that we sent Ho Qing over. Let Ho Qing have nothing to say," Sima Changkong said solemnly. Gu Hai was silent for a while and finally shook his head. "What?" Sima Changkong was confused. "Matriarch Ji is a suspicious person, but she is not ordinary to be able to reach this stage. Others may not see through your plan, but Matriarch Ji will definitely see through it. Not only will it not split them, but it will also make Matriarch Ji trust Ho Qing more," Gu Hai said in a low voice. Sima Changkong thought carefully and his expression changed. "Yes, His Holiness. I didn't think it through." "Don't worry," Gu Hai comforted with a smile. "Your Majesty, Matriarch Ho Tu wishes to see you." A guard's voice came from outside the upper study. "Let her in," Gu Hai said. Once they entered the upper study, Matriarch Ho Tu immediately bowed to Gu Hai respectfully. "Thank you for saving me, Ancient Emperor. Otherwise, I might have been killed by my unlucky brother. Matriarch Ho Tu, you are too polite. You have worked hard for 800,000 years to revive the heavens. You even saved Wanyu and protected her. Saving you is the obligation of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty." Gu Hai stood up and said, "Thank you, Ancient Emperor. Even the Empress personally," Matriarch Ho Tu said emotionally. "When I told Wanqing was the first to come out and wanted to save you personally. She is more grateful to you than I am. You don't have to do this," Gu Hai said with a smile. Matriarch Ho Tu opened her mouth with a complicated expression. "Matriarch Ho Tu, just tell me what you need. There's no need to be afraid of anything," Gu Hai said with a smile. Matriarch Ho Tu fell silent for a while and said with a bitter smile, "Although my brother doesn't know what's good for him, he is still my brother. Ancient Emperor, can you let him live if you meet him in the future?" Gu Hai fell silent for a while and then said with a sigh, "Okay." Gu Hai turned to Sima Changkong and said, "Mr. Sima, you can carry out your plan now. In that case, I need Matriarch Ho Tu to write a letter for me." Sima Changkong nodded. "Write a letter?" Matriarch Ho Tu was slightly surprised. Sima Changkong told her the plan to split Ho Qing and Matriarch Ji that he had discussed with Gu Hai. Matriarch Ho Tu was speechless. Then she heard Sima Changkong's explanation. Matriarch Ho Tu was touched. Thank you, ancient emperor. You have made Matriarch Ji trust Ho Qing and won't hurt him. But Matriarch Ho Tu felt guilty towards the ancient emperor. Ancient emperor, I have one more request. Matriarch Ho Tu bit her lips and said. Please speak, Matriarch Ho Tu. Gu Hai said in a low voice. The wind ancestor zombie seed is the source of Ho Qing's misfortune. Ancient emperor, you just need to keep him alive. If there's a chance, please help me pluck the zombie ancestor seed. Is that alright? Matriarch Ho Tu bowed to Gu Hai. Let his cultivation fall? Gu Hai asked doubtfully. Yes. He can only see clearly without his cultivation. The zombie ancestor seed has blinded his eyes. Sooner or later he will die under the zombie ancestor seed. Matriarch Ho Tu said anxiously. Gu Hai nodded. Great Yellow Dynasty. Traversing Jade Water Palace. Ho Qing was holding a letter in his hand. Matriarch Ho Tu had sent someone to secretly deliver it. He poured out the letter. It was a complete piece of paper with some irrelevant things written on it. Other than this piece of paper, there were many shredded pieces of paper. The shredded pieces of paper were covered in ink, and he couldn't see anything. Sister? Why did you send this letter to me? Is it about some old and worthless things? And these shredded pieces of paper covered in ink? Ho Qing was puzzled. Quang. The door to the hall that Ho Qing was in was knocked open. Who is it? Ho Qing's expression changed. He saw Matriarch Ji leading Great Yellow and the other officials in. His Holiness? Why are you here? Ho Qing said in surprise. Before Matriarch Ji could speak, Emperor Kong glared and said, Ho Qing, someone reported that you were secretly communicating with Gu Hai? It's not Gu Hai. This is a letter from my sister. Ho Qing said. A letter? Everyone's expression darkened. They looked at the letter in Ho Qing's hand. Other than that piece of paper, there was a pile of shredded pieces of paper? What was on it? Did Ho Qing tear it apart? Ho Qing's expression changed. He had a bad feeling. This was too much evidence of him secretly communicating with Gu Hai. His Holiness, listen to me. It's not what you think. This is framing me. My sister, why would she frame me? Ho Qing was very anxious. Ho Qing wanted to grab the shredded pieces. Don't move. Emperor Kong glared and immediately rushed forward. Ho Qing wanted to stop him, but if he did, it would be even harder to explain. However, Emperor Kong quickly put the shredded pieces together. There was a layer of ink on them. Emperor Kong had many methods and quickly removed the ink, revealing some faint words. Haha, no wonder. His Holiness, look, the letter says that poisoning Fengbo was a trap. A trap set up by Ho Qing and Gu Hai. They wanted to poison Fengbo and the others. What a sinister plan. Gu Hai, Ho Qing, how long are you going to lie to us? Emperor Kong said angrily. His Holiness, I will take Ho Qing down. The officials were furious. I didn't. It's not like that. Ho Qing shouted. The hall was in chaos. Everyone wait. Song Jie suddenly said. Sir, you're not pleading for mercy for this traitor, right? Emperor Kong glared. Song Jie shook his head and looked at the letter. He smiled and said, I believe that Ho Qing is innocent. This letter is Gu Hai's scheme. What? Everyone was shocked. Thank you, Sir Song Jie. Ho Qing was very touched. How is that possible? If we didn't come in time, he would have destroyed the evidence. Emperor Kong glared. His Holiness, what do you think? Song Jie looked at Matriarch Ji. Matriarch Ji narrowed her eyes and nodded. I also believe in Ho Qing. When Matriarch Ji spoke, the officials did not dare to refute. Thank you, His Holiness. Ho Qing shed tears of gratitude. Matriarch Ji nodded. At this moment she finally accepted Ho Qing. At the same time, she looked at the letter and frowned as if she had guessed something. Chapter 1075. Boundless Celestial Capital, Upper Study Room. A group of Dahan officials stood in front of Gu Hai's desk. Your Majesty, according to the report from the Imperial Secret Guards, Ho Qing has been attending some of Matriarch Ji's core meetings. Ho Qing should have gained Matriarch Ji's trust. Montez said respectfully. Gu Hai and Sima Changkong looked at each other and nodded. Gu Hai didn't tell everyone about Hudu's request, but the others were depressed. Has Matriarch Ji's mind control been told to all the major forces? Gu Hai looked at Sima Changkong. Reporting to Your Majesty, we have already sent envoys to all the major forces and explained everything to them. Most of the major forces have warmly accepted our envoys. However, there are a few sects and imperial dynasties that... Sima Changkong narrowed his eyes. How is it? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. Perhaps we were a step too late. 2 middle sects and 1 imperial dynasty have been controlled. Sima Changkong said with a complicated expression. Are you sure? Gu Hai frowned. Yes, we are almost sure. Although they hid it well, the investigation methods your majesty gave us last time were still effective. However, these 2 sects and 1 imperial dynasty suddenly slandered us, saying that we are exaggerating. At the same time, they are colluding with other forces to form an alliance. Sima Changkong said in a low voice. Where are the 3 major forces? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. They are all close to the Dahan imperial dynasty. Sima Changkong explained. Since it is confirmed, then there is no need to wait. National Army, start the battle. Gu Hai said with a smile. Huh. The officials were slightly stunned. If it weren't for mind control, I would have waited, but we can't do that now. Although mind control is done secretly, it means that the Great Yellow Dynasty has already sent troops. Since that is the case, there is no need to hide it. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Father, although the 2 sects and 1 imperial dynasty have been controlled, they have not publicly declared war on the Dahan. What excuse will they use to send troops? Guqin asked worriedly. Don't worry. Mr. Imo and Mr. Sima will definitely think of a good reason. Gu Hai said. The next day, news from the Dahan imperial dynasty shocked the world. 3 groups of envoys from the Dahan imperial dynasty were killed by the 2 sects and 1 imperial dynasty. Was the emperor? Gu Hai was furious. He accused the 2 sects and 1 imperial emperor of colluded with Matriarch Yellow to kill the envoys. Imperial dynasty killed. Offing Dahan's killed emperor. Was emperor. At this point, the national army was established. Mo Yike was the commander-in-chief of the national army. Gao Xinji, Kong Xin, Mosquito Daoren, Sima Changkong, Chen Tianshan, and Long Shenying were the deputy commander-in-chief of the national army. From today onwards, troops were sent to the 3 factions. The army quickly attacked. The world was in an uproar. The 2 sects and 1 imperial dynasty immediately stood up and shouted that the Dahan envoys disappeared when they left. They did not die tragically. Moreover, they did not collude with the Great Yellow Dynasty. The Dahan imperial dynasty was slandering them. Unfortunately, the truth was the truth. Although there was no evidence in the eyes of outsiders, and the Dahan imperial dynasty sent troops was too strange, these 3 factions had already become the wings of the Great Yellow Dynasty. They were definitely going to invade the Dahan imperial dynasty. Since there was already the truth, Gu Hai did not need to find evidence. As long as the truth was confirmed, and he could not find evidence that could convince everyone, he would create evidence that could convince everyone. Attack the 2 sects and 1 imperial dynasty with lightning speed. Xianyuan City, Upper Study Room. How preposterous. Gu Hai didn't play by the rules, he just sent out his troops. Our De Huang's army hasn't even entered the 3 major powers yet, and before the 3 major powers had the time to deploy their troops, he already started fighting. What evidence does Gu Hai have that he dares to risk universal condemnation and be an invader? Emperor Kong said angrily. Song Jie said in a low voice, Emperor Kong, it seems that Gu Hai has already discovered the abnormalities of the 3 factions. Since he has discovered it, why does he need to show evidence to the world? Evidence? Sometimes it is very important, but sometimes it is very laughable. He sent his troops early so that he can intimidate the other factions. Gu Hai also told all the factions about the mind manipulation. With this, it will be very difficult for us to control the other factions. Emperor Kong said angrily. This means that the Dahan imperial dynasty is not as powerful as we thought. Song Jie said with a smile. Gu Hai told all the factions because he does not want to be enemies with all the factions. Song Jie explained. So what? Now, that so-called National Protector Army is extremely sinister. They don't enter the sect's encampment or the capital. Instead, they attack the cities one by one, first destroying the luck of the 3 factions? Emperor Kong said with a frown. National Army? They are really reliable. Moreover, they are forcing us to attack. Song Jie said in a low voice. Why? Not only will they have to pay a huge price to enter the capital and the sects, but they will also provoke strong resistance from the other factions. Because if a sect or a country is destroyed in an instant, what will they do in the future? The various factions will definitely be anxious. They will resist and fight back against the Dahan imperial dynasty. However, it is different now. Although it is slower to take the cities one by one, it will not make the other factions panic. At the same time, it will make it easier for the other factions to investigate the truth of the mind manipulation. Song Jie explained. I told the leaders of the three factions to immediately send envoys to the other factions to ask for help. Slandering the Dahan imperial dynasty? Saying that there is no mind manipulation? Guhai had no evidence at all. Are you accusing a deer of a horse? Emperor Kong said with a glare. Send envoys? Do you think that Mo Yike will not send envoys? Mo Yike is very resourceful. He must have thought ahead of you in this regard. If the two sides fight for a long time, the three factions will only lose more. Song Jie said in a low voice. But what if there are factions that believe us? Emperor Kong said. You are right. Perhaps there will be factions that believe us. After all, Guhai only said that the three factions are allied with the Great Yellow Dynasty. It does not prove the existence of mind manipulation. Since Guhai said so, then we will follow his wishes. The Great Yellow Dynasty will directly send troops to the three factions. Emperor Kong, you can also start slandering Guhai in front of the other factions. Song Jie nodded. Yes, since the National Army has made their move, we don't need to hide anymore. His Holiness. Emperor Kong looked at Matriarch Ji. Matriarch Ji tapped her fingers lightly on the table. After a moment of silence, she said, Let's do as Mr. Song Jie says. On the second day, the Great Huang Celestial Empire sent out a message saying that the Great Han Imperial Dynasty had slandered the Great Huang Celestial Empire. This was a provocation to the Great Huang Celestial Empire. The two sects and one emperor were slandered and invaded by the Great Han Imperial Dynasty. The Great Huang Celestial Empire was willing to uphold justice for the three great factions by punishing valiant generals and suppressing the evildoers. A large group of soldiers from the Great Yellow Dynasty boarded the flying boats and arrived at the three factions. From this moment on, the Great Yellow Dynasty and the Dahan Imperial Dynasty officially met each other on the battlefield. Although it was only the initial contact, it still shocked the world. The Great Yellow Dynasty was one of the two strongest empires in the world. No, there was no other. In everyone's eyes, the Great Yin Heavenly Dynasty was inferior to the Great Yellow Dynasty. The Dahan Imperial Dynasty was the strongest imperial dynasty in the world. Although it was called an imperial dynasty, it was actually a celestial dynasty. Even the Great Yellow Dynasty couldn't compare to the 2000 cities. In the past, it had only stopped at the stage of rumors, conversations, and conspiracies. Now, it was using the three factions as the battlefield to officially compete. Boundless Celestial Capital, Upper Study Room. Matriarch Ji really knows how to take advantage of loopholes? Guhai revealed a cold smile. Your Majesty, previously, the leaders of the 6 factions of the Xian country and Xian sect led their troops to the borders of the 3 factions. This greatly shocked the other factions. Matriarch Ji wanted to muddy the waters, but she couldn't do so. However, another faction leader might have been manipulated. Sima Changkong said with a frown. There's nothing to be said. Strike quickly. My divine demon army has been handed over to you. In a personal battle, it depends on one's cultivation. In a war between countries, although one's cultivation is important, a large number of core forces are equally important. They can defend 1 city, 10 cities, but can they defend 100 cities or 1,000 cities? Guhai said with a smile. Your Majesty is wise. The Dahan has already walked ahead of everyone. Not to mention the 4 factions. Even if all the factions in the north of the Divine Continent were to go against the Dahan at the same time, the country guarding army would be able to suppress them all. Mo Yike said solemnly. If that's the case, then speed up the process and strike quickly. Guhai said in a low voice. Yes. The two of them replied. In the north of the Divine Continent, in the study of an emperor of an imperial dynasty. The emperor looked at the officials in front of him. 2 sects and 1 emperor? No, early this morning, the Dahan Imperial Dynasty said that another sect was controlled by the Great Yellow Dynasty. Moreover, the Dahan envoy died tragically at the hands of that faction. They see the Dahan as an enemy and have started to send troops to this 4th faction. One of the officials said. This Dahan Imperial Dynasty is too outrageous. The Great Yellow Dynasty said that Guhai was lawless and unbridled. It seems like it's true. He's making a deer out of a horse. He will destroy whoever he catches. Sooner or later, it will fall on our heads, Your Majesty. No, what if there's really someone controlling him? Ridiculous. My lords, have you ever heard of people controlling others? But the Great Yellow Dynasty's army is assisting the 4 factions. It's too strange. No matter what, we have to protect the envoy from the Dahan Imperial Dynasty well. Don't let anything happen to them. All the ministers were restless and looked at the emperor who was sitting behind the desk. The emperor looked at a minister beside him. Minister Lu, between Empress Ji and Gu Hai, who do you think is telling the truth and who is lying? Everyone looked at Minister Lu. He was the emperor's #1 strategist. The emperor would ask for his opinion on many things that he couldn't solve. I think that Gu Hai and Empress Ji are already at war. We can't believe the words of Empress Ji and Empress Ji. Minister Lu said in a deep voice. Your Majesty, you underestimated the Dahan imperial dynasty. Do you think that the Dahan imperial dynasty is trying to appease us? However, I think that even if they fight all the factions in the north at the same time, the Dahan Empire is still fearless. We do not fear the great Han imperial dynasty. Lu Aiqing said solemnly. What? The officials were shocked. Do you still remember the long Jianghu of the Deqian celestial dynasty? Minister Lu asked. Everyone's expression changed. How do you think the Dahan imperial dynasty compares to the Deqian celestial dynasty? Minister Lu asked. The Dahan imperial dynasty? Although it is an imperial dynasty, it is stronger than the Deqian celestial dynasty. Only Gu Hai's cultivation is weaker. The officials said with a frown. Gu Hai's cultivation is weaker? How many years has it been? Gu Hai can already defeat the Tongtian sect master and kill Jianghu. Do you think that he is weaker? After so long, if Gu Hai is weaker, why doesn't Empress Ji dare to kill him personally? Not long ago at the Western Sea, when the 10 Heavenly Palace consummation cultivators fought, everyone knows why Empress Ji did not appear. She must have been held back by Gu Hai. Minister Lu said. Very well, we admit that the Dahan imperial dynasty is stronger than the Deqian celestial dynasty. Perhaps it has some shortcomings, but it is stronger overall. One of the officials said. Does the Deqian celestial dynasty fear factions like us? Minister Lu asked indifferently. Everyone was slightly stunned. Does the Deqian celestial dynasty fear us? In the past, the Deqian celestial dynasty looked down on everything. It did not care about the 3 holy lands and 2 celestial dynasties. Long Jianghu even dared to kill heaven. However, the current Dahan imperial dynasty is stronger than the Deqian celestial dynasty. Does it fear us? The officials were shocked that they made such a mistake. Then what should our dynasty do? The emperor asked seriously. Your Majesty, this official feels that we should not be disturbed at this time. We should just wait and see. Minister Lu said solemnly. Why? Since the birth of the Dahan imperial dynasty, it has always stood on the side of justice. Although there is no proof this time, this official believes so. Gu Hai is a broad-minded person. Look at the borders of the 3 major factions. Who did the Dahan send to fight? The leaders of the 6 major factions who joined Gu Hai not long ago. That's right. Your Majesty, this is Gu Hai telling us all that the Dahan imperial dynasty is not insatiably greedy. It does not care about the leaders of the 6 major factions. This shows how broad-minded Gu Hai is. If you carefully study Gu Hai's history, you will find that Montes Kongxian, Dragon Goding, Sima Changkong, Mo Yike, Gao Shinji, Mosquito Daoren, and Ao Sheng were all enemies of Gu Hai in the past. However, Gu Hai still accepted them. Gu Hai is a broad-minded person. He is not an evil person. The leaders of the 6 major factions are the same. Gu Hai will not do anything to achieve his goals. Lu Aiqing said solemnly. As for Matriarch Ji, although she seems to be broad-minded, this official feels that she is not as good as Gu Hai. Not allying with the Great Yellow Dynasty is already helping the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Hence, as long as we wait and see, the Dahan will not make things difficult for us. The Great Yellow Dynasty is too far away to deal with us. They have Gu Hai as their most troublesome opponent. Even if they want to deal with us, we can ask for help from Gu Hai. This official believes that Gu Hai is broad-minded and will help us. Minister Lu said. The officials were shocked. Then they looked at the emperor. The emperor was silent for a while before nodding. Wait and see. Chapter 1076. It did not mean that the city would be yours just because you broke the city gates. The Dahan Imperial Dynasty's army was indeed strong and had experts of all levels. However, they still had their shortcomings. They grew too quickly and did not have a strong foundation. Talents? An endless supply of management talents. This was the Dahan Imperial Dynasty's urgency. Breaking into a city was easy. Not to mention the strength of the army commanders, the masters of the 6 factions were all at the 9th level of the Heavenly Palace. Which city gate could not be broken. Secondly, there was a large number of the dragon race and the Xuanwu race. As far as the broken city and Pajuan were concerned, they did not need too much intelligence to be invincible. When an army was strong enough, some schemes and tricks were not very useful. Moreover, there were many strategists in the national army. They were always on guard. However, what about after breaking into the city? How would they recruit the enemy? How would they pacify the people? How would they prevent chaos? The most important thing was how to make the original city run as usual. A city did not just need people. It also needed managers and officials of all levels. Only then could a city develop in an orderly manner. Only then could it be a lively city. The Dahan imperial dynasty did not have enough management talents. Even with the help of the 6 factions, it was impossible to take over the entire world. Therefore, to prevent accidents, although the army sent out troops at lightning speed, they did not immediately enter the imperial capital and the sect's encampments. Instead, they slowly moved toward the political center of the 4 factions. Bit by bit, they quickly ate up the cities. Even though the speed was slow in the eyes of Kong Xian and the others, it was terrifyingly fast in the eyes of outsiders. In just 1 month, they had already taken down 180 cities of the 4 factions. Moreover, everything was sorted out. In this 1 month, other than the sect masters and emperors who were controlled, the ministers and sect elders were all in a state of panic and trepidation. In 1 month, the army of the Great Yellow Dynasty came one after another. The experts also began to take over the armies of the 4 factions. Kong Xian was on the battlefield. From far away they could see the enemy camp in the distance. The original commander flag had changed, and there was a large strength written on it. Kong Xian stood on the high platform and looked coldly at the Grand Marshal Li Mu, a minister from the Great Yellow Dynasty. For others, the distance was too far, but for the 2 of them, no matter how far it was, they could still see it clearly. I have long heard of Kong Xian's great name. He alone can fight against millions of troops. Who would have thought that he would need the help of other soldiers? Li Mu sneered from afar. "Ha, Li Mu? If you want to be eaten by me, you can try it yourself." Kong Xian sneered. Although Li Mu didn't reveal his talents, Kong Xian knew that he was a minister on par with Fengbua. However, Kong Xian wasn't afraid because Kong Xian was confident that he was better than him. Now that the show had just begun, Kong Xian naturally wouldn't rush forward recklessly. "Then, are you willing to watch others kill while you hide in the back?" Li Mu said. "You want me to go to your camp? There is no need to provoke me. It's useless. Why should I be angry with someone who is not as good as me? Now, I like the feeling of going step by step. Isn't it satisfying to watch the cities being conquered every day?" Kong Xian sneered. Li Mu's face sank. "Humph, then we will meet on the battlefield." Kong Xian sneered and ignored him. Dragon God Ying's battlefield had a new commander's platform with the word, "Wind" written on it. On the distant platform, Fengbua's face was pale as he looked coldly at Dragon God Ying. Mao Tianyun stood beside Long Shining. He looked at Feng Bo in the distance without fear. On Mosquito Doran's platform, Gu Han was beside him, looking at Xiongyu who was on the opposite platform. On Gao Xinji's platform, Sheng Guanhen and Ao Xing were there, looking coldly at the Eastern Sea Dragon King Ao Ying on the opposite platform. The war was no longer that easy. As the Great Yellow Dynasty's experts entered, the 2 sides entered a stalemate for a time. However, despite the stalemate, the Dahan Dynasty's army continued to advance. The group of peak experts did not make a move. Only the middle-level experts continued to send troops. However, Pajuan was more than enough. The Dahan Dynasty's understanding of the surrounding factions was much better than the Great Yellow Dynasty's. Just like that, another half a month passed. The Dahan Dynasty's army conquered another 20 cities. For a time, no faction participated in the war. Everyone just watched quietly. As the Dahan Dynasty slowly conquered the cities, the officials and elders of the 4 opposing factions were terrified. In just 1.5 months they had already lost half of their territory. If this continued, what would they do? Perhaps the Great Yellow Dynasty came from another world. However, in this battle, they discovered that the Great Yellow Dynasty's military strength was actually inferior to the Dahan Dynasty's. The Celestial Dynasty was inferior to the Imperial Dynasty? When this situation was revealed, the world was in an uproar. However, it was a fact. The Dahan Dynasty's growth had exceeded everyone's expectations. The peak experts of the 2 dynasties had yet to make a move. The 2 dynasties had yet to reveal their trump cards. Even so, it was enough for countless people to look up to. Boundless Celestial Capital, Upper Study Room. Mosquito Doran received Gu Hai's order and quietly came. Mo Yike, Guqin Montes and Sima Changkong stood in the upper study room. "Greetings, Your Majesty and Marshal Mo." Why did you summon me back? What about the front lines? Mosquito Dowrin bowed with a trace of doubt. Gu Hai smiled. Everyone in the upper study room laughed. Mosquito Dowrin was confused. Your Majesty, Marshal Mo, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Sima Changkong, you tell them. Gu Hai said with a smile. Yes. Sima Changkong nodded. Mosquito Dowrin looked at Sima Changkong. Lord Sima, what's the matter? Mosquito Dowrin, you've obtained good results in the past 1.5 months. You've frightened the people of the 4 factions. Sima Changkong said with a smile. Speaking of war, Mosquito Dowrin immediately smiled. Of course. The army of gods and demons is enough to destroy any city. How could those 4 factions defeat our army? If not for Marshal Mo's repeated orders to slow down, we would have already reached their capital and the center of their sects. There are several reasons why Marshal Mo asked you to slow down. One of them is because of you, Mosquito Dowrin. Sima Changkong said with a smile. Me? Because of me? What do you mean? Mosquito Dowrin didn't understand. Your Majesty said that the resentment of those who cultivate mind control will be of great help to you? Sima Changkong asked. Oh yes. Did you find someone? Mosquito Dowrin's eyes lit up. Yes. That's right. Lord Meng's embroidered uniform guard monitors the world. During this period of time, the 4 major factions have been forced to retreat repeatedly. Even when the Great Huang Celestial Empire sent out troops, it was of no use. Apart from their sect masters and kings being controlled, there is also a group of ministers and elders who are extremely anxious. You guys are slow and victorious, but you have given them a strong influence. This influence is pressuring them to the point of suffocation, and they are incomparably terrified. The embroidered uniform guard is taking advantage of this opportunity, and many of them are already willing to submit to my great Han imperial dynasty. Similarly, there is also progress regarding the matter of mind control. Really? Mosquito Dowrin said with surprise. It's still Da Hong. Sima Changkong said with a deep voice. Da Hong? Isn't he already dead? Or did I devour his flesh and blood? Mosquito Dowrin said with a frown. To be precise, it's a clone of Da Hong. In the past, Jiang Lianshan helped Empress Ji to make some clones of Da Hong. These clones naturally can't compare to Da Hong himself. They only have the cultivation of the 5th tier of Heavenly Palace. However, their temperament isn't much different from Da Hong's. Therefore, they can cultivate the mind control. However, their strength naturally can't compare to the original, and they can only control a limited number of people. They also have to continuously use the power of control. Sima Changkong said solemnly. Was it confirmed by the ministers and elders who betrayed the 4 factions? Mosquito Dowrin asked. That's right. Da Hong's clone roamed the palace and was seen by some of the ministers. The portrait has been sent over. It's definitely correct. Sima Changkong said solemnly. That's great. Mosquito Dowrin said excitedly. In at most half a month, the various Grand Marshal will meet. Kong Xian and Li Mu, Shengguan Hen and Aoing, Mao Tianyun and Fenghua, the second prince and Xiongyu. A great war is about to break out. Therefore, during this chaos, I'm preparing for you to quietly attack the enemy and destroy Da Hong's clone, Sima Changkong said solemnly. Good, that's great. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Marshal Mo. Thank you, Lord Sima. Mosquito Dowrin said excitedly. Da Hong's resentment was the key to him reaching the peak of Heavenly Palace. There shouldn't be many clones of Da Hong. Otherwise, he wouldn't only control the 4 factions. When the time comes, be careful. Lord Meng will get the embroidered uniform guards to guide you. Sima Changkong said. Yes. Mosquito Dowrin answered. For this battle cry, I need you to master the mind control. Gu Hai said solemnly. Ah, mind control? I can master it. Mosquito Dowrin said in shock. You don't really need to master it. You just need to make Matriarch Ji think that you have mastered the mind control. I want to lure Matriarch Ji into battle. Gu Hai said solemnly. Is the final battle already? Mosquito Dowrin asked blankly. Not yet. These are not Matriarch Ji's trump cards. There is still a long way to go before the final battle. However, using this opportunity, it's time to take back Chiyo's corpse. Gu Hai said solemnly. Ah yes. I am at your disposal. Mosquito Dowrin answered. The Great Yellow Dynasty is at a disadvantage this time. They must be planning something new. Therefore we have to be quick. We have to settle everything before they use their new methods. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Everyone answered. Chapter 1077. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. In Xinyuan City, Ji Matriarch stood at the entrance of the study and looked coldly at the battlefield in the distance. Feng Bo, Xiongyu Ao Ing Li Mu, and the others are finally going to battle against the great Han Imperial Dynasty's Great Perfection Heavenly Palace cultivators? Matriarch Ji stood with her hands behind her back as she spoke. Behind her stood a group of officials. Yes, His Holiness, the Dahan Imperial Dynasty has the advantage of time and place, but it has dragged on until today. They are weaker than we expected. Emperor Kong said with a smile. Ji Matriarch shook her head lightly. This is Mo Yike deliberately controlling the pace. Deliberately controlling the pace? They are stalling for time? Emperor Kong said in surprise. That's good. I have also convinced the Heavenly Demon Holy Land to cooperate with Big Yellow and destroy the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Ji Matriarch said with certainty. Scorpio and the others are willing to cooperate? Emperor Kong was delighted. Ji Matriarch looked at the battlefield in the distance and frowned. However, I feel like there is something missing. His Holiness is worried about Master Shou. Unborn man? His Holiness is not worried. Master Shou? Hey, if he attacks, I can deal with him. Song Jie said with a smile. Ji Matriarch nodded, but she did not relax her frown. His Holiness, you are too careful of Gu Hai. Emperor Kong said with a smile. Ji Matriarch nodded. I hope so. Hong. A loud sound came from the battlefield in the distance. It was the first battle of the Heavenly Palace Great Perfection Imperial Dynasty. Infinite Celestial Capital. Soaring Palace Entrance. Gu Hai also looked into the distance with his officials. Without using his heavenly eye, Gu Hai controlled the Golden Dragon of Luck. The Golden Dragon of Luck's eyes released a trace of golden light, and everything in the Dahan Imperial Dynasty could be seen clearly. In the distance, the captured territory was the territory of the Dahan. The front line of the battlefield was also within the Golden Dragon of Luck's sight. With a wave of his hand, Gu Hai's Golden Dragon of Luck displayed the images that it saw in front of the ministers. Immediately, everyone could see everything on the battlefield clearly. Your Majesty, everything is going according to plan. Only Matriarch Ji is in the great circle of the gods. Your Majesty. Mo Yike said worriedly. Don't worry, we have our own ways to deal with it. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Mo Yike nodded. Although everything had been arranged, he was still a little worried. Right at this moment. Hong. A loud sound came from the battlefield. Everyone looked at the battlefield. That was Kong Xian's battlefield. After half a month of fighting, the Dahan Imperial Dynasty had taken down another 50 cities. The commanders of the two armies were slowly facing each other. It was a huge desert. Kong Xian stood on the commander's platform. The Kong flag fluttered in the wind. Behind him stood the Dahan army. Each of them looked ferocious. On the other side, Li Mu stood on the commander's platform. The Li flag fluttered in the wind. Behind him stood Da Huang's army and the troops of the four superpowers. Each of them was filled with fighting spirit. In the end we still meet. Kong Xian, you are so slow. Li Mu sneered. Who is retreating? Kong Xian said coldly. It's useless to say more. Kong Xian, let's see what happens. Li Mu said coldly. I think so too. Kong Xian said coldly. Everyone listen to my order. Kill. Li Mu shouted. I am invincible. Kill. Kong Xian shouted. As they shouted, Li Mu and Kong Xian charged at each other at the same time. Both of them flew up at the same time. They didn't use any weapons and just exchanged a simple punch. Li Mu's eyes widened as he punched out. Suddenly, a violent shadow of a black bull appeared in the air. Mo. The black ox roared at the sky. It seemed to have the power to suppress the world. As Li Mu threw a punch, the black ox shadow shattered the void and smashed toward Kong Xian. So, you are an ox demon. Kong Xian looked ferocious. Screech. A giant peacock shadow with a fierce aura came with Kong Xian's punch. As the peacock screeched, a large part of the void was torn apart. The two ferocious fists collided as they approached the starry sky. Hong. With a head-on collision, the stars in the sky instantly exploded into countless pieces. A large part of the star system was destroyed by this punch. Down below, the two armies roared and began to fight. Rumble. This was the first battle between the two armies. At the second army, Fengbua and Mao Tianyun also led their armies to fight. Where is Dragon God Ing? He is hiding behind you. Mao Tianyun, have you really submitted to the Dahan Imperial Dynasty? Fengbua sneered as he fought with Mao Tianyun. Meow, submit? I don't submit to anyone. It is all your fault. You want to harm Hutu. I am seeking justice for her. Meow. Mao Tianyun shouted. Seeking justice for Hutu? Why is she not here? Why are you so proactive? Don't tell me you're interested in her? But it is not bad. Hutu is still attractive. So many people want to marry her and climb up the social ladder. Feng Bo sneered. Mao Tianyun bared his fangs and said, It's not up to you to talk about my business. Also, don't even think about slandering Hutu. Feng Bo, you've completely angered me. Meow. Dry spring. Rumble. Mao Tianyun's fire seemed to have a pink color as it surged towards Feng Bo, who was wrapped in wind. At the Third Army. Guhan put his palms together. Amateus Buddha. Golden light shone around Guhan. Buddha Lian Sheng and Zi Bai Buddha stood beside him. The three Buddhas appeared and the sound of Buddha chanted for thousands of miles. Boundless Buddha light shone on the opposing army. Under the Buddha light, the battle will of the opposing army was quickly worn down. Brat, how dare you? Xiongyu roared. With a palm strike, only a huge bare paw was left in the world. Buddha's palm. Guhan extended his hand and struck. Hong. The Third Army immediately started fighting. At this moment, the Fourth Army was also engaged in battle. Gao Xinji was protected in the center by a group of experts. Sheng Guanhen and Ao Xing soared into the sky. Ao Ing waved his hand, and a huge green dragon that was close to 10,000 feet long appeared behind him. The dragon's eyes were white, and it emitted an ancient aura. The moment the green dragon appeared, it suppressed the North Sea dragons and made them unable to move. This is the ancestor dragon? The Azure Dragon's corpse? Ao Sheng's expression changed. The Azure Dragon's corpse came from the corpse mound realm. However, Ao Ing refined it into a puppet. The moment it appeared, it gave off an overwhelming might. The battle situation is tricky. Ao Xing, can you handle it? Sheng Guanhen asked. However, Ao Xing showed a cold expression as he said, Don't worry. Although the ancestor dragon's corpse is strong, it died long ago. I'll give it a try. Ao Xing roared. Suddenly, he turned into a black dragon that was 4 kilometers long. Strangely, the surface of the black dragon gave off an azure light. Didn't you obtain the Northern Sea Dragon God, the Western Sea Dragon God, and the Southern Sea Dragon God? Why is your light of the gods azure? Ao Ing exclaimed in shock. Ong. Ao Xing reared his head and roared. As he roared, his body remained 4 kilometers long. However, a 30-kilometer-long azure dragon image wrapped around his body, looking identical to the ancestor dragon's corpse. The ancestor dragon's dragon pearl? You have the dragon pearl? Ao Ing suddenly exclaimed. Then greed appeared in his eyes. Ao Xing let out a loud roar and pounced forward. Haha, I've been looking for it. It turns out that it's with you. You don't deserve to have the ancestor dragon's dragon pearl. It's mine. Ao Ing roared excitedly. The ancestor dragon's corpse roared and pounced at Ao Xing. Ao Ing also pounced over, wanting to snatch the ancestor dragon's dragon pearl. However, at this moment he was greeted with a golden fist. Ao Ying's eyes widened as he punched out. Hong. The void exploded into countless pieces. Ao Ing paused and looked at Sheng Guanhen. Now your opponent is me. Sheng Guanhen sneered. As he sneered, he pounced over again. Rumble. From the sky to the ground, the 4 armies started fighting for the Grand Marshal. The 8 great perfection heavenly palaces fought with all their might. They did not use any tricks and only fought with all their might. Under the gaze of the entire world, they fought ferociously. Gu Hai and Matriarch Ji looked at each other from afar, supervising the battle. The battle was tragic. It was also the first full-scale battle between the Dahan Imperial Dynasty and the Great Yellow Dynasty. This battle was a fair and square battle for the world to see. Not only was it a battle of strength, but it was also a battle of prestige. This battle would determine who was the #1 imperial dynasty in the hearts of the world. Under the chaotic battlefield, there were surging undercurrents. The Enlightenment sect was one of the 4 factions controlled by the Great Yellow Dynasty. After 2 months of war, less than a quarter of the cities controlled by the Enlightenment sect were left. They had lost a lot of luck. Not to mention the Imperial Dynasty's luck, even the Sovereign Dynasty's luck was running out. At this moment, the Enlightenment sect's elders were very anxious. At the peak of a mountain outside the Enlightenment sect, there were 10 people standing. They were Mosquito Daurin, Dragon Deity Ing Mahavarakana, Goddess Hutu, and the 6 fallen marquises. The 6 fallen marquises were the masters of the 6 factions in the past. They were all peerless experts in the 8th and 9th levels of the heavenly palaces. Now they had come to sneak attack the Enlightenment sect, which had almost lost all of its luck. It was almost a one-sided battle. His Majesty is too careful. We are going to sneak attack the Enlightenment sect? The army is sending troops everywhere. The Enlightenment sect's headquarters must be very empty. Aren't we being too extravagant? Mosquito Dauren said with a smile. Dragon Deity Ying shook his head. Mosquito Dauren, I find that you are not as careful as before. You used to be on guard for everything. Haha, that was because I was alone and had to be careful. It is different now. With His Majesty as my back, what do I have to worry about? But haven't you thought about why His Majesty sent us to follow you? There are even 2 peak heavenly palaces. Mosquito Dauren was stunned. Then his expression changed. Mosquito Dauren was only proud for a moment. He was not stupid. Dragon Deity Ying realized something and his face sank. You are saying that Matriarch Ji is also on guard against us and there might be an ambush here? Matriarch Ji also has a group of strategists. If you and I can think of it, Matriarch Ji will definitely think of it too. His Majesty and Matriarch Ji seem to be using their own methods. In fact, they are fighting openly without any tricks. Dragon Deity Ying said in a deep voice. If His Majesty can think of the composition of the forces on the surface, Matriarch Ji will also think of it. If Matriarch Ji can think of it, His Majesty can also think of it. Therefore, many times all kinds of undercurrent arrangements are obvious to both of them. It is a competition of strength. Just like now, Matriarch Ji has already prepared an ambush here. His Majesty also knows about the ambush, so he has already prepared for us to follow. Do you understand? Dragon Deity Ying explained. Mosquito Dauren smiled bitterly. Alright, the stupid will be schemed against by the smart. There are no secrets between the smart and the smart. Besides competing in strength, what else can there be? There are also hidden methods. What trump cards are hidden that the other party doesn't know? This is the only way to catch them off guard. Dragon Deity Ying explained. Mosquito Dauren nodded. Alright, let's hurry up. Goddess Ho-Tu said. Alright, let's go. Mosquito Dauren's face sank as he replied. The group of 10 followed Mosquito Dauren and walked towards Daming's sect. Chapter 1078. The Enlightenment sect's array formation was strange and powerful. However, no matter how powerful it was, it couldn't withstand a single blow from a perfected heavenly palace cultivator. Boom. Mahavairakana's palm shattered the sect's array formation. Who is it? Instantly, a large number of Enlightenment sect disciples rushed out in anger. Mosquito Dauren waved his hand, and black mosquitoes instantly filled the area. No matter who it was, they were instantly drowned by the black mosquitoes. That's Mosquito Dauren. Suddenly, someone shouted in horror. Over there. Suddenly, a different voice sounded. It was a spy from the Enlightenment sect. Everyone immediately rushed toward a large hall. Those who came to stop them couldn't do so at all. Mahavairakana waved his hand, and a storm blew all of them away. Who dares to be impudent in my Enlightenment sect? A yellow-robed man shouted. Sect Master, it's someone from the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Someone immediately shouted. The yellow-robed Enlightenment sect Master glared. Citizens of the Enlightenment sect, I urgently need your help. Please raise your right hand and help me destroy the enemy. The Providence cloud churned and a dragon roared. It looked like he was about to mobilize the remaining citizens. However, Dragon Shenying instantly rushed forward. With your remaining Providence, how much power can you borrow? Break. Dragon Shenying glared and struck out with his palm. The palm was too fast and it arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. A portion of the citizen's power had already entered the Enlightenment sect master's body. In a hurry he could only receive the attack with his palm. Hong. With a loud sound, the entire large hall instantly exploded. Dragon Shenying's palm strength was too strong, and it instantly suppressed the Enlightenment sect master. It's him. The spy from before pointed at a black-robed man in the distance and shouted. Bastard, you dare to betray the sect? The Enlightenment sect master was shocked and angry. Boom. Black mosquitoes instantly rushed toward the black-robed man in the distance. The black-robed man's hood was lifted, revealing Dahong's face. Dahong's clone's eyes instantly turned red. Don't look at his eyes. Mosquito Dauren exclaimed. Boom. The rolling black mosquitoes enveloped Dahong's clone, covering his eyes. Ah! Dahong's clone cried out in pain, but it was useless. After all, the difference in cultivation level was too great. No one could help it all. At this moment, more and more power of the common people entered the Daming Sect Master's body. The Daming Sect Master's strength rapidly soared, but even so, with Mahavairakana and Goddess Hutu, everything seemed insufficient. Just when everyone thought that victory was in their hands. The stars in the heavens are mine alone. Star Orbit 9 Dragon Heavenly Fire Pillar. A loud shout resounded in the sky. In the sky above their heads, countless stars suddenly lit up. The starlight connected with each other and immediately formed 9 huge starlight fire dragons. They seemed to have traversed through space and time and instantly arrived where everyone was. Matriarch Ji's ambush? Dragon Shenying's expression sank. I'll do it. Goddess Earth Mother harumphed coldly. With a cold harumph, he waved his hand, and 9 heavenly rivers appeared out of thin air. They soared into the sky and crashed into the 9 fire dragons. Hong! The fire dragon and the celestial river collided in the sky, shattering the void into countless pieces. Mr. Wu Xing? Dragon Shenying's face sank. Apart from Gu Hai's family, no one knew who Mr. Wu Xing was. They only knew that he was Matriarch Ji's subordinate and had listened to her orders to ambush here. Goddess Earth Mother's expression sank. What a good Mr. Wu Xing. He mobilized the power of several galaxies and the 9 Dragon Heavenly Fire Pillar. However, the 9 fire dragons collided with the Celestial River and seemed to be slowly suppressing the Celestial River. Goddess Earth Mother's expression turned cold. She waved her hand, and another 9 heavenly rivers soared into the sky, forming a huge pushing force in the sky. Far away in Shenyuan City, Matriarch Ji's expression sank. I understand now. I know what is making me uncomfortable. Not only did Gu Hai ambush the Daming Sect's headquarters, but his target is also De Hong's clone? Is there a traitor in the Daming Sect? His Holiness killed De Hong's clone. That person's mind manipulation is now useless. Furthermore, it will take a long time to find a suitable person. The Archkong said with an ugly expression. Inform all De Hong's clones to be careful. Try to avoid them. Matriarch Ji said coldly. Yes. Daming Sect. Mosquito Daoran pounced toward De Hong's clone. Under the suction force of countless black mosquitoes and himself, De Hong's clone turned into a piece of human skin in just a short while. He was completely silent. The Daming Sect Master became more and more powerful. However, the moment De Hong's clone was destroyed, the Daming Sect Master shuddered. It was as if he had woken up from a long sleep. What's going on? Who are you? The Daming Sect Master exclaimed. Sect Master? The surrounding people exclaimed in surprise. He's awake. Dragon Shenying's expression changed. On the other side, Goddess Earth Mother shouted, Leave Mr. Wu Xing to me. Hurry up and go to the next place. Mahavairakana nodded. Time is of the essence. Please stay and protect Goddess Earth Mother. Also, explain this to the Daming Sect Master. Dragon Shenying said to the 2 surrendered marquises. The 2 surrendered marquises were once the emperors of the imperial dynasty. It was not difficult for them to protect Goddess Earth Mother now. Moreover, the Daming Sect Master had woken up. His attitude toward them would definitely be different. Okay. The 2 responded. Let's go. Mosquito Daoran shouted. Mahavairakana led Mosquito Daoran, Dragon Shenying, and the 4 surrendered marquises and instantly shot towards the next sect. During the flight, Mosquito Daoran refined one of De Hong's clones. His entire body trembled and he felt very uncomfortable. Swish. Mahavairakana's speed was extremely fast. In just 3 breaths of time he arrived at the second sect. Emperor Kong's message had yet to reach the group of De Hong's clones. Boom. With one palm strike, Mahavairakana shattered the sect's array formation. The same situation happened again. However, Mahavairakana's attack was extremely fast and instantly injured the sect master. The spy instantly pointed out the location of De Hong's clones. Mosquito Daoran pounced forward. The black straw instantly pierced through the body of De Hong's clones. Ah! De Hong's clones screamed. However, at that moment, a black sword beam appeared behind Mosquito Daoran like a ghost. Tathagata Divine Palm. Boom. Mahavairakana struck out with his palm and clashed with the black sword in the air. Heavenly Palace Consummation? Mahavairakana said in shock. Who was this person holding the sword? Why had there been no news of him before? Great Yellow Dynasty's Secret Guard Commander. Please enlighten me, Mahavairakana. The black figure said coldly as he stabbed his sword again. Secret Guard? Empress Ji's secret faction? The Spectre Guards in charge of collecting intelligence and assassinating all enemies? A secret guard like the embroidered uniform guards and blood-robed guards? Dragon Sheniying's face sank. SSSS. Boom! The secret guard commander's sword attacks were extremely tricky. The assassin's techniques were extremely powerful. Mahavairakana was not afraid, but it would take a lot of effort to defeat him. Ching. Suddenly, a sword beam descended from the sky and instantly knocked away the secret guard's sword. Ha! Everyone's face sank, including Empress Ji, who was far away. A green sword lotus bloomed in the air, and a man in white clothes stood on it. Wherever the man stepped, the void was filled with boundless sword chi. Wansho Taoism? Oh. He actually condensed the sword soul and entered Heavenly Palace Consummation? Empress Ji's face sank. Oh. Was Ho invited by Gu Hai? This Gu Hai is really important. Song Jie's face sank. Far away in the boundless celestial capital, Gu Hai sighed softly and his eyes flashed with emotion. When he asked Ho for help, Ho agreed without hesitation. Heavenly Palace Consummation? Ho obtained the Tong Tian sect master's sword Dao and condensed the sword soul. Now, in Wansho Taoism, Ho was the strongest existence besides Yuanshu Qianzuan. Now that he met the secret guard commander, Ho naturally attacked. Your seventh soul is not a sword soul? Ho looked at the secret guard commander in confusion. Sword soul? A sword soul does not exist. How did you condense it? The secret guard commander was shocked. Since it's not a sword soul, you are not worthy to see my sword Dao. Ho said coldly. The sword chi in the surroundings instantly disappeared. The sword lotus also disappeared as Ho looked coldly at the secret guard commander. Many thanks, young Master Green Lotus. Dragon Sheniying said solemnly. I promised Gu Hai that I would help him stop a Heavenly Palace Consummation. Just stop him. You guys can leave now. Ho said indifferently. Yes. Mosquito Daoran said as he sucked in another Dahong clone. The two of you, please help young Master Green Lotus. Dragon Sheniying looked at the two surrendered nobles. No need. Ho said indifferently. All right. Dragon Sheniying nodded. Let's go. Mahavairakana waved his hand. Swish. The group of people went to the third sect. Stop. The secret guard commander wanted to stop them. Ching. Suddenly, two sword chi shot out from Ho's eyes and went straight for the secret guard commander's glabella. What? Boom. The secret guard commander immediately swung his sword to block. On the other side, the sect master's face darkened. What's going on? What happened to me? Sect master. Are you really being controlled? The disciples of the various sects were shocked. Mosquito Daoran and the rest arrived at the third sect in an instant. Mahavairakana was about to attack. Swish. A huge whip went straight for Mahavairakana. It was Scorpio's poison hitching post. You again? Mahavairakana punched out. Boom. The void shattered. The scorpion tail did not poison Mahavairakana, but Mahavairakana grabbed the scorpion tail and swung it. Boom. A scorpion that was 1,000 feet long was smashed into the ground. In an instant, the scorpion turned into a black-robed man. It was Scorpio. What's going on, Mahavairakana? Aren't you afraid of my poison? Scorpio said angrily. Your poison has been thoroughly studied by Mr. Good and his wife. Of course it's useless to me. Mahavairakana sneered. Hurry up. Mahavairakana shouted. Okay. The group immediately rushed into the sect. Soon they caught the third copy of Dahong. The copy of Dahong seemed to want to escape, but unfortunately he could not escape in front of the swarm of mosquitoes. The others stopped the sect master. Soon the copy of Dahong was sucked into Mosquito Doran's stomach. Mosquito Doran's body was trembling violently. The two of you stay behind to protect Mahavairakana. Dragon Sheniying looked at the two surrendered Marquis. Okay. The two surrendered Marquis answered. Scorpio was powerful. Although the poison was useless against Mahavairakana, his strength somewhat suppressed Mahavairakana. Don't worry about me. Go to the next place. Mahavairakana shouted. Let's go. Mosquito Daoran, Dragon Sheniying, and the two surrendered Marquis rushed toward the last imperial dynasty. At that moment, Mosquito Doran's aura changed. It was as if he could break through to the peak of Heavenly Palace at any moment. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Mosquito Doran's eyes were filled with ecstasy. Far away in Xinyuan City. Mosquito Doran's aura? Is that the sign of breaking through to the peak of Heavenly Palace? No, Gu Hai's target is the copy of Dahong? Not to destroy him but to let Mosquito Daoran devour him? Ji Dihong's face darkened. She realized Gu Hai's scheme. However, it was too late as there was only one copy of Dahong left. At that moment, Mosquito Daoran had already arrived at the fourth ambush point, where the Imperial Dynasty's capital was located. Chapter 1079. He was the last Dahong clone. After receiving the news, he started to flee. However, he didn't know how many officials in the Imperial Dynasty had been bribed to keep an eye on his movements. When Mosquito Daoran and the other three arrived, the great emperor of the Imperial Dynasty had learned his lesson and mobilized the power of the dynasty in advance. Although he had lost more than half of his territory and mobilized less than a quarter, his strength had increased. He ran that way. That way. A traitorous official suddenly rushed out and shouted while pointing in a direction. Stay here. Mosquito Daoran's expression changed and he instantly pounced over. You should be the one to stay. The emperor shouted coldly and grabbed at Mosquito Daoran with a fist. The emperor was ferocious and had the power of a country. However, Dragon Shenying and the other two weren't to be trifled with. Dragon Shenying stepped forward and met the emperor's fist with a punch. With a loud boom, Dragon Shenying was knocked back by the heavy blow. However, he didn't show any signs of defeat. Attack together. Dragon Shenying shouted. Okay. The two surrendered nobles answered. The three peerless experts surrounded the great emperor and the battle was chaotic. On the other side, Mosquito Daoran was clearly faster than Dahong's clone. You're the only one left. Mosquito Daoran said with a sinister expression. The black mosquitoes that blotted out the sky instantly enveloped Dahong's clone. His Holiness, save me. Dahong's clone cried out in alarm. Ha, no one can save you. What other trump cards does the Great Yellow Dynasty have? Mosquito Daoran roared in disbelief. However, at that moment, the void trembled. A huge 8 trigrams pattern suddenly appeared around the two of them. The 8 trigrams pattern surrounded the two of them. Following that, rolling flames appeared out of nowhere. In an instant, all the black mosquitoes were incinerated. Furthermore, the rolling flames were headed for Mosquito Daoran. What kind of fire is this? Mosquito Daoran exclaimed. At this moment, in a square in Xinyuan City, Songjie was activating an 8 trigrams furnace. The 8 trigrams furnace had the pattern of the 8 trigrams. The 8 trigrams furnace rotated slowly, corresponding to the 8 trigram sea of fire that trapped Mosquito Daoran in the distance. Mr. Songjie, your mystic technique is really powerful. You can control the battlefield from millions of miles away? Emperor Kong said with a smile. Songjie didn't say anything and continued to stimulate the pill furnace in front of him. The infinite celestial capital. The unborn man was taken aback. Impossible. Is this Master Shou's doing? He wasn't among the 8 Meridians longevity masters. 8 trigrams furnace? Unborn man, what are you waiting for? Gu Hai asked worriedly. Yes. The unborn man immediately waved his hand. Buzz. An alchemy furnace appeared in front of the unborn man. He gently stimulated it. Inside the alchemy furnace, 2 forces, one black and one white, instantly formed the Tai Chi Yin-Yang fish and started to rotate slowly. At the same time, the Mosquito Daoran had just been burned by the fire. Just as the heat was about to dissipate, a Tai Chi Yin-Yang fish energy circle suddenly appeared around him and quickly avoided the fire. The unborn man actually comprehended the intent of life and death at the same time? Solitary Yin can't be born and solitary Yang can't grow? Songjie, who was far away, was slightly surprised. Master Shou. That's right. That's Master Shou? And he has surpassed the 8 meridians? The unborn man was also surprised. The 2 masters of Shou were separated by the entire divine land. They quickly activated the Master Shou's mystic technique and battled from afar. It was hard to tell who was superior. However, the Mosquito Daoran didn't dare to hesitate. He pounced on the last Dahong clone and instantly covered it with black mosquitoes. Countless suction tubes were inserted into its body. Ah! The Dahong clone let out a miserable cry, but he couldn't block the Mosquito Daoran at all. In the blink of an eye, the Mosquito Daoran sucked until only a layer of skin was left. The Mosquito Daoran's body suddenly emitted rolling black gas. The black gas quickly formed a cocoon net and wrapped the Mosquito Daoran inside. The aura of transformation was emitted from the cocoon net. Songjie, who was activating the 8 trigrams furnace, suddenly said in a deep voice, "Not good, the Mosquito Daoran is transforming. He is going to break through to the Heavenly Palace perfection stage." Kong Di and the others were shocked. At this critical moment, was the Dahan Imperial Dynasty going to have another Heavenly Palace perfection stage expert? Do your best to stop him from breaking through. Ji Matriarch's eyes flashed with a cold light as she said in a deep voice. Yes. Song Jie answered. The 8 trigrams furnace was activated, and the flames in the distance emitted a black color and surged towards the Mosquito Dauren. In the boundless celestial capital, the unborn man also revealed a trace of astonishment. 8 trigrams? That Song Jie is really a longevity master, and a longevity master who has surpassed the 8 meridians. Destroying the black flames? This is impossible, even I can't do it. Protect the Mosquito Dauren with all your strength. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes. The unborn man was anxious and continued to activate the furnace. In the distance, the Mosquito Dauren was protected by the Tai Chi energy. Outside of the Tai Chi energy was the calcination of the 8 trigrams calamity. The surrounding void was burning and melting, and no one dared to go near. However, the emperor who was fighting Dragon Sheniying quivered. He suddenly woke up. Boom. After slapping Dragon Sheniying away, the emperor revealed a look of astonishment. What is going on? Your Majesty, are you really being controlled by the human heart? Countless officials asked in astonishment. The emperor turned his head and looked around. The entire north of the Divine Prefecture was shaking violently. Kong Shen versus Li Mu. Mao Tianyun versus Feng Bua. Guhan versus Xiongyu. Shengguan Hen versus Aoing. Mr. Wu Xing versus Empress Hudu. Ho versus Secret Guard Commander. Virokana versus Scorpio. Song Jie versus Unborn Man. There were almost 16 Heavenly Palace Great Perfection experts fighting, and this did not include Ao Sheng's battle, the battle between the sect leaders and the emperors. The huge chaos made the other factions of the Divine Continent hold their breaths. No matter how they got the news, they were all shocked. The strength displayed by the Great Yellow Dynasty and the Dahan Imperial Empire was too shocking. Empress Ji did not make a move because Gu Hai in the distance did not make a move either. No one knew how long this battle would last and how much destruction it would cause. Ho stood in the square of the Flame God Temple and narrowed his eyes. Gu Hai indeed has many helpers. That's right, they are actually on par with Empress Ji? Xing Tian said in shock. I feel that this is not their full strength. Empress Ji seems to have not started to reveal her trump cards, and Ho Qing has not made a move either. Gu Hai still has a pair of wives who have not joined the battle either. Ho Yi said in a low voice. They will show. Ho revealed a cold smile. Ho narrowed his eyes and looked to the west of the Divine Continent, at the entrance of the Seizing God Temple on the Spiritual Mountain. At the entrance of the Seizing God Temple, Jiang Chen also stood with his hands behind his back, watching the shocking battle before him. As he watched, Jiang Chen revealed a smile. This is more like it. Long Outyin stood behind him and frowned. True Lord, we just received news that the battle in the north of the Divine Continent is shocking. However, why is Ho Qing not here? Where is he? Wait patiently. You will see him soon. Jiang Chen said calmly. Yes. Many thanks, True Lord. This subordinate will be loyal to True Lord forever. Long Outyin immediately said excitedly. It doesn't matter whether you are loyal or not. It all depends on your luck. If you are capable, take it. If you are not, you can't blame anyone. Jiang Chen said calmly. Yes. Long Outyin replied. Jiang Chen seemed to have sensed something and suddenly turned to look at Dongfang and Ho. Ho stared at Jiang Chen and Jiang Chen also suddenly looked at Ho. The moment he saw Ho, Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Then he looked at the battlefield in the distance. Ho frowned slightly and turned to look at the battlefield in the north. Many battles were happening in all directions. Gu Hai and Empress Ji did not move. However, at this moment, the leaders of the 4 forces used their providence to send voice transmissions. People of the Daming sect. This sect master was previously controlled by the Great Yellow Celestial Dynasty's demonic art, mind control. Now that I have regained consciousness, I am ashamed to face all of you. The Daming sect's army will immediately retreat. My army beat the gong to withdraw. The Great Yellow Dynasty of the Demonic Dynasty used the mind to control me. We will immediately retreat. We will immediately retreat. The 3 sects and 1 emperor sent voice transmissions to the world at the same time. In an instant, the people of the 3 sects and 1 emperor dynasty were in an uproar. The forces in the north of the Divine Continent were all shocked. Is it true? Is it really controlled by the mind? The Great Yellow Dynasty is too scary. Fortunately, it did not control me. If I was controlled, wouldn't it be? The emperors and sect leaders of the various forces felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, they did not participate in the war between Huang and Han. At the same time, they were extremely conflicted with the Great Yellow Dynasty. However, Empress Ji did not care about this. Although the army had retreated, it did not affect the battle between the experts. The army was only used to fight for territory. Those territories were so far away from the Great Yellow Dynasty, so they did not care. What they cared about was this monstrous battlefield. Crack, 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 crack. The black cocoon net suddenly cracked. After the crack, a red light shot up into the sky from the cocoon net. Boom. The red light enveloped the mosquito Dauren as it shot into the sky, instantly rushing out of the 8-trigram sea of flames. In just an instant, he rushed into the starry sky, escaping from the battlefield where Cangjie and the unborn man were casting their techniques. This Taoist has succeeded as well. The mosquito Dauren suddenly roared in excitement. As he roared, a torrential might spread out from his body, causing the surrounding stars to tremble. Countless black mosquitoes seemed to fill the entire starry sky. His Holiness, not good. The mosquito Dauren has already broken through. Kong Di exclaimed. Empress Ji's face sank. Something's not right. Everyone was puzzled. They are gathering toward the mosquito Dauren? Empress Ji frowned. In the 8 battlefields, all the perfection stage Heavenly Palace cultivators seem to have been guided to the mosquito Dauren during the previous battle. Kong Xian, Shengguanhen, Guhan, Hutu, Maotianyun, Virokana, Qi Fenghua, Limu, Xiongyu, Aoing, Scorpio, the secret guard commander Ao Sheng, the ancestral dragon's corpse, and Mr. Wu Xing were all very close to the mosquito Dauren. A large area of the starry sky was constantly exploding. The center of the battlefield was the most dangerous, and no one dared to go near it. However, they were all gathered together, which clearly explained a problem. All of this was deliberately guided by the experts on the Dahan's side. However, why did Gu Hai want to guide the experts to gather together? Empress Ji didn't understand the reason, but she smelled a deep conspiracy. Empress Ji turned her head and looked at Gu Hai of the infinite celestial capital. However, she saw that Gu Hai suddenly revealed a cold smile. Chapter 1080. Matriarch Ji smelled the thick scent of a conspiracy. She knew that Gu Hai definitely had a plan here, but it was too late. She saw that the peerless experts gradually gathered together in the battle. To ordinary cultivators, this land was very far away. However, to the peak Heavenly Palace experts, this distance was not far at all. It was only a distance of 1 or 2 breaths. They could reach it with one attack. Almost at the same time, all the experts suddenly met in the starry sky. Fenghua, Limu, Mr. Wu Xing, Aoing, Xiongyu, Scorpio, and the secret guard commander were shocked at the same time. They also felt that something was wrong. However, everything happened too quickly and they did not have time to think about it. They saw that in the starry sky. Suddenly, a huge mouth opened in the void. It was a huge mouth, a mouth that swallowed the entire starry sky. When that huge mouth appeared, the entire starry sky was swallowed, including the 17 peerless experts. What is that? Cangjie said in surprise. Emperor Kong and the others could see the starry sky because of the screen that Cangjie set up earlier. They also widened their eyes in disbelief. Is that the immortal dome of the ancients? Emperor Kong said in surprise. Boom. That huge mouth suddenly closed as if swallowing all 17 experts in one gulp. They were swallowed in one gulp. The entire starry sky suddenly fell silent. The entire divine continent also fell silent. This silence was very strange. The commotion that shook the entire world just now disappeared. Everyone was gone? This is impossible. The emperors and sect masters below exclaimed. The void was silent as if it was a dream. If not for the destruction left by the previous battle, everyone would have thought that it was a dream. All the experts were gone just like that? No, there was one more place. It was the battle between the unborn man and Cangjie. Although the mosquito Dauren disappeared, the two were still fighting. Perhaps because of Master Shou's special fighting style, the two did not stop. But what about the people before? Gone? Ancient Immortal Dome? No, the small Immortal Dome can't withstand the destruction of so many heavenly palaces, and the Ancient Immortal Dome can't either. Even if it's 100 times stronger, the Ancient Immortal Dome can't hold them. Cangjie said solemnly. Matriarch Ji's face turned gloomy, and her eyelids twitched as she said, It's not the ancient celestial vault, it's the 6 paths reincarnation. 6 paths of reincarnation? Yes, it seems to be the reincarnation cycle of the Tao of Hell. They have entered the 18th level of Hell. Matriarch Ji said in a low voice. Wasn't the 18 levels of Hell sealed by the Immortal of the Six Paths? Wasn't it forbidden to enter again? Emperor Kong said in astonishment. Gu Hai definitely has a special method. Furthermore, to be able to open such a huge entrance in one go, we have indeed underestimated this Gu Hai. Ji Empress said with a gloomy expression. But even if that's the case, what can we do inside the 18 levels of Hell? They might not win. Emperor Kong comforted himself. No, they have an additional mosquito Daoran, a heavenly palace's consummate mosquito Daoran. Matriarch Ji's expression sank. Among the peerless experts, the Dahan imperial dynasty had an additional mosquito Daoran. It was like the straw that broke the camel's back. His Holiness. Not only that mosquito Doran's eyes seemed to have turned red before he was swallowed. Songjie recalled. Matriarch Ji's expression sank. She suddenly closed her eyes and quickly recalled. When she closed her eyes, the earlier scene seemed to be replaying in her mind. Suddenly she saw the final mosquito Daoran. Mosquito Daoran revealed a sinister smile, and his eyes turned scarlet. That scene was exactly the same as when Dahong used mind control. At that moment, Kong Xian, Shengguanhen, Ao Xing, Hutu, Mao Tianyun, Virokana, and Guhan all looked at Mosquito Daoran. Everyone's eyes flashed with anticipation and excitement. It was as if all their hopes were placed on Mosquito Daoran. Everyone was looking forward to Mosquito Daoran. Did they know the abilities of Mosquito Doran's eyes? Mosquito Doran's eyes, could it be? Not good. No wonder Mosquito Daoran wanted to swallow Dahong's clone. Moreover, after swallowing Dahong's clone, he broke through because he needed the resentment in Dahong's body. After swallowing Dahong's heart source, Mosquito Daoran could also use mind control? Songjie's expression changed. Obviously, Songjie also recalled the scene at that moment. Mosquito Daoran grasped mind control? Moreover, the experts on Gu Hai's side had the advantage? All the officials trembled as they thought of the terrifying consequences. His Holiness? Songjie looked at Matriarch Ji anxiously. His Holiness, you said that we also have a chance to enter the 18 levels of Hell. Emperor Kong said anxiously. It's too late. I didn't expect Gu Hai to be able to open the 18 levels of Hell. Matriarch Ji's expression was gloomy. Gu Hai was able to open the 18 levels of Hell because of the Book of Life and Death. The Book of Life and Death recorded the 4 paths of reincarnation. Although it couldn't appear in the Immortal Dome, it could open the entrance to the 4 paths of reincarnation like the reincarnation pool. Just now, Gu Hai had opened that entrance. In the blink of an eye, everyone disappeared. At the entrance of the Flame God Palace. Bai narrowed his eyes and looked at Gu Hai in the distance. He frowned and said, "This is Gu Hai's first step? It is indeed strange." At the entrance of the Flame God Palace. Jiang Qin stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Gu Hai in the distance with admiration. He revealed a faint smile and said, "Interesting, interesting. Did you lie to the whole world?" The previous battles had all stopped. The group of emperors and sect masters swallowed their saliva. Many people in the world were watching this battle and were stunned. What happened just now? Was it Gu Hai or Matriarch Ji? The moment he made a move, all the supreme experts were gone? How could this be? Everyone's heart trembled. In Xinyuan City the officials were anxious. His Holiness, what should we do now? Emperor Kong asked anxiously. Matriarch Ji narrowed her eyes and said, Gu Hai's preparation is indeed brilliant. However, I am also prepared. His Holiness, what if? Songjie said worriedly. Don't worry, we can't allow them to hesitate. I didn't expect it to be so fast. Since Gu Hai has played this trick, I will let everything end. Matriarch Ji said coldly. Matriarch Ji stepped forward. As she stepped forward, golden light shone brightly. A suppressive aura burst forth. At this moment, almost every place in the divine continent felt a sense of Xinyuan City. They looked in the direction of Xinyuan City unconsciously, although they couldn't see anything. Matriarch Ji stepped forward. In just an instant she was outside the limitless celestial capital like a meteor. At this moment, Gu Hai in the limitless celestial capital turned serious. Xian Air Wanqing, Matriarch Ji definitely has a backup plan. Remember what I told you before. Be careful and do as I say. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes. The two girls answered. Citizens of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty, today the Demon Dynasty is attacking. I implore all citizens of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty to lend me your strength. Please raise your right hand and help me. Gu Hai shouted. Roar. The 40,000 li long golden dragon of luck let out a deafening roar. Its voice instantly spread to the 2,300 cities of the Dahan imperial dynasty. Perhaps the citizens of the cities that had just been conquered didn't lend their strength. However, there were still 2,000 cities that raised their right hands. Billowing energy rushed towards the golden dragon of luck. The 40,000 li long golden dragon of luck instantly swooped down with endless energy. It rushed into Gu Hai's body. Boom. Gu Hai's dragon robe expanded. Gu Hai's power also instantly reached the horizon. With the power of the Dahan imperial dynasty, Gu Hai's power was overwhelming. Not daring to stay at the entrance of the soaring palace hall, Gu Hai instantly rushed out of the limitless celestial capital. He stepped into the void and faced Matriarch Ji from a distance. Gu Hai, with the power of the Dahan imperial dynasty, his strength had reached the pinnacle. Matriarch Ji, with the power of the perfected gods, was one level higher than the perfected heavenly palace. She had even killed Qiyu, a peerless expert of the same level. Her strength was overwhelming. Gu Hai versus Matriarch Ji? Countless emperors, sect masters and countless experts in the world were all shocked at this moment. So fast? The battle between the Dahan imperial dynasty and the Great Yellow dynasty had already started? Although they were shocked, the emperors and sect masters were still filled with anticipation. Many emperors and sect masters even flew out of their own dynasties and sects to the periphery of the limitless celestial capital to watch the upcoming battle. Matriarch Ji didn't call for any other subordinates. Gu Hai didn't ask anyone to watch the battle either. Just like that, the two of them faced each other, their auras reaching the pinnacle. A shocking battle was about to begin. Ha ha ha, Gu Hai, good plan. I was careless and fooled you. However, this is also good. Without their interference, I can attack to my heart's content. Your two empresses haven't made a move yet. Do they need to watch the battle for you? Matriarch Ji looked coldly at Gu Hai. No need. In my Dahan imperial dynasty, there are hundreds of billions of people helping me. It's enough to deal with you, Matriarch Ji. Gu Hai said confidently. With confidence, Gu Hai reached out and pulled out a blood-red long saber. The life-slaying saber. Everyone knew that Gu Hai had 4 divine sabers. Each of them had unfathomable power. Gu Hai would take out a different saber to deal with his opponent. The moment the life-slaying saber appeared, a scarlet light filled the surroundings. Under the dazzling light, there was a terrifying murderous illusion. Looking at the world of red light, everyone suddenly saw a hell of slaughter. They couldn't help but shiver. 2,000 people is indeed a lot. However, it depends on whether you have the ability to withstand the power of all the people. Unless you're in the Great Perfection realm, you won't be able to withstand the power of all the people in the Heavenly Palace. Do you have a lot of people's power that you can't use? Only a Great Perfection realm expert in the Heavenly Palace can use the power of 2,000 people to fight against me. You haven't reached the Great Perfection realm yet, right? Matriarch Ji sneered. How do you know that I haven't? Gu Hai retorted coldly. It's useless to be stubborn. Mosquito Dauren is a chess piece that you carefully prepared. Unfortunately, as long as you die, he won't be able to cause much trouble. Let's see how powerful you are. Matriarch Ji said coldly. After saying that, Matriarch Ji waved her hand. Boom. Immediately, boundless righteous energy appeared in the air. The righteous energy's white light instantly lit up the entire place. It was so bright that many people couldn't open their eyes. The boundless righteous energy wrapped around a huge golden manifested sword and slashed at Gu Hai. The Xinyuan sword manifested sword? 10 heavenly cycles. Gu Hai shouted. Boom. The life-slaying saber slashed out with the 10 heavenly cycles. However, the red light from before intensified by more than 10,000 times. It was so bright that many people had to close their eyes. Only the red and white lights remained in the world. The Xinyuan sword and the life-slaying saber clashed in the air. Hong. Chapter 1081. The emperors and sect masters who were rushing to the outskirts of the limitless celestial capital suddenly narrowed their eyes. They couldn't see anything. The only thing they could see was endless white light and endless red light. Everyone knew of Matriarch Ji's strength. She was in the great circle of the deity legion. Would Gu Hai be able to stop her? Many people felt uneasy. Boom. A super loud sound rang out, and the void for thousands of miles was instantly torn apart. Outside the black hole, Gu Hai stood with the life-slaying saber in his hand and Matriarch Ji standing with her hands behind her back. The battle between the two emperors couldn't determine a victor? Can that Gu Hai really fight Matriarch Ji to a draw? No wonder Matriarch Ji is so afraid of him. Even a great circle of the gods can't do anything to him? What a terrifying Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Imperial Dynasty? No, this is the power of the Heavenly Dynasty, right? Countless shocked voices sounded in all directions. This battle attracted the attention of almost all the experts in the Divine Continent. In this battle they were evenly matched. The void was torn apart. Many experts were shocked. In the northern part of the Divine Continent, countless emperors and sect masters had thoughts of competing with the Dahan Imperial Dynasty, but now, all of them were gone. Not to mention Gu Hai's strength, just his subordinates in the great circle of the Heavenly Palace were enough to make others look up to him. Matriarch Ji stood in the distance and looked at Gu Hai. "Ha, with your strength you can actually withstand the strength of 2,000 citizens?" Matriarch Ji said coldly. "Things in the world don't develop according to your expectations." Gu Hai said coldly. Things don't develop according to my expectations? That's right, that's true. However, today you will definitely develop according to my expectations. Again. Matriarch Ji said coldly. As she said that, millions of sword chi appeared around Matriarch Ji. White sword chi surged into the sky as though it was carrying all the justice in the world. The overwhelming righteous sword chi covered the sky and earth. It gave people the feeling that Matriarch Ji was justice. Matriarch Ji's body was filled with righteous energy. He represented the heavenly Tao. Gu Hai stood on the opposite side of the heavenly Tao, and that was evil. Incomparably evil. It felt like a battle between good and evil. If it was anyone else, they might have already surrendered in shame upon seeing Empress Ji's righteous aura. However, Gu Hai wouldn't, and Gu Hai wasn't afraid of Empress Ji. Now that he had activated the might of the dynasty and executed the 10 cycles of heavenly cycle, his might was already sufficient to fight against Matriarch Ji. What was there to be afraid of? 10 cycles. Overwhelming righteous energy sword. The two of them drew their swords and sabers again. For a moment, the world was once again filled with red and white. Boom. The sword and saber clashed once again. This time the two of them did not stop. Instead, they continued to attack one saber after another, one sword after another. A fierce battle ensued. Rumble. The huge tremor was even greater than the previous battle between the great fulfillment of the heavenly palace. The void was torn apart thousands of miles away. Strong light shone on heaven and earth. The sun and the moon changed color and the starlight dimmed. The huge tremor rushed into the galaxy, and large patches of stars quickly turned into dust. In order not to harm the limitless celestial capital, Gu Hai flew higher and higher. The more they fought, the higher they went. Empress Ji seemed to want to fly into the stars too. The two of them slowly entered the depths of the starry sky. They saw that all the stars in the starry sky where the two of them were had been shattered. It was as if two blazing suns were colliding with each other again and again. Slash, slash, slash. The battle in the starry sky was getting further and further away, and the tremors on the ground were getting lesser and lesser. "No, no, Gu Hai fell into a trap," an emperor exclaimed. "What's wrong?" Gu Hai flew into the starry sky to protect the civilians, but what about Empress Ji? Does Empress Ji care so much about the people of Dahan? No, she doesn't care about the people of Dahan. She's digging a hole for Gu Hai. They entered the starry sky to fight. With their strength and speed, how far can they be from the end of spacetime? That emperor said. When that emperor said that, the surrounding sect masters and emperors were shocked. The end of spacetime beyond the 6 paths immortal dome? Someone exclaimed. That's right. Gu Hai has the strength of the civilians in the limitless celestial capital, and his strength is comparable to the Tongtian. However, what if Empress Ji forces him out of the 6 paths immortal dome? That emperor exclaimed. Outside the 6 paths immortal dome, it's not the Dahan Imperial Dynasty's territory. Once Gu Hai leaves the 6 paths immortal dome, the strength that the civilians lent to him will quickly disappear. Gu Hai's strength will be greatly reduced. However, Empress Ji won't. Her strength is her own strength and she won't lose it. Someone said. Empress Ji is a good schemer. She wants to force Gu Hai into the void so that Gu Hai won't be able to borrow anything. If Gu Hai is forced out, it's over. If he can hold on to his position, there's still a chance for him to turn the tables. Countless people had a look of bewilderment on their faces. The battle between Gu Hai and Empress Ji had indeed reached the end of spacetime. It was a place where space and time were distorted and slowed down. At this moment, Gu Hai seemed to have realized something. Empress Ji, you don't dare to face me head-on, so you came up with such a lousy move? What? Do you think I'll do as you wish? Gu Hai said coldly. Now that you're here, everything is no longer up to you, Gu Hai. Empress Ji revealed a cold smile. Boom. The huge saber and sword collided once again. This time they didn't collide. Empress Ji used force to bind Gu Hai, making it impossible for him to withdraw his saber. Otherwise, Gu Hai would definitely be injured. Gu Hai's face sank as though he felt that something was wrong. It's too late, you already have no way out. Empress Ji sneered. Empress Ji sneered, and a sinister expression appeared on her face as she exerted force. Boom. Under the huge force, Gu Hai and the life-slaying saber were blasted out of the distorted region of stars. What Gu Hai was able to avoid was that he could form an arc in the distance. He retreated and change his direction by using the arc. However, that was under the premise that there was a large space behind him. Now there was no time to use it. In just an instant he rushed out of the distorted space. In an instant he was slashed into the void by Empress Ji. Bang! When he flew out of the six-path celestial dome, he brought along more than 10 stars with him. However, when these stars flew into the void, they were instantly broken down and disappeared. There was nothing left at all. On the surface of Gu Hai's body, a large amount of power suddenly leaked out in a strange manner. It was like an inflated balloon that suddenly deflated. The rolling golden power dissipated into the void just like that. It wasn't that the void was breaking down. It was that outside the Dahan imperial dynasty, the power of the commoners was useless. Ha ha ha, Gu Hai, your power is disappearing, right? Now that you're here, let's see what else you can do to fight me. Here there's only disintegration, only dissipation. Everything about you will dissipate, your strength will dissipate, your flesh body, your consciousness will slowly turn into nothingness, slowly dissipating into nothingness. Empress Ji sneered. The dissipation of power did not make Gu Hai panic. Instead he stared at Empress Ji. My power will dissipate, but your power won't? Gu Hai said coldly. I will too, but I will be slower than you. Moreover, my power is huge, so it doesn't matter if some of it dissipates. Unlike you, you dissipate rapidly. Empress Ji sneered. Nothingness? Empress Ji, you are so calculating. Nothingness is very harmful to me, but don't forget that it is also harmful to you. Gu Hai said coldly. Humph, you are still so stubborn when you are about to die? Your power will disappear in an instant, and it is enough for me to kill you immediately. Once I kill you, I can return to the Six Paths Immortal Dome. What can you do? You can only die. Empress Ji sneered. Die? You think that the earlier I die, the better it is for you, right? But what if I don't die so easily? Gu Hai laughed. Empress Ji revealed a trace of doubt. Nothingness? It is boundless, right? If you want to kill me, then come. Ah! Gu Hai laughed loudly. He slammed his hand against Empress Ji's sword and rushed into the void. What? Empress Ji's expression changed. You want to escape? You won't be able to escape. Once you enter, you will die. Empress Ji shouted in shock and anger. Entering the void means death? I know. However, at the very least, I won't die now. If you return to the Six Paths Immortal Dome, I can return as well. Unless you chase after me, if you don't make a move, I won't make a move. If you return, I will return as well. At that time, your plan will be for naught. Gu Hai laughed. I won't allow you to return. Empress Ji said coldly. Then come at me. Let's see who will waste more time. You, Empress Ji, or me? Gu Hai said coldly. Empress Ji's face sank. She slashed her sword down again. Swish. Gu Hai flew into the void again. Her sword slashed through the air. Seeing that Gu Hai was about to disappear from her sight, Empress Ji felt a trace of frustration. If she didn't chase after him, Gu Hai would return to the Six Paths Immortal Dome. If she chased after him, he would be further and further away from the Six Paths Immortal Dome. Humph, I don't believe that you can outlast me. In the void, everything depends on accumulation. How much accumulation can you accumulate? Empress Ji chased after Gu Hai. One fled, one chased. At this moment, the people who were escaping were full of confidence and were becoming calmer and calmer. However, the people who were chasing after them were becoming more and more anxious and their hearts were becoming heavier and heavier. Run, if you continue to run, you will be lost in the void and won't be able to return. Empress Ji said anxiously. Empress Ji felt that she was getting further and further away from the Six Paths Immortal Dome. Once she lost her direction, she wouldn't be able to find the way back. She would be in trouble. It's better than dying in your hands, right? Gu Hai sneered. Empress Ji's expression turned cold, and she continued to chase after him. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them continued to chase after each other in the void. Gu Hai's strength had indeed decreased greatly, and he could only defend himself. But that was enough. Empress Ji felt that Gu Hai wouldn't be able to hold on for long. After all, the void energy was too terrifying. But what Empress Ji didn't know was that Gu Hai wasn't weakened by the void energy. On the contrary, the void energy was the source of Gu Hai's strength. Chapter 1082. Six Paths Immortal Dome, Divine Continent. Many experts were paying attention to the battle between Empress Ji and Gu Hai. However, the two were too strong and their speed was too fast. Even their speed in battle was not something many could compare to. However, some experts had already flown into the stars, or had special abilities that allowed them to see the end of time and space above the stars. Everyone saw the final clash between Empress Ji and Gu Hai. As long as they left the Six Paths Immortal Dome, Gu Hai would be dead for sure. Even though they had all sorts of expectations, they still went out in the end. The moment they went out, countless experts exclaimed. At the same time, they looked at the infinite celestial capital with pity. Because leaving the Six Paths Immortal Dome meant that Gu Hai had lost. Of course, this was only the opinion of many. The actual result was still unknown. Long Wanqing and Qin Xianer exchanged glances. A trace of worry flashed in their eyes. However, Gu Hai had already given them instructions, so they were not too anxious. After all, Gu Hai had said that he would enter the void with Matriarch Ji. Xinyuan City. Emperor Kong and the others were overjoyed. Haha, Gu Hai is dead for sure. Out of the Six Paths Immortal Dome, the power of destiny is useless. No matter how powerful he is no match for His Holiness. Emperor Kong said excitedly. Everyone was excited. It was as though the outcome of this battle was already decided. The battle between Zhang Jie and the unborn man was not over yet. However, Zhang Jie also sighed in relief. Perhaps, His Holiness is already confident of victory even without the other side's arrangement. Zhang Jie said with a smile. The other side's arrangement? What arrangement? Emperor Kong asked curiously. Zhang Jie shook his head but did not explain. With a light flick of his finger, a blue light screen appeared in front of him. At the center of the blue light screen was a small red dot. What? Impossible. Zhang Jie suddenly exclaimed. Looking at the screen of light, Zhang Jie suddenly lost his composure. In the instant that he lost his composure, the unborn man in the distance found an opportunity. He suddenly activated his technique and used it on Zhang Jie. Pooh! Zhang Jie suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Mr. Zhang Jie, how are you? Emperor Kong asked in surprise. Zhang Jie steadied himself and shook his head. I'm fine. I was distracted and was ambushed by the unborn man. It's nothing serious. Zhang Jie was fine, but he stared at the screen in front of him, feeling extremely anxious. Emperor Kong looked curiously at the blue screen. This is a map of the Divine Continent? Was that red dot the 8 trigrams mountain? The place where Chiyo's corpse was sealed? What happened? Zhang Jie shook his head. There was no explanation. He was worried about upsetting the officials. The blue light screen was a map of the Divine Continent. The red dot was not the 8 trigrams mountain but a person. And that person should have left the Six Paths Immortal Dome. Why was he still in the Divine Continent? How could this be? Gu Hai is really strange. His Holiness, luckily you set up a tight plan. Otherwise. Luckily His Holiness had a backup plan. Zhang Jie sighed softly. 8 trigrams mountain was located west of Chiyu City. It was a place shrouded in fog. A part of Chiyo's corpse was sealed inside. At this moment, not only did Zhang Jie look over, but at the entrance of the shrine, Jiang Chen also looked over. Long Out Yen, you asked me. I can give you the answer now. You can go take a look at Chiyo's seal. Jiang Chen said calmly. Yes, thank you, true lord. Long Out Yen said excitedly. 8 trigrams mountain. Outside the fog. At this moment, a man in a black dragon robe appeared. He was none other than Gu Hai. Another Gu Hai? No, this was the real Gu Hai. The one who fought with Empress Ji was Gu Hai's skeleton avatar. The real body wielded the life-extinguishing saber. The skeleton avatar wielded the life-extinguishing saber. Moreover, the skeleton avatar had broken through to the peak of Heavenly Palace with the help of the void. It was like a fish in water in the void. No one realized that the person who opened the entrance to the 18 levels of hell was Gu Hai's real body. Everyone was paying attention to Gu Hai's skeleton avatar, but they did not know that the real culprit was here. Gu Hai's real body arrived at the foot of 8 trigrams mountain. Right now, nearly all of Matriarch Ji's elites were pinned down. Even Matriarch Ji was pinned down. To Gu Hai, the current 8 trigrams mountain was at its weakest. Chiyu's corpse was suppressed here. Although this big brother of his had forced him to become sworn brothers, he had always been good to him. He was even willing to become enemies with the heavenly demon Holy Land to save him. How could he forget such a huge favor? Gu Hai stood at the entrance of the fog looking at the battle in the sky. His eyes flashed with determination. No matter what the trap was, he had to get Chiyu's corpse back. Who? Turning his head, Gu Hai stepped into the fog without hesitation. He also stepped into Empress Ji's trap without hesitation. This place was surrounded by the longevity array, and the 2 realms of yin and yang could not cross. Gu Hai had already let the unborn man test it, so he was extra careful. In the blink of an eye, Gu Hai disappeared into the fog. Except for a few people, no one in the divine continent knew about the 2 Gu Hai. Everyone's eyes were focused on the infinite celestial capital. The seemingly peaceful infinite celestial capital seemed to be waiting for the final judgment. Countless experts looked at the Dahan subjects in the infinite celestial capital with pity, especially Gu Hai's family. Everyone knew that if Empress Ji won this battle, the people in the infinite celestial capital were finished. They thought that they would have to wait for a few more days. However, at this moment, a man with a Dao bun suddenly appeared outside the infinite celestial capital. He was wearing a wide golden Dao robe. His appearance was rough and his expression was cold. He stepped in the void. Under the gazes of thousands, it seemed like he was going to destroy the entire infinite celestial capital. Who is this person? Is he here to barge into the infinite celestial capital? Could he be sent by Empress Ji? Empress Ji has too many backup plans. It's not enough to force Gu Hai into a dead end, and now she wants to eliminate him? Countless experts revealed looks of shock. In the distance, in Xinyuan City, Songjie saw the man in the golden Dao robe and sighed. He's here. His Holiness is indeed right. The people from the Heavenly Devil Holy Land are finally here. Is that the people from the Heavenly Devil Holy Land? Who is it? Emperor Kong looked at the image that Songjie activated and asked curiously, "Who do you think it is?" Songjie smiled. In the distance, not everyone recognized the man in the Dao robe. Some people recognized him. The 3rd brother of the Heavenly Devil Holy Land, Wuxiang Demon. That poison maniac. Someone exclaimed. After exclaiming, he immediately covered his mouth, afraid that Wuxiang Demon would hear him. He quickly hid behind in fear. Of course, Wuxiang Demon didn't have the time to care about the noise around him. Instead, he looked coldly at the infinite celestial capital in front of him. The 3rd brother of the Heavenly Devil Holy Land, Wuxiang Demon? Qin Xian'er's face sank. After all, she had her son Gu Hai. Gu Han had some understanding of the Heavenly Devil Holy Land. He reported the group of Heavenly Devils portraits to Gu Hai. Wuxiang Demon, the 3rd brother of the Heavenly Devil Holy Land, was several times more powerful than Scorpio. At this moment, he suddenly appeared at the entrance of the infinite celestial capital. Was this Matriarch Ji's trump card? Be careful. Wuxiang Demon is the person closest to the perfection stage of the gods in the Heavenly Devil Holy Land. Qin Xian'er said solemnly. Closest to the perfection stage of the gods? Long Wanqing's face sank. That's right. He's only a step away from the perfection stage of the gods. Little Han told us to be careful. He's a centipede demon. His body is invulnerable and his poison Dao is tyrannical. He even created countless kinds of poison. Even Scorpio's poison is not his match. Moreover, I heard from Little Han that he has some strange methods that he has never used before. Qin Xian'er explained. Long Wanqing's face sank. She knew that this was an extremely dangerous enemy. Guqin grabbed the life entrapment blade. Mother, Father told me to use the life entrapment blade to cooperate with you. Good. Qin Xian'er nodded. In the outside world, Wuxiang Demon looked coldly at the infinite celestial capital. In the end, his gaze turned to Qin Xian'er. Looking at Qin Xian'er, Wuxiang Demon revealed a trace of a cold smile. Little Four said that the infinite celestial capital has a poison Dao Grandmaster. It's you, right? In the distance, Qin Xian'er looked coldly and did not reply. Wuxiang Demon twisted his head and sneered. It doesn't matter whether you agree or not. After today, there will be no more infinite celestial capital. If you have a poison technique, you should use it quickly. Otherwise, you won't have another chance. After Wuxiang Demon finished speaking, waves of black poisonous gas suddenly emitted from his body. As soon as the poisonous gas appeared, the surrounding void emitted a sizzling sound. In the periphery of the infinite celestial capital, regardless of whether it was plants or animals, were instantly poisoned to death. Then it quickly corroded. The black gas was the most poisonous. Just a trace of it leaked out, and many experts who were watching felt uncomfortable. They did not even have time to escape. After taking 2 steps, they all fell to the ground. In the center of the black gas, even the void was corroded by the poisonous gas. Even space could not withstand the poisonous gas. It was clear that the poison was very strong. The poisonous gas enveloped the entire limitless celestial capital. Many people, as if they had seen the end of the world, revealed terrified expressions. In just a moment, the infinite celestial capital was drowned by the black poisonous gas. In the distance, in Shenyuan City, a group of Great Huang's officials immediately revealed excited expressions. So this is Wuxiang Demon. He is indeed powerful. Kong Di said excitedly. I hope so. Song Jie nodded and looked at the infinite celestial capital in the distance with anticipation. Before the first battle had even ended, another terrifying battle had begun. Countless experts who were watching from afar felt a chill in their hearts. The Great Yellow Dynasty's attack was devastating. The Dahan Imperial Dynasty was really going to be finished this time. At this moment, at the entrance of the Flame God's Palace in the Antiquity City, looking at the infinite celestial capital in the distance, Bai said indifferently, All right, it's time for us to go. His Holiness and Wuxiang Demon have made their move. Are we not going to help the Dahan Imperial Dynasty? Xing Tian asked worriedly. Guhai did not ask for help. This means that he is confident. Let's do as we said. Let's begin. I will go and retrieve Chio's corpse. You guys go straight to Shenyuan City and destroy it? Bai said coldly. Yes. The 3 of them immediately stepped into the sky. Whoosh. Bai instantly turned into a stream of light and shot to the south of Chiyu City, where Chio's corpse was lying in ambush. Xing Tian and Ho Yi stepped forward and rushed to Shenyuan City. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The moment the 3 streams of light flew out of the Antiquity City, Song Jie noticed them. He suddenly turned his head and saw the direction in which Bai and the other 2 were flying. His expression changed immediately. Oh no, Song Jie said in surprise. Chapter 1083. Everyone in the world was paying attention to the poison fog in the infinite celestial capital. However, very few people saw that someone was already heading for Matriarch Ji's nest, heading for Shenyuan City. Ho Yi and Xing Tian were both consummation Heavenly Palace experts. In the past, when Chiyu was still alive, they had fought with him to Shenyuan City. At that time, Matriarch Ji used the power of the Great Yellow World to block them. However, the 2 of them came again today. What else did the Great Yellow Dynasty have? Matriarch Ji went to the void. Ao Ying, Xiongyu, Li Mu, Fengbua, and the other consummation Heavenly Palace experts were all trapped in the 18 layers of hell. Even Song Jie was held back by the unborn man. Shenyuan City was already an empty shell in the eyes of Ho Yi and Xing Tian. It was just an empty shell. What could 2 Heavenly Palace great fulfillment cultivators use to resist? Others did not notice, but Song Jie did. When he saw Ho Yi and Xing Tian leave Great Desolate City and fly towards Shenyuan City, Song Jie knew that things were going to be bad. Mr. Song Jie, what's going to be bad? Kong Di asked in confusion. Princess Bingheim, please defend. Song Jie shouted. Boom. Not far away, the doors of a large hall suddenly opened. Bingheim, dressed in white, walked out of the divine ice hall like an ice mountain. She looked up at the sky. At this moment, Bingheim's eyes were extremely strange. Her left eye was blue, like ice that had not melted for 10,000 years, emitting a cold chi. Her right eye was golden, like the sun's true flame that had existed since ancient times, emitting a scorching heat. The 2 conflicting powers strangely merged in Bingheim's eyes. Although these eyes had 2 colors, they all revealed a cold indifference, a color that showed no emotion as it looked at everything. Mr. Nangong, activate the lifespan array and let Bingheim use it. Song Jie called out to a short white-robed man in the distance. Yes, Mr. Nangong Shou replied. Bingheim, Shenyuan City's ice and fire divine formation will be under your control. Quickly defend. Song Jie shouted. Bingheim looked at Song Jie and suddenly bowed respectfully. Yes, sir. Bingheim's voice was emotionless as if she was simply following orders. Buzz. Under Nangong Shou's control, a gigantic ice and fire barrier suddenly enveloped Shenyuan City. The ice crystal flame barrier was very peculiar. It was somewhat similar to the black and white soccer balls on Guhai's earth. One was ice blue while the other was fire red. They intertwined to form a net. It was extremely peculiar. Each one of them was like a pool of flames or a pool of ice crystals. Xiao. Xing Tian and Ho Yi arrived outside Shenyuan City in the blink of an eye. Oh, haha, it's this little girl again. Xing Tian sneered. He's at the end of his rope. What's the point of continuing to defend? Ho Yi sneered. However, Bingheim suddenly stretched out her hands and waved them fiercely. It was as if a strange power surged into the divine array of ice and fire. Wow! All of a sudden, enormous three-legged golden crows charged out of the pools of flames above the ice-fire divine formation. As soon as they appeared, they immediately flapped their wings and flew towards Hui Xingtian. Again? However, there are quite a few three-legged golden crows this time. Ah! Xingtian laughed loudly. The axe in his hand chopped down brazenly. Boom boom boom. All of a sudden the golden crows were cut down by the giant axe. Bingheim's eyes turned cold as she clenched her fists. Wow. Another wave of cawing sounded. This time, it was the ice-blue three-legged blue crows that flew out from the ice crystal pool. Like a three-legged golden crow, it flapped its wings and rushed toward the two of them. Three-legged blue crow? Does this thing really exist? Xingtian said in shock. Xingtian refused to believe this and chopped down with his axe. Boom. A three-legged blue crow instantly exploded. Haha, that's all there is to it. Xingtian sneered. Xingtian, be careful. Hui suddenly shouted. A three-legged golden crow and a three-legged blue crow arrived at Xingtian's location at the same time and collided with each other. The golden crow and the blue crow collided? Hong. The void instantly shattered into countless pieces, and Xingtian was immediately sent flying by this power. His hair was a little messy and his clothes were a little tattered. However, Xingtian used a shield to protect himself, so he wasn't injured too much. However, the collision of the golden crow and the blue crow made Xingtian feel a lingering fear. The collision of the golden crow and the blue crow actually has such power? Xingtian said in shock. Wow. The three-legged golden crow and the three-legged blue crow didn't stop, and they quickly rushed toward the two of them. Boom. For a time, a torrential destruction occurred outside Shenyuan City. A large area of the void was torn apart, and the surrounding experts were frightened and fled. This was especially so for the spies from all over the world. After dodging the destructive explosion, they immediately spread the news to all parts of the world. Everywhere in the world, countless emperors and sect masters were staring at the limitless heavenly capital. Just as they felt that Empress Ji had countless backup plans and that the limitless heavenly capital was about to be finished, news suddenly came that Shenyuan City's backyard was on fire. What? Xingtian and Hui went to attack Shenyuan City? Could this be Guhai's backup plan? The experts in the world were instantly shocked. Originally, they already felt that the battle between Big Yellow and Dahan had many backup plans. In the blink of an eye, another one appeared? Just a moment ago, they felt that the limitless heavenly capital was about to be finished, and in the blink of an eye, Shenyuan City was going to be finished as well? Countless people's gazes instantly turned toward Shenyuan City. Outside Shenyuan City, the three-legged golden crow and the three-legged blue crow did indeed cause trouble for Xingtian, but it wasn't fatal. Xingtian gradually got used to this rhythm. Hui even killed more than 10 golden crows and blue crows with a single arrow. However, in the distant ice-fire divine formation, there was an endless stream of golden crows and blue crows. The officials of Shenyuan City secretly sighed. Fortunately, there's still Princess Bingheim. Emperor Kong sneered. This won't do. Princess Bingheim's cultivation is still too weak after all. Otherwise, this lifespan array's power wouldn't be so weak. Song Jie suddenly sighed. While they were talking outside, Hui knocked an arrow and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Release. The divine arrow struck the intersection point of the fire pool and the ice crystal pool at an extremely fast speed, instantly producing an extremely powerful force. Boom. With that point as the center, 8 huge cracks suddenly appeared on the entire barrier, as if the barrier would shatter at any moment. What a sturdy barrier. However, let's see how many arrows you can take. Hui's eyes turned cold as he pulled out another divine arrow. Mr. Cangjia, what should we do? What should we do now? Emperor Kong and some of the officials immediately ran in circles. Danger had already befallen Xinyuan City. Could they still survive this ordeal? Infinite Celestial Capital. Wuxiang Demon, with great confidence, controlled the billowing black poison gas to drown the Infinite Celestial Capital, wanting to corrode the entire Infinite Celestial Capital. Wuxiang Demon was an expert in poison, and even Scorpio couldn't compare to him. But when it came to poison, would Qin Xian'er be afraid of him? In the past, among the 5 main branches of the witch tribe, one of them was called Divine Blood Replication. That main branch used all the poisons in the world to refine divine blood poisonous ants. The divine blood poisonous ants encompassed all the poisons in the world, so how could they be weaker than Wuxiang Demon? The existence of the divine blood venomous ants was to create a body, a perfect body of poison. It contained a law, the law of poison, a complete law. It corresponded to the great Tao of poison. In other words, in the field of poison, no one could grasp it more perfectly than Qin Xian'er. Qin Xian'er could mobilize the great Tao of poison and all the poisons in the world. In terms of poison, it was impossible for Qin Xian'er to meet a match, no matter how powerful Wuxiang Demon's poison was. It's just a little centipede poison, and you want to embarrass yourself in front of me? Qin Xian'er said coldly. As she said that, her body emitted traces of green light. The light was like a thread, and suddenly, a faintly discernible tree was pulled out from the void. The tree was Tong Tian, and it carried a power that made one's soul tremble. The tree's shadow trembled slightly, and there seemed to be a suction force among its branches. With a sudden brush, all the black poison gas was sucked into the tree's leaves. In the blink of an eye, the billowing black gas that drowned the infinite celestial capital mysteriously disappeared. The poison gas that made everyone despair disappeared in the blink of an eye? What's going on? Countless experts immediately revealed looks of astonishment. What happened in the infinite celestial capital just now? Why was it that Wuxiang Demon's poison gas was broken when I turned around after paying attention to Xinyuan City? And it was broken so thoroughly? Were we wrong? The infinite celestial capital wasn't that vulnerable? Many people widened their eyes, regretting that they missed the scene just now. Of course, the one who was most shocked was Wuxiang Demon. Wuxiang Demon's eyes widened as he looked at the Tong Tian tree in the infinite celestial capital. The great Tao of poison? You can actually mobilize the power of the great Tao? Wuxiang Demon said in surprise. Qin Xian'er smiled coldly. What moves do you have? Go ahead and use them. That poison just now was really funny. Wuxiang Demon didn't get angry. Instead, he suddenly revealed a trace of excited laughter. As he laughed, rolling green light also appeared behind Wuxiang Demon. When the green light appeared, it also pulled out a Tong Tian tree. It was exactly the same as the one behind Qin Xian'er. Good. Woman, you can actually mobilize the power of the great Tao of poison. From today onwards, you are mine. Ah. Wuxiang Demon revealed a look of possessiveness. Impudent. How dare you be rude to the Empress? In the infinite celestial capital, a group of ministers immediately glared and shouted angrily. Ever since I captured the great Tao of poison, I couldn't touch any woman. Anyone who touched her would immediately be poisoned into a pool of blood. Therefore, I have always been looking for a woman like me. That way you won't be afraid of being poisoned by me. Qin Xian'er, right? I will spare your life. I want you to come back with me and be my wife. Ha ha ha. Wuxiang Demon laughed loudly. The ministers immediately glared and rebuked him. Qin Xian'er, however, revealed a trace of a cold smile. You touch a woman and she is poisoned to death. It shows that you can't even control the great Tao of poison. It shows that you are useless. You want to snatch a woman back when you see her. It shows that you are shameless. At your current level of cultivation, your brain is still not controlled by reason. It shows that you are brainless. You are so useless. Shameless. Brainless. Do you think that you can take me away? Chapter 1084. You're just this useless, shameless, brainless. Do you think you can take me away? Qin Xian'er sneered. Useless, shameless, brainless? Not bad, I like it. Wuxiang Demon revealed a sinister smile. While he was smiling, another 16 streams of black poisonous fog transformed into black poisonous dragons that surged toward the limitless celestial capital. Qin Xian'er reached out and squeezed. With a swing of her great Tao of poison, all 16 poisonous dragons were instantly absorbed and disappeared. Humph, I don't believe that you can master more great Taoists than me, Wushang Demon said coldly. She waved her hand. The great Tao of poison behind Wushang Demon swayed and then fell toward the limitless celestial capital. The fall of the great Tao was like the collapse of the heavens. The entire void outside the limitless celestial capital collapsed. Everywhere it went, everything was crushed into powder, including some of the great formations outside the limitless celestial capital. Great Taoists are not used like this. Qin Xian'er sneered. The great Tao of poison behind Qin Xian'er spread out slightly and then suddenly collided with Wushang Demon's great Tao. No, that scene was like an adult patting a child's head. Boom. There was a loud noise. Heavenly Demon Wushang's great Tao of poison abruptly retreated. Strangely, it suddenly became shorter, as if it had been shrunk. What? It became smaller? Wushang Demon said in shock. In the next moment, Wushang Demon seemed to know what the problem was and revealed a shocked expression. Roots? You want to use the power of the great Tao when you haven't fully mastered it? You're really asking for humiliation by using the great Tao of poison in front of me? Qin Xian'er said coldly. With a wave of his hand, the ground beneath the great Tao began to churn. Vaguely, the shadows of some roots of the great Tao could be seen. These roots suddenly grew thick and broke out of the ground, sending rocks flying everywhere. They pierced into Heavenly Devil Wushang's great Tao of poison from the ground, sucking in nutrients like countless straws. Rumble. The great Tao behind Wushang Demon instantly shrank, as if all its essence had been sucked out by Qin Xian'er's great Tao. Impossible. Why can't I use the great Tao of poison? Wushang Demon exclaimed. Because you haven't mastered the great Tao. Your strength is too weak to withstand a single blow. Qin Xian'er said coldly. Rumble. Wushang Demon's great Tao shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then it was completely absorbed into Qin Xian'er's great Tao. In the blink of an eye, Wushang Demon seemed to have lost his backing. Your great Tao is gone. Now it's my turn. Qin Xian'er said coldly. At this moment, the surrounding spectators were already flabbergasted, and they felt as if they had nothing to live for. At first he thought that Qin Xian'er was a little sheep, and he was worried about her. In the blink of an eye he became a big bad wolf. The consummation of Heavenly Palace? No, the ability to master the great Tao. Could it be that she had already reached the consummation of the gods? Because only the consummation of the gods could perfectly master a great Tao. Qin Xian'er did it. Could it be that she was more powerful than Gu Hai? How many monsters were hidden in the infinite celestial capital? Everyone was shocked. Qin Xian'er waved her hand, and the great Tao suddenly emitted waves of emerald green poisonous mist that shot toward Wushang Demon. It surrounded Wushang Demon as if it was going to drown him. Jade snake poison? No, how do you know how to restrain my poison? Only old two can use it. Those who can use the jade snake poison are either jade snake demons or have completely mastered the great Tao of poison. Besides old two, no one has completely mastered the great Tao of poison. You. Wushang Demon looked shocked. Qin Xian'er ignored him. Qin Xian'er had mastered the great Tao of poison, so she naturally knew what kind of poison to restrain. Wushang Demon was a centipede demon, and the ancient witch tribe had already found a way to restrain the centipede demon. Once the jade snake poison was used, this made Sky Fiend Wushang reveal a look of despair. Thousands of jade snake poison shot toward Wushang Demon like poisonous snakes. He had nowhere to hide. Long Wanqing, Guqin and the others looked happy. But at the moment when they were about to win, Heavenly Demon Wushang tore off his Taoist robe, revealing his naked body. Pervert? Exhibitionist before his death? No, on the surface of Wushang Demon's body, there were eyes, densely packed eyes that covered his entire body. It looked extremely disgusting. Thousands of eyes that were closed suddenly opened. Buzz. Thousands of eyes suddenly burst out with billions of golden light. Once the golden light appeared, it instantly pierced billions of holes in the void. Even the thousands of jade snake poison that shot over were instantly melted and disappeared by the golden light. What is this? Countless people were shocked. Those densely packed eyes had a strange golden light, as if they carried a sharp aura that could pierce through everything in the world. However, less than 10,000 feet away from the body, those thousands of eyes shot out a strange golden light that formed a large net. The large net was strange as if it could break through anything. It suddenly enveloped the boundless heavenly capital. This is not poison? Qin Xian'er's face darkened. Whoosh! The large golden net covered the boundless heavenly capital formation, and the boundless heavenly capital formation instantly melted. Haha, that's right, this is not poison. This is the poison annihilation golden light that I specially refined to destroy all poisons in the world. The poison is my palm, and the annihilation of poison is also my palm. This is the secret technique that the demon tribe used to deal with the divine blood duplication of the witch tribe. I never thought that there would be a day when I would use it. Today I will test it on you. Wuxiang demon shouted angrily. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The golden net melted the boundless heavenly capital formation, and as if it had entered an uninhabited land, it instantly rushed toward the square of the soaring sky hall. All the arrows in the surroundings suddenly vaporized when they came into contact with the golden net, as if all the attacks were useless. Humph, you pervert, you want to destroy poison? What a joke. Qin Xianer snorted coldly. Qin Xianer extended her hand and struck out with her palm. The great path of poison behind her immediately surged with the power of poison and entered Qin Xianer's palm force, which slammed into the golden net in the sky. Boom! Qin Xianer's huge palm collided with the golden net. Like water droplets falling on a soldering iron, sizzling sounds could be heard continuously. It was as if Qin Xianer's poisonous palm was melting. However, Qin Xianer had the great path behind her, and the power of the great path was endless. As expected, it's the strange poison annihilation golden light. However, let's see how long you can use it. Qin Xianer said coldly. As she spoke, she mobilized more and more poisonous gas to surge forward. The poisonous gas and the golden net canceled each other out. Large amounts of poisonous gas had already appeared in the sky, and the experts in the surroundings retreated again and again. Although Wuxiang demon couldn't do anything to Qin Xianer, he was currently restraining Qin Xianer. Long Wanqing waved her hand, and the surging waters of the Nether River covered the limitless celestial capital, protecting the citizens of the limitless celestial capital. After all, as the poisonous gas increased, the surrounding void seemed to be corroding. In such a dangerous situation, only Long Wanqing could protect the citizens. It seemed like they were about to enter a stalemate. However, at this moment in the void not far from heavenly demon Wuxiang, the void trembled slightly, and then a black shadow appeared. The shadow was faintly discernible, and it stood in the void. Billowing winds swept up in all directions, and the poisonous gas in the sky was blown away. Empress Ji still has a backup plan? The experts in the outside world exclaimed. Wuxiang demon was already terrifying enough, but there was still someone else? Who was in the black figure? Why couldn't the face be seen clearly? When the black figure appeared, Qin Xianer and Long Wanqing's faces sank. A bad premonition arose. Lord, you personally sent a projection here? Wuxiang demon exclaimed in surprise. Lord. Hearing heavenly demon Wuxiang's words, almost everyone shuddered. Lord. Who was Wuxiang demon's lord? Some of the people who knew the heavenly devil Holy Land had a drastic change in expression. The heavenly devil Holy Land had one main peak and 12 subpeaks. Wuxiang demon was ranked third among the 12 subpeaks. In other words, there were two people who surpassed him. However, no matter how strong the 12 subpeaks were, they couldn't be stronger than the master of the main peak, the master of the heavenly devil Holy Land. Vast freedom heavenly devil? Hiss. Countless experts instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. This was vast freedom heavenly devil? A terrifying thought flashed through the minds of countless people. How great was Empress Ji to invite vast freedom heavenly devil over? One had to know that the strength of this vast freedom heavenly devil was definitely not below Empress Ji. In the past, perhaps there was only one person who could suppress vast freedom heavenly devil, and that was Long Zhanghua. Long Zhanghua had suppressed the heavenly devil Holy Land to the point that they didn't dare to enter the world of the living for many years. But now, vast freedom heavenly devil was making a comeback? When everyone looked at the limitless celestial capital again, they instantly revealed a trace of despair. The limitless celestial capital was finished. No matter how strong Qin Xianer was in front of vast freedom heavenly devil, what could she do? He was a veteran expert. The master of the heavenly devil Holy Land. Far away. At the entrance of the shrine. A sofa-like seat had already appeared behind Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin sat on it leisurely holding a cup of tea. As he sipped the tea, he looked at the limitless celestial capital. White Tiger actually sent a projection here. Interesting. The most important thing is that Qin Xianer and Long Wanqing actually didn't reveal a trace of despair? Does Guhai still have a backup plan? That's right, there's a nameless shrine in the limitless celestial capital. That shrine is wrapped in a layer of energy and even I can't see through it. Could it be that Guhai's trump card is hidden inside? How interesting. Jiang Qin drank the tea with a trace of anticipation. Limitless celestial capital. The arrival of vast freedom heavenly devil was indeed unexpected. Gu Qin revealed a trace of anxiety, while Wu Shang demon revealed a look of ecstasy. With the master's arrival, the limitless celestial capital was finished. Long Wanqing and Qin Xiener were only slightly anxious. Sister Long, protect the people of the limitless celestial capital. Qin Xiener said. Okay. Long Wanqing waved her hand. Boom. The surging water of the underworld river enveloped the limitless celestial capital in several layers, protecting the people of the limitless celestial capital. But strangely, a shrine appeared in the underworld river. The shrine was nameless, but strangely it stood alone. In the distance, vast freedom heavenly devil appeared. Although his face couldn't be seen clearly, it made people feel that he was examining the limitless celestial capital in front of them. It was as if he saw the calmness of the two women. Vast freedom heavenly devil revealed a cold smile. How interesting. Since you know about me, you actually didn't despair at all. Do you still have something to rely on? Long Wanqing said coldly, the reliance is in this shrine. It was prepared for you, vast freedom heavenly devil. I wonder if you dare to enter. Vast freedom heavenly devil revealed a trace of surprise. Could it be that Gu Hai really came prepared and guessed that he would make a move? The nameless shrine? As if it was wrapped in a layer of energy, vast freedom heavenly devil couldn't sense anything inside. However, vast freedom heavenly devil wasn't rash. He ignored the excited Wu Shang demon and walked to the entrance of the shrine curiously. Whoosh! He slowly landed at the entrance of the shrine. The great freedom celestial demon revealed some curiosity as he said, since Gu Hai can guess me, he must have made preparations for me. However, I am curious, what is Gu Hai going to use to entertain me? How can my hatred for you all killing my heavenly demon Holy Land's peak master be appeased? Although vast freedom heavenly devil's tone was calm, it revealed a monstrous killing intent. Nameless shrine? So what? Vast freedom heavenly devil was extremely confident and arrogant. He slowly stepped into the shrine. Quang! The shrine's door closed with a loud bang. After entering the shrine, vast freedom heavenly devil didn't rush to break through the door. Instead, he looked at a chair in the middle of the shrine in astonishment. At this moment, a man was sitting on the chair with his legs crossed. The man's leather shoes were shiny. His black trousers outlined the contours of his legs. He wore a black suit and a very businesslike black windbreaker. Under the suit, a pink tie accentuated the color of his white shirt. The man held a golden lighter in his left hand and flicked it lightly. Ding! The lighter was turned on. The flame jumped and lit a cigarette between his right hand. Inhale. The man inhaled lightly. With the help of a large amount of oxygen, the flame quickly ignited the cigarette and lit it up. The man closed the lid of the lighter with his left hand and played with it gently with his fingertips. The aroma of the cigarette circulated in his mouth and was gently exhaled by the man. The smoke that he exhaled circulated around the shrine. The man flicked the ash skillfully and revealed a faint smile as he looked at vast freedom heavenly devil opposite him. White Tiger, long time no see. Vast freedom heavenly devil suddenly froze. After a moment of silence, he exclaimed with a trace of disbelief, You Long Zhanghua? You didn't die? Chapter 1085. West of Chiyu City, 8 Trigrams Mountain. 8 Trigrams Mountain was shrouded in fog as Gu Hai walked deeper into the mountain. As he walked, Gu Hai felt that there was an oppressive force in the fog. It was as if there was a knife hanging above his head. Not only that, he couldn't fly here. Just like in the Yellow Spring Sea, the laws here were chaotic. He couldn't fly and couldn't use his secret arts. Moreover, the gravity around him was increasing. With every step he took, Gu Hai's gravity increased. After walking for a while, Gu Hai felt that his current weight was more than 1,000 times heavier than before. 1,000 times the gravity was a huge influence. If an ordinary person walked here, they would be crushed into meat paste. However, Gu Hai didn't. Gu Hai continued walking to the center. He could sense strands of black sorcery energy in the distance. That sorcery energy gave off an aura. Gu Hai could tell that it was Chiyu's corpse. Chiyu's corpse was right in front of him. Although Gu Hai knew that there was danger ahead, he didn't hesitate and continued to walk deeper. There was a valley filled with black fog. It was where Gu Hai sensed Chiyu's corpse. At the entrance of the valley, there was a figure sitting cross-legged on a huge rock. It was none other than Ho Qing, who hadn't shown himself recently. The moment Gu Hai stepped into 8 trigrams mountain, Ho Qing opened his eyes. He waved his hand. There seemed to be a formation in 8 trigrams mountain. Immediately, an image appeared for Ho Qing. In the image, it was Gu Hai slowly walking into the depths. Ho Qing didn't know about the battle outside. He had been sent here by Ji Dihong more than 10 days ago. When he saw Gu Hai, he was slightly surprised. Gu Hai? He came here alone? His Holiness told me to guard this place. He said that Gu Hai would send someone to test the waters. We had to stop them. Furthermore, Mr. Tsang Jie had other arrangements. Unexpectedly, it wasn't Gu Hai who sent someone but Gu Hai himself. Gu Hai really has a brotherly relationship with this Chiyu? Ho Qing revealed a cold smile. As he smiled coldly, his gaze turned even colder as he looked at Gu Hai. 8 trigrams mountain was not big. As Gu Hai walked, he arrived outside the valley. Through the faint white fog, he saw Ho Qing standing before the black fog. Behind Ho Qing was a valley shrouded in black fog. However, from afar, Gu Hai looked like a huge mouth, and the mountain peak outside looked like a huge dragon's head. The mouth of the dragon head was filled with black fog. Was Chiyo's corpse inside? Although Xiao Chen had many doubts, he was still incredibly close to Chiyo's corpse. It was very close. Gu Hai, how dare you barge in alone? Ho Qing sneered. Gu Hai looked at Ho Qing carefully and revealed a faint smile. Ho Qing, after that letter, you must have had a good time under Empress Ji, right? Ho Qing's expression turned cold. Humph. I knew it was you who set me up. You wanted to drive a wedge between us. Fortunately, His Holiness is wise and saw through your trick. You are really biting Lu Dongbin. Gu Hai said coldly. Who was Lu Dongbin? Ho Qing did not know him, but that did not stop him from understanding what Gu Hai meant. Gu Hai was scolding him. Gu Hai, you must have noticed it already. This place has a lifespan array and the laws are chaotic. Those who are not in the heavenly palace great perfection cannot fly. Furthermore, when you are here, your body's gravity is at least 10,000 times stronger. The void is locked and all your strength is greatly reduced here. Since you dared to come here to die, I will fulfill your wish. Ho Qing said coldly. Gu Hai looked at Ho Qing and said indifferently, Ho Qing, I don't think there is a death grudge between us. In fact, I saved your life. Ho Qing's expression turned cold. Gu Hai, you still expect me to pity you and let you live at this time? Isn't it too late? Pity? I don't need you to give it to me. On the contrary, I want to give it to you. Gu Hai looked at Ho Qing with pity. What did you say? Ho Qing narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Goddess Earth Mother has a brother like you. Perhaps she committed too many sins in her past life. Sigh. Gu Hai shook his head as if he did not want to say anything. Gu Hai, don't think I don't know. If it wasn't for Long Wanqing and the others in the flawed Immortal Dome, you would have been dead already. You used despicable lies to trick a bunch of Heavenly Palace Great Perfection cultivators into following you. You yourself are only at the 6th level of Heavenly Palace, no, maybe the 7th. The most powerful attack in the flawed Immortal Dome was definitely because you used the power of the ancient Immortal Dome citizens. You could only attack once and you almost died after that. Do you dare to do it again? You can't fly here and the gravity here is 10,000 times stronger. You're much slower now, aren't you? I promised the Emperor that no matter who comes in, they have to stay. Today will be your last day. Ho Qing said coldly. With that, Ho Qing stepped into the air and punched at Gu Hai. Gu Hai sneered. 10,000 times the gravity? Do you think it will affect me? You underestimate me. As he spoke, Gu Hai glared and slashed with his life eradication saber. 9 cycles. The moment 9 cycles was unleashed, the void shook violently. This place was indeed affected by the longevity array. 9 cycles energy saber could not travel more than 10,000 miles. It could only be restricted to 1,000 feet. However, 1,000 feet was enough. The energy did not dissipate and the pressure was not weak. It collided with Ho Qing's punch. Hong. The saber and fist collided, and the void shook violently. However, it did not shatter. Gu Hai stomped his foot and the ground sank. Ho Qing also paused. How can you have the power of a Heavenly Palace Great Perfection cultivator? Ho Qing said in shock. Due to the longevity array, the surrounding space did not shatter. However, the power was real. Ho Qing was shocked. He looked at Gu Hai in disbelief. Clearly, he had underestimated Gu Hai's power. My power? There are many things you don't know. In fact, you're just guessing a lot. It's a stupid guess. How much do you know? Gu Hai said coldly. Boom. Gu Hai and Ho Qing fought again. 10,000 times the gravity would affect Gu Hai? That was because Ho Qing did not understand how strong Gu Hai's body was. He had been cultivating all this time. The foundation of Gu Hai's body was something Ho Qing could never imagine. 800,000 years ago, when Gu Hai was still in the Middle Heavenly Palace, his body had already reached the Heavenly Palace great perfection. Now he was in the 7th level of the Heavenly Palace. To Gu Hai, 10,000 times the gravity was nothing more than an itch. Boom boom boom. Gu Hai's 9 heavenly cycles clashed with Ho Qing again and again. So what if he could not fly? Gu Hai's jumping ability was still as strong as flying. In a battle of strength, Gu Hai even had the upper hand. As the two fought, they did not know that 2 more people had entered. The first was Long Outyin. Under Jiang Chen's guidance, Long Outyin arrived quickly. Beside him was his previous life's body, now refined into a powerful doppelganger, Di Jiang. The second was Dragon Shenying. Gu Hai had told him to deal with the battlefield and come back immediately in case there were any changes. Dragon Shenying did not care about the other battles in the Divine Continent. He rushed here immediately. Long Outyin and Dragon Shenying entered the foggy area of Bagua Mountain one after the other. Gradually they heard the battle between Gu Hai and Ho Qing. Boom 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 boom. The 2 experts fought fiercely. They clashed again and again, fighting to their heart's content. Ho Qing's face was filled with anxiety and shock. However, no matter what, they were unwilling to believe that Gu Hai was so strong now. It's not that I'm strong, it's that you're too weak. Of the 4 zombie ancestors, I've never seen anyone as weak as you. I think Kong Xian and Mosquito Daoren are stronger than you, even though they just entered the great perfection of Heavenly Palace. Gu Hai said solemnly. Impossible, you haven't even reached the great perfection of Heavenly Palace. How can you be so strong? Ho Qing was furious. I said it's not that I'm strong, it's that you're too weak. Gu Hai's pupils constricted. When he opened them again, they shone with black and white light. Eye of life and death, open. He immediately saw Ho Qing's weak points. Wind zombie ancestor, it's fine if you don't have many descendants but you can't do anything new? This zombie ancestor seed in your body is a waste, a real waste. Since that's the case, I'll take it. Gu Hai said coldly. With a cold voice, Zhou Tianyu suddenly changed his angle and slashed at Ho Qing's ribs. That was one of Ho Qing's weak points. He had 5 weak points. What? Storm. Ho Qing's expression changed. He slammed his palm at Gu Hai's chest. Gu Hai puffed up his chest and faced the palm head-on. Hong. The palm landed on Gu Hai's chest. Gu Hai retreated. Pfft. Gu Hai spat out a mouthful of blood. However, Gu Hai was fine after spitting out a mouthful of blood. Ho Qing, on the other hand, was in trouble. The life termination blade slashed at one of Ho Qing's weak points. Suddenly, a large patch of flesh exploded under Ho Qing's ribs. The explosion even extended to his chest. Pfft. Ho Qing also spat out a mouthful of blood. He flew backward with blood splattering everywhere. Ho Qing was not like Gu Hai, who was fine after spitting out a mouthful of blood. Ho Qing's face was flushed. The slash seemed to have injured his genitals. This is impossible. You haven't reached the great perfection of Heavenly Palace. What? Cough cough. Ho Qing exclaimed. Do you know that there is a weakness called why? Gu Hai sneered. Although Gu Hai spat out a mouthful of blood, he did not care. He opened his eye of life and death. Gu Hai stared at Ho Qing's weak points and pounced again. After all, both of them were injured. Ho Qing was more than 10 times more injured than Gu Hai. Boom boom boom. The 2 of them spat out blood as they clashed. Gu Hai's hair was messy and his clothes were torn. However, Ho Qing's entire body exploded. Blood splattered everywhere. His genitals were shattered. His divine soul trembled. The feeling of defeat made Ho Qing extremely terrified. Ho Qing wanted to ask why. However, Gu Hai's words stabbed into his heart like a sharp knife. There was a weakness called why. Why? Chapter 1086. Amidst the void, Matriarch Ji chased after Gu Hai. Gu Hai had been avoiding the battle. It wasn't that he didn't dare to fight, but he was afraid that Matriarch Ji would notice something amiss. After all, in Matriarch Ji's heart, Gu Hai's strength was quickly being analyzed. However, in reality, Gu Hai's strength didn't decrease at all. Gu Hai, why are you still running? Can you still find your way back? Matriarch Ji's face suddenly darkened and she stopped. Although she felt that Gu Hai was shameless for running away, and although she wanted to chase after Gu Hai, she couldn't find her way back anymore. Matriarch Ji didn't dare to move forward rashly. Gu Hai suddenly paused and slashed at Matriarch Ji. 10 heavenly cycles. Boom. Matriarch Ji brazenly faced the attack. However, she was extremely depressed. You want to go back? Then I will go back too. Gu Hai laughed loudly. Turning his head, Gu Hai flew in another direction, as if he wanted to go back in a roundabout way. Matriarch Ji was already depressed. How could she be willing to give Gu Hai a chance to go back? She chased after him again. Boom boom. After a few exchanges, the two were getting further and further away from the Six Paths Immortal Dome. Limitless Celestial Capital. The surging Nether River surrounded the limitless Celestial Capital, protecting its citizens. Qin Xianer's poisonous palm suppressed Wushang Demon's golden net. However, at this moment Qin Xianer, Long Wanqing, Wushang Demon, and even all the spectators outside were staring at the nameless palace above the Nether River. Although it was just the projection of the vast Freedom Heavenly Demon, it was still the vast Freedom Heavenly Demon. Gu Hai had a trump card to deal with the vast Freedom Heavenly Demon? What a joke. Other than the people of the Dahan, no one would believe that. If he had such a trump card, why would he wait until now? The reason why the vast Freedom Heavenly Demon entered the nameless palace was very obvious. He wanted to expose Gu Hai's trick. Did he think that he could scare the vast Freedom Heavenly Demon? That was impossible. No one could scare the vast Freedom Heavenly Devil, and no one could stop the vast Freedom Heavenly Devil. But why didn't the vast Freedom Heavenly Demon come out after going in for so long? The nameless palace became extremely mysterious. Was the vast Freedom Heavenly Demon really trapped? Otherwise, why wouldn't he come out after such a long time? That's impossible. Master. Wushang Demon cried out anxiously. Qin Xianer and Long Wanqing looked at each other. The two girls were also very curious. Although they were confident in Gu Hai, and Gu Hai had said that no matter how strong the enemy was, they just had to lure him into the hall. However, the two girls didn't expect that everything would go so smoothly. Spirit Mountain, entrance of the Seizing Shrine. Jiangchen's tea also paused. He gazed pensively at the nameless hall. What's inside? How mysterious. Jiangchen was slightly puzzled. Others found it strange. Only the vast Freedom Heavenly Demon inside felt like he had seen a ghost. No, it was more than 100 times more exaggerated than seeing a ghost. This was because the vast Freedom Heavenly Demon saw the Longzhonghua. The Longzhonghua had cut his hair short, but he looked very spirited. He toyed with a golden lighter in his left hand and held a cigarette in his right. As he exhaled, the vast Freedom Heavenly Demon's hair stood on end. The vast Freedom Heavenly Demon wanted to confirm that this Longzhonghua was fake and was a cloud beast formed by Gu Hai using the Godao formation. However, the vast Freedom Heavenly Demon could not see any flaws at all. Wasn't the Longzhonghua killed by Gu Hai in the heavenly realm? Why was he still alive? Want one? The Longzhonghua put down the lighter and took out a box of cigarettes. Then he tossed it on the coffee table at the side. The vast Freedom Heavenly Demon. The vast Freedom Heavenly Demon did not know what to say. The Longzhonghua might really be the Longzhonghua. However, while he looked very spirited, the vast Freedom Heavenly Demon felt very strange. Also, what was that smoke he was exhaling? What did he mean by one? I remember that you promised me that you would not step into the Yang realm for 1,000 years, right? 1,000 years is not up yet, right? The Longzhonghua said indifferently as he exhaled. The vast Freedom Heavenly Demon fell silent again. Sit. Make yourself at home. It's not like I'm going to eat you, the Longzhonghua said indifferently. The vast Freedom Heavenly Demon slowly sat down on a chair at the side. The Longzhonghua and the vast Freedom Heavenly Demon faced each other. However, they did not start fighting like one would expect. Instead, they seemed to be chatting calmly. Are you really the Longzhonghua? Although the vast Freedom Heavenly Demon spoke calmly, he felt like 10,000 alpacas were galloping in his heart. The Longzhonghua did not answer. Instead, he flicked the ash off his cigarette and looked at the vast Freedom Heavenly Demon in silence. The vast Freedom Heavenly Demon. The vast Freedom Heavenly Demon had agreed with Matriarch Ji that the Heavenly Demon Holy Land would enter the Yang realm and take over all the territories of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Not only that, Matriarch Ji would help him clear his name and help the Heavenly Demon Holy Land expand greatly in the Yang realm. The limitless celestial capital was in the north of the Divine Continent. It was the 33 heavens where the Longzhonghua lived. The vast Freedom Heavenly Demon agreed to Matriarch Ji because he was humiliated by the Longzhonghua in the past. Now that he could enter the limitless celestial capital, he felt like he could wipe away the humiliation of the past. However, the vast freedom heavenly demon did not expect to meet the Longjangwa again the moment he arrived. He should be dead by now. Who can tell me why? You did leave behind the Divine Continent's ban. However, the ban on the Great Yellow Dynasty was lifted. It was Matriarch Ji who invited me here. Longjangwa, I was indeed weaker than you when we fought in the past. However, I have to admit that you are a peerless genius. However, things are different now. The heavenly demon Holy Land is going to enter the Yang realm. Our agreement of 1,000 years is completely nullified. Do you want to spar with me again? The vast freedom heavenly demon looked at the Longjangwa coldly. It has been almost 1,000 years. Have you improved? The Longjangwa took a puff of his cigarette and looked at the vast freedom heavenly demon questioningly. The vast freedom heavenly demon fell silent. Huff. The Longjangwa took a puff of his cigarette. This puff of smoke was like a disdain for the vast freedom heavenly demon's cultivation. The vast freedom heavenly demon was depressed. How many thousands of years have passed? You can't break through. 1,000 years is too short for you. Spar with me? I think it's better to forget about it. The Longjangwa said calmly. As he spoke, the Longjangwa extinguished the cigarette in his hand. The vast freedom heavenly demon fell silent again. He wanted to explode, but he knew what kind of person was in front of him. Moreover, he was only a projection here. His strength was much weaker than the main body. However, he saw the Longjangwa slowly stand up. He walked to the table next to him and poured some red wine from a glass bottle into 2 crystal goblets. The Longjangwa held up the 2 glasses and handed one to the vast freedom heavenly demon. The vast freedom heavenly demon looked at the Longjangwa in shock. He didn't know what he was going to do, but he still took the glass in a fluster. A 1982 La Fight. You've already sobered up. The wine is a little rough, but it has a different fragrance. The 1,000-year agreement is almost here. You have to be patient. The Longjangwa raised his glass and took a sip of the red wine. The great freedom heavenly demon held the wine cup and froze. At this moment, should I drink or not? Xianyuan City. Then Hou shot out the 3rd arrow. In the midst of the deafening explosions, there were already 10,000 cracks on the ice-fire boundary. Even the fire pond and the ice crystal pond were all cracked. At that moment, no more golden crows and blue crows flew out. The ice-fire divine formation was about to break. Hou, release another arrow to break his divine array. Xingtian laughed. Hou took out the 4th arrow and slowly placed it on the divine bow. Xianyuan City. Mr. Cangjie, the ice-fire divine array can't take it anymore. It's about to shatter. Nangong Xing said bitterly. Mr. Cangjie, what should we do now? Emperor Kong and the officials were anxious. Cangjie was anxious, but he was unusually calm. It's too early for 2 perfected heavenly palace cultivators to destroy Xianyuan City. It's already not bad that they can leave with their lives. Cangjie said solemnly. Huh. The officials were shocked. Cangjie was so arrogant. Did Xianyuan City have a backup plan? Cangjie didn't say anything. He only muttered, it's a pity. I have to do this to protect Xianyuan City. I'm sorry to let His Holiness down. Bagua Mountain. Under the heavy fog, the void suppression in Bagua Mountain was much stronger than the outside world. With the eye of life and death watching, although Gu Hai and Ho Qing were both injured, the degree of injury was not the same. Both of them were covered in blood. Most of their clothes were torn. However, most of the blood on Gu Hai's body was Ho Qing's. Ho Qing's blood was his own. I don't believe that you can't beat me. Ho Qing roared as he continued to charge. However, that was the truth. It wasn't something that could be stopped by a few words from Ho Qing. Gu Hai didn't use the 10 cycles. He only used the 9 cycles. The 10 cycles was too powerful. Gu Hai's body would be severely injured. Furthermore, it could take Ho Qing's life. Gu Hai had promised Goddess Hoodoo to spare his life. Under the fierce battle, Ho Qing was forced to retreat. He was so heavily injured that he didn't have any strength left. Ho Qing felt as if all his organs had been crushed by Gu Hai. His stomach was a pool of blood. His 3 souls and 7 spirits were so shaken that they felt like they were about to dissipate. No! Ho Qing cried out in despair. Boom! Ho Qing was smashed into the ground by the 9 heavenly cycles slash. Gu Hai immediately chased after him and stomped on Ho Qing's chest, firmly stomping on it. He restrained Ho Qing so that he couldn't move. All right, Ho Qing. It's finally over, Gu Hai said coldly. The life-killing blade grazed Ho Qing's neck. If Ho Qing resisted, the blade would cut off his neck. Ho Qing's body was extremely tough, but the eye of life and death could still find the weak points. Therefore, Ho Qing was very confident that Gu Hai could cut off his head. Gu Hai held the life-killing blade in one hand and placed his other hand between Ho Qing's eyebrows. I promised Goddess Hoodoo to spare your life. Now, are you going to force the zombie ancestor's seed out yourself, or should I cut open your forehead and take it myself? Gu Hai said viciously. Ho Qing's heart turned cold. Despair flashed across his eyes. No, you can't do that. You can't do that. I'll count to 3 and do it myself. 1. Gu Hai said coldly. No, the zombie ancestor's seed is mine, mine. Ho gave it to me, mine. Ho Qing didn't want to give up the seed in despair. 2. Gu Hai's expression turned cold. A chill rose in Ho Qing's heart. He knew that if he lost the zombie ancestor's seed, he was nothing. At this time he didn't want to give it up. Gu Hai looked coldly at Ho Qing. The zombie ancestor's seed was so close, but he didn't notice it. Long Outyen had already brought Jianghu to the interior. He saw Gu Hai digging out the zombie progenitor's seeds not far away. Chapter 1087. He stepped on Ho Qing's chest, placed his blade on Ho Qing's neck, and stabbed his finger between Ho Qing's eyebrows. Gu Hai had already counted to 2. With one more count, Gu Hai's fingers would be in between Ho Qing's eyebrows. At this moment Ho Qing was heavily injured. He couldn't resist at all. His current strength didn't even reach the central celestial palace. His body was covered in blood, and his internal organs were severely damaged. Ho Qing didn't have Gu Hai's healing ability. He was in despair. Was he going to give up the zombie progenitor seed? However, Gu Hai didn't give him any leeway. He was going to attack in the next moment. Was he really going to die after stabbing his fingers between the eyebrows? 3. Gu Hai said with a fierce expression. A cold aura appeared in his hand, and he was about to stab it between Ho Qing's eyebrows. No, no. I'll give it to you. Ho Qing shouted the last word with great fear. Bang! Gu Hai's hand stopped in between Ho Qing's eyebrows. Ho Qing stared at Gu Hai. He knew that he couldn't resist at this moment. He could only force the zombie progenitor seed out of his body with great unwillingness. Pfft. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Ho Qing's face instantly paled, and his body suddenly went limp. Ho Qing had forced the zombie progenitor seed into his body, and in that instant the zombie progenitor seed absorbed a large amount of his essence. A small whirlwind formed between Ho Qing's eyebrows. Under the whirlwind, his eyebrows glowed with a green light. A soul-stirring aura spread out from Ho Qing's eyebrows. Gu Hai knew that it was the zombie progenitor seed. He saw a thin crack slowly appear between Ho Qing's eyebrows. An emerald green seed slowly emerged from the ground. The moment the zombie progenitor seed flew out, Ho Qing felt his strength quickly draining away. Ho Qing closed his eyes in pain. The zombie progenitor seed wasn't just his cultivation, but also his hope. The zombie progenitor seed floated out bit by bit. Soon half of it had floated out. Without looking closely, Gu Hai knew that it was the zombie progenitor seed. It was a powerful treasure that could push one's cultivation base to the heavenly palace great perfection. Reaching out his hand, Gu Hai was about to pick the half-grown zombie ancestor seed. Your Majesty, be careful. Suddenly a voice came from behind. It was Dragon Shenying's voice. Dragon Shenying came in and saw what was happening inside. At the same time he saw Jianghu's palm strike toward Gu Hai's back. Upon hearing Dragon Shenying's words, Gu Hai's expression instantly changed. He had no time to retaliate. He stomped his foot and quickly jumped away. As he jumped away he used the life-extinguishing saber to protect himself. When he jumped away he kicked Ho Qing far away. The life-extinguishing saber met a golden palm head-on. Hong! In an instant, Gu Hai was sent flying for 2,000 feet. He stopped after crashing into a small mountain. Cough, cough, cough. Stopping his body, Gu Hai coughed twice. You fought Ho Qing to a standstill, but you were still able to block Jianghu's attack? Long Outyen exclaimed. Only then did Gu Hai see everything clearly. Not far away, Jianghu's shattered body looked like it was facing a great enemy. However, the previous attack made him realize how powerful it was. It was even stronger than Ho Qing. Much stronger? Where did this monster come from? Gu Hai was in the west, facing Jianghu in the east. In the south was Ho Qing, who was kicked toward the entrance of Black Fog Valley by Gu Hai. In the north was Dragon Shenying and Long Outyen, but they were separated by a certain distance. Gu Hai was wary of Jianghu, but Jianghu was also wary of Gu Hai. Long Outyen? What is this thing? Gu Hai looked at Jianghu and said with an ugly expression. Unfilial son, how much longer do you want to cause trouble? Dragon Sheniying glared at him. Long Outyin sneered. Unfilial son? Dragon Sheniying, what kind of father are you? You didn't take the zombie ancestor seed, but look, Gu Hai is already taking it. You didn't take it, but you didn't take it for me? Just now, my Jianghu was about to get the zombie ancestor seed. It's all your fault, all your fault. Unfilial son, you don't care about your father anymore? Dragon Sheniying said coldly. Father? Haha, father, is a father following the person who killed your father? Gu Hai killed Grandpa Sheng, but you became his lackey? Long Outyin glared at him. Unfilial son. Dragon Sheniying glared at Long Outyin as if he was about to attack. On the other side, Gu Hai looked at Jianghu with a dark expression. Jianghu, you said his name is Jianghu? Jianghu, the earth element zombie ancestor? Gu Hai had heard Long Wanyu mention it before. It was the shaman expert that Jiang Chen had destroyed long ago. Jianghu? That's right, it's that Jianghu. However, although my previous body was destroyed by True Lord merged my soul and the zombie ancestor seed into my body, reviving me. In my previous life, I could reach the horizon with the zombie ancestor seed. In this life I can do the same. Gu Hai, you can't stop me. Dragon Sheniying sneered. Gu Hai looked at Jianghu and narrowed his eyes. Dragon Sheniying. This subject is here. Dragon Sheniying frowned. Clearly he was shocked and confused when his son said that he was Jianghu in his previous life. You heard what Long Outyin said, right? Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. My unfilial son has disobeyed, your majesty, please punish him. Dragon Sheniying said bitterly. There's no need to punish him. You didn't do anything wrong and you even reminded me to avoid a serious injury. However, I have an order for you now. Gu Hai said solemnly. Your majesty, please give the order. Dragon Sheniying said respectfully. I will delay Jianghu, and you will take the zombie ancestor seed and refine it for yourself. Gu Hai said solemnly. What? Long Outyin's expression changed. Dragon Sheniying's eyes widened. I don't know how powerful Jianghu was in the past, but at the very least your son is a disloyal and unfilial son. He will become the enemy of the Dahan after obtaining the zombie ancestor seed. Although he might not achieve much, I don't want to trouble him anymore. Take the zombie ancestor seed before he does and assimilate it. Gu Hai ordered. Yes. Dragon Sheniying answered. Bastard, that zombie ancestor seed is mine. Long Outyin glared. With a thought he ordered Jianghu to pounce on Ho Qing. Zhou Tian 9. Gu Hai shouted and swung his saber at Jianghu. Jianghu had no choice but to turn around and fight back. Boom. There was a loud noise as the saber and Jianghu's body collided. Sparks flew out, but Jianghu was unharmed. He was only pushed back a little. So much stronger than Ho Qing's body? Gu Hai said with wide eyes. Eye of life and death, open. He immediately saw Jianghu's body. It was made of countless black and white threads. No weaknesses? Gu Hai said in shock. There were black threads in Jianghu's body, but they were wrapped in white threads. This meant that Jianghu's weaknesses were all protected. With such a body and such protection, Jianghu seemed to have no weaknesses. Roar! Jianghu roared. He immediately pounced on Gu Hai. Without weaknesses he could only meet force with force. Gu Hai's face darkened. Zhou Tian 9. Boom. Under the huge collision, Gu Hai did not gain the upper hand. He was even sent flying by Jianghu's collision. So much stronger than Ho Qing? Gu Hai's face fell. Boom. 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 Gu Hai and Jianghu clashed again and again. However, Dragon Sheniying and Long Outyin pounced on Ho Qing. Ho Qing forced out the zombie progenitor's seed. His heavily injured body collapsed again. How could he stop the two? He showed despair. In the air, Long Outyin hit Dragon Sheniying with a palm strike. However, Dragon Sheniying was more experienced. Since he could defeat Long Outyin last time, he could do it this time. Boom. This is mine. Father, are you really going to fight with me? This zombie progenitor's seed is mine. Long Outyin said crazily. You unfilial son, stop. Dragon Sheniying slapped with a glare. Dragon Sheniying was not jealous of his son, nor did he want to steal his son's things. He was also not following his father's murderer. Before the battle between Han and Huang, Gu Hai personally summoned Dragon Sheniying and brought him to see Long Zhanghua. After meeting Long Zhanghua, although Long Zhanghua did not say anything specific, Dragon Sheniying could guess what his father and Gu Hai were planning. He was sent by his father to help Gu Hai. Gu Hai's orders were Long Zhanghua's orders. It was Long Zhanghua who gave him the zombie progenitor's seed. How could he give it up for his unfilial son? Boom. Dragon Shenying slapped Long Outyin away. Guhai vs. Jianghu. Dragon Shenying vs. Long Outyin. A chaotic battle broke out in all directions. The weakened Ho Qing seemed to have found an opportunity. He slowly retreated into the valley and into the black fog. The four fought for a while. Guhai glared at him. If the dragon god wins, don't let Ho Qing take advantage of you and let him escape. Dragon Shenying and Long Outyin's expressions changed. They immediately stopped. Just as the two were about to charge into the black fog. Whoosh. There seemed to be a huge suction force in the valley, sucking all the black fog to a platform in the center of the valley. There was a bronze coffin on the platform. A quarter of Chiyo's body was in the coffin. All the black fog in the valley had been sucked into the body. Ho Qing was leaning against the edge of the coffin. He was extremely weak. Once the zombie progenitor's seed was forced out, it was very difficult to stop it. Unless it was forced out and then merged back into the body. Ho Qing was getting weaker and more depressed. In the valley. Except for the coffin. Vaguely there was also a strange formation. There was a circle of 8 trigrams carved in 8 directions. In the center of the circle was the platform where Chiyo's coffin was. There were 81 giants around the platform. They were Chiyo's 81 brothers. They were motionless like puppets. Mr. Cangjia, help, help. Cough, cough, cough. Ho Qing coughed up blood. Lord Fengjiang, you've worked hard. Rest for a while. The 81 giants spoke at the same time. The one who spoke was Cangjia. Bus. The 81 giants' eyes glowed with golden light as they surrounded Ho Qing. Chiyo's 81 brothers have been turned into puppets? Matriarch Ji is really ruthless. Dragon Shenying, go quickly. There's obviously another array inside. Before the array is activated, get the zombie progenitor's seed. Guhai shouted. Dragon Shenying and Long Outyin gave up fighting at the same time and charged toward Ho Qing. Roar. The 81 giants roared and charged toward the father and son. Chapter 1088. In the 8 trigrams mountain. Guhai was holding Jianghu back and Jianghu was holding Guhai back. After consuming the flawed immortal dome, the dome had grown much stronger. However, Guhai couldn't guarantee that a perfect heavenly palace expert would be able to break through the dome's barrier. After all, skeleton Guhai had tested it before. He had nearly reached the limit of the immortal dome. Hence, Guhai would not absorb a consummation heavenly palace enemy into the immortal dome. It was the same with Jianghu. Guhai was very careful. Although Jianghu wasn't as strong as he had been in the past, he had been a perfect god in the ancient times. His defenses were incredibly strong, and even Zhou Qianjiu wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Dragon Shenying and Dragon Proud Heaven were the first to enter the valley. All of the black mist in the valley condensed into the coffin. From the outside, the valley looked like the mouth of a dragon. Roar. 81 giants charged forward with a loud rumble. Dragon Shenying immediately went to meet a giant and punched. That giant also punched. Bam. Their fists collided like metal striking stone. Sparks flew everywhere. After the first punch, the giant took a step back. Dragon Shenying also took a step back. On the other side, it was the same for Long Outyin. He was unable to defeat the giant in a head-on clash. In fact, he seemed to be slightly inferior. Impossible. Dragon Proud Heaven said, his eyes wide. Dragon Shenying charged toward the center of the valley. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of battles, the strength of the giant made the father and son of the Long family extremely shocked. Even Guhai was shocked. Chiyu's 81 brethren were all in the 9th level of the heavenly palace? And in the middle or late 9th level. No wonder the Tong Tian sect master couldn't do anything to them. Roar. Dragon Shenying roared, and a pair of dragon-scaled skeletal wings appeared on his back. His power surged. He charged forward. Boom. Under the heavy attack, one of the giants was forced to retreat. However, 2 more giants suddenly appeared behind him, blocking Dragon God Ying's attack. The 81 giants were too powerful. The Dragon Clan's father and son were extremely anxious, but they couldn't rush in. Moreover, the joint attack of the giants was extremely powerful. The Dragon Clan's father and son were suddenly surrounded by danger. Ho Qing sat by the coffin and said emotionally, "That's how it should be, Mr. Cangjia. You should have done this long ago." Looking at the trapped Guhai in the distance, Ho Qing coughed up blood and laughed. Cough, 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 ha, Guhai, you've been fighting for so long, but it seems like it's all for nothing. Cough, 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 ha. Gu Hai. Long Outyen suddenly roared. Gu Hai, who was fighting in the distance, paused. No more fighting. Jiang won't fight you anymore. Let's break through this chaotic realm first, then we'll split the zombie progenitor's seed. Long Outyen shouted. Ho Qing's expression froze. He looked at Long Outyen as if he was about to vomit blood. You're too unprincipled. You're not going to fight anymore? Not far away, Gu Hai did not agree. No. What? Long Outyen's expression turned cold. I said no. Gu Hai shouted. Gu Hai, you're crazy. If this continues, no one will benefit. Ho Qing will take advantage of us. If this drags on, Ho Qing will recover and escape. Then none of us will get the zombie progenitor's seed. Long Outyen said angrily. The zombie progenitor's seed is not yours. Don't worry about it. Gu Hai said coldly. I have Jiang. Do you think you can defeat Jiang? No, you can't defeat Jiang. What are you talking about? You. Long Outyen glared and roared. However, before he could finish his sentence, he saw Gu Hai's aura suddenly change. 10 heavenly cycles. Gu Hai's eyes widened as he slashed down with all his might. The moment the slash landed, the stable space of the longevity array shook violently, as if the entire longevity array was about to be torn apart. The slash was ferocious. No matter how Jiang tried to block it, it couldn't. When the life-extinguishing saber appeared, purple light lit up the world. Not only in the longevity array but also in the 8 trigrams mountain. The purple light changed the color of the world. Hong. A loud bang shook the heavens and the earth. Whether it was Xianyuan City or Infinite Celestial Capital, all the experts shuddered. It was as if the entire world was shaking. Outside the Infinite Celestial Capital. What's going on? Where did that sound come from? Qin Terracotta reported that it was 8 trigrams mountain, the 8 trigrams mountain that sealed Qiyu. What? 8 trigrams mountain? That Matriarch Ji set a trap for Gu Hai? Could it be that Gu Hai and Matriarch Ji are still fighting there? In an instant, the world was in an uproar. The battle in Infinite Celestial Capital and Xianyuan City was too much for everyone to take in. Now, there was another battle between Gu Hai and Matriarch Ji at 8 trigrams mountain? And the 18 levels of hell in the void? Thinking about these battles, the experts from the various factions felt a chill in their hearts. The foundations of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty and the Great Yellow Dynasty were too insane. At the entrance of the Sacred Hall, Jiang Chen's gaze shifted from Infinite Celestial Capital to 8 trigrams mountain. Jiang? What a pity. I should have known. Back then, when you lost, it was completely over. How could I expect you to make a comeback? I expected too much of you. Jiang Chen shook his head and sighed. Inside 8 trigrams mountain. With a loud sound, the entire longevity array space seemed to be torn apart. The power of Zhou Tianten was too strong. It was so strong that everyone in the longevity array was shocked. Jiang? The peerless expert who was on par with Gu Hai just now was blown to pieces by a single slash. Jiang had been shattered by Jiang Chen in the ancient age. Later on it was glued back together. However, what was glued back together was not the original body. Gu Hai's Zhou Tianten slash was so strong that it instantly shattered the glued green energy. Correspondingly, Jiang's body lost its glued back together and exploded into countless pieces. Long Outyen's mind was affected and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Long Outyen shivered. He was stunned for 3 breaths of time before he reacted. No, my Jiang. My Jiang at the peak of Heavenly Palace. Gu Hai, give me back my Jiang. Long Outyen immediately broke down and screamed. When Jiang Qin gave him Jiang, Long Outyen suddenly felt like he was looking down on the world. He was so confident that no one in the world could compare to him except for Jiang Qin. But now, the source of his strength was destroyed by Gu Hai in the blink of an eye? His dream of being strong was shattered in an instant? Long Outyen was extremely angry. On the other side, Ho Qing's already exhausted face suddenly turned pale. Ho Qing understood how powerful that slash was. That wasn't the power of the Celestial Realm's citizens. That was Gu Hai's strongest attack. If that slash landed on him, wouldn't it be? Ho Qing did not dare to imagine. At the same time, he suddenly understood why Gu Hai had called him a stupid guess. If Gu Hai had wanted to kill him, he would have been dead long ago. Puff. Gu Hai spat out another mouthful of blood. The Zhou Tianten slash was too overloaded. Even though the heaven-mending energy kept flowing into his body, Gu Hai was still swaying. He did not have much strength left. Your Majesty. Dragon Shenying was anxious. Long Outyin saw Jianghu shatter. He was filled with anger and hatred. Gu Hai, I will kill you. Long Outyin immediately charged at Gu Hai. How dare you, you unfilial son. Dragon Shenyin glared and rushed over. Boom. Before Long Outyin could reach Gu Hai, Dragon Shenyin stopped him. Let me go. I will kill him. Give me back Jianghu. Give me back Jianghu. Long Outyin roared. The battle did not stop. Dragon Shenyin and Dragon Shenyin fought again. Gu Hai was severely injured. He held the life-killing saber and slowly walked toward Dragon Mouth Valley. Ha ha ha, Gu Hai, you're injured too? You're injured too? Ho Qing's eyes widened in surprise. Roar. 81 giants charged at Gu Hai. Oh no. Dragon Shenying's expression changed. Get out of my way, you unfilial son. No, I can't kill Gu Hai. These monsters can kill Gu Hai too. Father, don't move. Stop. Long Outyin stopped Dragon Shenying. You unfilial son, you're asking for it. Dragon Shenying was furious. The giants charged at Long Outyin ferociously. Gu Hai swayed as if he could be blown away by a gust of wind. Ho Qing revealed an excited expression. Gu Hai coughed up blood and looked at Ho Qing coldly. I'm injured, but even so, I'm not someone you can mess with. The fist of the leading giant was already in front of Gu Hai. It looked like it was going to crush Gu Hai. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the giant disappeared. What? Everyone's expression changed, revealing looks of disbelief. Gu Hai stepped forward again. Whoosh. 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 The giants charging at Gu Hai disappeared one after another, mysteriously disappearing. The immortal dome of the ancients? Ho Qing screamed in despair. Long Outyin, who was fighting Dragon Shenying, was also in despair. Watching the immortal dome of the ancients swallow the giants one after another, Long Outyin finally understood something. Any expert below the peak of Heavenly Palace was like an ant before Gu Hai. Did he want to kill Gu Hai? Gu Hai could trap him in the immortal dome of the ancients with a single thought, and he would never be able to escape. No. Long Outyin stopped fighting and was in despair. He was truly in despair. Especially when Gu Hai waved his hand and all the giants disappeared in a flash. Not a single one was left. All gone? How was he supposed to fight? In his despair, Long Outyin could only roll up Jianghu's broken body, showing an extremely unwilling expression. The battle was over. Gu Hai staggered toward Ho Qing. Ho Qing had lost all will to resist. At this moment, Ho Qing was filled with despair. Gu Hai was too strong. He couldn't win at all. He couldn't fight. Gu Hai slowly approached Ho Qing. The zombie progenitor seed doesn't belong to you. You can't protect it, Gu Hai said flatly. As he spoke, Gu Hai reached out to pluck the zombie progenitor seed from Ho Qing's forehead. Ho Qing didn't fight back. He couldn't. Dragon Shenying, come here. Gu Hai suddenly called. Chapter 1089. Dragon Shenying, come over here. Gu Hai suddenly called out. Yes. Dragon Shenying immediately rushed over. Anticipation flashed in Dragon Shenying's eyes as he understood what Gu Hai meant. Gu Hai wanted to give him the zombie ancestor seed so that he could become a wind-attributed zombie ancestor? Not far away, Long Outyin was hugging Jianghu's dismembered body in despair. The wind-attributed zombie ancestor seed was gone, and his Jianghu clone was destroyed. All his efforts were for naught. Everything was gone. He glared at Gu Hai and Dragon Shenying with resentment. Long Outyin understood that even though Gu Hai looked injured, he was no match for him. Not to mention his father was beside him. He no longer had any hope for the zombie ancestor seed. His father was called over. Would he become a wind-attributed zombie ancestor soon? Dragon Shenying was indeed filled with anticipation. Gu Hai's hand hovered above the zombie ancestor seed, but his expression changed. He turned to look at Long Outyin, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes, as if he had made a decision. Dragon Shenying, if this emperor decides to give this wind-attributed zombie ancestor seed to Long Outyin, would you object? Gu Hai asked solemnly. Ah. Dragon Shenying, Long Outyin, and Ho Qing's jaws dropped in disbelief. Are you kidding me? You want to give the zombie ancestor seed to Long Outyin at this time? Ho Qing no longer had the right to make a decision, so he could only bitterly accept Huang Xiaolong's decision. Long Outyin was dumbfounded. Is Gu Hai crazy? He wants to give the zombie ancestor seed to me at this time? Is this for real? Despite the doubts in his heart, Long Outyin was looking forward to it. He even looked nervously at his father. He looked at Dragon Shenying. Because Gu Hai was asking for Dragon Shenying's opinion. Giving the zombie ancestor seed to someone else? Dragon Shenying was also at a loss. However, when he saw the determination in Gu Hai's eyes, he knew that Gu Hai had already made up his mind. We will follow your majesty's decision. Despite his unwillingness, he still answered respectfully. If that's the case, Long Outyen, come here. Gu Hai shouted. Long Outyen looked at Gu Hai in shock. If it was before, he would not have listened to Gu Hai's orders. He would have been annoyed. However, at this moment it was like the sound of an immortal. Ancient Emperor? Long Outyen said with a hint of anticipation. Dragon God Ing has been calling you unfilial son, saying that you are disobedient? Gu Hai looked at Long Outyen. Long Outyen immediately quivered and knelt in front of Dragon God Ing. Father, please forgive me. I was possessed, son. Forget it, I won't interfere in the matters between you and your father. Do you want this wind attribute zombie ancestor seed? Gu Hai asked solemnly. Can the ancient emperor really bear to? Long Outyen asked uncertainly. I can give it to you, but you have to do 3 things. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Ancient emperor, tell me. Long Outyen said agitatedly. The Jianghu dismembered corpse is no longer useful. Extract the soul fragments from your past life and leave this corpse dismembered. Gu Hai said solemnly. Oh. Long Outyen did not hesitate to activate the Jianghu dismembered corpse dismembered. Instantly, the soul fragments from his past life were expelled, as well as his own imprint. Ancient Emperor, there are 2 more things. Long Outyen said expectantly. In the future, when you see the army of the Dahan, stay away. Gu Hai said solemnly. Of course. Ancient Emperor, don't worry. I will not make an enemy of the Dahan imperial dynasty in the future. Long Outyen said immediately. Alright, take the wind attribute zombie ancestor seed. Gu Hai said solemnly. As he spoke, Gu Hai put away the Jianghu dismembered corpse dismembered. He pushed Ho Qing out. Really? What's the other thing? Long Outyen said in disbelief. There is one more thing that I have not thought of yet. Remember it. When I think of it in the future, I will tell you. Gu Hai said solemnly. All right. Long Outyen answered excitedly. Immediately he reached out and grabbed the wind attribute zombie ancestor seed. Ah! Ho Qing immediately screamed in pain. Long Outyen was not merciful. He exerted force. Boom. With a loud sound, the wind attribute zombie ancestor seed was pulled out. Raging winds came from all directions. Long Outyen immediately felt boundless power. Ha ha ha, the wind attribute zombie ancestor seed. Long Outyen laughed excitedly. Ho Qing clutched his head in pain. His entire body went limp on the ground without any strength left. The zombie ancestor seed was gone? His hope was gone as well. 2 streams of tears of regret fell from Ho Qing's eyes. Whoosh! Gu Hai waved his hand, and Ho Qing returned to the immortal dome of the ancients. Many thanks, ancient emperor. Long Outyen said emotionally, gripping the zombie ancestor seed tightly. You can go now, Gu Hai said indifferently. Goodbye. Long Outyen turned around and flew toward the outside world. He did not want to stay a moment longer. He wanted to leave this place as soon as possible and find a quiet place to refine the zombie ancestor seed. Long Outyen watched his son leave with the zombie ancestor seed. Dragon Shenying revealed a bitter smile. Your Majesty, my unfilial son might not keep his promise. I know. Gu Hai said indifferently. One, you told me that once the zombie ancestor seed is used, it cannot be separated from the corpse for too long. Otherwise, it will deteriorate and weaken. I cannot preserve the zombie ancestor seed, so I left it for your son. Although your son is disobedient, he is still your son. The bloodline inheritance will not be wrong. Furthermore, since he is Jianghu's reincarnation, he should be able to recover his memories soon. At that time, Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Your Majesty, you want my unfilial son to fight with Jiang Qin? Dragon Shenying asked in shock. After all, Jiang and Jiang Qin had a great grudge. Fight? Not necessarily. My guess is that the zombie ancestor seed is different. Ho Qing's incompetence is one thing, but the wind attribute zombie ancestor seed is weak by nature. Or perhaps it was not preserved well back then. After it was activated, it had to be separated from the corpse for too long before it was refined. Your son might not be able to cause much trouble in Jiang Chen's hands after obtaining the wind attribute zombie ancestor seed. However, he preserved the zombie ancestor seed and it might be of great use in the future. Gu Hai said solemnly. But Dragon Shenying smiled bitterly. Rather than letting Long Outyen preserve it, why not let me preserve it? I'm also a zombie. I can become a wind attribute zombie ancestor. Don't worry, I left the zombie ancestor seed for you. Gu Hai said solemnly. Oh. Dragon Shenying said in shock. You will know when you enter the immortal dome of antiquity. Gu Hai said indifferently. With a wave of his hand, the two entered the immortal dome of antiquity. Inside the immortal dome of antiquity, Gu Hai activated the true fire gourd, and the Samadhi true fire burned Dijiang's corpse. A day later, Dijiang's corpse was reduced to ashes. Amidst the ashes, there were countless greenish-brown fragments. These are the fragments of the Earth attribute zombie ancestor seed? Your Majesty ordered my unfilial son to remove the soul fragments and imprints in Dijiang's body to refine the purest fragments of the Earth attribute zombie ancestor seed? Dragon Shenying's eyes lit up. Gu Hai nodded. He waved his hand. Wang. However, he saw that those fragments were piecing together and gradually condensing into a fragment full of cracks. Gu Hai waved his hand again, and the heaven-mending chi surged into the Earth attribute zombie ancestor seed. At this moment, the heaven-mending chi surged like a waterfall. It took 3 days and 3 nights to repair the Earth attribute zombie ancestor seed. You will enter seclusion here and refine this zombie ancestor seed. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Dragon Shenying answered. Reaching out, Dragon Shenying took the zombie ancestor seed and entered seclusion to cultivate. Gu Hai stepped out of the immortal dome of antiquity. After 4 days, the heaven-mending chi surged into Gu Hai's body, stabilizing his injuries and preventing them from worsening. It was 4 days in the immortal dome of antiquity, but in the outside world, it was only a moment. In the entire valley, only Gu Hai was left. The valley was strange. There were 8 trigrams around it, like a formation that had not been activated yet. The surrounding mountains were like a giant dragon head, and the valley was the dragon's mouth. Gu Hai looked at the bronze coffin at the side. Inside was a headless, armless and legless body that emitted a faint black chi. Gu Hai understood that this was Chiyo's corpse. Big brother, I'm late. Gu Hai said bitterly. Chiyu, an ambitious and ruthless man of his generation, was beheaded now? Looking around, Gu Hai was not in a hurry to retrieve Chiyo's corpse, because the surroundings looked like a formation that had not been activated yet. Gu Hai understood that the key to activating it was this corpse. As long as he touched this corpse, the formation would be activated. After looking carefully for a while, Gu Hai did not destroy the surroundings. He was worried that he would destroy it, so he activated the formation in advance. Gu Hai slowly exited the valley, which was the mouth of the mountain dragon. After exiting the dragon's mouth, Gu Hai opened the immortal dome of antiquity, creating a suction force that sucked in the coffin. Chiyo's corpse moved, and the 8 trigrams around it suddenly lit up. Then the eyes of the dragon head burst out with a piercing yellow light, instantly illuminating the surroundings. Ong! The dragon head-shaped mountain let out a deafening dragon roar and suddenly moved. At that critical moment, the immortal dome of the ancients sucked Chiyo's corpse into it. However, the dragon head mountain was also very fast. It suddenly opened its mouth and tried to swallow Gu Hai. Gu Hai's expression changed and he wanted to retreat. However, 8 dragon heads seemed to appear in the surroundings, and each dragon head had a trigram of the 8 trigrams. The 8 mouths connected together and swallowed everything in the surroundings. 8 trigrams mountain's longevity array was officially activated. Previously, Ho Qing and the 81 giants were only defending. Now, it was a formation that was specifically targeted at Gu Hai. Gu Hai did not have time to escape and he could not escape. 8 trigrams mountain sealed off all directions and swallowed him in an instant. The 8 mouths closed together and Gu Hai was locked in a pitch-black space. Boom! Boom! A loud sound came from inside and Gu Hai vomited a mouthful of blood. A strong pressure acted on Gu Hai, almost crushing Gu Hai. What power! Gu Hai exclaimed. It was pitch-black everywhere and there was nowhere to escape. The huge spatial pressure made Gu Hai's bones tremble. If this continued, he would be crushed into meat paste. He opened his eye of life and death, but he saw nothing but pitch-black darkness. Without hesitation, Gu Hai immediately hid in the immortal dome of the ancients. Ka. The dark pressure immediately acted on the immortal dome of the ancients. Gu Hai felt that the immortal dome of the ancients cracked under the pressure. What a terrifying power. What is this? Gu Hai said in shock. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law. Suddenly, Long Wanyu's voice came from the immortal dome of the ancients. Gu Hai's expression changed. He immediately waved his hand and called Long Wanyu closer. Before the previous arrangements, in order to protect Long Wanyu's safety, he let her hide in the immortal dome of the ancients and let her see everything outside. Wanyu, do you know this thing? Gu Hai asked anxiously. This is the 8 trigrams illuminating dragon formation. Back then I saw Fuxi use it. The illuminating dragon's eyes closed, and the world was destroyed. This is a super great formation set up using 888 great earth dragon veins. It is a great formation that can cause great destruction. Long Wanyu said urgently. How do we get out? Gu Hai asked. We can't get out unless the outside world is opened, or there is a world illuminating lamp to illuminate the dark world. But where is the world illuminating lamp? Long Wanyu said anxiously. World illuminating lamp? I have it. Gu Hai was stunned. Chapter 1090. Under Long Wanyu's shocked gaze, Gu Hai flipped his hand and took out a world illuminating green lantern. The world illuminating green lantern was obtained from the Buddha of the past. He was going to give it to Mosquito Daoran to fulfill his promise. But later, Gu Hai found that he had a way to break through, so he helped him break through to the Heavenly Palace Perfection Stage instead. Heavenly Palace Perfection Stage? Ancient 16 Dharma treasures? If Mosquito Daoran had to choose, Mosquito Daoran would definitely choose the Heavenly Palace Perfection Stage. One's own strength was the most important. What was the use of external items? But Long Wanyu didn't know. Seeing the world illuminating green lantern, Long Wanyu looked at Gu Hai strangely. Brother-in-law, what else can't you conjure in your pocket? Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Boom. Crack. 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 Suddenly, the darkness outside produced a super huge pressure. The immortal dome of ancients cracked again. How do I use this? Gu Hai asked immediately. Activate the world illuminating green lantern. Wherever the light shines, all the pressure will disappear. Long Wanyu explained. Huh. So simple? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Although he had many doubts, Gu Hai still chose to believe Long Wanyu. He gently activated the world illuminating green lantern. Suddenly, a small flame lit up on the world illuminating green lantern. In the outside world, the immortal dome of ancients couldn't take it anymore. Gu Hai stepped out. Long Wanyu held Gu Hai's arm and also stepped out. Wanyu, go back quickly? Gu Hai was anxious. But the two had already stepped out of the immortal dome of ancients. The surroundings were still dark, but Gu Hai didn't feel the pressure anymore. Putting away the immortal dome of ancients, Gu Hai looked around in shock. The small flame of the world illuminating green lantern swayed in the darkness. But where the flame shone, the pressure on the two disappeared. The 8 trigrams illuminating dragon formation no longer had any effect on the two of them. This is... Gu Hai looked around in surprise. It really is the illuminating world lamp. Brother-in-law, how did you even get this treasure? Long Wanyu was pleasantly surprised. It's a coincidence, right? Wanyu, have you seen this 8 trigrams torch dragon formation? How do you know that the world illuminating lamp can be cracked? Gu Hai asked curiously. I've seen it before, and I know that the tiny flame in the world illuminating lamp is the spark on the candle that torch dragon mentioned. Long Wanyu explained. What torch dragon? Gu Hai asked in confusion. By the way, brother-in-law, you don't know. Speaking of which, most people in the world don't know. Brother-in-law, do you know who Zhu Long is? Long Wanyu asked with a smile. Who? I am the 3rd living being in the world, and 30 is the 2nd living being in the world. The torch dragon is the number 1 living being in this world. Long Wanyu recalled. Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. The number 1 living being in the 6 Paths Immortal Dome was Torch Dragon? After Torch Dragon was born, there were no living beings in the world for a very, very long time. Back then, there was nothing in the world. When Torch Dragon opened its eyes, the world turned into day. When Torch Dragon closed its eyes, the world turned into night. When Torch Dragon blew, it was summer. When it exhaled, it was winter. It could summon the wind and rain, and it was omnipotent. Torch Dragon often slept. Once it closed its eyes, it would be endless night. When Torch Dragon held a candle in its mouth, the candle would illuminate the world when it closed its eyes, Long Wanyu recalled. With a lit candle in his mouth? Gu Hai asked in shock. Yes, I haven't seen it before, but I think 30 did. However, Torch Dragon disappeared for some reason later on, and the world changed drastically. The flame on the World Torch Green Lantern was a spark of the candle flame in Torch Dragon's mouth. Although it wasn't as blazing as the true sun fire, it was eternal and illuminated the world. Although it wasn't very powerful, it had a miraculous effect in the 8 trigrams Torch Dragon array. It was like the candle light in Torch Dragon's mouth, illuminating everything in the world. Long Wanyu explained. Gu Hai held the World Torch Green Lantern in puzzlement. Torch Dragon's flame? Could Torch Dragon be the creator of the 6 Paths Immortal Dome? When it opened its eyes, the world would be illuminated. When it closed its eyes, the world would be dark. Back then, Fushi somehow came up with this array formation. I even got someone to test it. It's amazing. 888 dragon veins to simulate the might of Torch Dragon. Long Wanyu exclaimed. You're still the best. You even know about the World Torch Green Lantern. Gu Hai smiled. Of course. Long Wanyu said proudly. Alright, since the World Torch Green Lantern can illuminate our path, let's go. Cough cough cough. Gu Hai coughed. Brother-in-law, let me help you. Long Wanyu hurriedly helped Gu Hai up. Gu Hai nodded. The injuries from using the 10 cycles of Heavenly Cycle were far from healed, and the pressure from the 8 trigrams Torch Dragon array had worsened his injuries. Fortunately, the heaven replenishing power was constantly nourishing him. Long Wanyu happily supported Gu Hai and slowly walked out of the 8 trigrams mountain. Infinite Celestial Capital. Countless experts were staring at the nameless palace above the Netherworld River. The vast Freedom Heavenly Demon had been in there for a long time. Why hadn't he come out yet? Wuxiang Demon couldn't hold on any longer. He shouted gloomily, my lord, Quan. Under the anticipation of countless people, the nameless palace finally opened. The vast Freedom Heavenly Demon is out? Gu Hai's trick didn't work? The Infinite Celestial Capital is done for. The vast Freedom Heavenly Demon is out. No one can escape. Retreat. Everyone looked at the Dahan Imperial Dynasty with sympathy. The vast Freedom Heavenly Demon came out safely. This meant that Gu Hai's plan was useless. Qin Xian'er and Long Wanyu looked worried. Useless? The vast Freedom Heavenly Demon is out again? Wuxiang Demon looked at Qin Xian'er and laughed proudly. Ah, stupid girl, did you see that? My lord is out. No one in the Infinite Celestial Capital can escape. Kneel in front of me and beg for mercy. I may spare your life. The vast Freedom Heavenly Demon slowly flew to Wuxiang Demon. Everyone held their breaths. My lord, come help me. I can't hold on any longer. My golden light of extermination is not enough. Wuxiang Demon shouted. The vast Freedom Heavenly Demon looked at the nameless palace not far away. Quan. The door of the palace suddenly closed. Master, quickly come and help me destroy this group of girls who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Wuxiang Heavenly Demon shouted. The vast Freedom Heavenly Demon turned to look at Wuxiang Demon. Alright Wuxiang, retreat. The vast Freedom Heavenly Demon said. Aha. Wuxiang Demon was thinking of 10,000 ways to torture Qin Xian'er when he heard the vast Freedom Heavenly Demon say retreat. Wuxiang Demon was in disbelief. My lord, are you kidding me? We are about to destroy the Infinite Celestial Capital. Retreat at this time? Wuxiang Demon shouted. The experts who heard the voice were in an uproar. Did I hear wrongly? The vast Freedom Heavenly Demon said retreat? What? Why retreat at this time? No one believed it. Like Wuxiang Demon, they stared at the vast Freedom Heavenly Demon. I said retreat. The vast Freedom Heavenly Demon's voice was gloomy. Retreat? Master, how can we retreat at a time like this? We can't. Heavenly Demon Wuxiang couldn't understand what was going on. Slap. Suddenly, a crisp slap sounded on Wuxiang Demon's mouth. No one saw the vast Freedom Heavenly Demon make a move. Maybe it was too fast or maybe it was invisible. However, everyone knew that the vast Freedom Heavenly Demon slapped Wuxiang Demon. This slap was like a slap to the faces of all the experts. All the experts suddenly quieted down. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Yes, I will die 10,000 deaths. Heavenly Demon Wuxiang shuddered and immediately bowed in fear. At this moment, Wuxiang Demon remembered the tone he used to speak to the vast Freedom Heavenly Demon. That was definitely the tone of someone who was courting death. A single slap instantly woke up Heavenly Demon Wuxiang. That was close. That was close. He didn't say anything worse. After the slap, the vast Freedom Heavenly Demon's figure became fainter and fainter. Before he disappeared, he looked at the nameless hall again. He seemed to be unwilling to accept this. Whoosh. The vast Freedom Heavenly Demon disappeared. He didn't call out to Wuxiang Demon again. However, at this moment, Wuxiang demon was already as silent as a cicada in winter. He didn't dare to stay any longer. Hong. With a loud sound, the golden net exploded. Wuxiang demon's figure suddenly retreated and flew out. Swish. He didn't stay any longer. In an instant he traveled billions of miles and disappeared. Left. The people of the heavenly demon holy land suddenly left? No one knew why, but they knew that it was definitely because of the nameless hall. What exactly was inside that even the vast freedom heavenly demon retreated without hesitation? Chen Xian'er removed the great Tao of poison, and Long Wanqing removed the rolling water of the Styx River. However, at this moment, whether it was the experts watching from the periphery, Long Wanqing, Chen Xian'er, or everyone in the infinite celestial capital, they all looked extremely shocked and confused. The enemy retreated just like that? Why did the enemy retreat for no reason? Everyone looked at the nameless hall. However, at this moment, no one dared to barge in. Even the vast freedom heavenly demon retreated after entering. Who dared to barge in? Far away at the entrance of the godly hall, Jiang Qin narrowed his eyes and looked at the place where the vast freedom heavenly demon disappeared. He really left? Without any hesitation? White tiger, what exactly did you encounter in the nameless hall? Jiang Qin's eyes were filled with curiosity. After the experts outside the infinite celestial capital were curious, they suddenly realized something. This means that Matriarch Ji's backup plan failed? The infinite celestial capital turned the danger into safety? What about Shenyuan City? That's right. Shenyuan City had Gu Hai's backup plan. If the two of them went to the heavenly palace to destroy the city, Shenyuan City would be empty. Doesn't that mean? Not to mention Gu Hai and Matriarch Ji in the void, if Shenyuan City was destroyed in this battle, wouldn't Matriarch Ji lose? Someone quickly used the zither figurines to ask about the battle situation in Shenyuan City. Countless people were anxious to know the result of this battle between the Celestial Empire and Imperial Empire. Who was the final winner? Shenyuan City. Boom. With a deafening explosion, the ice-fire divine formation exploded. The huge impact shook the entire Shenyuan City. With the formation broken, the two perfect heavenly palace experts were about to enter the city. No, either one of them could slaughter the entire Shenyuan City with a flip of their hand. Shenyuan City was in danger. Countless people were terrified and the officials were even more panicked. The surrounding guards shot arrows, but the arrows were crushed by the two's aura when they were 100 feet away. They couldn't get close to the two at all. Now what other methods do you have? Quickly use them. Xing Tian laughed loudly. His laughter shook the void. Many people immediately covered their ears in pain. Hoi looked at the fate in the sky and said, Xing Tian, stop messing around. Let's end this quickly. All right. Xing Tian shouted loudly. As he shouted, Xing Tian took out the axe and chopped down on Shenyuan City. As the axe chopped down, it tore apart the void. The axe of a perfect heavenly palace expert was terrifyingly powerful. No. Emperor Kong and the others showed expressions of despair. That axe chopped down towards the imperial palace, heading for the entrance of the Shenyuan Palace Hall. This was because all the officials of the imperial court were standing at the entrance, including Emperor Kong, Songjie, and the others. Xing Tian chopped down with his axe, wanting to kill all the officials. The axe's might filled the sky. The perfect heavenly palace experts could not block it at all. It looked like everyone would be killed. Emperor Kong and the others were shocked and furious. However, Songjie showed a bitter expression as he looked in the direction of the Shenyuan Palace Hall. His Holiness has disturbed your closed-door cultivation. This official is incompetent. We failed you and failed to protect Shenyuan City. Songjie said bitterly. Most of the officials were frightened by the axe's might. Only a few, like Emperor Kong, heard Songjie's words. What did Songjie mean? His Holiness? Closed-door cultivation? Amid the fear, some people inadvertently glanced at the Shenyuan Palace Hall. At this moment, they saw a man in yellow dragon robes slowly walking out of the Shenyuan Palace Hall. This man was none other than Ji Matriarch. Ji Matriarch? His Holiness? Emperor Kong and the others exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 1091. The retreat of the vast freedom heavenly demon from the limitless celestial capital attracted everyone's attention to the Shenyuan City. They couldn't see the battlefield in the void or the 18 layers of hell. The 8 trigrams mountain also sent people to investigate. However, the battlefield in the Shenyuan City was obvious. There were 2 great perfection heavenly palaces. Not to mention 2, just one would be enough to destroy Shenyuan City, which had no internal defenses. Now there were 2. The city's barrier was also broken. Xing Tian and Hui arrived. They didn't waste time and attacked directly. Xing Tian chopped down with his axe. The entire Shenyuan City was about to be destroyed. The Heavenly Palace experts in the Shenyuan City tried to block it, but could they? Even Song Jie was still fighting with the unborn man. He couldn't do anything. The Shenyuan City was finished. It was just like when the vast freedom heavenly demon appeared. Everyone thought that the limitless celestial capital was finished. The ferocious attack reached the entrance of the Shenyuan Palace Hall. A large number of officials even fled in fear. Flee? Could they escape in time in front of a great perfection heavenly palace expert? The result was obvious. The scouts all used the Guqin figurines to send messages. They all said that the Shenyuan City was about to be destroyed. When the countless emperors and sect masters heard the news, they also thought that the Shenyuan City was finished. However, at this critical moment, a man wearing a yellow dragon robe stepped out of the Shenyuan Palace Hall. The man was none other than Matriarch Ji. Holy, holy majesty? Emperor Kong and the others cried out in disbelief. At the periphery, countless scouts also exclaimed in shock. Matriarch Ji? No, this is impossible. The Guqin figurines spread the news everywhere. The emperors and sect masters were also stunned. What Matriarch Ji? Tell us, who is Matriarch Ji? The emperors and sect masters were anxious. They didn't know what happened in the Shenyuan City. Some experts flew towards the Shenyuan City without hesitation. When Xing Tian chopped down with his axe, his eyes widened. This is impossible. The axe's might overflowed and didn't stop for a moment. Matriarch Ji's eyes were cold. He looked up at the sky and extended his right fist to meet the axe head-on. He punched out. Hong! The powerful collision exploded in the sky above Shenyuan City. That gigantic axe that could destroy the heavens and earth was stopped in midair. It was blocked by Matriarch Ji's fist. Not only that, but after blocking the attack for a breath, Li Mu was stunned. Bang! The huge axe astral exploded, and even Xing Tian's axe astral was shattered. All the people in the city trembled and immediately revealed ecstatic expressions. That axe of destruction had been shattered by His Holiness? Long live His Holiness! Long live His Holiness! Countless officials and commoners knelt down in excitement. At this moment, the appearance of Matriarch Ji was like the savior of the world, turning the tides. When the axe exploded and Xing Tian retreated, he confirmed that this wasn't fake. This was the real Matriarch Ji. He didn't leave Shenyuan City. He had been in seclusion in Shenyuan City all this time? No, not good. Xing Tian's expression changed. Devouring the heavens and earth, invulnerable? That's Matriarch Ji's true body, and she's been in seclusion in Shenyuan City all this while, refining Chiyo's secret art. That punch just now was comparable to a divine weapon? Hou Yi's expression changed. Hou Yi, leave quickly. Xing Tian's eyes widened as he shouted. I leave? Is Shenyuan City a place where you can come and go as you please? Matriarch Ji revealed a cold smile. As she sneered, she stretched out her right hand. Swish! An energy palm that covered the heavens and earth suddenly appeared in the air and grabbed at Xing Tian. It was as though the entire world was in Matriarch Ji's palm. The overflowing might caused the heavens and earth to darken. Break! Xing Tian slammed his shield over. However, the energy palm wasn't slapped away. It continued to grab at Xing Tian. Release the arrow. Hou Yi shouted. Swish! A ray of light shot towards Matriarch Ji. Hou Yi wanted to release an arrow to rescue Xing Tian. As long as Matriarch Ji was distracted, Xing Tian would be able to dodge the attack. Hou Yi's divine arrow was the #1 arrow in the world. It was extremely powerful. Previously, it had only used 4 arrows to break through Shenyuan City's defensive formation. Even a peak heavenly palace expert wouldn't dare to face this arrow head-on. How could Matriarch Ji dodge it? Dodge! Matriarch Ji's lips turned cold as she stretched out her left hand. She pinched her thumb, index finger and middle finger together. Boom! An explosion sounded in front of her. It seemed like the void was about to be torn apart. However, Matriarch Ji used her powerful aura to stabilize the void, and it didn't shatter. It was just a ripple in the void and a gust of wind. When the void dissipated, Matriarch Ji's left hand was revealed. Matriarch Ji's left hand had 3 fingers on the tip of the divine arrow. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, everything happened too quickly. Many people didn't know what was going on, and the scene in front of them had overturned everything they knew. In the outside world, countless spies were dumbfounded. An anxious voice sounded from the Qin statue in his hand. What's going on? Tell us, is Xinyuan City broken? What Matriarch Ji? Tell us. The Qin statue in the spy's hands anxiously transmitted the voices of the various great emperors and sect leaders. The group of spies didn't know how to explain. However, they saw Matriarch Ji throwing away the divine arrow with a cold smile on her face. She continued to hold Xing Tian with her right hand. Impossible. Matriarch Ji, you can't be that powerful. Hui cried out in shock. As he cried out in shock, he slammed his palm toward the heaven-covering palm. He wanted to save Xing Tian who was inside. Boom. A loud sound rang out. Hui slammed his palm on the outside of the heaven-covering palm, while Xing Tian slammed his palm on the inside of the heaven-covering palm. Both of them caused the heaven-covering palm to shake, but it didn't break. You want to enter as well? Matriarch Ji sneered. Just as Matriarch Ji was about to attack again, a ray of red light descended from the sky. It pierced through the clouds and arrived at the heaven-covering palm. Boom. A loud sound rang out, and a huge hole appeared in the heaven-covering palm. Xing Tian was instantly sent flying. Return. A woman's voice sounded from the sky where the ray of red light came from. It was Bai's voice. Yes. Xing Tian and Hui turned around and instantly fled toward Dongfang. Matriarch Ji didn't chase after them. Instead, she turned her head and looked at the Great Yan Sky Dynasty in Dongfang. Great Yan Sky Dynasty, primitive city, entrance of Flame God Hall. Bai had already returned from the center of the divine continent. Standing at the entrance of Flame God Hall, Bai looked at Matriarch Ji coldly. Matriarch Ji looked at Bai coldly. The two of them looked at each other from a distance. However, neither of them said anything. His Holiness, why you're in Xinyuan City? Then who was the one who went to the infinite celestial capital? Emperor Kong said in shock. However, his voice was instantly drowned out by the cheers of the officials. His Holiness is invincible. The officials exclaimed in surprise. Amidst the cheers, Matriarch Ji slowly shifted her gaze away from Flame God Hall. She looked at Xing Tian and Hui who were escaping. A trace of pity flashed in Matriarch Ji's eyes before she shifted her gaze to the officials. The officials were pleasantly surprised. At the same time they were filled with questions. Only Zhang Jie sighed sorrowfully. His Holiness, I have let down His Holiness's trust. I had no choice but to disturb His Holiness's seclusion. Please punish His Holiness. Matriarch Ji took a deep breath and said, Mister, you don't have to blame yourself. The foundation of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty is also beyond my expectations. It has nothing to do with you. Yes. Zhang Jie nodded. Suddenly, Zhang Jie looked at the cauldron in front of him. The unborn man intends to withdraw from the battle? Zhang Jie looked at Matriarch Ji once again. Matriarch Ji raised her head and looked at the infinite celestial capital in the distance. The infinite celestial capital had regained its peace. The people of the Heavenly Devil Holy Land had retreated, especially the vast freedom Heavenly Devil. This caused Matriarch Ji's understanding of the infinite celestial capital to increase to the extreme. All the previous battles were based on her understanding of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Now there were still countless unknowns. Naturally, Matriarch Ji would not charge towards the infinite celestial capital. Let's withdraw. Matriarch Ji nodded. Boom. A loud sound rang out. Zhang Jie trembled violently. The stalemate with the unborn man had ended. Your Majesty, this is bad. Of the 4 places near Chiyu City where Chiyu was sealed, Gu Hai and the others have already stolen Chiyou's corpse. Ho Qing is gone and so are Chiyou's followers. The 8 trigrams mountain's 8 trigrams illuminating dragon formation is still there. I wonder how Gu Hai escaped. Zhang Jie revealed an extremely puzzled expression. In other words, Chiyou's head is still in the blood maple forest? Matriarch Ji said solemnly. Zhang Jie nodded. Matriarch Ji's expression was gloomy. She raised her head and looked in the direction of the distant infinite celestial capital. She looked at the soaring palace entrance. At this moment the experts in the world finally received the news. Matriarch Ji is in Xinyuan City? Impossible. Then who was the one who went to the void? Matriarch Ji has been in seclusion all this time? What kind of joke is this? Impossible. How could this be? The experts in the world were in an uproar. They wanted to refute, but this was an indisputable fact. Matriarch Ji had come out of seclusion and defeated Xing Tian and Hui. If Qi hadn't made a move at the last moment, Xing Tian and Ho Yi wouldn't have been able to escape. Since Matriarch Ji was in seclusion, who was the one who went to the void? Matriarch Ji's clone? A clone? Countless experts came to this conclusion. Then, because of this conclusion, everyone sucked in a cold breath. Matriarch Ji's clone? Complete deity stage? Then how monstrous was her main body? Reporting to Sect Master, Matriarch Ji's expression is gloomy now. She seems to be looking in the direction of the infinite celestial capital. A spy continued to report. Looking in the direction of the infinite celestial capital? Could it be that Matriarch Ji is thinking of a second wave? Destroying the infinite celestial capital? Countless experts trembled and immediately revealed a look of anticipation. The great freedom heavenly demon had left for some unknown reason. However, Matriarch Ji's main body was there. If Matriarch Ji's main body came to the infinite celestial capital, wouldn't she destroy the infinite celestial capital? The reversal was too fast, wasn't it? Just a moment ago, they thought that the infinite celestial capital was finished. But in the blink of an eye, the infinite celestial capital was fine, and Xinyuan City was finished. But in the blink of an eye, Xinyuan City was fine again, and the infinite celestial capital was finished? Everyone was dazzled, and the countless experts were shocked by the battle between Huang and Han. When the experts outside the limitless celestial capital heard the news, they immediately turned to look at the limitless celestial capital. They wanted to know if Han still had any trump cards. They wanted to know if the nameless great palace could stop Matriarch Ji. However, countless experts turned their heads and looked at the entrance of the soaring palace hall of the infinite celestial capital, and subconsciously rubbed their eyes. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Who is that standing beside Qin Xian'er and Long Wanqing? Gu Hai? Why is Gu Hai at the entrance of the soaring palace hall? Why is he here? Didn't Gu Hai go to the void with Matriarch Ji's clone? Why is he here? Countless experts couldn't understand or accept this. There were too many unexpected things in this battle, and too many things that they couldn't understand. Matriarch Ji wasn't charging towards the infinite celestial capital, but was confronting Gu Hai? At the entrance of the Xinyuan Palace Hall, Matriarch Ji. At the entrance of the soaring palace hall, Gu Hai. The two monarchs looked at each other coldly after a confrontation. Chapter 1092. 8 Trigrams Mountain Pass. With Long Wanyu's support, Gu Hai stepped out of 8 Trigrams Mountain with the world-illuminating lamp in his hand. Gu Hai turned his head to look at the fog-covered 8 Trigrams Mountain. Shock flashed in his eyes. 8 Trigrams illuminating dragon formation? How dangerous. Gu Hai said with an ugly expression. Whether it was Ho Qing or the 81 giants, none of them were what Gu Hai had expected. As for the formation, it was the most terrifying existence. If it wasn't for Long Wanyu's guidance, he might have suffered a huge setback here. Brother-in-law, this is only 8 Trigrams Mountain. Are we still going to the Blood Maple Forest? Long Wanyu asked. Cough, cough, cough. Gu Hai coughed for a while and shook his head. No, my injuries are more serious. I need to go back and recuperate. I can't go to the Blood Maple Forest for now. Long Wanyu nodded immediately. Gu Hai's injuries were the most important. You know how to back off. Suddenly, a voice sounded not far from Gu Hai. Gu Hai's face darkened and he looked at a lady in a red dragon robe not far away. Gu Hai's expression immediately froze as he became extremely vigilant. Seeing Gu Hai's vigilance, Dusk revealed a faint smile. To be able to do this in the 7th level of the Heaven Palace, you are braver than Zhang Lianshan and smarter than Qiyu. Qi said calmly. Great Yin His Holiness, you have already been to the 2 ambush points? Gu Hai asked. Yes, it is indeed dangerous. However, without Matriarch Ji's careful preparation, it was easy to enter. Your ploy worked. You took Qiyu's body? Qi asked. Gu Hai nodded. Big brother's body is with me. You should have taken back his arms and legs, right? That's right, there are 4 ambush points with different formations. Qiyu's spirit is in the skull, so I think the Blood Maple Forest suppression is the strongest. You looked towards the north. Gu Hai nodded and a third eye suddenly appeared on his forehead. He looked at the 2 battlefields. Time is running out. I can only take Big Brother's head another day. Farewell. Gu Hai said solemnly. Wait. Bai suddenly shouted. Gu Hai looked at Jue. At the same time he shielded Long Wanyu behind him. Did you take in Qiyu's 81 brothers? Zhao asked in a deep voice. What's wrong? Gu Hai was puzzled. Give them to me, Ho said in a deep voice. Gu Hai's face darkened. After a moment of silence he said, I can give it to you, but please give me Big Brother's body as well. When I take Big Brother's head in the future, I will be able to put it back together. He was slightly surprised. In the end he nodded. Quang. Quang. Zhao took out 2 bronze coffins. Gu Hai flipped his hand and took out the 81 giants. Roar. The 81 giants roared as if they were about to attack. However, Zhao swung his sleeves. Swoosh. The 81 giants disappeared in an instant. Gu Hai also flipped his hand and kept the 2 bronze coffins. Farewell. Gu Hai said solemnly. Let me send you on your way, Zhao said indifferently. While speaking without waiting for Gu Hai to refute, a red light instantly wrapped around Gu Hai and Long Wanyu and rushed towards the limitless celestial capital in the north. Whoosh. Zhao's speed was extremely fast. In just a short while they arrived at the limitless celestial capital. It was so fast that most people couldn't see Zhao's figure clearly. Gu Hai was still on guard against Zhao. Zhao turned his head and looked at the nameless palace not far away. He looked at Gu Hai strangely and said, I didn't expect you to have such a secret. Just now at the Bagua Mountain Pass, there was a pair of eyes locked on me. It was to protect you, right? There's no need for that. I was still looking forward to borrowing your hands to deal with Matriarch Ji. Bang. Gu Hai landed on the plaza of the Soaring Sky Palace. Zhao's figure flashed and instantly turned into an afterimage. He disappeared into the horizon and returned to the Antiquity City. Husband. Qin Xian'er and Long Wanyu were pleasantly surprised. His Majesty? The officials were ecstatic. His Majesty is back? Although no one knew how Gu Hai came back, as long as Gu Hai was in the limitless celestial capital, no one was worried. Because with Gu Hai the world would be safe. Gu Hai stood on the plaza of the Soaring Sky Palace and turned his head to look at the nameless palace. The gaze Zhao mentioned just now was definitely Long Jianghu. Gu Hai smiled faintly and turned his head to the southwest. That direction was the Great Yellow Dynasty's Xinyuan city. Wang. The heavenly eye in the center of his brows opened, and he instantly saw everything outside the Xinyuan city. Matriarch Ji? Main body? Then the one who came out of the 6 paths immortal dome was? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. In the distance, Xing Tian and Ho Yi were about to be trapped by Matriarch Ji. Suddenly, a red light appeared and saved the two. Matriarch Ji didn't chase after them. Instead, she looked at Gu Hai from afar. At the entrance of the Soaring Sky Palace and the Xinyuan Palace, Gu Hai and Matriarch Ji stared at each other coldly. Countless experts in the Divine Continent seemed to feel the two emperors staring at each other. They all held their breaths. From the start, the two emperors had already exceeded everyone's expectations. Now it was happening again? At the entrance of the Xinyuan Palace. Matriarch Ji looked at Gu Hai in the distance and said coldly, Gu Hai? The Han Imperial Dynasty? When will you ascend to the Heavenly Empire? Matriarch Ji's voice wasn't loud, but everyone outside the Xinyuan city heard it clearly. Ascend to the Heavenly Empire? Did that mean that the Han Imperial Dynasty had the ability to ascend to the Heavenly Empire? If it was before this battle, the experts in the world would still have some doubts. However, after the previous battle, no one doubted the strength of the Han Imperial Dynasty anymore. Even if you said that such an imperial dynasty wasn't qualified, no one would believe it. At the entrance of the Soaring Sky Palace, Gu Hai laughed coldly. Meng De Huang, His Holiness is worried. The Han Imperial Dynasty is still lacking some experience. Lacking some experience? This time, the Han Imperial Dynasty and the Great Yellow Dynasty were almost evenly matched. If you said that you were lacking some experience, wouldn't that mean that the Great Yellow Dynasty didn't live up to its name as a heavenly empire? Countless experts looked at Gu Hai with strange expressions. You are a high-level swindler. You aren't willing to ascend to the heavenly empire, but you want to slander the Great Yellow Dynasty? Of course, only Gu Hai was qualified to say such words. Saying can when you can't was called arrogance. Saying can when you can't was called modesty. In the distance, Matriarch Ji laughed coldly. Everyone knew what was going on in this battle. There was no need for them to slander each other. It's time for this farce to end, Matriarch Ji said indifferently. As she spoke, she stretched out her hand and pulled. Rip. A crack suddenly appeared in the void. On the other side of the crack, a fierce battle erupted. Vaguely, one could see Mosquito Daoran, Kongxian Aoing, and the others fighting inside. His Holiness can also easily tear open the entrance to the 18 levels of hell? Kong Xian said in surprise. The expressions of the people fighting inside also changed. This is Xianyuan City? Kong Xian said in surprise. In the distance, at the entrance of the soaring palace hall, Gu Hai's expression sank, but he still stretched out his hand and pulled. Rip! A huge crack was torn open in the void. Inside the 18 levels of hell, the group of heroes fighting inside immediately saw the appearance of another void fissure. His Holiness! Shengguan Hen said in surprise. Gu Hai and Matriarch Ji did the same thing, and they were actually able to open the entrance to the 18 levels of hell. Gu Hai looked at Matriarch Ji in surprise. Matriarch Ji also looked at Gu Hai in surprise. Just a moment ago, Matriarch Ji thought that she could do something in the 18 levels of hell. At this moment, Gu Hai also easily opened the 18 levels of hell, but she had to give up all her preparations. All right, return to the court. Matriarch Ji shouted. Return to the court. Gu Hai also shouted. Yes. The people inside shouted in unison. Hong. A huge sound came from inside. Ao Ing, Xiongyu, Fengbua, Li Mu, Scorpio, the secret guard commander, Mr. Wu Xing, and the ancestor dragon's corpse all stepped into the exit where Matriarch Ji was and arrived at the square of the Xianyuan Palace Hall. Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoran, Shengguan Hen, Ao Xing, Goddess Hutu Vairocana, and Gu Hai's 3 Buddhas all stepped into the square of the soaring palace hall. All of them were injured. However, the people from the Great Yellow Dynasty were more severely injured. The result of the battle had not been decided yet, but the previous battle had already shocked the world. The 2 cracks in the void instantly disappeared. Gu Hai and Matriarch Ji looked at each other from a distance. Gu Hai, the head of Blood Maple Forest Chiyu is waiting for you. Matriarch Ji sneered. As she sneered, Xianyuan City was immediately shrouded in fog. Matriarch Ji had rearranged the city defense formation. I will come. Gu Hai said coldly. Rumble. The limitless celestial capital was also slowly shrouded by the fog. The battle on the divine continent was considered to have ended. Matriarch Ji did not want to see Gu Hai, and Gu Hai did not want to see Matriarch Ji either. At the square of the Xianyuan Palace Hall, Matriarch Ji looked at everyone and comforted them. Everyone also knew about the previous battle and they were confused. That shouldn't be the case. Third brother went and so did Master. Why did they retreat? The divine scorpion heavenly demon revealed a look of astonishment. That's the truth. Scorpio, I'll have to trouble you to go to the vast freedom heavenly demon and find out what was in the nameless palace that caused him to retreat. In the end we couldn't obtain a great victory. Songjie looked at Scorpio and said solemnly. Alright, I have to find out. I almost died there, so why did they retreat? Scorpio was frustrated. I will wait for good news in Xianyuan City. Songjie said solemnly again. At the entrance of the soaring sky palace, Gu Hai turned to look at Dusk. Dusk, thank you for your help in this battle. Gu Hai said solemnly. You also helped me in the southern sea. Moreover, with the addition of Mosquito Daoran, even without me, the strength of the 2 dynasties is comparable. Dusk shook his head. No, I only broke through later. I still need Mr. Dusk's help. Mosquito Daoran waved his hand and said. Dusk smiled and did not refuse. He looked at Gu Hai and said, since that's the case I will take my leave. Take care. Gu Hai nodded and did not ask him to stay. Before he left, Dusk looked at the distant southeast and said to Gu Hai, be careful of Dusk. Dusk. Gu Hai was slightly confused. Dusk nodded and said, Dusk is not as weak as people think. He has not revealed his strength. Why did Matriarch Ji choose you first? Gu Hai's eyes narrowed. It was obvious that in Matriarch Ji's eyes, he was a soft persimmon that could not be touched easily. Seeing that Gu Hai had taken him seriously, Dusk took a step forward and turned into a ray of light, disappearing into the horizon. Chapter 1093. Xianyuan City. Empress Ji extended her hand, and the fog covered the Xianyuan City. She gave some instructions to the officials before returning to the Xianyuan Palace Hall alone. Before the officials could recover from their excitement, the door to the Xianyuan Palace Hall closed with a loud bang. Mr. Songjie, has His Majesty been in seclusion all this time? Emperor Kong asked with a trace of curiosity. Songjie nodded and smiled bitterly. Lord Kong, please forgive me. His Holiness told me earlier. But we just came out from the Shenyuan Palace Hall. What? Emperor Kong was shocked. His Holiness has always been in the Shenyuan Palace Hall. It's just that we couldn't see him. Song Jie shook his head. Then what happened when His Holiness went into the void? Emperor Kong was still puzzled. Song Jie shook his head and didn't explain. Inside the Shenyuan Palace Hall, Empress Ji slowly stepped onto the dragon throne. Empress Ji's face flushed red as she sat on the dragon throne. Jiu? Your devour the heavens and earth is really stubborn. Even now you are still unwilling to submit. Empress Ji said coldly. Submit? The 5 main bloodlines of the sorcerer tribe can't merge. Since you have mastered the divine Tao deprivation, don't even think about refining my devour the heavens and earth. A weak voice sounded from between Empress Ji's brows. Others can't do it, but it doesn't mean that I can't. I will completely merge with you and completely refine your remnant consciousness. Then I will control everything about you. Empress Ji said coldly. Remnant consciousness? My soul has already been destroyed. This remnant consciousness is useless. It doesn't matter if you refine it or not. However, I heard everything in the outside world. My good brothers and my younger sister will avenge me. You can just wait for death. Ha ha ha. The weak voice sounded again. They are still not my match. Empress Ji said coldly. Not your match? What was the result of your battle? Empress Ji said coldly. I admit that Gu Hai has some ability. He took 3 parts of your body. However, that was because I didn't make a move. Moreover, the outcome of the battle in the void has yet to be decided. Matriarch Ji said coldly. That's your clone, right? Shenyuan sword clone? It was indeed powerful. However, no matter how powerful the Shenyuan sword clone was, so what? Back then, Long Zhangguo was much stronger than you, but didn't he still die at the hands of Gu Hai? That Shenyuan sword of yours, can you guarantee that you'll win? Chiyo's remnant will sneered. That's different. Matriarch Ji said coldly. Then let's wait and see. Chiyu said coldly. Empress Ji snorted coldly, suppressing the voice of Chiyo's remnant will. The infinite celestial capital. Gu Hai comforted the people for a while. However, the people also understood that because the Dehan imperial dynasty wanted to strengthen, there would definitely be some conflicts and dangers. Fortunately, everything was under the emperor's control. The commoners were not too frightened. Goddess Earth Mother. Sorry for offending you. Gu Hai said with a faint smile. He flipped his hand and beckoned. The heavily injured Ho Qing landed in front of everyone. Miao Ho Qing? How did he end up like this? Mao Tianyun exclaimed. Not far away, Gaochen, Ziwei and Changxing also came over. His zombie progenitor seed was removed? Changxing exclaimed. That troublemaker can't cause any more trouble. Ziwei said with a smile. It's fine if he's injured. He'll be fine after some rest. At least he won't die. Gaochen said nonchalantly. Huda saw that it was Ho Qing and did not blame Gu Hai. She took a closer look and said, the zombie progenitor seed is finally gone. That's right. From the looks of it, Ho Qing's cultivation level is at most at the early stage of the heavenly palace. Long Wanyu nodded. That's great, that's great. Thank you, ancient emperor. Goddess Earth Mother immediately bowed to Gu Hai. Ho Qing, who was originally disheartened, was shocked when he heard Huda thanking Gu Hai. Sister, it was you. You made Gu Hai take my zombie progenitor seed and turn me into a cripple? Ho Qing's eyes were filled with disbelief and anger. I'm your blood brother. How could you do this to me? Gu Hai said calmly, if not for Hutu you wouldn't be a cripple now. You would be dead. Ho Qing's expression froze. Then he revealed a bitter expression. Goddess Earth Mother, take him to heal first. From now on I'll leave Ho Qing to you. Gu Hai said solemnly. All right. Thank you, ancient emperor. Goddess Earth Mother said gratefully. Goddess Earth Mother, you're too kind. You've helped me a lot too. Gu Hai shook his head. All right, you don't have to be so polite. Quickly take Ho Qing to heal. Long Wanyu said. All right. Goddess Earth Mother smiled. Ho Qing was taken away by the few of them to heal. Ho Qing did not want to speak. He was disheartened again. After sending Ho Qing away, Mo Yike looked at Gu Hai and said, Your Majesty, our national army has taken over half of the territories of the 4 factions. They were manipulated previously. Now all of them have regained their senses and are saying that they want to retreat. Should our national army advance or retreat? Although the leaders of the 4 factions have regained their senses, they must be taken down. Gu Hai said solemnly. The other officials were surprised. Mo Yike nodded and said, Your Majesty, I understand. But your majesty, the leaders of the four factions seem to have given in. Moreover, they did not know that they were forced to do so. They colluded with the Great Yellow Dynasty and plotted against our dynasty. They were all controlled. If we send more troops, will we? Qin Tianshan frowned slightly. Mo Yike, who was at the side, shook his head and said, "No, it doesn't matter whether they did it intentionally or not. The purpose of the national army is not to expand our territory, but to maintain the prestige of the nation. Right now, our Han Imperial Dynasty is not a place that anyone can casually provoke or target. As long as it is detrimental to the Han Imperial Dynasty, it must be suppressed. This is the prestige of a great country. The leaders of the four factions have been manipulated. However, we can only sympathize with them because of that. However, we have no obligation to help them bear the losses of being controlled. We cannot change the strategy of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Kill the chicken to warn the monkey? Destroy the four factions and intimidate the other factions in the world so that they will understand the consequences of going against the Dahan Imperial Dynasty? At the same time, we will force all those who are allied with the Great Yellow Dynasty to think twice?" Qin Tianshan was enlightened. Gu Hai nodded and said, "Indeed, the four factions must be taken down. However, there is a possibility that they will be given amnesty. This is to express our sympathy." "Yes, your majesty is merciful," Mo Yike said solemnly. After that, Gu Hai continued to placate the officials. Kong Xian and Mosquito Daoran returned to the battlefield immediately. However, at this moment, the return of the two of them was already meaningless to the entire battlefield. This was because this battle was almost over. The generals of the Great Yellow Dynasty had already retreated. How could the four factions ask for reinforcements? It was useless. After witnessing the power of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty, the leaders of the factions might be wary. However, they would not provoke the Dahan Imperial Dynasty at this time. The Dahan Imperial Dynasty was like an enraged dragon. Everyone wanted to kill it. However, if they went up now, they would only be devoured by the dragon immediately. The outcome of the four factions was obvious. Sympathy? Sympathy did not exist in wars between nations. Righteousness did not command wealth, and compassion did not command soldiers. No one thought that the Dahan Imperial Dynasty would give up. However, no one dared to participate in the war between the Great Yellow Dynasty and the Great Yellow Dynasty at this time. The slightest carelessness could lead to the destruction of the country and sect. It was best not to participate. At the very least, the two sides would not have an excuse to send troops. After comforting the officials, Gu Hai spoke with Chen Xiener and Long Wanqing for a while. After confirming that the two were fine, Gu Hai was relieved. The two understood that Gu Hai still had matters to attend to, so they did not pester him and returned to the harem. Gu Hai gave some simple instructions. Then, under many curious gazes, he walked to the nameless hall. Creak. The doors to the hall suddenly opened and Gu Hai stepped in. Many people craned their necks. However, the doors suddenly closed. Many people who wanted to see what was going on sighed. Long Zhanghua sat in the hall as if he had been waiting for a long time. "Chairman Long, thank you for your help this time." Gu Hai walked over with a smile. "Have a seat. You've grown faster than I thought. You're already competing with Matriarch Ji?" Long Zhanghua laughed. Gu Hai also casually walked over and sat down. Without needing Long Zhanghua's signal, he casually picked up the cigarette box that the vast Freedom Heavenly Demon did not touch and took out a cigarette. "Use a lighter, it'll taste better this way." Long Zhanghua was about to pass a lighter to Huang Xiaolong. "No need, I have one." Gu Hai smiled. Gu Hai flipped his hand and took out a box of matches. Tiske. The match lit up the cigarette. With a flick of his hand, the match was extinguished. Gu Hai was also reminiscing about the past. "How is it?" Long Zhanghua asked with a smile. "Tobacco mellow, did you make it yourself?" Gu Hai looked at Long Zhanghua. "The cigarettes on Earth are too crude, so I got people to plant a batch in the celestial world." Long Zhanghua nodded. "When I first came here, I also made cigarettes. Later on, I wanted to cultivate and live longer, so I stopped." Gu Hai exhaled a mouthful of smoke. Earth is indeed a magical place. Everyone knows that smoking is harmful to health, but most people can't get rid of cigarettes. Long Zhanghua sighed. Because they don't smoke, they smoke loneliness. Gu Hai laughed. "Ah." Long Zhanghua burst out laughing. "Yes, when I was on Earth it was indeed very strange but also very novel. My eldest son must have troubled you a lot, right?" Long Zhanghua asked. "Dragon God one?" Gu Hai waved his hand. In the void in front of them, an image of the celestial world appeared. Dragon God Ing was sitting cross-legged, and black bone wings appeared around his body. He was surrounded by a powerful aura. I saw that you crippled Ho Qing. Is God Ing refining the zombie progenitor seed? Is it the wind element? Long Zhonghua asked. No, it's the earth element. Gu Hai shook his head. Oh. It's the wind element. I gave it to your eldest grandson Long Out Yin. Gu Hai explained. Gu Hai did not hide anything from him in the 8 trigrams mountain. Although I don't have a successor, I have a group of reincarnations. The only thing I lack is time. Otherwise, my descendants would be no worse than Jiang Lianshan's children. Long Zhonghua said with a smile. Yes, the reincarnation of Emu, Di Jiang and Chang Tian. If you wait a few more years, Jiang Lianshan's descendants will be no better than you. Gu Hai said with a smile. Chapter 1094. Limitless Celestial Capital, Nameless Palace. Gu Hai and Long Zhonghua sat at the side, smoking as they talked about the current state of the world. De Chen Group? You're gold, you'll shine no matter where you go. Spaceships? Leave a few for me. Gu Hai smiled. Don't worry, I'll definitely leave you the best. Long Zhonghua smiled. But speaking of which, Shakyamuni and I went to check on 30. He might really be on his way to the 6 paths Immortal Dome. Long Zhonghua said in a deep voice. Gu Hai nodded. I understand. Time is of the essence. Alright, you said that you're working on a plan with me? Gu Hai asked curiously. God Realm plan. Let's cultivate some peerless experts on Earth. Long Zhonghua said solemnly. Earth isn't a place suitable for cultivation. Wait, did you say, God Realm? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. That's right. Like the method used to open up the celestial world, we opened up many small realms, imitating the movie world, novel world, anime world, and so on. We continuously selected batches of people on Earth to enter the God Realm and let them complete missions in various realms. If they couldn't complete the mission, they would die or be obliterated. After completing the mission, they would obtain mission points, which could be exchanged for treasures, weapons, techniques, secret techniques, immortal tools, immortal pills, bloodlines, and so on. That way they could become stronger and stronger. Long Zhonghua recalled. Isn't this from the Infinite Flow novel? You're the God Realm? Let them become stronger in battle? Are these realms strong enough? Gu Hai was shocked. Although the people on Earth are weak, their imagination is extraordinary. Among these created realms, Immortality and Celestial Emperor were the most difficult to break through. These 2 novels have elements similar to the 6 paths Immortal Dome. Anyone who could come out of these 2 realms is now an elite. Long Zhonghua recalled. How's the effect? Gu Hai asked curiously. On Earth, many people have great potential. Now, there is already a group of good people. Perhaps in the future they will be able to enter our battlefield. Long Zhonghua said expectantly. It is indeed a good idea. Gu Hai nodded in admiration. By the way, Zhang Yulian is about to give birth. According to Laozi, it should be a boy. Can you give him a name? Long Zhonghua smiled. Zhang Yulian? She was about to give birth? Gu Hai's heart trembled. He was a little excited. When Gu Hai clenched his fists and looked at Long Zhonghua. You don't have to worry about that. I, Shakyamuni, and the others all said that your son shouldn't distract you for the time being. We'll have a chance to meet in the future. We will take good care of him. When he is older, I will send him to the Lord God's space. You have already nurtured my son to the peak of Heavenly Palace. How can I not take good care of your son? Long Zhonghua said with a smile. These are the letters I sent to Yulian and Taiwa. They contain my instructions. Please pass them to them. My son's name is Gu Taiji. Gu Hai took out 2 letters. Long Zhonghua took the 2 letters and nodded. Don't worry, I will pass them to them. Many thanks. Gu Hai nodded. By the way, that was your clone, right? You and Matriarch Ji's clone came out of the 6 paths Immortal Dome, right? Long Zhonghua asked. Yes. If I'm not wrong, Matriarch Ji's clone should be that Xinyuan sword. Gu Hai said solemnly. Xinyuan sword is the sword of the heavens. You have to be careful. In the divine continent, I can't do anything to it. However, now that we are in the void, it can't be controlled. Don't worry, I am prepared. Gu Hai nodded. Since that's the case, I will go back. As for you? Long Zhonghua frowned slightly. I know it's dangerous. However, danger is also a motivation, isn't it? Gu Hai said with a smile. Long Zhonghua nodded. That's right. You have never been safe. Ha 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 ha. Gu Hai laughed loudly. He waved his hand. The life entrapment blade appeared in his palm. Rumble. A void hole appeared in front of him. It was the entrance to the 30 Paths Immortal Dome. Long Jianghu nodded and did not stay. He stepped into the void hole and disappeared. Wang. The void trembled and the hole disappeared. Gu Hai coughed twice and stepped into the immortal dome of the ancients. Clearly, Gu Hai had not recovered from his injuries. Now that most of the matters had been settled, he had to recuperate properly. The troops of the Han imperial dynasty did not stop. However, the 4 major factions were powerless to reverse the situation. The envoy sent by Sima Changkong went extremely smoothly. The leaders of the 3 major sects agreed without hesitation. The emperor of another imperial dynasty thought for 2 days and finally gave in. There was no choice. They could not resist at all. The Han imperial dynasty was already benevolent enough to send envoys. Even the sect leaders and emperors were willing to submit to the Han imperial dynasty. The citizens of the 4 major factions had nothing to worry about. There was only a little resentment, but it dissipated quickly. The former officials of the 4 major factions were still transferred to other sects to continue managing. They restrained each other and stabilized the situation. At this point, the national army of the Han imperial dynasty took another 400 cities with lightning speed. No one in the world dared to casually offend the Han imperial dynasty anymore. The factions that had previously given cities to the Great Yellow Dynasty panicked. They kept submitting letters of credence to the Han imperial dynasty. They were willing to give 5 cities to the Han imperial dynasty at the same time. It was a sign of neutrality. The letters of credence were sent to the upper study, waiting for Gu Hai's approval. At this point, the Han imperial dynasty had 2,400 cities. It was the greatest empire in the world. However, it was still an imperial dynasty. No one understood what the Han imperial dynasty was waiting for. Why didn't they become a celestial dynasty? In a valley in the west of the divine continent. Hong! A deafening sound rang out. A gust of wind rushed into the sky and swept the surrounding rocks into the sky. Ha ha ha, the peak of the heavenly palace? Wind element zombie ancestor. I like this. Long Outyen's excited voice came from the valley. While Long Outyen was overjoyed, a gust of wind raged around him. But then Long Outyen shuddered. Countless memories suddenly rushed into his mind. Instantly, all the memories of his previous life flashed through his mind. Buzz. The gust of wind subsided. Long Outyen's face revealed a trace of ruthlessness, but he thought of the previous life's identity of Di Jiang and the scene of him being killed by Jiang Chen. The ruthless aura filled Long Outyen's face for a while. Then Long Outyen shook his head and shook off those memories. No, in this life I am Long Outyen, not Di Jiang. The hatred of my previous life is all in the past. Allah has given me a new life. I am not allowed to disobey Allah anymore. Long Outyen shook his head. Shaking off the ruthlessness in his heart, Long Outyen took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. When everything was calm, Long Outyen's figure flashed and rushed into the sky, heading straight for Spirit Mountain. Whoosh! Immediately, Long Outyen landed at the entrance of the Snatching Divine Palace. At the entrance of the Snatching Divine Palace, Jiang Chen was basking in the sun and sipping tea. Turning his head, Jiang Chen looked at Long Outyen curiously. Long Outyen knelt on one knee and said, "Your subordinate greets Allah. You got the wind attribute zombie ancestor seed?" Jiang Chen was slightly surprised. "Yes." Long Outyen said respectfully. "Tell me what happened." Jiang Chen said with interest. In Jiang Chen's mind, Long Outyen would definitely not be able to win against Gu Hai. Moreover, when he used the 10 slashes of Zhou Tian, Jiang Chen was aware of Gu Hai's strength. Long Outyen did not hide anything and told him everything. "Gu Hai gave it to you?" Jiang Chen frowned slightly, showing a trace of surprise. "Yes." Long Outyen said uneasily. Jiang Chen took a sip of tea and smiled. "If that's the case, you owe Gu Hai a big favor. Your subordinate dares not." Long Outyen said nervously. Jiang Chen smiled and did not say anything else. Infinite Celestial Capital. In a month, many things happened in the Divine Continent, but Gu Hai stayed in the Immortal Dome of Ancients. A month in the outside world was 300 years inside. Gu Hai's injuries were finally healed. Gu Hai stepped out of the Immortal Dome of Antiquity with one step. Dragon Goding followed him out. At this moment, Dragon Shenying's temperament was extremely restrained, as though his previous sharp edge had disappeared. "You broke through?" Gu Hai asked. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. Dragon Shenying said gratefully. Don't reveal it to anyone for now. Familiarize yourself with your strength. Guhai instructed. Yes, Your Majesty. Dragon Shenying replied. Guhai nodded. Then he led Dragon Shenying out of the Nameless Hall. Outside the Nameless Hall, the officials were waiting. Guhai dealt with the court, went to the upper study room for 2 days, and then went to the harem to accompany Qin Xian'er and Long Wanqing. Countless people were curious. What was the result of the battle in the void? Guhai did not say and no one asked. In the void. Guhai and Empress Ji's Xianyuan sword doppelganger were completely lost in the void. Moreover, the Xianyuan sword doppelganger's strength was rapidly weakening. It should not have been so fast, but Guhai fought with it from time to time, and every time they fought it would consume a lot of energy. In the divine continent, one breath could draw energy from the heavens and earth to replenish it. But now there was only consumption and no replenishment. The Xianyuan sword doppelganger was getting weaker, but Guhai's strength did not change. The Xianyuan sword doppelganger also gradually found clues. That's not right. Why is your strength not weakening? You should be almost exhausted by now. The Xianyuan sword doppelganger said in surprise. Empress Ji, no, it should be the Xianyuan sword doppelganger, right? Don't you think you found it a little too late? Guhai sneered. Oh. The Xianyuan sword doppelganger's expression changed. You were the one who kept chasing me. Now it's my turn. Guhai said coldly. The life-slaying saber slashed out again, and a red light rushed out with a destructive force. The Xianyuan sword doppelganger's expression changed, and he immediately raised his hand to block it. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them fought again in the void. The Xianyuan sword doppelganger knew that it was not good. At this moment it was weaker than Guhai. If it continued to fight, it would lose without a doubt. Escape? But the two of them were lost in the void. How could they escape? Where was the direction? You are also Guhai's doppelganger. So what if you win? Without direction you can't go back. You will be lost in this place forever. The Xianyuan sword doppelganger said. How do you know I can't go back? Guhai sneered. Long Wanyu had taught them how to find directions. As long as they were not too far away they could still find their way back. Now it was Guhai's turn to show off. Chapter 1095. In the Void. The battle between Guhai and the Xianyuan sword grew longer and longer. As time passed, the power of the Xianyuan sword clone grew weaker and weaker. In fact, it was struck by the life-slaying saber time and time again, causing wounds to appear on its body. The Xianyuan sword clone was anxious. However, Guhai could continuously extract energy from the void, causing the Xianyuan sword clone to feel despair. What should I do? If this continued, I would be finished. Moreover, I can't find the way back. There's nowhere to escape? More importantly, the void could cut off all connections. Although the main body and the clone had the same consciousness, once they entered the void, the connection between the two bodies would be cut off automatically. In other words, the main body and clone's thoughts could not be shared and synchronized. Only when they returned to the Six Paths Immortal Dome could the main body and clone's thoughts and consciousness be synchronized and shared again. Therefore, Guhai could not contact Guhai's main body. The Xianyuan sword clone could not contact Empress Ji's main body either. In the divine continent, Empress Ji's main body, who was in seclusion, was also very anxious. That was because she could not sense the Xianyuan sword clone anymore. She did not know the exact situation of the battle. Fortunately, the Dahan Imperial Dynasty's Golden Dragon of Destiny had not returned yet. This meant that Guhai's clone had not won yet. He could only allow the two clones to fight. As for Guhai's main body, he was confident in the skeleton clone. This was because the skeleton clone's consciousness was his consciousness. The skeleton clone could absorb the power of nothingness. With such a monstrous ability, how could he not kill a sword? As expected. When the Xianyuan sword clone was getting weaker and weaker, Guhai suddenly narrowed his eyes. It was as if the opportunity he had been waiting for had finally appeared. Life-slaying illusory realm. Guhai roared. The life-slaying saber suddenly erupted with 100 times brighter blood-red light. The Xianyuan sword clone's expression also changed, and he used all his strength to attack. When the saber and sword collided, the Xianyuan sword clone felt a sense of unease. The surging red light instantly drowned him. A torrential might, bringing with it a great destructive force, came rushing over. Was this Guhai's full-strength saber strike? A blade of destruction? No, I still have overwhelming righteousness. Explode. The Xianyuan sword clone's expression changed. Hong. A super loud collision sound rang out. The huge collision was drowned in the rolling red light. Then the endless light disappeared as if the two of them had disappeared into nothingness. Did the two of them die together? After an unknown period of time, the Xianyuan sword clone woke up. When he woke up, his entire body was in pain. His strength was swiftly draining away, and he seemed to be on the verge of death. However, he could still move in the end. Not far away there were some dismembered corpses. They belonged to the skeleton Guhai. They floated in the void and were slowly being decomposed by the disintegrating power of the void. Dead? It's good that you're dead, it's good that you're dead. The Xianyuan sword clone revealed a sinister smile. However, after grinning for a while, the Xianyuan sword clone revealed a look of despair. This was because it was already extremely weak in the vast void. Without energy to replenish itself, it would slowly disintegrate and disappear like the skeleton Guhai. Guhai? You're really ruthless. Even if you die, you want to drag me down with you. The Xianyuan sword clone revealed a look of despair. However, in this moment of despair, there seemed to be a ray of light shooting over from not far away. The Xianyuan sword clone turned its head and looked over. There were many planets in the light and they were all distorted and deformed. 6 paths immortal dome? The Xianyuan sword clone was delighted. Ha ha Guhai, you wanted to drag me into the depths of the void, but you didn't expect us to be at the edge of the 6 paths immortal dome. After drifting for so long, I'm back. Ah. The Xianyuan sword clone was wild with joy. With a sway of his body, he dragged his sickly body and flew towards the 6 paths immortal dome. When he flew into the 6 paths immortal dome, the Xianyuan sword clone was on the verge of death. However, not long after, the Xianyuan sword clone began to absorb the surging energy of heaven and earth like a sponge. Very soon, the Xianyuan sword clone's injuries were much better. After his injuries were slightly better, the Xianyuan sword clone did not hesitate and rushed towards the divine continent from the starry sky. What's wrong with the main body? Why can't I sense my main body? The Xianyuan sword clone revealed a look of surprise. Not only that, but the fate of the Great Yellow Dynasty had also collapsed. What happened? The Xianyuan sword clone exclaimed. Whoosh! He was extremely fast, and it did not take long for him to reach the territory of the Great Yellow Dynasty. At this moment, the Great Yellow Dynasty was surrounded by smoke. Cities were destroyed one after another, and the corpses of the people were everywhere. It was a disaster. The major cities of the Great Yellow Dynasty were all conquered, and the national flag of the Great Yellow Dynasty was erected above each city. Along the way, the Dahan army reached the Great Yellow Dynasty and killed countless people. The scenes of tragedy made the Xianyuan sword clone shiver all over. The Dahan army destroyed the Great Yellow Dynasty? Impossible, this is impossible. Where's my main body? Where's Mr. Cangjia? And Aoing and the others? The Xianyuan sword clone revealed a look of shock and rushed towards Xianyuan City. The situation in Xianyuan City was even more tragic. No, it was more horrifying. He saw that the fate of Xianyuan City had completely collapsed. Everything was gone. Outside Xianyuan City, there were hundreds of huge pillars. There was a corpse nailed to each of the pillars, and it was exposed to the scorching sun. These corpses were none other than the officials of the Great Yellow Dynasty. Cangjia, Aoing, Xiongyu, Mr. Wu Xiong, Li Mu, Fengbua, and Kong Di were all nailed to the pillars with miserable expressions. The person nailed to the pillar at the front was none other than his main body. No, impossible. The Xianyuan sword clone revealed a look of horror and was on the verge of collapse. At the entrance of Xianyuan Palace, Gu Hai led Kong Xian, Shengguan Hen, Ao Xing, Mosquito Daoren, Dragon God Ing, and the other officials to receive the worship of countless people. Long live your majesty. Long live your majesty. Countless people suddenly bowed to Gu Hai. Everyone please rise. I will treat you well and not be as ruthless as Matriarch Ji. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Thank you, your majesty. Countless people immediately thanked him. Bastard, I am still here. Why are you bowing to the enemy's emperor? The Xianyuan sword clone stood in the air with a ferocious expression. Everyone's gaze suddenly turned to Matriarch Ji. Matriarch Ji? Isn't he? Ah, that's the Xianyuan sword clone that entered the void. Kong Xian's expression changed as he exclaimed in shock. Xianyuan sword, he is Matriarch Ji's Xianyuan sword. He has a trace of Matriarch Ji's will? Matriarch Ji's clone? Countless people immediately recognized the Shenyuan sword clone. However, the expected support of the people did not appear. At this moment, the people of Shenyuan City suddenly looked at the Shenyuan sword clone with hatred. That evil demon is back? A person exclaimed in shock. Evil demon, evil demon, evil demon, you will die a horrible death. Demon Shenyuan, I will not live under the same sky as you. Demon Shenyuan, return my son. The people of Shenyuan City roared in anger. The Shenyuan sword clone's expression changed as he looked at these people in disbelief. Are they crazy? Why are they looking at me like that? As for Gu Hai and the others at the entrance of the Shenyuan palace, they sneered coldly. Matriarch Ji's clone? He actually returned? Very well, I will help you inform the people. Gu Hai sneered. As they spoke, a large number of officials took out zither figurines and arranged them. The zither figurines communicated with all the cities of the Great Yellow Dynasty and used sound amplification formations to broadcast Gu Hai's voice to the entire city. Original citizens of the Great Yellow Dynasty, Gu Hai, have killed the demon Matriarch Ji. Now, Matriarch Ji's clone, the Shenyuan sword's clone, has returned and is in the sky above Shenyuan City. May I ask what everyone should do? Gu Hai said in a clear voice. His voice instantly spread to all the cities of the Great Yellow Dynasty. All the citizens of the Great Yellow Dynasty trembled as they revealed looks of hatred. Kill this devil. Kill him. Kill this devil. Matriarch Ji, you are an evil demon, a demon of heaven and earth. I will not live under the same sky as you. You killed my parents and brothers. Matriarch Ji, you will die a horrible death. Countless voices sounded from all the cities of the Great Yellow Dynasty. The Shenyuan sword's clone trembled when he heard those voices. A look of horror appeared on his face. Condemned by 1,000 people, cursed by 10,000 people? No, this was the cursing of 100 billion people, the angry voices of 100 billion people. How terrifying was this impact? With the Shenyuan sword clone's eyesight, he could clearly see that Gu Hai was not faking it. Instead, it was real. All the ordinary people were cursing him. How can this be? How can this be? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. The Shenyuan sword's clone staggered and roared unwillingly. You don't believe it? The citizens will not lie. Matriarch Ji, do you not admit to the things you did? Gu Hai sneered. What did I do? What did my main body do? The Shenyuan sword's clone cried out in shock. The Dahan and Great Yellow Dynasty's nation war was a fair fight between you and me. It was one thing, but why did you drag the citizens into it? You may have been defeated repeatedly, but you should never have had any ideas about the citizens. You actually used mind manipulation to control the citizens. Regardless of whether they were willing or not, you manipulated them into the battlefield. As long as a citizen resisted, you would immediately wipe out their entire family. What a lunatic. Gu Hai said coldly. Mind manipulation? Impossible. Manipulating the citizens? That's hundreds of billions of citizens. Mind manipulation is not possible. The Shenyuan sword's clone cried out in shock. However, you did it in the end. You controlled the people and made the controlled people kill the disobedient people. Before my Dahan army arrived, 30% of your Great Yellow Dynasty citizens died. That's close to 100 billion people. If you are not a demon, who is a demon? To stop my dynasty's army, you did everything you could and treated the citizens so cruelly. How could the citizens not hate you? How could they not hate His Holiness? Do you think that the citizens can stop me? No, my Dahan army is a benevolent army. We will not fight with the citizens. We will kill you directly. The citizens were tortured and killed by you. Who would still be loyal to you? They want to eat your flesh, drink your blood, and gnaw on your bones. Gu Hai said coldly. My main body actually did such a thing? Oh. The Shenyuan sword's clone revealed a look of despair. Right now, in all the cities, hundreds of billions of citizens were cursing Matriarch Ji. That hatred and hysteria made it seem as if Matriarch Ji was the incarnation of a monstrous demon. They wanted to crucify her on the pillar of shame. Evil Matriarch Ji, you are the root of all evil. Matriarch Ji, you are the root of all evil. Gu Hai shouted. Boom. Suddenly, a surge of righteous energy surged out of the Shenyuan sword clone. The righteous energy that came from the hearts of all the people in the Great Yellow Celestial Empire was surging out of the evil devil concubine Dihong. It was not only the hatred of the citizens. The Shenyuan sword's clone's belief in righteousness was also shaken. The hearts of the people were the heart of the heavens. Evil Matriarch Ji, you are the root of all evil. Chapter 1096. The people below were easy to bully, but the heavens were hard to bully. The scolding and condemnation of the masses finally shook the Xianyuan sword clone's conviction. The Xianyuan sword had refined the righteous energy. The righteous energy came from Matriarch Ji's absolute confidence and the people's trust in her. They believed that everything Matriarch Ji did was righteous. This was a kind of righteous belief. Hundreds of millions of people gathered here. They protected the Xianyuan sword. This made the Xianyuan sword become the fifth Dharma treasure in the world. But now it had suffered a crushing defeat. Could its past conviction still support it? The masses were even more condemned. Everyone was cursing the evil spirit. Evil spirit? If the masses said that you were righteous, then you were righteous. If the masses said that you were evil, then were you still righteous? The righteous energy on the surface of the Xianyuan sword clone was quickly dispersing. It fell into a great panic and a great lack of confidence. As the righteous energy dissipated, only evil was left. The entire world seemed to have stopped. The Xianyuan sword clone seemed to have completely lost itself as it listened to the scolding of billions of people. At this moment, everyone's scolding rang in its ears, and it was so clear. Hundreds of billions of people. It was unknown how long it would take to listen. Time seemed to have stopped. No, it was not stopped. Instead, the Xianyuan sword clone had fallen into an illusion. At this moment, the Xianyuan sword clone did not return to the divine continent. Instead, it fell into a daze in the void. Around the Xianyuan sword clone was a rolling red light. It was the skeleton Gu Hai holding the Life Slayer saber. The Life Slayer saber was emitting rolling red light that drowned the Xianyuan sword clone. Within the red light there seemed to be many strange images. It was the Life Slayer saber that created a defeated illusion for the Xianyuan sword clone. It was Gu Hai's meticulous preparation. The Xianyuan sword clone was surrounded by a large amount of righteous energy. The dissipating righteous energy was not dispelled by the void. Instead, there was another person beside it. It was Gu Hai's main body. The rolling righteous energy was quickly absorbed by Gu Hai's main body. The ones protecting Gu Hai's body were Kong Xian, Gu Han, Shangguan Hen, Mosquito Daoren, and Long Wanqing. The five great perfection heavenly palaces formed a primordial five elements formation, protecting Gu Hai's body in the center, allowing Gu Hai to absorb the rolling morality. The great compassion poetry of heaven and earth was a rare opportunity. Gu Hai's original body started to absorb it. At this moment, Kong Xian and the others were also extremely shocked. At the same time, he was impressed by Gu Hai's flawless calculations. Your Majesty, Her Majesty has come to the void. The boundless celestial capital's sea of providence will crumble again. Will Matriarch Ji take advantage of the situation? Kong Xian asked worriedly. Long Wanqing shook her head. Don't worry, my husband must have taken care of everything. Yes. Everyone nodded and protected Gu Hai. More and more righteous energy was being drained, but Gu Hai did not reject it. At this moment, all the pores on his body opened up. Divine Continent, Xianyuan City, Imperial Study Room. Matriarch Ji looked at Scorpio, who had just returned from the heavenly demon Holy Land. At this moment, the other officials were also astonished. Impossible. You said that the vast freedom heavenly demon saw Long Zhanghua? He even had a cup of la fight with Long Zhanghua? Kong Di exclaimed. Scorpio was also in a dilemma. Finally, he nodded. Yes, Long Zhanghua talked to Her Majesty for a while. In the end, he told Her Majesty that there was no need to hide his appearance. She could tell whoever she wanted. Long Zhanghua said that? Song Jie's tone was uncertain. Yes, Her Majesty said that she had already confirmed that it was not Gu Hai's cloud beast. It was the real Long Zhanghua. Moreover, at that time, Her Majesty felt an extremely dangerous aura from Long Zhanghua. It was as if that Long Zhanghua was stronger than before. Scorpio recalled. Stronger than before? Matriarch Ji frowned slightly. Long Zhanghua should have died in the heavenly realm. At that time, Immortal Six Paths confirmed it. If not for the fact that Long Zhanghua was still alive, why couldn't Immortal Six Paths sense it? Fengbua said in disbelief. It's not strange that they couldn't sense it. As long as it's not in the immortal dome of Six Paths, Immortal Six Paths wouldn't be able to sense it. Song Jie said in a low voice. But, Mr. Long Zhanghua is already dead. He was killed by Gu Hai in front of Immortal Six Paths. Gu Hai killed him personally. Why would he help Gu Hai? Emperor Kong said in disbelief. No. Song Jie shook his head. What? Think back to the information we obtained. What exactly happened in the heavenly realm battle? At that time Long Zhanghua was about to die. Immortal Six Paths could kill him in the end, but Gu Hai beat him to it. What if Gu Hai didn't take the initiative to kill Long Zhanghua? Song Jie said in a low voice. Gu Hai did it to save Long Zhanghua? And to save Long Zhanghua under the eyes of Immortal Six Paths? But couldn't Immortal Six Paths see through it? Emperor Kong said in a slightly irritated tone. Deceiving the world? It's not that complicated. Matriarch Ji said in a low voice. His Holiness? His Holiness is right. Why would Long Zhanghua help Gu Hai? Because Gu Hai saved him. What's there to doubt? Moreover, Long Zhanghua's eldest son Dragon God Ing is a filial son. Why did he give the country to Gu Hai? Why is he loyal to Gu Hai? It's self-evident. Song Jie said in a low voice. The officials were silent and at the same time they were shocked. Long Zhanghua? Although it had only been 20 years in everyone's heart, it was incomparably ancient. During the era of Long Zhanghua he could fight against the world alone. That boldness was simply incomparable to anyone else. Was Long Zhanghua strong? There was no need to say. Back then, Long Zhanghua was the strongest in the world. In everyone's heart, Long Zhanghua was finally dead. So what if a dead person was strong? But now you're telling me that Long Zhanghua is not dead? Long Zhanghua is helping Gu Hai? What's the point of fighting? If we were to provoke Long Zhanghua earlier, we would have to face the Long Zhanghua. What would happen in the end? Would we still be enemies with Long Zhanghua? His Holiness, do you think it's true? Song Jie looked at Matriarch Ji in the end. If he did not believe what Vast Freedom Heavenly Demon said, then everything that happened before was illogical. However, if he believed it, then it would be extremely dangerous. Only Vast Freedom Heavenly Demon has seen Long Zhanghua. I am not sure. Matriarch Ji said indifferently. The Divine Scorpion Heavenly Demon didn't say anything else. Clearly, the Divine Scorpion Heavenly Demon had been on tenterhooks recently. Back then, he was really courting death when he went to destroy the limitless celestial capital. If Long Zhanghua was exposed, he would not even know how he died. However, even if it's Long Zhanghua, it's not a big deal. If he is really not dead, he will not dare to show himself. Because, as long as he shows himself, the deity of Six Paths will take care of him. Matriarch Ji said. That's right. Everyone secretly sighed. Even if Long Zhanghua was alive, he would not dare to walk the world with great fanfare. Even so, we have to re-evaluate His Holiness in the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Song Jie said solemnly. Matriarch Ji nodded. Although she still doubted Vast Freedom Heavenly Demon's words, Matriarch Ji imagined Long Zhanghua's existence in her heart. She was afraid of the limitless celestial capital. Perfection of the gods? Long Zhanghua had reached that level long ago. She wondered how strong he was now. Previously, when she compared Gu Hai and Gu Hai, she felt that Gu Hai was a soft persimmon. However, after testing him, she realized that Gu Hai was the hungry tiger. On the contrary, the first person she had to deal with was Gu Hai. Gu Hai had the foundation that Jiang Lianshan had left for her. She also had her own powerful methods. However, she was Jiang Lianshan's daughter after all. She could be considered as someone who knew her well and could still be touched. Report. A shout came from outside the study. It was a guard who rushed into the upper study. Report to His Holiness. The limitless celestial capital has reported that the limitless celestial capital's Sea of Providence has collapsed again. The guard said respectfully. Collapsed again? Everyone's expression was strange. The collapse of Providence meant the death of an emperor. This was an indisputable fact in the divine continent. However, it was a common occurrence for the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. No one felt that Gu Hai had died. They all felt that Gu Hai was up to no good. His Holiness, Gu Hai wouldn't have purposely tricked you into making a move, right? Emperor Kong was the first to guess. Tricked His Holiness into making a move? This Gu Hai is indeed too devious. Li Mu said angrily. Not necessarily. Who knows, the limitless celestial capital might really be empty now. Feng Bo said with a frown. Even if it is empty, do you dare to test it? Song Jie said with a bitter smile. Ah. Feng Bo's expression froze. However, he did not reply. Test it? If it was half a year ago, Feng Bo would have dared. However, what about now? What a joke. Was he tired of living? Besides, Gu Hai had countless tricks up his sleeve. What if it was a trap? Moreover, there was still the Long Zhanghua. Was he courting death? Feng Bo did not speak. The officials did not speak either. They all looked at Matriarch Ji. Matriarch Ji took a deep breath and pondered. The appearance of the Long Zhanghua had disrupted Matriarch Ji's train of thought. If it was before, Matriarch Ji still wanted to test it. However, the long Jianghu had caused Matriarch Ji to fall silent. Song Jie waved his hand and a screen appeared. He took a closer look. His Holiness, Gu Hai is no longer in the divine continent. He should have gone to the void. Song Jie guessed. Perhaps Gu Hai did it on purpose. Did he set a trap and wait for us? Doesn't he have a doppelganger? Emperor Kong said. Doppelganger? Not good. Matriarch Ji's expression darkened as she looked up at the sky. What's wrong, His Holiness? Emperor Kong asked in astonishment. Song Jie suddenly exclaimed, His Holiness, if the boundless celestial capital is not a trap, then Gu Hai's main body is dealing with the Xianyuan sword. Xianyuan sword's doppelganger? Gu Hai was dealing with the Xianyuan sword's doppelganger? That was one of Matriarch Ji's trump cards. The Xianyuan sword's doppelganger was at the Great Circle of the Gods. It was much stronger than his subordinates at the Great Circle of the Heavenly Palace. If Gu Hai destroyed the Xianyuan sword's doppelganger, then his losses would be disastrous. I will make a trip to the void. Song Jie will take my place to govern the country. All of you protect the Great Yellow Dynasty. Matriarch Ji said solemnly. But the void is boundless, how is His Holiness going to find him? Emperor Kong said anxiously. I'm not sure now, but I am sure that Gu Hai is at the edge of the Six Paths Immortal Dome. It is impossible for him to go too far into the void. I will stick close to the edge of the Six Paths Immortal Dome and search. I will definitely find him. Matriarch Ji said solemnly. As she spoke, Matriarch Ji rushed out of the study room. Her figure flickered as she rushed into the starry sky. Boom, 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 boom. The Xianyuan city sea of clouds instantly collapsed. Matriarch Ji had entered the void. Maybe it was because Long Zhangguo's power was too great, or maybe it was because she was afraid of Gu Hai's methods, or maybe it was because the Xianyuan sword's doppelganger was too important. In the end, Matriarch Ji did not rush towards the boundless celestial capital. Instead, she chose to look for the Xianyuan sword's doppelganger. Chapter 1097. Empress Ji rushed out of the Six Paths Immortal Dome. She flew close to the periphery of the Six Paths Immortal Dome. Although she did not know where the Xianyuan sword was, Empress Ji firmly believed that as long as she circled the Six Paths Immortal Dome, she would be able to find it. Matriarch Ji's thoughts were correct. Gu Hai's group was indeed at the periphery of the Six Paths Immortal Dome. This was the place that Gu Hai had chosen from the start. In the depths of the void, it was impossible for the main body to find the skeleton clone. Only the skeleton clone could lead the Xianyuan sword to a specific location at the periphery of the Six Paths Immortal Dome. Moreover, the loss of the nature of righteousness could not be wasted. In the past, the Book Tao also contained righteous energy. However, that righteous energy was only formed by one person using the Book Tao. Even the Holy Tao scriptures had a limited amount of righteous energy. The righteous energy of the Xianyuan sword was formed by the faith of hundreds of billions of people. Not only that, in the past few thousand years of the Great Yellow Dynasty, the people were born, grew old, fell sick, and died. For the sake of gathering righteous energy, there were hundreds of billions of people. Furthermore, the righteous energy increased every year without stopping. Empress Ji even gathered a large number of Holy Tao scriptures for the Xianyuan sword to form a righteous body. That was how she managed to gather such a huge amount of righteous energy. Right now, the righteous energy was in the form of a liquid state, surging into Gu Hai's body. Rumble. Gu Hai's body churned. Although Empress Ji was trying her best to find Gu Hai's group, the Six Paths Immortal Dome was too big. It was not something that could be found in a short time. Furthermore, the powerful eyesight of the past was not very useful in the void. 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours. Boom. A loud sound rang out from Gu Hai's body, and a surge of energy rushed out in all directions. A righteous pill was formed in his heavenly eye. Righteous pill? The 8th level of the heavenly palace. Gu Hai's eyes lit up. At the side, Kong Xin, Gu Han, Long Wanqing, and the others were overjoyed. Everyone knew that Gu Hai's foundation was too solid. Every level up, his strength would increase exponentially. It's not over yet? Gu was surprised. Continue. Gu Hai's body continued to absorb the righteous energy. Rumble. Another 4 hours later. The remaining righteous energy turned into light of destruction. In the blink of an eye, 8 god-destroying lights appeared in Gu Hai's heavenly eye. Wang. Xianyuan sword's body. However, all of the righteous energy had been absorbed by Gu Hai, and his human form turned into a golden longsword. Xianyuan sword, Xianyuan sword, Xianyuan sword, sword. Gu Hai had seized the Xianyuan sword's righteous body. At this moment, it seemed to have been broken, its aura completely dimming. Xianyuan sword was not Xianyuan sword, sword. Boom. All of a sudden, a powerful aura rushed over. Not good. Empress Ji's main body. Gu Hai's expression changed. Kong Xian, Gu Han, Shangguan Hen, and Mosquito Daoren were also on high alert. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Gu Hai waved his hand. The Xianyuan sword immediately shot into the void like a golden rainbow. Boom. When the Xianyuan sword shot into the void. At this moment, Empress Ji's main body had also arrived in front of everyone. Flames burst out from Ji Matriarch's body, and her face was filled with rage. After searching for half a day, Imperial Concubine Ji still couldn't find Gu Hai's whereabouts. She was on the verge of giving up when she suddenly sensed a faint aura in the distance. She was instantly overjoyed. Knowing that she had found him, she immediately shot over. He saw the Xianyuan sword the moment he shot over. However, at that moment, a Gu Hai actually threw him into the void. In the void? Imperial Concubine Ji flew into a rage and stopped in front of everyone. Gu Hai, how dare you? Gu Han, Kong Xian, Shangguan Hen, Mosquito Daoren, and Long Wanqing were on high alert. However, the two Gu Hais were extremely calm as they looked at Imperial Concubine Ji coldly. Imperial Concubine Ji, sorry to keep you waiting. Gu Hai's main body sneered. Buzz. Imperial Concubine Ji's right hand that was about to attack suddenly stopped. Kept you waiting? You knew that I would come? Imperial Concubine Ji narrowed her eyes. Don't worry, it's just the few of us. Do you want to fight with me? Gu Hai's main body sneered again. Just the few of you? Imperial Concubine Ji's face sank. That's right, just the few of us. With your strength in the great perfection God realm, you won't be afraid, right? Gu Hai's main body sneered. Imperial Concubine Ji's eyelids twitched violently. If that was really the case, Imperial Concubine Ji would definitely make a move. However, Gu Hai knew that Imperial Concubine Ji was too suspicious. She would think twice before acting. There was nothing wrong with being careful. Imperial Concubine Ji was able to survive until today because of her caution and suspicion. It was precisely because of this that Gu Hai put on a relaxed expression. However, Kong Xian and the others put on a nervous expression. As such, Imperial Concubine Ji couldn't see through them. The more she couldn't see through them, the more suspicious she became. It was just like the empty city strategy that Gu Hai saw on Earth. Sima Yi was too smart, that was why he fell for Zhuge Liang's empty city strategy. Gu Hai was about the same. The more casual Gu Hai was, the more anxious Imperial Concubine Ji became. More importantly, there were two things in Imperial Concubine Ji's heart that affected her judgment. The first thing was the news about Long Zhanghua that she had just heard. Could the Long Zhanghua be lying in ambush here? Could it be a trap set by Gu Hai? The second thing was the Xianyuan sword. The Xianyuan sword was shot into the void by Gu Hai. If it flew for a while longer, even she wouldn't be able to find it. If she didn't go for the Xianyuan sword now, would it mean that she had given up on the Xianyuan sword? Imperial Concubine Ji felt frustrated and anxious. She couldn't see through the situation in front of her, but on the other hand, the Xianyuan sword was gone. Humph, Gu Hai, I will come and find you. Imperial Concubine Ji said coldly. Swish. Turning her head, Imperial Concubine Ji instantly pounced into the void to chase after the Xianyuan sword. Imperial Concubine Ji instantly disappeared into the void. Let's go. Gu Hai's main body secretly sighed. Yes. Swish. Everyone immediately pounced towards the Six Paths Immortal Dome. That was a close call. Gu Hai had many people on his side and they were all extraordinarily strong. Furthermore, the skeleton Gu Hai had relied on his own strength to defeat the consummate deity-level Xianyuan sword clone in the void. However, everyone knew nothing about Imperial Concubine Ji's strength. Gu Hai didn't think that he had a high chance of winning because his opponent was Imperial Concubine Ji. Xianyuan sword clone? At most, it was just a sword of Imperial Concubine Ji. How could it be compared to Imperial Concubine Ji's main body? After the success of the empty city strategy, Gu Hai didn't want to stay any longer and quickly pounced into the Six Paths Immortal Dome. Everyone returned to the Six Paths Immortal Dome. This was the starry sky above the Dahan Empire. After entering this place, Gu Hai was relieved. This was because Gu Hai could control the power of the empire here. This way, Gu Hai would be able to compete with Imperial concubine Ji. The group headed straight for the limitless celestial capital. Rumble. At this moment, in the sky above the limitless celestial capital, the disappeared providence gathered again and covered the sky above the limitless celestial capital. Roar. From Gu Hai's body, the golden dragon of destiny flew out and entered the sea of providence clouds, churning for a while. The 40,000 miles long golden dragon of destiny had become thicker and stronger. The accumulation of providence seemed to be telling Gu Hai that his current level of providence was enough to advance to the celestial empire. When the citizens of the limitless celestial capital saw the providence in the sky, they only raised their heads to take a look before lowering their heads and continuing with their own business. It wasn't the first time this had happened. In other empires, it was like the sky was collapsing, but in the Dahan Empire, it was like a common occurrence. Gu Hai's group landed in the square of the soaring palace hall. "Husband, are you okay?" Qin Xian greeted him worriedly. "I'm fine." Gu Hai's main body shook his head. The skeleton Gu Hai was wrapped in a black robe and hidden in the dark. There couldn't be two suns in the sky and there couldn't be two emperors in a country. Although the two Gu Hai had the same consciousness and even synchronized their thoughts just now, there could only be one in a country. In the void. Empress Ji rushed into the depths of the void. Not long after she saw the flying Shenyuan sword. Bang! Empress Ji grabbed the hilt of the Shenyuan sword and let out a long breath. Fortunately, she didn't lose the Shenyuan sword. However, when she saw the Shenyuan sword in her hand, Empress Ji's expression suddenly sank. "Where's the righteous energy?" Empress Ji's expression suddenly changed. The righteous energy on the surface of the Shenyuan sword was completely gone, and there were some cracks on it. The righteous body could allow the Shenyuan sword's power to reach perfection. However, now that the righteous body was broken, its power was greatly reduced. "Gu Hai, Gu Hai." Empress Ji's expression was ferocious as she said hatefully. Empress Ji turned her head and headed towards the Six Paths Immortal Dome. Shenyuan City. The moment the Sea of Providence collapsed, the citizens of Shenyuan City immediately panicked. Fortunately, Zhang Jie and the officials quickly suppressed the situation. There wasn't much of a commotion. However, the officials were still worried. Half a day later. Reporting to my lord, the infinite celestial capital's providence has recovered. An official came to report. Infinite celestial capital? Zhang Jie turned his head and looked over. Mr. Zhang Jie, the infinite celestial capital's providence has recovered, which means that Gu Hai has returned. As for His Holiness, could it be? Emperor Kong said worriedly. His Holiness will definitely be fine. Zhang Jie said solemnly. Yes. Just as the officials were getting anxious. The dissipating providence suddenly came back out of nowhere, and the officials were instantly overjoyed. The return of providence meant that His Holiness was fine. Boom. A ray of light instantly landed on the Shenyuan Palace Hall's plaza. His Holiness. The officials immediately rushed over. Empress Ji nodded her head. At this moment, Empress Ji was holding the cracked Shenyuan sword in her hand, and her expression was gloomy. What happened to the Shenyuan sword? Why did Gu Hai strip it of its righteous energy? Empress Ji slowly closed her eyes and slightly activated the Shenyuan sword. The consciousness of the Shenyuan sword immediately shared with Empress Ji's consciousness. Evil demon. Evil thief. Return my son's life. Endless shouts instantly rushed into Empress Ji's mind. Empress Ji immediately understood everything that happened in the life-slaying illusory realm, and her mind was in a daze. Empress Ji trembled and opened her eyes, looking at the Shenyuan sword in shock. I see. Gu Hai, you are so ruthless. Empress Ji said with an unsightly expression. Not only did this cause the Shenyuan sword clone to faint, but it also destroyed his consciousness. Only despair and helplessness remained in the consciousness of the Shenyuan sword clone. Chapter 1098. Boundless Celestial Capital. In a large hall, Gu Hai took out 3 coffins. In the coffins there were 3 parts of Chiyu's body. The unborn man stood at the side. He carefully took out a group of corpses and pieced them together using the Longevity Master's special method. Gradually, Chiyu's body was pieced together. His body emitted a faint sorcery aura as if he was alive. However, the head above his neck was missing, and he looked extremely miserable. Your Majesty. The unborn man retreated to the side after piecing everything together. Gu Hai walked forward and looked at the corpses in the coffins. He clenched his fists. Big brother, I'm useless. I can only find your corpses for now. In the future, I will find your head and let you bury it with dignity. If I have the ability, I will find a way to resurrect you. Gu Hai said solemnly. Chiyu's corpse trembled slightly. Then a black gas came out from his dantian and gathered in mid-air. It seemed like it was going to collapse. This is. The unborn man was surprised. Then the unborn man took the initiative and waved his hand. A white fog enveloped the black fog in the center. Your Majesty, this is Chiyu's remnant consciousness. Maybe it heard your voice and burst out. However, it will disperse soon. The unborn man said. Big brother? Is that you? Gu Hai asked expectantly. Gulyalu. The black gas churned for a while and then calmed down. Gu Hai? Brother, you're back? Chiyu's voice came from the black gas. Yes, I'm back. Big brother, I will definitely resurrect you. Gu Hai said excitedly. Resurrect? Since you have a brother in mind, I, Chiyu, have not become your brother in vain. However, it's useless. The 3 souls were destroyed by Matriarch Ji. Only a few remnant consciousnesses are left. No one can resurrect them. Chiyu's voice came. Big brother, in the future, if I have the ability to find the law of time, maybe? Gu Hai said. The law of time? It's not that easy. I know that in the hands of Jiangqin, even Jiangqin didn't dare to try. Back then, even the heavens didn't dare to try. It doesn't matter whether I can live or not. Chiyu's voice carried a trace of sadness. I will try my best to do it, no matter if it succeeds or not. Gu Hai said solemnly. Chiyu's remnant thoughts in the black gas fell silent. With brother's words, big brother can be considered to have no regrets. Imperial concubine Hong not only destroyed my 3 spiritual souls, but also destroyed my 7 physical souls. The remnant will in my corpse was also cleaned up by him. What's left of me is only a few remnant will. Maybe it will disappear soon. Chiyo's remnant thought said after a moment of silence. Gu Hai did not know how to comfort him. Everyone else in the palace, get out. Chiyo's remnant consciousness spoke again. Huh. The unborn man was stunned. Gu Hai was slightly startled. He nodded and said, Unborn man, wait outside for a moment. Yes. The unborn man nodded and slowly left the palace. Quang. The door of the palace closed with a loud bang. Big brother, you asked the others to get out. Is there something you can't let others hear? Gu Hai asked doubtfully. Brother, cut open the flesh of my left palm. Chiyo's remnant thought said. The flesh of your left palm? Gu Hai was slightly puzzled. He stretched his hand forward and cut with his hand. At this moment, Chiyo's skin was extremely thin and tender. His previously invulnerable body was no longer there. When the skin was cut open, a dark red bead slid out from the flesh of Chiyo's left palm. The word hungry was written on the bead. This is? Gu Hai asked doubtfully. This is the key to the cultivation of devouring the heavens and devouring the earth. Matriarch Ji thought that she took away my devouring the heavens and devouring the earth, but she was too naive. At most, she only took away my invulnerable body and the power of the spiritual Mother Divine King. The true devouring the heavens and devouring the earth came from this hungry bead. Chiyo's remnant thought said. Hungry bead? Gu Hai revealed a doubtful expression. I saw that your physical body is also very strong. It is as strong as a consummation heavenly palace great perfection? It is a good foundation. Chiyo's remnant thought said. Yes. In the past, I was stimulated by the aura of the peak and used the immeasurable spirit stones to strengthen my physical body. Gu Hai nodded. How is it compared to my physical body? Chiyu asked. It is inferior. Gu Hai shook his head. Although the foundation of his physical body was strong, he could not use his physical body as a weapon like Chiyu did. Especially that Matriarch Ji. After taking away Chiyo's secret technique, she was able to split Xing Tian's axe and catch Ho Yi's divine arrow with her physical body. Gu Hai understood that his physical body was still far from being strong enough. The 3 souls are the technique. When the 3 souls are strong, your strength will be strong. However, the physical body is the vessel of the technique. When your physical body is strong, your technique will be stronger. Brother, why are you stronger than others of the same level? It is because your physical body is stronger than others of the same level. When you use your spiritual power, you will be stronger than others. If you don't cultivate your physical body, your technique will overflow. If your physical body is invincible, Your technique can break the heavens. Brother, you must not underestimate your physical body. Chiyo's remnant thought advised. Thank you for your advice, big brother. I will work hard. Gu Hai nodded. No, you don't understand. Let me ask you, how can you strengthen your physical body now? Chiyo's remnant thought asked. Use your own strength to refine your physical body. Gu Hai said with a frown. No, refining your own strength is too slow. Takes too long. You have to devour the heavens and devour the earth. Devour everything that can strengthen your physical body. Chiyo's remnant thought said. The devour the heavens and earth is one of the 5 main branches of the sorcerer tribe. Actually, the devour the heavens and earth is just a means. The final goal is to create an invincible physical body, a physical body that can be as strong as the heavens and earth. A strong physical body can even walk in the void for 10,000 years without being destroyed. Chiyo's remnant thought said. Oh. The 4 zombie ancestors used the power of zombies to refine their physical bodies. So what if their physical bodies are strong? Although the sorcerer tribe was created by Jianghu, the development of the 5 main branches has long surpassed Jianghu's control. His physical body is strong, and he is the strongest person of the devour the heavens and earth bloodline. His physical body was on par with Jianghu's in the past, or even stronger. Moreover, according to this secret technique, it will be stronger. Chiyu said in a deep voice. Devour the heavens and earth? Yes, brother. Empress Ji and the others have all kinds of secret techniques, and some even have the innate talent technique. But so what? My physical body is so strong that it can transcend the heavens and earth. Can their innate talent do the same? The 5 cultivators in the world cultivate the 3,000 great Daos, and the devour the heavens and earth cultivate their own great Daos. They are strong and can look down on all Daos. Chiyu said domineeringly. All Daos can look down on all Daos? Gu Hai said in shock. Of course, every cultivation has a price. Back then, when I cultivated the devour the heavens and earth, I was almost driven crazy. Jiang Lianshan, that old geezer. Forget it, you can't blame him. Back then, he and Matriarch Ji sealed me in the Eastern Sea because I had already gone mad and my temperament had changed greatly. He sealed me so that I could suppress my madness. Chiyu said in a low voice. Madness? Gu Hai asked in confusion. That's right. The first generation who cultivated the devour the heavens and earth was defeated by Jianghu because they couldn't suppress their madness. Otherwise they would surpass Jianghu sooner or later and even eat Jianghu. I'm sure. Chiyu said in a deep voice. Big brother, are you going to teach me the devour the heavens and earth? Gu Hai asked with a frown. I've already passed it to you. Chiyu said. Passed it to me? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. That's right. It's this hungry pearl. As long as you integrate it into your body, you will feel hungry and eat. The more you eat, the stronger your physical body will be. Chiyu said in a deep voice. After eating, my physical body will become stronger? Gu Hai said in disbelief. Don't you have the various souls? Chiyu said in a deep voice. That's right. Among the 5 gods of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, there is still the 7th soul that hasn't been successfully formed. Gu Hai nodded. The 7th soul doesn't matter. Just have the 5 gods of metal, wood, water, fire, earth and earth. The power of the 5 gods will combine into a furnace. Through the guidance of the hungry pearl, it will burn all things and form the spiritual mother of creation, which will enter the deity king. You're not bad. You skipped the advancement of the deity king and saved a lot of cultivation. You directly became the spiritual mother deity king. The power of the spiritual mother of creation will strengthen the spiritual mother deity king and the deity king will become stronger day by day. Chiyu explained. The power of the spiritual mother of creation? What's the difference between this and the spiritual mother Chi? Gu Hai was slightly confused. Because the spiritual mother deity king was formed by accumulating large amounts of spiritual mother Chi. This was also what Gu Hai was proud of. The spiritual mother Chi is like water mist. The power of the spiritual mother of creation is like a river. The same size but there are millions of times more. Chiyu said with a smile. Then will the spiritual mother deity king not be able to take it and explode? Gu Hai said in shock. Explode? You're thinking too much. It is the deity king. What is the deity king? The king of gods. How can it explode? It is the foundation of the physical body. Chiyu said solemnly. The foundation of the physical body? That's right. The average person only knows how to strengthen the 3 souls. The power of the 3 souls will temper the physical body. Who doesn't know that the spiritual mother deity king is the manifestation of the physical body? If all the power does not go through the spiritual mother deity king to temper the physical body, there will only be a large amount of waste. All the power should be worshipped to the deity king first. The strength of the deity king is the strength of the physical body. The physical body is like the country, and the spiritual mother deity king is the ruler. The country prospers when the ruler is strong. This is the hard truth. Chiyu said solemnly. Could it be that others are cultivating the wrong way? Gu Hai said with a frown. No, others have other cultivation methods. But devour heaven and earth is this cultivation method. Brother, if you want to strengthen your physical body, it's best to cultivate this way. The hungry pearl can help strengthen your physical body to the limit. Chiyu said solemnly. Many thanks, big brother. But you said that cultivating devour heaven and earth will make one go crazy? Gu Hai asked doubtfully. Crazy? The main thing is that after devouring 10,000 spirits, the 3 souls will be devoured as well. The subjective will of the 3 souls is the strongest. Devouring too much of other people's will make one dizzy. Only when these wills are completely obliterated can one regain one's nature. Back then, I was sealed for thousands of years before my will was obliterated. If you have the ability, it's best to cast aside the 3 souls and directly devour the 7 souls. The hungry pearl can obliterate the remnant will in the 7 souls. Unfortunately, how can there be such a good thing? Chiyu explained. What about Big Brother's 81 brothers? Do they also have the hungry pearl? Gu Hai asked. No, they only have some of the hungry pearl's energy that I transmitted to them. They can devour to cultivate, but they are not as direct as me. Chiyu said. Many thanks, big brother. I will definitely make good use of the hungry pearl. Gu Hai nodded his head. Brother, this remnant will of mine is about to be obliterated. That day I fell for Matriarch Ji's scheme and was careless. However, there is a strand of spirit light in my head. This spirit light can reverse the power of my physical body that Matriarch Ji took away. In other words, it is the power of the spiritual mother god king. If you have a chance to seize my head back and restrain Matriarch Ji, my spirit light will reverse the power of my spiritual mother god king from Matriarch Ji's body and offer it to your spiritual mother god king. Chiyo's remnant will said. Halfway through, his voice stopped abruptly. Chiyo's remnant will was completely obliterated. Gu Hai looked at Chiyo's headless corpse and pondered for a moment. Solemnly he said, Big brother, don't worry. I will definitely avenge you. Chapter 1099. Hungry bead? The surface of the bead was dark red, and there was a big word hungry on it. Inside it, there seemed to be countless densely packed witch runes. Gu Hai gently cut open his palm and learned from Chiyu, placing the hungry bead into the flesh of his palm. Wong. A red light suddenly appeared on his left palm, and his skin instantly recovered. Under the red light, the hungry bead seemed to have touched Gu Hai's nerves and parasitized in his body. The Mother Spirit Divine King and the 5 gods in his body suddenly trembled, and the 5 gods suddenly had the urge to attack together. The 5 gods of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth immediately shot out a wave of energy straight to the stomach. The stomach was immediately covered by fire, water, blades, wood, and yellow soil, forming a strange pill furnace. The Mother Spirit Divine King was surrounded by purple gas, and the purple gas rushed to the pill furnace in the stomach as if they were one. At the same time, it seemed to form a feeling of merging with the body, a state that could fully nourish the body. Not only that, the hungry bead also connected to Gu Hai's nerves. Suddenly, Gu Hai quivered and his whole body felt like collapsing. Collapsing? No, it was hunger. Incomparable hunger. In an instant, Gu Hai felt like he could swallow the entire world. Everything in front of Gu Hai made him want to gnaw on it. Hungry, so hungry. Even looking at Chiyu's corpse in front of him, Gu Hai had the desire to swallow it. What a hungry bead! Gu Hai said in shock. Kwang. Under the strong will, Gu Hai reached out and closed the lid of the coffin, and sent it into the ancient immortal dome. However, he was too hungry at this moment. He had to eat. Kwang. Gu Hai opened the door of the hall. Outside the hall, the unborn man and a group of guards were waiting. Seeing the door of the hall open, they immediately bowed. Your Majesty, everyone said respectfully. After the unborn man bowed to Gu Hai, he suddenly looked at Gu Hai in astonishment. This was because Gu Hai's eyes were glowing red. It was an extremely aggressive red light. It was as if he was possessed. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" the unborn man asked anxiously. Because when Gu Hai's red eyes looked at him, he felt a kind of panic and fear. Gu Hai used his strong willpower to restrain his desire to eat everyone. He raised his head and looked around. In the palace, countless guards, officials, attendants, giant dragons and Xuanwu were running around. But from this moment on, in Gu Hai's eyes, they had become moving delicacies that he could not wait to devour. Gu Hai floated into the air and looked toward the infinite celestial capital. No, not in the palace but in the entire infinite celestial capital. In Gu Hai's eyes, all the people, humans and demons had become delicacies that he could not wait to devour. The pearl of starvation stimulated Gu Hai to salivate. Gu Hai kept swallowing his saliva, and kept restraining his desire to devour all living things. The unborn man was aghast at the sight of Gu Hai constantly swallowing his saliva. At this moment, the unborn man finally understood why Gu Hai's eyes were so terrifying. He wanted to eat me just now. The unborn man was horrified. What did Chio's remnant consciousness do to Gu Hai in the hall just now? "Everyone in the imperial kitchen, listen up. Take out all the ingredients, I want to eat to my heart's content." Gu Hai shouted in a direction. With that, Gu Hai stepped in the direction of the imperial kitchen. The unborn man was slightly startled and immediately chased after him. In the palace, all the officials showed a trace of doubt, but they did not think much of it. Only Qin Xian'er, Long Wanqing and Long Wanyu, who had been waiting for Gu Hai, heard Gu Hai's voice and immediately walked out. The imperial kitchen of the Great Han Imperial Dynasty stored countless rare and precious mutated beasts. There were all kinds of ingredients. However, Gu Hai did not eat much ever since he achieved success in his cultivation. He mostly relied on the energy of heaven and earth to nourish himself. Most of the rare and exotic beasts were given out as rewards, and the nobles in the palace usually only tasted them. Until the two foodies arrived. Ever since Ziwei and Changxing, these two foodies arrived, the imperial kitchen had never stopped. They constantly filled their bottomless pit with food. However, Gu Hai opened his mouth and allowed the two to eat freely. The imperial kitchen had been serving them. Although many chefs were speechless, it was easy for the Great Han Empire to feed two foodies. Every day, Ziwei and Changxing spent most of their time in the imperial kitchen. At this moment, the two were also sitting in a hall. There was a long table in the hall. On the table, there were hundreds of huge plates of meat. Ziwei 50 plates each. "Don't fight with me," Changxing shouted. "You're as thin as a human. What's the use of eating so much?" Ziwei said disdainfully. "You're as fat as a pig. What else do you want to eat?" Changxing did not give in at all. "All right, 2 hours. If you don't finish in 2 hours, I'll help you." "I'm here to help you," Ziwei called out. 2 hours? Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? You can finish your 50 plates in 2 hours. That pig leg is 10 feet long. You can eat it for me. 2 hours? Changxing sneered. The two bickered as they prepared to eat. Suddenly they heard Gu Hai's voice. "Everyone in the imperial kitchen, listen up. Take out all the ingredients. I want to eat to my heart's content." Ziwei and Changxing were slightly stunned. The chefs in the imperial kitchen immediately busied themselves with excitement. Because they could finally work for His Majesty. "Gu Hai is coming to eat? Did the sun rise from the west?" Ziwei said blankly. "Don't worry about him. How much can he eat? We are the kings of eating." Changxing shook his head. Bang. Gu Hai seemed to have smelled the fragrance and immediately landed in front of the two. Gu Hai, you're really coming to eat with us? There are 100 plates here. Changxing, give 1 plate to Gu Hai. Ziwei shouted. "Why don't you?" Changxing glared. "Gu Hai can't eat much. It doesn't matter if you have 1 less plate." Ziwei suddenly shouted. "It doesn't matter to me. I can eat a plate of meat for a long time. Gu Hai can't eat that much. He can at most." Changxing shouted. But halfway through, his voice suddenly stopped. He saw Gu Hai open his mouth and suck. Whoosh. 100 plates of meat, each one 10 feet tall, suddenly flew off the plates and then hovered in the air. Like smoke, they were sucked into Gu Hai's mouth. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Gu Hai's mouth chewed for a while. 100 plates of meat, including the bones, were all gone. They were all eaten? Ziwei. Changxing. Their eyes almost popped out as if they had seen a ghost. Some chefs who rushed over were also stunned by the scene in front of them. But no one said anything. Gu Hai turned his head and looked at the group of chefs. So hungry. So hungry. Looking at the chefs, Gu Hai couldn't wait to eat all of them. However, his strong sense of reason still suppressed Gu Hai. Where is the meat? Take me there. Gu Hai shouted. It's not ready yet. Your Majesty. The head chef didn't dare to look at Gu Hai's red eyes. Don't worry, take me there. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes. The group of chefs quickly led Gu Hai to the back kitchen. Ziwei and Changsheng were left in the hall. They kept rubbing their eyes and looked at the table that was empty in the blink of an eye. They were going to eat more than 2 hours of food. Ziwei, was I dreaming just now? I think I was dreaming too. The two found this strange. However, after thinking about it, they still chased after Gu Hai to the kitchen warehouse. In the back kitchen, hundreds of chefs kept roasting meat on the stove. At the same time, they used magic weapons to cook the meat. There was even a huge stove that was 10 feet tall, with a large amount of demonic beast meat placed in it. Whoosh! Gu Hai took a deep breath, and all the demonic beast meat in the huge stove entered his mouth. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Gu Hai chewed on the pot of meat. Then he moved on to the next pot. As for the chef in charge of roasting meat, he wiped his cold sweat and quickly filled the empty pot with demonic beast meat. Gu Hai kept chewing as he swallowed. The hundreds of chefs immediately became very busy. However, Gu Hai's stomach was like a bottomless pit. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't stop. When the meat entered Gu Hai's stomach, the pill furnace formed by the 5 gods' power quickly refined it. The refined energy surged into the spiritual Mother Divine King. The spiritual Mother Divine King immediately grew stronger. At the same time, this energy stimulated the physical body. Gu Hai felt his physical body growing stronger. Eat, 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 eat. Eating without stopping, Ziwei and Changsheng were both shuddering. King of eating? I realized that I used to eat too gently. Ziwei said in shock. Yes, Gu Hai is the king of eating. How much has he eaten? It's enough for me to eat hundreds of meals. It's good to be an emperor. With money you can eat a lot. Changsheng also sighed. Not far away, Gu Hai frowned as he ate. No, these demonic beasts are too low grade. Give me higher grade ones. Gu Hai shouted. But, Your Majesty, those high-grade demonic beasts have tough skin and flesh. It's difficult to cook them. The head chef wiped his sweat and shouted. No need. I'll eat them raw. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Raw. The chefs were stunned. Raw? Rich people really know how to play. Changsheng said with a strange expression. Pieces of high-grade demonic beast meat were opened from some of the fresh-keeping seals. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Gu Hai began to eat in the blink of an eye. I've eaten sashimi before. This is the first time I've seen raw demonic beast meat. Gu Hai is really fierce. It seems that we still have a long way to go. Ziwei also looked at Gu Hai in a daze. What's more, he can eat the pot together. Aye. Changsheng looked at Gu Hai in a daze. He even chewed up a copper pot. Gu Hai had eaten a lot, but he was still hungry. He wanted to eat it alive, but Gu Hai restrained himself. He would eat the dead meat first. Chen Xianer, Long Wanqing, Long Wanyu, Kong Xian, Unborn Man, and the others rushed over. When they arrived, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. Especially Kong Xian. Kong Xian was also an expert at swallowing people. However, compared to Gu Hai's fierce state, Kong Xian was ashamed of his inferiority. What's going on? Chen Xianer asked worriedly. Everyone looked at Ziwei and Changsheng. Gu Hai really knows how to eat. Look, he dipped the demonic bear's meat in spirit stones and ate it? Why didn't I think of that before? Ziwei said with a face full of regret. What's the big deal about using spirit stones as sauce? Look, Gu Hai is really fierce. That's a knife and a sword, a knife and a sword. Oh, and a copper pot. Look, that shield made of 10,000 years black iron, he ate it like the crust of the pot. Crunch. And he's eating it so well. I'm convinced. Changsheng also showed a look of admiration. Compared to eating, the two of them were too polite in front of Gu Hai. How could the two of them expect Gu Hai to eat so fiercely? Chapter 1100. Gu Hai ate for 3 days and 3 nights before he slowly suppressed his hunger. After eating for 3 days and 3 nights, Gu Hai also understood some things. Perhaps his spiritual Mother Divine King was too weak and needed to be strengthened immediately. That was why he had such a strong hunger. Of course, he ate so much. The spiritual Mother Divine King did not increase by much and only stabilized temporarily. His physical body was no longer tempered by spiritual power, but nourished by the spiritual Mother Divine King. It was indeed stronger. Although this was insignificant, Gu Hai clearly knew that strengthening the spiritual Mother Divine King was the fastest way to strengthen his physical body. The starving pearl made him extremely hungry. Whatever he ate into his stomach was immediately refined. Fortunately, Gu Hai ate some dead things and did not have a large amount of spiritual will attacking him. However, Gu Hai could also feel that no matter how much he ate these dead things, they would not bring him as much nourishment as living things. This was because whether it was a human or a demon, at the moment of death, a large amount of spirit would collapse and a large amount of power would dissipate. The 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls were the real nourishment. After eating for 3 days, although he still wanted to eat, he did not want to eat as much as he did at the beginning. Kong Xian looked at Gu Hai strangely. He also ate all kinds of spirits, but he swallowed them into his stomach and used his stomach to slowly refine them. This was the Peacock tribe's secret talent. However, even the Peacock tribe's secret talent was not like Gu Hai, who ate everything. Dharma treasures and spiritual stones could be eaten as food? Could these be digested? After Kong Xian ate demons, the demons' weapons would be spat out or excreted later. However, Gu Hai seemed to eat all of them, leaving nothing behind. Did he not need to waste anything? Husband, what's wrong with you? It's so scary. Qin Xian said worriedly. That's right, husband. Can you bear to eat so much? Long Wanqing was also worried. The officials were all worried. Gu Hai shook his head. I'm fine. I'm much better now. You don't have to worry about me. When I was collecting Big Brother Chio's corpse, a strand of his remnant consciousness passed me some cultivation techniques. Swallow the heavens and devour the earth? Kong Xian was surprised. Everyone's eyes lit up. Gu Hai didn't hide anything and nodded. Kong Xian was amazed. In this world, the only thing that could compare to the peacock race's ability to devour all living beings was the witch race's abnormal ability. Like I said, how did you suddenly become so good at eating? Ziwei suddenly found an excuse to comfort herself. That's right. If you eat like that, we won't have any meat to eat. Changxing nodded. Gu Hai smiled faintly. Brother-in-law, this swallowing heaven and devouring earth seems to have side effects. You have to be careful. Long Wanyu said worriedly. Okay, tell me about it later. Gu Hai nodded with a smile. Gu Hai comforted the officials' worries. However, when they heard that His Majesty could become stronger by practicing a cultivation technique, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Not only were they not nervous, they were happy. Gu Hai sent everyone away. Only his family was left behind. Qin Xian, Long Wanqing, Gu Qin and Gu Han. Gu Hai looked at Long Wanyu. Wanyu, what do you know? Is there any danger from the side effects? Long Wanqing asked anxiously. It will go crazy. Long Wanyu said worriedly. Everyone was worried. In ancient times, the witch race felt that the demon race's body was strong and their own body was weak. A group of geniuses researched this unique secret technique, swallow the heavens and devouring earth. It could strengthen the body and achieve an invincible body. However, when they created swallow the heavens and devouring earth, there was internal strife. Long Wanyu recalled. Internal strife? Gu Hai was puzzled. Yes. After an elder of their bloodline understood the power of swallow the heavens and devouring earth, he killed all the geniuses of the witch race who participated in the creation of this cultivation technique and monopolized the results of this cultivation technique. He was the first person to cultivate swallow the heavens and devouring earth. In the end, he was indeed very strong, so strong that he could compete with Jiang Chen in terms of physical strength. However, in the end he went crazy and killed everywhere. In the end he was killed by Jiang Chen. Long Wanyu recalled. Went crazy? Everyone was worried. Yes. It seems that after that elder killed all the geniuses who created this cultivation technique, he did not understand swallow the heavens and devouring earth thoroughly enough. Perhaps only that group of geniuses knew the secret of swallow the heavens and devouring earth. However, all the geniuses died. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. As for the flaws of this cultivation technique and how to make up for them, no one knows. Or perhaps that elder's cultivation method was wrong. In any case, in the end he would go crazy. That's because eating dead things makes cultivation slow. Eating living things is the foundation. However, living things have their own wills. If you eat too much wills, you'll become dizzy and go crazy. Long Wanyu recalled. Then what should we do? Everyone was anxious. Slowly refine them. Back then, Chiu ate too much and too much wills went to his head. Jiang Lianshan sealed the East Sea and let him slowly wear down these wills. Qiyu used 3,000 years to wear down all these wills. Therefore, when Qiyu ate demon spirits again, he only ate the strong ones. Eating the weak ones would not increase his cultivation. Instead, he would have to spend too much time wearing down those wills. Guhai explained. Brother-in-law, you know? Long Wanyu was surprised. Big brother's remnant wills told me a little. I will pay attention. Don't worry. Guhai smiled. Everyone nodded. They knew that Guhai had a plan. However, at this moment, Guhai had a guess. Devouring the heavens and devouring the earth. Was there a secret that was buried in history? Eating dead things was too slow for the divine Queen Spirit Mother to strengthen. Eating living things, Guhai also tried it once. It was a shark demon that had caused a large number of tsunamis and killed countless people. Guhai kissed it and swallowed it in one mouthful. After the 5 divine furnaces calcined it, the shark demon's soul wills rushed to Guhai's head. Guhai's head hurt for a day before the shark demon's soul wills were completely destroyed. A mid-heaven palace level shark demon's soul wills actually directly entered my mind. What a troublesome, devouring the heavens and devouring the earth. No wonder Qiyu and the others went crazy. It's not without flaws. Guhai said in a low voice. At this moment he deeply understood why Qiyu had such a powerful hungry pearl, but he rarely ate wantonly. One soul wills needed a day to be eliminated. If there were too many of them, even if it didn't cause his head to go crazy, it would still be very uncomfortable. After returning to the infinite celestial capital, Guhai was more focused on devouring spiritual stones. In the study. Your Majesty, some imperial dynasties and sects in the south have given cities to Empress Ji. Now, in order to show their neutrality, they want to give cities to the Dahan imperial dynasty. Your Majesty, do you want to pay tribute? Mo Yike said respectfully. Tribute? I don't care about those cities. I'll leave them hanging for now. Guhai said in a low voice. Yes. The officials answered. For the Yang realm, we'll wait for the Great Yellow Dynasty's next move for now. However, in another 2 months, the unborn man will be able to open the gates to the Yang realm. The Dahan imperial dynasty's territory will extend to the Yang realm. Guhai said in a low voice. The officials' expressions changed, and they all revealed a trace of joy. The national army not only intimidates the world in the Yang realm, but also in the Yang realm. Now, in the Yang realm, the Myriad Bone Mountain is under my control. There are some ghost sects and ghost countries in the periphery. These years, the blood-robed guards have also gathered a lot of information. They are all ordinary countries, but they occupy a large amount of territory. If you don't take the gift, you will be punished. I'm preparing to transfer a batch of the national army to the Yang realm. They will accompany the skeleton race and expand the boundless territory for the Dahan imperial dynasty. Guhai said solemnly. We are willing to enter the Yang realm. We will expand the territory of the Dahan imperial dynasty. The officials immediately said excitedly. At this moment, the officials finally understood why Guhai was unwilling to advance to the Heavenly Empire. The Heavenly Empire? Guhai not only wanted the Yang realm's Heavenly Empire, but also the Heavenly Empire that radiated to both the Yang realm and the Yang realm. The Heavenly Empire would immediately become the strongest force in both the Yang realm and the Yang realm. Then, the national army will begin to transfer talents and prepare to deploy to the north of the Yang realm. Guhai ordered. Yes. The officials replied. Xianyuan City in the Imperial Study Room. The destruction of the Xianyuan sword made Empress Ji furious. Without the righteous body, all the negative thoughts in the Xianyuan sword were completely removed by Empress Ji. She also poured new consciousness into the Xianyuan sword, making it her clone again. Empress Ji's main body was in seclusion, refining Qiyu's spiritual mother divine king. The Xianyuan sword's clone was in charge of the court. In the Imperial Study Room, the Xianyuan sword's clone looked at the officials. The national army of the Dahan imperial dynasty has disappeared in the past few days? Empress Ji asked in a deep voice. Yes, Your Majesty. Especially the army of gods and devils, they have all disappeared. I wonder what Guhai is doing. Emperor Kong frowned. They have gone to the Yang realm. Scorpio said. The Yang realm? Empress Ji's face sank. Yes, that's why I'm here. After what happened last time, Master sent people to monitor the Myriad Bones Mountain. But recently, a large number of experts from the boundless celestial capital entered the Myriad Bones Mountain one after another. I don't know what they're planning. The scorpion heavenly demon explained. Empress Ji remained silent for a while before slamming the table. Bang. The officials were shocked. His Holiness? What's wrong? Emperor Kong asked in surprise. Bastard Guhai. Ha ha ha, I thought that you did not ascend to the heavenly dynasty because of me. It turns out that you have other plans. You did not care about the competition with me at all. How preposterous. Empress Ji said coldly. The officials were stunned for a moment before they understood. Gu Hai wanted to turn the Dahan imperial dynasty into a heavenly dynasty that could shake both the Yang realm and the Yang realm. His Holiness? If the Yang realm and the Yang realm are sealed, how can he manage both? Emperor Kong asked in confusion. He has the unborn man. It seems that the unborn man has offered the method of opening the two realms. Song Jie said in a deep voice. What? Master Shou can open the passage between the two realms? Emperor Kong exclaimed in surprise. Song Jie did not explain. Instead, he looked at Empress Ji and said, His Holiness, speaking of which, I have recently thought of a way to deal with Gu Hai. Empress Ji was slightly stunned. The officials were also slightly stunned. During this period of time, they had been troubled by Gu Hai. Even His Holiness could not do anything to Gu Hai. You have a way. Mister, are you sure? You have to know that the limitless heavenly capital is. Empress Ji frowned. Regardless of whether there is the Long Jianghu or not, my plan can lock down Gu Hai and prevent him from making a comeback. Song Jie said solemnly. Mister, please advise me. Empress Ji's eyes lit up. Song Jie suddenly stopped talking. The officials pricked up their ears and looked at Song Jie strangely. Empress Ji understood what Song Jie meant. Her expression changed and she said, All of you leave now. Yes. The officials felt that it was a pity and all of them left the room. In the room, only Empress Ji and Song Jie were left. Chapter 1101. Limitless Celestial Capital in the Harem's Garden. Gu Hai ate a pile of great demon meat to appease the hunger in his stomach. Qin Xian accompanied him at the side. Husband, this devour the heavens and earth is too strange. Once you are free you will feel hungry? Qin Xian said worriedly. Perhaps the difference in strength between my divine king spirit mother and the three souls is too great. That's why they are constantly urging me. In the future, when the divine king spirit mother is stronger, she won't be so hungry. Gu Hai said with a smile. All right. Qin Xian was still a little worried. Where are Wan Qing and Wan Yu? Gu Hai asked curiously. I sent them away. Qin Xian said after taking a deep breath. Oh. Gu Hai was stunned. These days, he had been dealing with the military affairs of the Dahan and constantly probing with Matriarch Ji through secret forces. He couldn't be too distracted with the harem's matters. However, Qin Xian and Long Wanqing were like sisters during this period. This made Gu Hai, who was not good at dealing with family matters, feel very moved. Gu Hai understood. On one hand they accepted each other. On the other hand they sacrificed for him. They didn't want to disrupt his career because of family matters. Although Gu Hai didn't say it, he was always moved in his heart. The more he felt guilty about Qin Xian and Long Wanqing, the more he loved them. The two girls had nothing to say. However, why did Qin Xian send Long Wanqing away today? Husband, you have been sending people to probe Shenyuan City. How is that Bingheim? Qin Xian asked gently. Bingheim? Xian, why are you asking about her? Gu Hai looked at Qin Xian. Gu Hai was also slightly nervous and did not know what to say. I mean, shouldn't my husband bring Bingheim back to the palace as soon as possible? Although she is Empress Ji's granddaughter, Empress Ji has never treated her as a relative. Or rather, Empress Ji doesn't even have a relative. Leaving Bingheim in Shenyuan City is too dangerous. Qin Xian said. Pick up Bingheim and return to the palace? Gu Hai bit Qin Xian's words and looked at Qin Xian in surprise. Return to the palace? Not going back to court? Qin Xian looked at Gu Hai's cautious appearance and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Of course she's going back to the palace. She's your woman. How can she be left outside? Gu Hai looked at Qin Xian in a daze and revealed a trace of a bitter smile. Xian, you're willing to let her enter the palace? Qin Xian slowly leaned into Gu Hai's embrace. On the day Xian was resurrected, I told my husband that Xian will accept them. Does my husband not believe me? Qin Xian pouted. Gu Hai's heart warmed. When my husband met them, Xian was already dead. How can I be angry with my husband? Furthermore, Xian was already dead at that time. I hoped that there would be someone who truly loves my husband to take care of you. Furthermore, that Bingheim risked her life to save my husband several times. Xian can't even thank her enough, so how can I be jealous of her? Since Xian accepted Wanqing, I can naturally accept Bingheim. She's also a girl with a hard life. Qin Xian opened her heart in Gu Hai's embrace. Xian thank you. Gu Hai hugged Qin Xian tightly and felt very touched. Wanqing is the same as me. She loves my husband deeply. So there shouldn't be any big problems on her side. My husband, I know that you must have investigated Bingheim's situation. How is she now? Qin Xian looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai was silent for a moment. In the end he sighed softly. Not good. What's not good? Qin Xian asked doubtfully. Empress Ji? What a heartless grandfather. I originally thought that he would at most use Bingheim to restrain me. However, I didn't expect that he would be so heartless as to hand Bingheim over to Cangjie. I don't know what secret technique he used to greatly increase Bingheim's strength, but Bingheim seems to have completely lost her consciousness. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Completely lost her consciousness? What do you mean? Qin Xian's expression changed. It means that she has lost her memory. She only obeys Cangjie. As for the extent of her memory loss, I still don't know. I've already sent people to keep an eye on her. As long as there's a chance, they will do their best to snatch Bingheim back. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Lost her memory? Only obeys Cangjie? Wouldn't that make her a puppet? Qin Xian's expression changed. Gu Hai nodded with an ugly expression. Husband, you must save Bingheim. She has suffered so much for you. Qin Xian said anxiously. I will. However, Bingheim doesn't come out often. In Xinyuan City, most people don't know where she is. Sigh. Gu Hai sighed softly. Dong. Gu Hai slammed his fist on the stone table. He felt a wave of irritation and discomfort. Qin Xian leaned into Gu Hai's embrace. She stroked Gu Hai's chest and helped him relax. Husband, Sister Qin. Suddenly, a voice came from the other side of the garden. It was Long Wanqing and Long Wanyu rushing over. Qin Xian immediately got up from Gu Hai's embrace. Not far away, Long Wanqing saw Gu Hai and Qin Xian together. She didn't have any objection. Instead, she hurried over. What's wrong? Gu Hai asked gently. Before Long Wanqing could say anything, Long Wanyu suddenly shouted, Brother-in-law, the Great Yellow Dynasty sent a diplomatic mission. The Great Yellow Dynasty? A diplomatic mission? Gu Hai said in astonishment. The one leading the mission is Sister Bingheim. Long Wanqing nodded. Bingheim? Qin Xian widened her eyes in surprise. Yes, it's the Great Yellow Dynasty's Princess Bingheim. Just now, when we were outside the palace checking the demonic beast food for you, the news of the Great Yellow Dynasty's diplomatic mission came and caused chaos. However, it seems that Sister Bingheim doesn't recognize us anymore. Bingheim? Matriarch Ji actually let her go? This isn't Matriarch Ji's style. Gu Hai said in surprise. Who cares about her style? Isn't it a good thing that Sister Bingheim is back? Qin Xian said happily. Gu Hai nodded. In the soaring sky palace hall, Gu Hai wore a flat imperial crown and a dragon robe. He sat on the dragon throne while the civil and military officials stood respectfully on both sides. Summon, the Great Yellow Dynasty's diplomatic mission has arrived. A guard shouted. All the officials were silent. At this moment, all of them were incomparably dignified. This was because many of them had received news that the envoy of the Great Yellow Dynasty was none other than the commander of the Dahan Empire's Third Army, Bingheim. Using an official of the Dahan to represent the Great Yellow Dynasty's diplomatic mission? What was Matriarch Ji thinking? They saw Bingheim, who was dressed in a white fur robe, slowly walking into the main hall. Bingheim's eyes were golden and blue. They were exceptionally enchanting. Together with her beautiful face that was as cold as ice, she was even more stunning. Her white fur embellished her body like a pure white lotus that had emerged from the mud. She was an extremely enchanting white lotus. Bingheim stepped into the main hall. All the officials were looking at her. The unborn man Gao Xinji Mo Yike, and the others were all looking at her seriously. Sitting on the dragon throne, Gu Hai gripped the dragon throne's armrest. Although he looked calm on the surface, he was furious in his heart. Hearing about it and seeing it were two different things. The moment he saw Bingheim, the memories of the past instantly echoed in his mind. In the past, he had carried the grudge of his mother's death with his frail body. Then he was forced by a peerless expert to harm the person he loved the most. That day when he complained to Absolute beginning with his frail body, the despair and helplessness that burst out of his body was something he could never forget. Now she was being used by her own maternal grandfather. In her amnesia she was like a walking corpse. She was sent to the Dahan Empire as a diplomatic mission? Gu Hai's heart ached. At the same time he was incomparably furious with Matriarch Ji. This fury seemed to be about to burst out uncontrollably. Now that Bingheim was back, no matter what, Gu Hai would not let her return. He would not let her return to that demon's den. Bingheim of the Great Yellow Dynasty greets Emperor Dahan. Bingheim solemnly bowed. Rise. Gu Hai immediately called out. Bingheim nodded expressionlessly. Why is the Great Yellow Dynasty on a diplomatic mission to the Dahan Empire? Gu Hai asked in a deep voice. His Holiness's intentions are all in this letter of credence. Emperor Dahan, please take a look. Bingheim took out a letter of credence. The officials showed a trace of curiosity. An attendant passed the letter of credence to Gu Hai. When the letter of credence was opened, Matriarch Ji's handwriting was inside. Gu Hai's expression sank when he saw Matriarch Ji's letter. In this letter of credence, Matriarch Ji wrote that the conflicts in the past were all misunderstandings. After the battle, Matriarch Ji also recognized the power of the Dahan Empire. She was willing to let the world be peaceful and turn hostility into friendship. From then on, the two countries would be on good terms and never have any disputes. She wrote that it was peaceful. However, Gu Hai knew that all of this was nonsense. Not a single one of Matriarch Ji's words were sincere. Matriarch Ji was definitely holding back something bad. What alliance? What good relations? What good relations between the two countries? This was just a letter of credence to numb him. As long as he showed a trace of weakness, Matriarch Ji would definitely use the power of the entire empire to kill him. However, this letter of credence was extremely strange. Why did she ask Bingheim to send it over? What was the meaning of this? Was she asking Bingheim to send it to show the sincerity of the Great Yellow Dynasty? Gu Hai did not believe it at all. However, on the surface, Gu Hai would not refute this letter of credence. Matriarch Ji's letter of credence states that the two countries will be on good terms and never have any disputes. However, this is also my intention. Since you have come from afar, stay here temporarily. Wait for me to discuss with the officials on how to promote the harmonious and healthy development of the two dynasties. Then I will let you bring back the will of the Dahan Empire. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes, we will listen to the arrangements of the Dahan Empire. Bingheim nodded. Gu Hai ordered people to read Great Huang's letter of credence in the Soaring Palace Hall for the officials to hear. Bingheim left the Soaring Palace Hall during the process. The people from the Ministry of Rights arranged a place for the Great Yellow Dynasty's diplomatic group to stay. In the Soaring Palace Hall, among the officials, some of them were overjoyed and spoke freely. However, Gu Hai and some of the officials who saw through it did not say anything. The court was incomparably stifling. Xianyuan City. In the upper study room, only Tsangjier and Matriarch Ji were left. His Holiness, everything is done. Bingheim and her group have officially moved into the limitless celestial capital. Gu Hai's time is up. Tsangjier said confidently. Mister's plan is indeed brilliant. Bingheim? As long as Gu Hai still has a trace of old feelings, he will consign him to eternal damnation. Matriarch Ji's eyes flashed with a trace of satisfaction. Gu Hai's mind is extremely meticulous. Using intelligence to plot against Gu Hai, it is difficult to trap Gu Hai. Only by using emotions can we catch him off guard. Tsangjier said solemnly. Matriarch Ji nodded. Chapter 1102. Your Majesty, I might know why Bingheim lost her memory. The unborn man suddenly said. Oh. Gu Hai's eyes lit up. The officials also looked at the unborn man. I have been observing Bingheim. She should be missing 3 souls. At most, she only has the human soul in her body. Her heaven soul and earth soul are no longer there. The unborn man said solemnly. What? Her heaven soul and earth soul are no longer in her body? Kong Xian said in surprise. What kind of trick is this? I think Sister Bingheim is fine. She just lost her memory. Long Wanyu said in surprise. Lost 2 souls? How can she still have such strength? According to the battle in Xianyuan City not long ago, her strength should have reached the heavenly palace. Without the heaven soul, how can she? Mosquito Daoran said in surprise. Bingheim's strength is not because of her cultivation, but because of her physical body and physique. Song Jie must have used a secret technique of the longevity path to strengthen Bingheim's various souls. A strong soul is a strong force, not a strong soul. The unborn man explained. A secret technique of the longevity path? Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, Bingheim's heaven soul and earth soul are not in her body. At most, she only has the human soul. The human soul is used to lock the various souls. As the saying goes, when the soul is scattered, the 3 souls are lost and the 7 souls are scattered. However, as long as one soul is present, the 7 souls will gather together. The unborn man explained. If the human soul is in her body, why did she lose her memory? Gu Hai asked with a frown. The human soul's memory should have been sealed by Cangjie using the longevity path. Moreover, the memory of being loyal to Cangjie was poured into it. So, the unborn man explained. There is such a trick? The longevity path is really strange. Mosquito Daoran said in surprise. The officials were also shocked and started discussing. Bang! Gu Hai slammed his palm on the desk. There was a sudden silence in the upper study as everyone looked at Gu Hai. Empress Ji? Cangjie? Good, very good. This emperor was wondering why you were so kind as to send Bingheim back. So it turns out that you were still holding on to Bingheim's heavenly soul and earthly soul? Gu Hai's face darkened. Your Majesty, is this matriarch Ji using Bingheim to threaten us? Kong Xian asked with an ugly expression. What do you mean by friendly relations between the 2 countries? Are you trying to piss us off? Or do you want to exchange something with His Majesty? Mosquito Daoran said angrily. Unborn man, are you sure about what you just said? Gu Hai asked solemnly. Everything this subject said is true. However, that Cangjie's longevity path is stronger than mine. I can't do what he did, especially strengthening Bingheim's soul. With the strength of her soul, it actually reached the peak of 3 souls. The unborn man sighed. You don't have to undervalue yourself. You were able to see through Bingheim's situation, and you did me a big favor. Gu Hai sighed. This is what this subject should do. Bingheim's memories were sealed by Cangjie. I don't know how strong the seal is, but this subject has a longevity soul pill. Maybe it can undo the seal temporarily. The unborn man took out a small box. Oh, can undo the seal? Gu Hai said in surprise. It can't undo it, but it can undo it temporarily. In other words, it can only undo it for a short while. The unborn man said respectfully. A short while is enough. I will find a way to save Bingheim when she recovers her memories. Unborn man, thank you. Gu Hai suddenly said solemnly. Your Majesty is too polite. This is what this subject should do. The unborn man immediately handed over the longevity soul pill and retreated to one side. Gu Hai carefully held the longevity soul pill. A hint of expectation flashed in his eyes. Limitless celestial capital where Big Huang's envoys stayed. Bingheim stayed in a large hall. After coming out of the soaring sky hall, Bingheim shut herself in the large hall. In the large hall, she continuously took out a large amount of heavenly treasures and used blood talismans to draw a formation on the ground. After working for a whole day and night, the large hall was filled with blood talismans and a large amount of heavenly treasures. It was as if she had set up a formation. Activate. Bingheim reached out her hand and activated it. Buzz. In the large hall, the formation was activated. All the talismans lit up brightly and then disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was as if the formation had never existed. However, the large hall became extremely dark. It was as if all the light that shone into the hall was never reflected. After doing all this, Bingheim slowly opened the door of the large hall. Kwang. Perhaps it was because she had used too much energy to set up the formation, but Bingheim's face was slightly pale. However, she remained expressionless. She slowly walked to where an official from the Ministry of Rites was. The official from the Ministry of Rites was only arranged here to be in charge of Big Huang's envoys. He originally thought that he was just here to stand guard, but he did not expect to see Bingheim here. Ah, Big Huang, no, Army Commander Bingheim. The official from the Ministry of Rites immediately said respectfully. Bingheim slowly took out a comb and passed it to the official from the Ministry of Rites. Go and tell Gu Hai that I will be waiting for him in my room at midnight tonight. After she finished speaking, she placed the comb in the official's hand while he was in a daze. Bingheim slowly stepped into the large hall. The door of the large hall was closed with a loud bang. The official from the Ministry of Rites grabbed the comb. His mouth was wide open and he had a strange expression on his face. What is going on? I'm going to tell Gu Hai? I'm just a small official who is not even qualified to attend the court meeting. You want me to go directly to His Majesty? Also, you want His Majesty to go to your room in the middle of the night? Is it a private meeting? Did I hear wrongly? The official trembled. He did not dare to think further and immediately reported to his superiors. His superiors were stunned and immediately reported to the higher-ups. The lower-ranked officials were not clear about the relationship between Gu Hai and Bingheim. However, when they reached a certain level, some of them roughly knew. Naturally, they pretended not to know and quickly reported to Gu Hai at the same time. Not long after, the comb appeared in front of Gu Hai. Husband, this is the gift you gave to younger sister Bingheim, right? Qin Xian smiled and said. Gu Hai nodded. He looked a little dazed. However, more than that, he looked more serious. Did Matriarch Ji send Bingheim to show off to him? Or did she want to exchange her 2 souls for something? However, Bingheim had already lost her memory. Why could she take out the comb and ask him to visit her in the middle of the night? Gu Hai instinctively felt that something was wrong. Husband, why don't you go and see her? There are still more than 4 hours left. Qin Xian said softly. That's right. Husband, does Bingheim still remember you? Husband, why don't you ask her clearly? Long Wanqing said worriedly. Gu Hai nodded. All right. Gu Hai had the longevity soul pill in his hands and had been looking for an opportunity to let Bingheim eat it. Now was the right time. Even if Xian'er and Wanqing didn't say anything, he had to go and talk to Bingheim. Before midnight, Gu Hai arrived at Bingheim's hall in advance. There were also a large number of Dahan's guards around the diplomatic mission's palace. The sky turned dark. The guards kept patrolling. Who is it? A guard glared and was about to shout angrily. A black-robed man was standing outside Bingheim's hall. Was someone trespassing on the forbidden grounds? The guard was about to shout angrily. Slap. A slap landed on the guard's head. Guard captain, why did you hit me? There's an assassin over there. The guard immediately said angrily. Assassinate your head. Did you see who that was? The head guard glared at him. That wasn't an assassin. It was Your Majesty. The guard said in surprise. The guards widened their eyes. They couldn't understand why His Majesty would appear outside Bingheim's room in the middle of the night. Was there something going on? The guard who was about to shout covered his mouth immediately. He didn't allow himself to speak. Let's go and patrol over there. The guard captain said. The guards nodded. Although they were curious, no one dared to disturb Gu Hai's mood at this time. They all moved away and helped Gu Hai keep a lookout. Gu Hai held the longevity soul pill in one hand. His eyes flashed with a trace of seriousness. Although he felt that Bingheim's invitation in the middle of the night was a little strange, Gu Hai couldn't care less because of the tenderness in his heart. Gu Hai's heart ached for Bingheim's situation. He couldn't wait to give the longevity soul pill to Bingheim. Knock, knock, knock. Gu Hai knocked on the door. Creak. The door of the main hall suddenly opened a crack. Gu Hai looked inside. It was dark and he couldn't see clearly. He could only vaguely see a lady in white standing in the middle of the main hall with her back to him. The lady was none other than Bingheim. Looking at her delicate figure, Gu Hai's heart ached. Bingheim? Gu Hai said gently. Bingheim slowly turned her head. 2 streams of tears rolled down her cheeks. Bingheim greets Your Majesty. Bingheim cried as she bowed to Gu Hai. This bow seemed to remind Gu Hai of the past Bingheim. A trace of tenderness exploded. Gu Hai unconsciously stepped into the main hall. Stepping into the main hall, Gu Hai felt that something was wrong with Bingheim. However, since he had already stepped in, there was no reason to retreat. The main hall was filled with an eerie ghostly aura. Gu Hai already felt that something was wrong. However, perhaps his tenderness for Bingheim was too strong, or perhaps his confidence in his own strength made Gu Hai approach Bingheim warily. Bingheim, you still recognize me? Gu Hai helped Bingheim up. Bingheim wouldn't dare to. This time, I came back to bring Your Majesty to a place. Bingheim suddenly stopped crying and smiled. Gu Hai immediately felt that something was wrong with that smile. His expression changed. He was sure that Bingheim was scheming against him. However, Gu Hai wasn't angry. Instead, at this moment, he pushed the longevity soul pill in his hand into Bingheim's mouth. Bingheim's eyes widened. However, at this moment, the array formation in the main hall was activated. The main hall instantly fell into darkness. Endless black gas instantly burst out from the crack of the door. Boom. With a loud sound, the entire limitless celestial capital shook. What happened? In the outside world, countless guards heard the sound and cried out in alarm. In the netherworld, Gu Hai, who was in the Thousand Bone Mountain, suddenly had a change in expression. Unborn man, open the yin-yang passage. I want to go to the world of the living. Gu Hai suddenly shouted. He crushed the jade talisman in his hand and sent a message to the unborn man. At the same time, he instantly flew to the corresponding place of the unborn man in the world of the living. When the unborn man heard Gu Hai's voice, he instantly opened the yin-yang passage. He saw Gu Hai step out with great urgency. Your Majesty, what happened? The unborn man asked in surprise. Gu Hai, on the other hand, walked straight to the main hall where Bingheim was. What happened? Chen Xian'er, Long Wanqing, and Long Wanyu also heard the loud sound and quickly walked out of the bedroom. A large number of officials went straight to the main hall where Bingheim was. Quang. Gu Hai kicked open the main hall where Bingheim was. However, other than the rolling black ghost gas in the main hall, Gu Hai's body and Bingheim had already disappeared. Where are they? Gu Hai asked in surprise and anger. Husband, what's wrong? Where's Bingheim? Chen Xian'er asked in surprise. Husband, can't you sense the body? Where are you now? Long Wanqing also asked anxiously. I can't sense it. Gu Hai said with a gloomy expression. Impossible, could it be that they entered the void? That shouldn't be. Long Wanyu also said in surprise. All the officials rushed over. The unborn man, on the other hand, kept checking the black ghost gas. This is the hungry ghost gas? Long Wanyu's eyes lit up as she looked at the black gas in the main hall in surprise. The unborn man waved his hand, and the formation runes that Bingheim had drawn earlier slowly appeared on the ground of the main hall. However, most of them had already been destroyed. The hungry ghost realm's reincarnation? Your Majesty, Bingheim dragged your body into the hungry ghost realm of reincarnation. Unborn man said in shock. Hungry ghost realm of reincarnation? Long Wanyu's expression changed. Chapter 1103. Hungry Ghost Path Reincarnation? Long Wanyu's expression changed. It should be. The unborn man said in a low voice. Your Master Shou can enter and exit the Hungry Ghost Path Reincarnation at will? Long Wanyu said in surprise. Bingheim should have borrowed Songjie's power. I don't have that ability yet. The unborn man shook his head. Then isn't brother-in-law's main body in danger? Long Wanyu said with an ugly expression. Hungry Ghost Path Reincarnation? What's that like? The skeleton Gu Hai asked. Hungry Ghost Path Reincarnation, as the name suggests, is the world of hungry ghosts. Long Wanyu said anxiously. Evil ghosts? Evil as in evil? No, it's hungry as in hungry. Hungry ghosts are different from hungry ghosts. However, they are both more hungry. Long Wanyu said. What's the difference? The skeleton Gu Hai asked anxiously. Hungry ghosts are ghosts whose souls turn into ghosts. Hungry ghosts are ghosts whose souls turn into ghosts. To be precise, the Hungry Ghost Path Reincarnation is a world of souls. When a living person enters, the three souls will be suppressed and only the soul will be left. Long Wanyu said. Soul. After a person dies, the soul disperses. Doesn't the soul disperse? Can it be reincarnated? Gu Hai was puzzled. The three souls are the foundation and the seven souls are secondary. Because of the three souls, the seven souls have human memories. The birth of the seven souls is a type of weak spirit. It is a subsidiary of the three souls. As long as the three souls exist, they can nourish the physical body and rebirth the seven souls. For example, the seven souls are like the hair and nails on a person's body. They are a part of a person but they are not essential. However, since the seven souls are weak spirits, they have spirituality. After a person dies, the soul disperses. The dispersing of the soul means that all the memories of the person in the soul will disappear. However, the soul does not disappear. It's like a person cutting off their hair. When the person is gone, the hair is still there. This is the case for the soul. They enter the Hungry Ghost Path Reincarnation. Long Wanyu explained. Puling? The Hungry Ghost Tao Reincarnation is the soul spirit world? Gu Hai asked with a frown. Yes, the path of Hungry Ghosts Reincarnation will help the soul spirits reconstruct their bodies according to their needs. However, the soul spirits are incomplete, so they instinctively want to find their complete selves. They go around eating other soul spirits as if they are extremely hungry. They are like ghosts, so they are called hungry ghosts. When they meet other evil spirits that are compatible with them, they will even fuse into one, Long Wanyu explained. A world of hungry ghosts. When a person enters, their 3 souls will be suppressed. Gu Hai said with a frown. Gu Hai's 2 bodies used the consciousness of the 3 souls to sense each other. No wonder he couldn't sense the slightest bit of his main body's consciousness. If it weren't for the sea of providence above his head, he would have thought that his main body had died. Yes, when a person enters, their soul will take charge of their body and accept the changes of the world. As for the soul, it will be suppressed within the body by the power of the laws and fall into a deep sleep. Only when it is eaten by other hungry ghosts will the soul be able to escape the hungry ghost Tao's reincarnation cycle and become evil ghosts. However, to be able to escape the hungry ghost Tao's reincarnation cycle is also a kind of relief, because that world is too cruel and bloody. Long Wanyu said with an ugly expression. Then what should we do? Long Wanyu said with an anxious expression. We must save our husband's main body as soon as possible. Qin Xianer's face darkened. That's right. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Empress Jihong and Songjie, they came up with such a vicious plan. Mo Yike's face darkened. At this moment, everyone finally understood the intentions of the Great Yellow Dynasty's emissary. A demonstration? No, this was framing Gu Hai. Is there any way to enter the hungry ghost Tao's reincarnation cycle? Gu Hai asked in a deep voice. I don't have a way. The hungry ghost Tao's reincarnation cycle has been sealed in the past. Right, Master Shou, unborn man, you're also a Master Shou. Tell me, how do we enter? Long Wanyu looked at the unborn man. The unborn man looked at Long Wanyu's attitude and smiled bitterly, but he did not blame her. Master Shou does have a way, but I am not strong enough now. Unless... The unborn man's voice paused. Unless what? Long Wanyu asked anxiously. In the past there were 8 masters of Shou, 4 lives and 4 deaths. I thought that was all the masters of Shou. However, it seems like there are still some things that I don't know. However, if I can grasp 4 lives or 4 deaths, I can open the entrance to the hungry ghost Tao's reincarnation cycle. The unborn man said. Tell me, what do you want to do? Long Wanyu asked anxiously. I am Qiu Feng. I have just captured Dongfang Shou and Chunxin Shou. We have 2 lives and 2 deaths. We only need 2 more lives or 2 more deaths. We don't know where the 2 deaths are, but we know where the 2 lives are. Nangong Shou is in Shenyuan City, and Baiming Shou is in the Heavenly Devil Holy Land. Capture them for me. I can take their life souls and open the hungry ghost Tao's reincarnation cycle. The unborn man said solemnly. You just want to capture Nangong Shou and Baiming Shou. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Long Wanyu was angry. The unborn man. Okay, then I will have to trouble you, master. The skeleton Gu Hai said solemnly. As long as your majesty captures them, it will not be a problem for me. The unborn man explained. Shenyuan City. Upper study. Songjie looked at the glowing energy circle in front of him. Inside it, a red dot suddenly disappeared. Success. His Holiness and Gu Hai have been dragged into the hungry ghost Tao's reincarnation cycle by Bingheim. Songjie said happily. Master's plan will eliminate a huge problem for me. Matriarch Ji said with a smile. His Holiness is too kind. However, that Gu Hai has already passed 4 reincarnations. This is the 5th one and he has always come out safely. This time we cannot be careless. We must destroy him as soon as possible. Songjie said solemnly. That's right. However, didn't you already arrange for Bingheim? You and I will stay in the infinite boundless mountain and wait for Bingheim to capture Gu Hai. I wonder what kind of monster Gu Hai has turned into now. Matriarch Ji said with a smile. Songjie nodded. Hungry ghost Tao's reincarnation cycle. In the instant that Bingheim dragged Gu Hai's body into the hungry ghost Tao's reincarnation cycle, he stuffed the life soul pill into Bingheim's mouth. Wang. Bingheim's body trembled and a white light emerged from her body. In that instant, Gu Hai had already entered the hungry ghost Tao's reincarnation cycle. In that instant, Gu Hai felt a huge pressure rushing into his mind. He had experienced this feeling in the beast Tao's reincarnation cycle, the Azura Tao's reincarnation cycle, and even the human Tao's reincarnation cycle. In the Azura Tao's reincarnation cycle, Gu Hai had turned into an Azura body. In the beast Tao's reincarnation cycle, he had turned into an earthen soul body. It was the same now. Suddenly, his mind buzzed as if he had been struck by a heavy blow, and he fell into a deep sleep. However, in his deep sleep, he was strangely still awake. The 3 souls are in a deep sleep? The 7 souls are still with me? Gu Hai said in shock. The 7 souls had Gu Hai's memories, unlike the dead who had lost their memories. To be precise, Gu Hai had 6 souls. The 6 souls had memories, and there was still 1 soul that had not completely condensed. Rumble. Gu Hai's body felt like it was being torn apart. Gu Hai looked up at the sky. The entire sky was dark red, and the laws of heaven and earth were helping him reconstruct his body. However, Gu Hai was suppressing this change. He turned his head to look at Bingheim. After the life soul pill entered her body, Bingheim trembled and unlocked the memories of the human soul. The memories of the human soul instantly spread to the 7 souls, but the human soul was suppressed in the blink of an eye. The 7 souls had regained their memories, and they looked at Gu Hai with a tremble. Your Majesty, I have sacrificed myself to bring your Majesty into this desperate situation. Bingheim knelt and wept in grief. Bingheim's body was also trembling, as if resisting the laws of heaven and earth that were transforming her body. Bingheim, don't be sad. Tell me where are your heaven and earth souls. I will help you seek justice. Gu Hai said as he supported Bingheim. Bingheim's eyes were filled with tears. Your Majesty, don't worry about my heaven and earth souls. Just pretend that I'm dead. I feel that Sangjie's power is suppressing my memories again. Your Majesty, kill me quick. Otherwise I will obey Sangjie and hurt you. Quick. Bingheim's body trembled, but Gu Hai pressed down on Bingheim's trembling hands. Tell me where are your heaven and earth souls. Gu Hai asked anxiously. Your Majesty. Kill me. Bingheim was still anxious. Gu Hai stepped forward and hugged Bingheim. Their lips touched and Bingheim suddenly calmed down. You don't have much time to be awake, so don't waste it on emotions. Where are your heaven and earth souls? Tell me this is an order. Gu Hai said worriedly. Where? This is the Hungry Ghost Road's reincarnation cycle. My 2 souls were sealed by Sangjie in the bodies of the 2 Hungry Ghost Kings here to guard against you. Bingheim said in a trembling voice. The Hungry Ghost Kings here? Gu Hai was stunned. Then how do we get them? Gu Hai asked again. Eat him or kill him and my 2 souls will be able to escape. Bingheim's eyes glowed blue. The Sangjie seal in her body seemed to be about to activate. Eat the Hungry Ghost King? Won't that harm your soul? Gu Hai asked anxiously. Because of the laws here, when the hungry ghost dies, the soul will come out. The hungry ghost cannot touch the soul. This is the law here. Bingheim explained. Can't touch the soul, who are the 2 evil ghost kings? Gu Hai asked anxiously. Bingheim's other eye suddenly turned golden. As it changed. Suddenly her body trembled. Her memories were sealed again. Brr. Bingheim roared and suddenly stopped resisting the law's transformation of her body. In the blink of an eye, she turned into a 3,000 zhang large 3-legged white crow. The 3-legged white crow had 1 eye golden and 1 eye blue. It emitted a violent aura and suddenly flapped its wings. Rumble. Countless boulders exploded in an instant. Gu Hai was blown away by this violent aura. What? Gu Hai, who was flying in the air, changed his expression. Because Gu Hai felt that his 3 souls were sealed and more than half of his cultivation was gone. His current strength was at most similar to the lower heavenly palace. Screech, Gu Hai, the Lord has orders to bring you to the boundless mountain. The 3-legged white crow roared and chased after Gu Hai. Gu Hai's expression changed and immediately rushed into the forest. Rumble. The 3-legged white crow destroyed a large part of the forest. Immediately from the forest, huge monsters ran out one after another. These monsters were extremely strange. Some were humanoid, but had a single horn on their head, 1 eye and 2 mouths. Some had a horse head and a snake body. Some had a cow shape, 20 eyes and 2 wings on their back. In any case, they were extremely strange monsters. At this moment, Gu Hai was hiding under the belly of a 3 zhang tall many-eyed 2-winged bull, fleeing with a group of monsters. Here, it was already different from the outside world. The 3-legged white crow could only be seen with the naked eye. How could it find Gu Hai? Wah! The 3-legged white crow roared and flapped its wings. Immediately, one side of the ground was covered in flames, while the other side was covered in ice. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.